This Charmeleon can silence the electric bird of the extreme. The most audacious trainer in history is born through the fusion of Pokémon in a reborn world. The abandoned Charmander, with a mere flicker, can deal 999 damage. The diary of Shinato's growth. From a meek little creature to a powerhouse. All it takes is one entry. The Koga Ninja Frog unleashes the Spiral Shuriken. Lucario channels the Raging King Fist. Has this worldview gone awry? A desert tyrant with maximum defenses? A Latias with an unbeatable silent strategy? Linyu, I simply grasp the entries. With the system in hand and divine beasts at my command. Witness how a transmigrator upends the Pokemon League with unconventional strategies. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Entry System. In a parallel Pokemon world, in Huagua, Shuimu City, the empty streets sway under the gusts of wind, and the cascading raindrops almost form a curtain. Even the delivery pigeon is reluctant to work in such weather. A handsome, slender youth struggles against the rain, muttering, "How peculiar, the weather forecast didn't mention rain today." Linyu had not anticipated that venturing out to select his first Pokemon would lead to such downpour. The bug-type Pokemon house was already shuttered. With no other choice, he hurried back home, pondering deeply. 15 years of transmigration culminated in yesterday's delightful ding sound. Surely, no transmigrator could resist the allure of that sound. However, the activation of this system bore a condition. One must form a bond with a Pokemon. Thus, on this day of turning 15, he was eager to purchase his first creature. Alas, the endeavor fell short. If it's not meant to be, so be it. I shall return tomorrow, he muttered, casting a glance toward the nearby mansion. A residence near the city center was surely a refuge from the rain. Were it not for his modesty, he would have shamelessly sought shelter. Suddenly, a metallic clink echoed as the iron gate swung open, and Lin Yu's heart leapt. He would not have to endure the rain any longer. However, what transpired next twisted his brow in anguish. His heart raced with indignation. Damn, I've never seen such a pathetic Charmander. A single spark after days of training, and still nothing to show for it. Useless. Before him, a Charmander was mercilessly expelled from the gate, accompanied by scathing remarks. At 1 month old, and it can only use Scratch? How do you expect to win battles with just that? Worthless. As if not satisfied, the man in the black raincoat delivered a harsh kick. Good thing I didn't make you my first Pokemon. Find a corner and perish. With that, he turned away into the rain. The Charmander, confused, could not comprehend why its owner treated it so cruelly, having always been obedient and earnest in training. Yet, it was met with disdain, and now it faced abandonment. A sorrowful cry escaped its lips as it clawed at the gate, watching its owner retreat into the distance. Hey, you there, in the dark. Yes, you. Don't point at yourself. Quite bold, brother, to publicly insult, attack, and abandon a Pokemon. According to Pokemon law, that's a minimum of 3 years in prison, with no upper limit. The man in the raincoat was taken aback, evidently surprised that anyone would dare speak in such a storm. What's it to you? I'm not registering it with the league, so scram. The rain-drenched man's tone was menacing, and without a backward glance, he walked away. Lin Yu clenched his phone, muttering a curse under his breath. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. Lin Yu could not intervene in the man's actions in this life. He was merely an orphan. This scene was achingly familiar, the flickering flame swaying in the storm. Regardless of registration, the Charmander's trainer was undeniably in the wrong. Yet, the household that could so carelessly discard it was beyond his reach. His earlier words were mere intimidation, aimed at someone not much older than himself. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lin Yu crouched down to the despondent Charmander, gently stroking it. Hey, little one, since your owner has abandoned you, why not come with me? The wind howled fiercely. Lin Yu's smile faltered. Suddenly, a translucent, liquid crystal-like interface materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on forming a faint bond with the Pokemon. The trainer entry system has been activated. Entry system. It can provide various entries and items related to Pokemon, which the host can purchase at minimal costs. Congratulations, host, on receiving a new player reward, a starter gift box. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the entry Inside Eye, which allows data representation of any entity. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the system space. Congratulations, host, on accessing the entry shop. Note, the starter gift box has a high probability of refreshing to reveal golden legendary entries. Would the host like to open the starter gift box? In that moment, as his hand made contact, mechanical sounds echoed from within him, accompanied by an ethereal golden gift box. Lin Yu instantly realized that this was his golden opportunity. Joy surged within him. It turned out that forming a weak bond with a Pokémon was all it took to activate the system. As he glanced at the Charmander, a torrent of data flooded his vision. Pokémon, Charmander weak ability, solar power gender, male talent, ordinary elite level. For skill, scratch description, originally of elite potential, its quality diminished due to a cracked egg during transport. It is especially excited to encounter someone who speaks to it for the first time. Was this a feature of the system? The ability to see so much information. It was known that the Pokémon realm had descended upon Blue Star for merely 200 years, and many aspects were not yet fully developed. This undoubtedly provided Lin Yu with substantial assistance. Just this ancillary function held such potential. Lin Yu was now even more intrigued by the forthcoming entries. However, the rain intensified. The flame on Charmander's tail flickered dimly. He needed to take it home first. Awoo! The proud Charmander, now resembling an abandoned puppy, gazed at Lin Yu with pleading eyes. Its azure gaze seemed to ask, "Will you take me home?" This sight melted Lin Yu's heart. Once elite potential had fallen to ordinary, and now it faced abandonment. In a novel, wouldn't this be the quintessential protagonist template? Thus, he resolved to become its mentor. With this thought, he declared grandly, "Let's go home. Time will turn, and fortunes will change. Do not underestimate the youth. I vow to elevate you to the pinnacle of champions and deliver a resounding slap to that man's face." As a former web novelist, Lin Yu's mind automatically conjured a grand fantasy narrative. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning bolt illuminated the dark sky, as if to enlighten the entire firmament. Alas, the Charmander obediently nestled into his embrace, as if it had never known warmth, and fell into a deep slumber. Who would have thought? I initially sought a Caterpie as my first Pokémon, but encountering you truly is a stroke of luck. On that stormy night, Lin Yu silently vowed he would nurture this Charmander into a blazing inferno, surpassing even the mightiest of flames. Chapter 2. The Golden Legend. My name is Lin Yu, and I never imagined that I would eventually acquire my very first Pokémon, a charming little Charmander. Indeed, this is a world where the realms of fantasy and reality intertwine. Over 2 centuries ago, the first secret realm descended upon this planet, bringing forth a myriad of wondrous creatures. Breathing fire, wielding lightning, and summoning water, they seemed nearly omnipotent. Initially, driven by some primal desire, humanity attempted to dominate these Pokémon through force, which inevitably led to conflict. Soon, humans realized that while these beings were innocent, they were far from foolish. After numerous attempts, the Huagua nation chose a path of tolerance and acceptance. Thus, the role of Pokémon trainers emerged, accompanied by their beloved spirits. However, with only 2 centuries of coexistence, minor frictions still arise, such as the plight of abandoned Charmanders. After drying its damp body, Lin Yu draped a towel over it and turned his attention to the system. Ding! The entry system is at your service. This system will refresh its entries daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, biannually, and annually. The quality of entries is categorized as white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold, corresponding to the highest probabilities of occurrence during each respective period. Note: daily entries may also yield golden entries. The entry shop allows you to decompose unwanted entries into entry coins for purchasing. Today's entry shop offers 1 Great Ball for 1 entry coin, 10 servings of special Pokémon food for 5 entry coins. In smaller font note, 5 entry coins can refresh once. Excellent. This means that today I can refresh all available entry opportunities from bottom to top. May I ask if the host wishes to open the novice gift box? The system's voice was cold and mechanical, akin to a merciless machine, yet to Lin Yu's ears, it resonated like the warm rays of spring. Open I must. The golden novice gift box materialized, accompanied by a cascade of confetti, from which 2 beams of light, 1 purple and 1 gold, shot forth. Wow, a golden legend! Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the purple entry of the subprofession expert. As long as it is a subprofession, upon contact, you shall attain expertise in that field. Congratulations, host! Your luck is extraordinary. You have obtained the golden entry of Divine Beast Affinity. Any divine or mythical beast that encounters you will experience an immediate increase in affinity. Splendid. These 2 entries seem somewhat useless for my current predicament. The subprofession master is merely a Pokémon breeder and other minor professions. the divine beast affinity. If only a Ho-Oh would come my way, I could implore it to restore Charmander's potential. Yet the issue remains. I have no idea where Ho-Oh is hiding in which secret realm. These entries sound impressive at first glance, but in reality, they hold little value for me right now. Undoubtedly, the most pressing concern is resolving Charmander's potential issue. No rush, there are still opportunities. Observing the ethereal LCD interface, the daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly entries were all illuminated. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before deciding to begin with the daily entry. He reached out and tapped, causing the daily entry to dim. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed once more. White entry tough skin slightly increases resistance to damage. This appears to be somewhat useful, at least it adds a bit of defense. Lin Yu frowned and clicked on the weekly entry. Green entry catch the shrimp significantly increases speed while riding. Huh. Lin Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. What sort of entry is this? Wasn't it supposed to improve with higher quality as I progressed? Unconvinced, he clicked on the monthly entry. Blue entry king of lazy fish gradually strengthens while being idle. The degree of enhancement depends on the level of idleness. A marvelous find. Lin Yu's face lit up with joy. No need for training and still growing stronger. This is a dream come true for the lazy and Snorlax alike. He began to feel hopeful as he clicked on the next entry. Purple entry effort yields rewards. As long as one puts in the effort, rewards are guaranteed. The longer the effort is sustained, the greater the enhancement of one's talents. A standard for the diligent. Upon seeing this entry, Lin Yu felt a slight easing of tension. This seemed to offer Charmander a glimmer of hope. As long as it puts in the effort, it can grow stronger. Roar? Charmander gazed at its new master, its expressions shifting like the changing faces in Sichuan opera, one moment joyful, the next sorrowful, utterly perplexed. Lin Yu was still fervently wishing for the final entry to yield something exceptional. After sacrificing Arceus, he decisively clicked on the yearly entry. In an instant, radiant golden light erupted, coalescing into a single line of text. Golden entry purification removes all negative effects. Just a simple line, yet it left Lin Yu agape. He had expected this to likely be a red entry. To his astonishment, he received another golden legend, and such a powerful one at that. In battle, Pokémon skills can manifest in myriad ways, often resulting in various strange negative effects such as poisoning, weakness, and confusion. And this entry could eliminate those effects. Furthermore, this little Charmander possesses the ability Solar Power, which enhances its special attack in sunny weather, but at the cost of gradually depleting its health. Solar Power. In sunny weather, special attack is boosted, but HP decreases every turn. Now, with this entry, even that negative effect would vanish. Wonderful, wonderful. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Yu exclaimed thrice. Immediately, he intended to bestow the entries of Tough Skin, Effort Yields Rewards, and Purification upon Charmander. Ding! Detection indicates that Charmander has not yet been captured. Please capture it before applying entries. Lin Yu promptly threw the prepared Great Ball from his pocket, gazing earnestly at Charmander. Charmander, do you wish to become my Pokémon? Roar. Charmander nodded vigorously, then gently nudged the Great Ball resting in Lin Yu's hand with its head. As the red light flashed several times, the Great Ball settled. In that moment, Charmander became his very first Pokémon. Even as a traveler from another world, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable thrill within his heart at this moment. 15 years. He had finally become a trainer. Now, the next step is to enhance Charmander with the entries. Chapter 3. The King-level Charmander. A flash of red light illuminated the room, and the Charmander reappeared in the solitary apartment. Lin Yu began to take things seriously. The Charmander immediately stood upright, its expression brimming with tension. Lin Yu was somewhat astonished, observing how the mere sound of its name had made the creature tense up. An inexplicable thought crossed his mind regarding the treatment it must have endured in the past. It was surely less than favorable, otherwise it would not have reacted with such sensitivity to being called. With this in mind, Lin Yu softened his tone, urging, "Do not be anxious. Trust me. You possess remarkable potential. You simply faced a minor setback at birth. The golden attribute, purification, can undoubtedly eliminate your inherent deficiencies. Rest assured, I will lead you to the pinnacle of victory." Over the course of more than 2 centuries of world integration, humanity had established a simplified classification system for Pokémon based on their strength, from novice, ordinary, elite, gym leader, master, king, to champion. Presently, the Charmander ranked at level 4, indicating it was just beginning its journey into the mid-levels. As for the title of champion, it could only be earned by claiming the top position in the annual World Pokémon Championship. This ambition was undeniably grand. Roar! The Charmander's taut muscles gradually relaxed, and its gaze lost the initial shyness. Observing this transformation, Lin Yu swiped across an ethereal interface, and 3 attributes radiated as they flowed toward the Charmander. Concurrently, 3 attribute names appeared above its head: Purification, Effort Yields Reward, and Tough Skin. Upon clicking to hide them, they vanished from sight. Yet Lin Yu knew these attributes could still be retrieved. At present, each Pokémon could accommodate up to 3 attributes. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu eagerly employed his insight ability on the Charmander. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the weak status and the reversion of its talent to that of a king, he burst into laughter. A king-level talent. This signified that with proper training, reaching king status was practically guaranteed. It is noteworthy that currently, only 8 individuals in Huagua could be rightfully referred to as kings. They were akin to superstars within the nation. The man in the raincoat was blissfully unaware of the treasure of a Pokémon he had overlooked. Roar? The Charmander also sensed a sudden lightness throughout its body, as if a certain power had been restored to it. Was it true that a Pokémon like the Charmander, which had temporarily lost its talent, could not learn skills? No. It was merely a matter of lacking energy during its developmental phase, which had hindered its ability to unleash skills. Once the energy was sufficient, skills like Ember would be effortlessly within reach. For instance, at this moment, as its strength returned, the orange flames in the Charmander's mouth began to gather. In the next instant, the Ember was about to erupt like a fountain, but Lin Yu quickly covered its mouth. Hey, this is our home. Do you wish to set it ablaze? Ouch, ouch, ouch. As he looked at his reddened hand, Lin Yu momentarily wished for a body like that of a new human. Roar. After the initial excitement, seeing Lin Yu nursing his burn, the Charmander felt remorseful and timidly extended its claw. It's all right. You must believe in me. I will help you grow stronger. The medical care in this world is astonishing. This minor burn will heal swiftly with a bit of ointment. The primary focus now is to instill confidence in the Charmander. Roar. The Charmander nodded resolutely, its eyes now filled with determination. All right. Let us join hands and embark on the path to becoming champions. As fellow travelers in this world, aiming high should not be too much to ask, right? Lin Yu grasped its claw and lifted it. In that moment, their hearts seemed to intertwine. Subsequently, Lin Yu dismantled Catch Shrimp, acquiring 30 attribute coins, in exchange for a premium Pokémon energy cube. Watching the Charmander devour the food voraciously, he could not help but smile. 5 days later, in a desolate and vacant unfinished building, the Charmander unleashed Fire Rain. Roar. The despondency of days prior had completely vanished, and the Charmander now radiated vitality. It opened its mouth to the sky, gathering a torrent of flames. The flames then erupted in the air like a blossoming rose of fire, scattering widely. Each spark was surprisingly the size of a fist. Upon striking the ground, each spark charred the concrete into a blackened state. This was no mere spark. It was indeed the ultimate technique, Fire Spark. Thus, Lin Yu named it Rain of Sparks, abbreviated as Fire Rain, due to the scattered sparks resembling raindrops. The king-level talent of the Charmander exceeded Lin Yu's expectations. Such destruction could only be wrought by an ordinary-level Charmander. It is essential to note that the current Charmander was only at level 6, still in its nascent stage. This was not a game world where experience could be gained solely through battles to level up. The strength of Pokémon must be cultivated through training, growth, and assessment through combat. In the previous month, the Charmander had ascended from level 1 to 4, but in just 5 short days, it had leaped to level 6. This pace was undeniably rapid. Yet, it was also a testament to the Charmander's own diligence. With the support of the Effort Yields Reward attribute, each day, the Charmander presented a renewed vigor. Lin Yu recalled that when he first took in the Charmander, it stood about 70 centimeters tall. Now it had nearly reached 90 centimeters and had grown stronger. Lin Yu had checked the data. An ordinary Charmander typically measured around 80 centimeters. However, his Charmander still exhibited a tendency to grow taller. A Charmander with its talent restored was indeed formidable. Impressive. Lin Yu unreservedly offered his praise and then retrieved the premium energy cube for the slightly panting Charmander. Roar. Throughout these days of training, the Charmander was brimming with enthusiasm. It had always been diligent, and now, witnessing the fruits of its labor, it was naturally more motivated to train. As Lin Yu observed the Charmander devouring its food, he opened the system, eager to check the daily attributes for today. The previous days had yielded white attributes, some useful, some not. Lin Yu selectively fused them into attribute coins. His current tally of attribute coins had reached 30. Among the useful ones was white attribute, drunkard, increases fighting-type skill damage after consuming alcohol. Not particularly useful, but not entirely without merit. Perhaps it could come in handy for capturing fighting-type Pokémon in the future. Habitually glancing at his phone to check the time, he discovered a notification in the class group. The teacher had messaged him. Teacher Chin, legendary Pokémon can all fly. Lin Yu, you too? Why have you yet to acquire your first Pokémon? Chapter 4. Starting from 3 years, Shuemu No. 1 High School. One of the Pokémon high schools in Shuemu City. It is not difficult to gain admission. Anyone with aspirations of becoming a trainer can enroll, though the tuition is slightly high. The prerequisite is to register one's first Pokémon with the Pokémon League during the summer before entering the first year of high school. At this stage, Lin Yu hesitated to register his first Pokémon for a simple reason: he lacked funds. When he was 5, his parents vanished while exploring a mysterious realm, leaving him an orphan in a wondrous orphanage. It was only this year that he finally emerged from its confines. After paying his tuition, he was left with a mere 20,000 wabik, a sum that could barely procure a small rattata or a caterpie, far too meager for his aspirations. Lin Yu felt a sense of discontent and lacked the confidence to nurture such a creature, believing it to be an irresponsible choice for a Pokémon. However, upon acquiring a system, he found the courage to consider purchasing a bug or grass-type Pokémon as his first companion. Now, circumstances had changed. With the gifted Fire Dragon at his side, why would he still desire a juvenile Rayquaza? Fire Dragon, come here. Let us capture a moment. The Fire Dragon was undeniably one of the most popular Pokémon. After posing with a peace sign and sharing the photograph in the group chat, the previously quiet conversation erupted with excitement. Although they were strangers, that did not hinder their admiration for the Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon. Wow, what a magnificent creature. Who is its trainer? Such bravery. Envy surged among the onlookers, lamenting that their own Pokémon was merely a caterpie. Did you not notice? The trainer of this Fire Dragon is rather handsome as well. So fair-skinned, like a charming puppy. Not as dashing as my Xiangzhou Peng Yuyan. Such is the nature of the world. Some look down upon the Fire Dragon while others eagerly flock to it. Teacher Chin said, Fire Dragon, splendid. Quickly register your information with the Pokémon League. Lin Yu replied affirmatively. Glancing at the time, he realized he still had ample opportunity to visit the Pokémon League to register as a trainer. The registration process was straightforward. He merely needed to submit his identification along with his personal information and address. Once recognized as a trainer, Lin Yu hurried home, using his exploratory vision. He examined the Fire Dragon's profile. Pokémon, Fire Dragon, ability, solar power, gender, male, talent, king level, 6 skills, scratch, ember, smokescreen, growl. In just a few days, the Fire Dragon had mastered 3 skills. Though astonished, Lin Yu deemed it unsurprising considering the creature's exceptional talent. A Pokémon with the king talent was indeed a rarity among ordinary trainers. Realizing his energy cubes were nearly depleted, Lin Yu opened the item shop. On the ethereal interface, the refreshed item list displayed previously purchased premium energy cubes alongside new offerings. Today's item shop: Fire Punch TM, 50 item coins. Premium Pokémon food, 10 servings, 5 item coins. Dragon fruit, 15 item coins. Fire Punch. Lin Yu was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly a skill suitable for the Fire Dragon to learn. However, his elation was quickly dampened by frustration. Why would the system present such an item when he currently lacked the necessary coins? Over the past few days, Lin Yu had been studying this system. Primarily, he discovered that white items had limited use but could be decomposed for item coins, with a single white item yielding approximately 35 coins. The value of green items remained uncertain. Moreover, he learned that the shop refreshed daily. Purchased items would not be replaced, yet unpurchased items would vanish. Thus, unless Lin Yu decomposed the King of Salted Fish item, acquiring the Fire Punch TM would remain a distant dream. It was indeed a conundrum. Never mind. The Fire Punch will surely be learned by the Fire Dragon in due time, given its innate talent. The King of Salted Fish item must hold some value. After a brief internal struggle, Lin Yu opted for the King of Salted Fish. Just as he felt a twinge of disappointment, the system's voice chimed in once more. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a first-time purchase discount for the item system. Today's first purchase only requires 1 item coin. Lin Yu's spirits lifted instantly as he swiftly purchased the Fire Punch TM. Curious about the nature of this first-time discount, he inquired further. It is randomly distributed, but the validity is limited to 1 day. This revelation quelled Lin Yu's desire to hoard such a discount for a more opportune moment. Nonetheless, it was a wonderful turn of events. Gently stroking the Fire Dragon's smooth head, Lin Yu pressed the ethereal learning machine against it. In mere moments, the Fire Dragon lifted its head with delight, sensing that it had learned a new skill. Eager to showcase its newfound abilities, flames flickered from its claws. Have you learned a new skill? You truly are remarkable, Fire Dragon. Let us test it out tomorrow. Lin Yu feigned surprise. Recognizing that this was the ideal moment to bolster the Fire Dragon's confidence, allowing it to believe it had achieved this on its own, thus instilling a sense of pride. As expected, the Fire Dragon's enthusiasm soared, itching to demonstrate its newfound prowess. Lin Yu chuckled, understanding its excitement, especially considering it had only been alive for just over a month. A gentle knock echoed through the door, and Lin Yu instinctively replied, "Coming." Turning to the Fire Dragon, he said, "You should rest in your Pokeball for a while. You must be tired after training." Meanwhile, as the Fire Dragon took a break, Lin Yu exchanged diligence brings rewards for King of Salted Fish, striving to maximize the efficacy of his items. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu's heart raced, his eyes widening in astonishment, followed by an amused disbelief. How did she find her way here? In his pursuit of affordability, Lin Yu had settled into a secluded little house. Why hadn't she mentioned her departure from the orphanage? Standing at the threshold was a young lady of around 18, standing at approximately 5 feet 6 inches. Her delicate features and fair skin radiated an ethereal beauty, her eyes sparkling like clear streams. With a slender waist and an otherworldly charm, she exuded a sense of freshness. Her silky hair was tied in a high ponytail with a light ribbon, and she wore a youthful sky blue top paired with a white pleated skirt, a perfect complement to the summer heat. Her voice was as melodious as a mountain stream, softening the heart. This was Lin Yu's dear friend, whom he had rescued from a heap of refuse at the age of 6 during the summer when rattatas were rampant. Since then, she had become his devoted companion. "Ah no, what are you doing here? This isn't appropriate, Lin Yu. She is only 15, in the realm of trainers, where 3 years of experience could lead to a lifetime of opportunities." Chapter 5. The wealthy girl will only give you a fine sword. Do you recall the time when I was reunited with him? I wept daily, akin to a toddler freshly weaned from the breast. Unlike him, she had only recently emerged from an orphanage. In fact, she had been taken away 3 years prior. Lin Yu vividly remembers that day when a colossal Qixi Qingmiao descended from the heavens, and from it emerged a woman who whisked her away. It was then that Lin Yu learned the truth. Yi Qingxue was not an orphan, but rather a scion of a prominent family in Kyoto. Presently, Lin Yu gazed out the window and noticed a rotund, orange Dragonite cheerfully greeting the beautiful young lady. It seemed to convey the message, "Your companion has arrived. I shall take my leave." Instinctively, Lin Yu activated his appraisal eye. Pokémon, Dragonite. Ability, Inner Focus, Gender, Male, Talent, Champion, Level, 62, Skills, Protect, Hyper Beam, Dragon Dance. Wing Attack, Draco Meteor, Ice Beam, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Quick Attack. The interface was lavishly adorned, showcasing an impressive array of skills. Lin Yu widened his eyes, shifting his gaze from the scene outside to the beautiful girl before him. Was I met with such an astonishing revelation upon our first encounter? Brother. I have truly become a little wealthy lady now. Allow me to support you in the future. Yi Qingxue, with a hint of pride, produced a gold-edged bank card, stating it contained 10 million. Let us select our first Pokémon. It is often said that a heart devoid of romantic distractions allows for clarity in battle. However, the wealthy lady clearly did not belong to that category. She would simply provide you with a divine sword. Had Lin Yu not encountered his Charmander, he would have willingly accepted that card. Yet, it had been 3 years since their last meeting, and to receive such a significant sum at their reunion felt inappropriate. Unless friends, devoid of any ulterior motives. No need for that. I already have my first Pokémon. Lin Yu shook his head and returned the card, producing his Charmander's Pokeball instead. What Pokémon is it? Yi Qingxue inquired with curiosity. It wouldn't be a Caterpie or a Weedle, would it? Charmander. Yi Qingxue sighed in relief. She had genuinely feared Lin Yu would choose one of those lesser Pokémon, once registered with the Pokémon League. Abandoning a Pokémon became a criminal act. Charmander was, from many perspectives, a commendable choice. Then I shall not take the money. I refuse to be known as someone who lives off others. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Qingxue's graceful silhouette under the bright light and inhaled sharply. Goodness. There's an old silver coin lurking around. Very well, the young lady replied with a hint of disappointment. After asking a few more questions, she invited Lin Yu to join her outside, but he declined and turned to leave. Once Yi Qingxue stepped out, the hallway lights began to flicker intermittently. A haunting voice echoed, and the temperature in the corridor dropped slightly. Quite the discerning young man. A noxious purple mist emanated from her shadow, with a ghostly purple form. Blood-red eyes and short, stout limbs, it was a talking Jengar. Clearly, being merely a wealthy lady did not encapsulate Yi Qingxue's true identity. That must be my brother, she proclaimed with pride, although she was unaware of what Jengar was praising Lin Yu for. Gahaha, Jengar chuckled silently, retreating into the shadows. It spoke wisely. But merely possessing such character was far from sufficient to match the young lady's stature. An ordinary individual fortuitously acquiring a Charmander. Let us see how far he can go. Inside the room, Lin Yu was still reeling from the presence of the level 62 Dragonite and level 73 Jengar. He felt his heart race, astonished. Level 73. A champion Pokémon. Such weighty news would cause a sensation nationwide. To think it appeared in a mere prefecture like Shuemu City. What background does this child possess? As the sky darkened outside, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of ambition and determination to grow stronger. Though he often contemplated the notion of having a wealthy benefactor to provide him with a superior weapon, he understood that such a sword would be burdensome. If he could not wield it, the lurking Jengar would surely consume him whole. Gazing at the Pokeball in his hand, Lin Yu murmured, "Charmander. We cannot afford to be looked down upon." The Pokeball trembled slightly, as if the Charmander inside resonated with his master's indomitable spirit. We must strive to grow stronger. 2 days later, in the same abandoned building, Charmander had leveled up to 7, bolstered by sufficient energy. The power of its fire punch astonished Lin Yu. Upon impact, it left a crater the size of a watermelon in the cement floor. If it struck a person, it would surely leave a significant mark. The strength of Pokémon was indeed overwhelming for an ordinary person. However, in this world, there exists a method through which trainers can share a portion of their physical prowess with their Pokémon, becoming true partners. This bond deepens with time, allowing for a greater sharing of abilities. Otherwise, an ordinary person would perish in Pokémon battles. This is precisely why the League prohibits the casual abandonment of Pokémon. On that day, Lin Yu was wiping the sweat from his newly trained Charmander when a voice interrupted him from behind. "Excuse me, classmate, would you care for a battle?" Turning around, Lin Yu found a boy of similar age, his tone slightly timid, yet brimming with enthusiasm. He clearly yearned for an exhilarating Pokémon battle. The area had been empty during Lin Yu's training, indicating this boy had just arrived, likely drawn by the sight of Charmander. Roar! Before Lin Yu could respond, Charmander was already fired up, its eyes ablaze with competitive spirit. After days of training, it was eager to test its strength. Without hesitation, Lin Yu replied, "Let us do it. I am Wang Miao, a freshman from Shuemu Sanzhou. Come forth, my partner, Squirtle." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. The boy was from the same school as him. He hoped for a thrilling start to this match. Chapter 6, A Single Strike to Victory? Fairy Wing, however, possessing a Squirtle indicated that his family must be quite well off. The realm of Pokémon had only been established for just over 200 years. Although Pokémon had become commonplace, it was not yet to the extent that every household had their hands on a starter Pokémon. In most ordinary households, merely having a bird at the door is already quite commendable. As the saying goes, knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. For Lin Yu, as he embarks on his inaugural battle with his Charmander, defeat is not an option. He immediately uses his Eye of Insight to examine the information regarding Squirtle. Pokémon, Squirtle. Ability, Torrent. Gender, male. Talent, Gym Leader. Level, 9. Skills, Tackle, Water Gun. Tail Whip, Bubble. Squirtle possesses 4 skills and has reached level 9, with attributes that counter Charmander's. If this creature were a novice, it would certainly be among the elite. Lin Yu is determined to win. And so is Wang Miao on the other side. Since Squirtle became his Pokémon, nearly 3 months have passed, and it has now reached the final stage of its entry-level training. However, it struggles to advance to the ordinary level, and thus, he hopes to facilitate this breakthrough through a thrilling battle. After a brief pause, both sides position themselves. Although Lin Yu has watched numerous Pokémon battles on television, the moment he commands in real time, his heart races with excitement. With a resounding begin, Wang Miao strikes first, his voice urgent and clear, shedding any remnants of prior timidity. Clearly, he is an enthusiastic Pokémon trainer. Squirtle, Water Gun. The Water Gun is unleashed with remarkable speed, indicating diligent training. Dodge behind the cement pillar. Lin Yu remains undeterred. Evading in battle is not merely a shout. One must connect with their Pokémon to effectively guide them. The torrent of Water Gun strikes the pillar, sending shards of concrete flying. Charmander adeptly avoids the attack by taking cover. Good. Charmander, unleash Fire Rain. Fire Rain. Wang Miao is taken aback, only to witness a surging inferno coalescing in Charmander's mouth, followed by a basketball-sized fireball hurled towards Squirtle. Upon impact, the fireball erupts, showering the area with sparks like a fan. An advanced application of skills. Squirtle, retreat into your shell. Wang Miao exclaims in astonishment, struggling to believe that such a feat could be performed by a mere Charmander. Yet, his reflexes are quick. He understands that evading the impending sparks is futile and opts for a defensive stance. Boom. The sparks collide with the shell, enveloping it in a thick mist. All three pairs of eyes are tense as they watch the fog dissipate. When it clears, the shell glows a fierce red, and soon, a pair of twinkling eyes emerges. Wang Miao's eyes widen in disbelief. One hit knockout. Despite Squirtle's water-type advantage against fire types, it succumbed to a single blow. This defies logic. Has this Charmander truly reached the ordinary level? Well done, Charmander! Lin Yu exclaims. Both he and his Pokémon exhilarated as they fist bump. Initially, he had anticipated a challenging battle, preparing for the possibility of Charmander being injured. Yet, he was taken aback by the seamless synergy between them in their first collaboration. Ding! Congratulations on your Charmander's victory in its first battle. You have earned a monthly entry. Would you like to activate it? A translucent screen materializes, and Lin Yu's joy is palpable. Good fortune indeed. The monthly entry has a high likelihood of yielding a blue quality entry. He decides not to activate it immediately. Thank you. Both you and Charmander are impressive. Wang Miao sincerely states as he returns Squirtle to its Pokeball, regardless of the command or the Pokemon's prowess. Lin Yu surpasses him. Although Wang Miao usually considers himself among the elite of his cohort, he realizes he falls short when comparing himself to the older students. Indeed, he has already begun to regard Lin Yu as a senior, perhaps in the second or third year. After all, how could someone so newly acquainted with Pokémon be so formidable? This Charmander must have reached the ordinary level. If Lin Yu could hear his thoughts, he might chuckle and internally muse. It has only been a month since its birth. It remains a baby. Wang Miao appears eager to inquire further, but Squirtle requires treatment, prompting a hasty exit. Meanwhile, the unscathed Charmander is still buzzing with excitement, reveling in the recent victory. Lin Yu decides to activate the monthly entry. A flash of purple light dances before him. Lin Yu beams with delight. The possibility of a purple entry indicates exceptional luck today. Purple entry, Fairy Wings, Young One. Do you wish to soar through the skies? With this entry, you can learn Fairy Wings at will. Such an entry exists. Perhaps flight is no longer an impossibility. Lin Yu muses quietly before turning to Charmander. Do you want to fly? Oru? Charmander looks at its trainer in confusion. Is it excited? After all, it remains a Charmander, not yet a Charizard, and cannot fly at this moment. Although Charmander cannot speak, Lin Yu feels he can sense its intentions. He promptly replaces thick skin with fairy wings. Ethereal, crystalline wings materialize behind Charmander, resembling fairy wings. Aura? I can fly? What the master said is true, though cautious and a bit unsteady. Charmander feels the wings are under its control. Oru. This is a splendid entry, a trump card for any Pokémon that cannot yet fly. However, observing Charmander's tentative flight, Lin Yu realizes another skill requires practice. Fortunately, Charmander is a diligent learner, capable of completing all training tasks autonomously, at times. It even requires Lin Yu to remind it to return home. Noticing that time is still on his side, Lin Yu decides to activate today's entry. Weekly entry has refreshed. Would you like to activate it? A new week already? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu feels that his good fortune today is no mere coincidence. It is indeed a new week. Activate, activate. May I receive another splendid entry. Lin Yu silently prays before swiftly activating the weekly entry. Blue entry, Food Supply Station. Equipping this entry grants you random enhancements for 30 minutes after consuming food. Lin Yu's smile widens. A blue entry. Another commendable acquisition. Chapter 7. The Missing Ralts. In future battles or training sessions, he can indulge in gourmet meals to gain unexpected benefits. Lin Yu promptly purchases a premium energy cube for Charmander to consume. Acquisition of enhancement effect. Flame active for 30. Training effectiveness increased. The little fire dragon felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through its body. It promptly engaged in training, notably with the assistance of the sub-professional expert. It began to learn the methods for creating various energy cubes. The results were already on par with the energy cubes sold within the system. It is worth mentioning that expert breeders are exceedingly rare throughout Huagua. In the days that followed, the little fire dragon trained with increasing diligence. The trainer of the Squirtle had not visited for several days, and upon returning, Squirtle had already reached level 10, which is considered the ordinary level. For this, Wang Miao grasped Lin Yu's hand, filled with gratitude, for that battle had provided Squirtle with the opportunity for a breakthrough. With renewed determination, they engaged in another battle. Reality confirmed that defeat was inevitable. On that day, fortune had not favored him. The little fire dragon had consumed an energy cube and gained a boon that halved damage from its weaknesses. This was the finest enhancement the little fire dragon had received. Coupled with thick skin, It perfectly demonstrated to Squirtle what it meant to withstand a water gun attack. Indeed, it was an eye-opening experience. From that moment on, Wang Miao ceased seeking battles against Linyu. This also made Linyu realize that sometimes blue attributes are not inferior to purple attributes. On August 28th, as the start of the school year approached, Teacher Qin, who frequently chatted with students in the class group, had successfully transformed into Old Qin. From this, Linyu surmised that she must be a recent university graduate. Teacher Qin, as I have previously informed everyone, you must diligently train your Pokémon. For there will be a new student outdoor training session at the beginning of the school year. The top 50 will receive rewards. This year, the first place prize is rumored to be a stone of any attribute. Every year, Shui Musanzhong holds similar competitions for new students to foster a harmonious cooperation between students and their Pokémon. After all, most students attending the Pokémon High School aspire to become professional trainers. To become a professional trainer, one must inevitably venture into the secret realms. Not all Pokémon are benevolent. Some have a penchant for mischief. Statistics show that the number of trainers who perish during explorations in secret realms remains alarmingly high each year. This is also why the tuition for Pokémon High School is steep, as it requires the establishment of real training grounds and provision of competition materials. A stone? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with desire. A stone of any attribute would undoubtedly be a fire stone. The most suitable for the little fire dragon. This week's attribute was one called Singing and Dancing. Its effect allowed energy restoration while performing. Lin Yu dismantled it and acquired 50 attribute coins. As for the daily attributes, aside from one called Trainer's Self-Cultivation, which enhanced the training effectiveness by invigorating the Pokémon spirit during training, all others were dismantled. After nearly half a month of rigorous training, the little fire dragon successfully ascended to level 10, achieving the ordinary level. This was an extraordinarily rapid pace. In the past, the flying-type champion Adu had mentioned that his most gifted Dragonite took about a month to progress from the novice phase to the ordinary phase. From a certain perspective, the little fire dragon, bolstered by its attributes, had attained a growth rate worthy of a champion. It was indeed time for the little fire dragon to receive a fire stone. Lin Yu's gaze was fervent. If one is to strive, let it be for first place. This was Lin Yu's life motto. Little fire dragon, do you agree? The current little fire dragon had long shed its frail appearance upon arrival and now sported noticeable biceps. With a confident roar, the little fire dragon thumped its chest, indicating its readiness to shoulder the responsibility. Lin Yu felt quite assured about securing the championship. All the training over these days had not been in vain. Suddenly, amidst his thoughts, the little fire dragon let out a loud roar, startling Lin Yu. As he prepared to inquire about the commotion, he too was taken aback. The little fire dragon typically trained in this abandoned building due to its tranquility and the scarcity of visitors. Hence, ever since the little fire dragon claimed this territory, the small Rattatas had also ceased to appear. However, at this moment, he spotted a petite creature with a white body and green hair obscuring its entire face. Peeking cautiously from behind a concrete pillar, a Ralts, it crouched there, cautiously observing the interaction between Lin Yu and the little fire dragon. Much like a shy girl peeking out, Ralts is a Pokémon capable of keenly sensing the emotions between humans and Pokémon. This was its first experience sensing such a bond. How could a Ralts appear here? Undoubtedly, Ralts is an exceedingly rare Pokémon. Its evolved form, Gardevoir, is adored by many for its ethereal grace and unique charm that resonates with the masses. Although this is the suburbs, it seems implausible for a Ralts to be present. Could it have escaped from another trainer? Lin Yu's heart stirred with curiosity. He wanted to test whether this Ralts was indeed wild. Generally, Pokémon emerging from breeding facilities tend to be friendly, whereas wild ones are cautious and exhibit evident wild behaviors. After calming the little fire dragon, Lin Yu reluctantly purchased a psychic-type energy cube. Come here, little one, there is something delicious. It must be noted that the energy cubes provided by the system shop are irresistible to any Pokémon. Initially hesitant, the Ralts approached gracefully, resembling a little lady. Such a reaction sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine. Friendliness could imply it likely belonged to a trainer. Yet, this remained mere speculation. Regardless of the reason, Lin Yu was eager to try, for it possessed remarkable potential. Ralts tentatively licked the energy cube, its red eyes sparkling with delight. How delightful! In the next moment, it began to devour it eagerly. Observing the cautious Ralts savoring the energy cube, Lin Yu was unwilling to give up. Ralts, would you like to have this energy cube every day? After finishing the energy cube, Ralts looked up at Lin Yu with hopeful eyes. Its face was partially obscured by hair, yet this did not hinder Lin Yu from perceiving its yearning. Thus, Lin Yu produced a red and white Pokeball, exclaiming, "Become my partner. If you do, I promise to provide you with treats every day." As he spoke, Lin Yu could not resist peering through his Pock vision to examine Ralts' profile. Chapter 8. The indomitable Charmander in a twist of fate, the wandering Ralts, having lost its way from its companion, Gardevoir, found itself in a dire situation, famished and forlorn. Is this truly the domain of the elite? Lin Yu pondered, momentarily doubting his reality. The sight of a Ralts was nothing short of surreal. Observing the creature transition from cautious nibbling to voraciously devouring energy cubes left him in a state of bewilderment. Had anyone told him that he would encounter a Ralts while strolling down the road, he would have dismissed it as fanciful nonsense. Yet, the moment the Pock ball shimmered with light, the truth dawned upon him. All right, little one, take your time. No one is going to snatch your food away. Lin Yu reassured as he watched the Ralts devour the cubes with unrestrained enthusiasm. Even his Charmander, witnessing the act of feeding, expressed no hint of jealousy. Once the Ralts had finished its meal, it lifted its tiny face to gaze at Lin Yu, as if to convey its delight at the delicious offering. A vague thought crossed Lin Yu's mind. I shall follow this person. The telepathic ability of the Ralts allowed it to communicate its intentions without words. The prospect of acquiring such a creature merely through a handful of energy cubes seemed remarkably advantageous. However, a nagging suspicion began to form in Lin Yu's mind. The appearance of a Ralts in the wilderness could imply that it had escaped from a breeding facility, or perhaps there was a newly uncovered secret realm nearby. He swiftly dismissed the former possibility, as the system had indicated that this Ralts had strayed from its Gardevoir companion. A new secret realm. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed fortuitous news. A newly revealed realm promised bountiful resources. Thus, he gently inquired, Ralts, could you enlighten me about your origins? His words were soft, buoyed by the assurance that the Ralts would receive his message through their psychic connection. Ralts. The creature responded affirmatively, clearly showing no reluctance to divulge its secret. It cautiously led Lin Yu forward, glancing back every few steps, as if checking that he would not abandon it. Only when Lin Yu was firmly at its heels did it quicken its pace, humming a cheerful tune. Under the blazing summer sun, they traversed a deserted road until they arrived at a desolate urban area, which Lin Yu recognized. A few years prior, a significant incident had occurred here. A nearly master-level Typhlosion had wreaked havoc for reasons unknown, only to be captured by trainers dispatched by the Alliance and sent to a rehabilitation facility. Over time, the area fell into disrepair, left to languish in neglect. As they walked, Lin Yu observed the Ralts' buoyant spirit. It was clearly in high spirits, humming a merry tune. Ultimately, they halted before a dilapidated building, the remnants of brick and debris surrounding them. This is the place, the Ralts indicated, pointing to a resilient red door standing amidst the ruins, harmonizing perfectly with its surroundings. Lin Yu picked up a stone and tossed it towards the door. Instantly, ripples formed as if a stone had been dropped into water, spreading endlessly. Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. His conjecture was correct. This was indeed a secret realm. To prevent citizens from concealing such discoveries, the Pokémon League offered substantial rewards to those who reported a newfound secret realm. Initially, during the first round of exploration, the discoverer could freely choose 3 treasures from the spoils. Furthermore, depending on the realm's size, the strength of its Pokémon, and the resources within, rewards could range from 3 to 500 monetary units, along with a lifetime pass to enter the realm freely. Lastly, a prestigious certificate of discovery would be bestowed upon the finder. While Lin Yu wasn't particularly enamored with the certificate, it was better to have it than to lack it altogether. Excellent, Ralts. I declare that the treasures we uncover here shall be chosen by you, Lin Yu exclaimed, lifting the Ralts into his arms and planting a kiss on its face. Whether treasures or monetary rewards, these were precisely what he needed at this moment. Not reporting such a discovery would be a violation of the law. Typically, newly captured Pokémon from the wild would not exhibit an immediate bond with their trainers. The relationship would develop gradually through shared experiences. However, when Lin Yu embraced the Ralts, it only paused in surprise, its little face blushing beneath its hair, offering no resistance. Though it did not fully comprehend Lin Yu's words, it sensed the kindness behind them through their psychic bond. Lin Yu promptly contacted the Secret Realm Management Bureau, stating the location of his discovery. I will be there shortly, came a deep voice from the other end before the call ended. Ralts, you may enter now, Lin Yu instructed, recalling the Ralts into its Pokeball as he awaited the arrival of the officials, playfully amusing his Charmander in the meantime. Before long, a shadow loomed over Lin Yu, and as he looked up, he beheld a massive figure with orange-red hues, immense wings, and a defiant visage. Undoubtedly, it was a Charizard. Using his observation ability, Lin Yu noted its gym-level prowess. Descending from the Charizard was a burly man with a rugged beard, yet a resolute expression. Lin Yu recognized him as Chong Yu, the leader of the Flame Gym in Waterwood City. who had previously served in the Pokémon army before retiring to become a gym leader. "Young man, you have a good eye for choosing a Charmander as your starter Pokémon," Chongyu remarked, glancing appreciatively at Lin Yu's Charmander. The creature, robust and spirited, was evidently a well-cultivated specimen. Upon noticing the Charizard, the Charmander merely expressed curiosity and showed no signs of fear. The Charizard seemed to sense this as well. Flames erupted from its nostrils, and its once carefree gaze transformed into one of intimidation. "How dare this mere junior show no fear of me?" it seemed to convey. The Charmander, catching Lin Yu's encouraging glance, boldly glared back, determined to become a champion one day. That surge of confidence elevated its presence, matching the intensity of the Charizard. Witnessing this, Chongyu was taken aback. Charizard was the evolved form of Charmander, and logically, the latter should have been unable to withstand the former's imposing aura. However, this little Charizard not only succeeded but did so remarkably well. In an instant, he felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 9. My Pokémon is Charizard. Initially, he intended to assess the true nature of the secret realm, but now, he believed it prudent to temper the spirited enthusiasm of this Charizard. Excessive assertiveness can lead to fragility. Yet, as time passed, he could only observe the burgeoning competitiveness in Charizard's eyes. This confidence even momentarily overshadowed that of Charizard. Although somewhat embarrassed, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Talents emerge from generation to generation. The new often surpasses the old." In his perspective, this Charizard, barring any unforeseen events, would undoubtedly reach the realm of the Lord, or even the Master. Charizard also found the situation disheartening. Why engage in rivalry with a younger counterpart? Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze. "You flatter me, Senior," Lin Yu remarked, though he cast an appreciative glance at Charizard, feeling particularly delighted. Zheng Yu patted his old companion, and then recalled the main issue. "Where is the secret realm you mentioned?" Lin Yu gestured toward the door. Zheng Yu's expression sharpened, and he produced a device resembling a mobile phone, pointing it at the door, which emitted a series of beeps. "Indeed, it is a secret realm, likely a small one." After uttering this, Zheng Yu relaxed slightly, primarily because this secret realm was alarmingly close to the urban area. Should there be any Pokémon within that posed a threat to humans, it would complicate matters. Once the initial exploration was complete, he would inform you. For now, please register the information with me, and then you may leave. By the way, how did you discover this secret realm? Lin Yu replied calmly. "I was training nearby when I saw a Rattata steal our food. I chased it here and witnessed it collide with the entrance. I sensed something was amiss and wondered if it might be a secret realm." Lin Yu found this explanation quite satisfactory. It would have been even better had Charizard not looked at him with a puzzled expression. Zheng Yu had no reason to doubt him. After returning from the vicinity of the secret realm, Lin Yu felt quite pleased. After all, it was akin to an unexpected windfall. He had also acquired a Ralts of exceptional potential. However, this undoubtedly placed a burden on Lin Yu. He calculated the energy consumption. Charizard required a portion of energy cube provided by the system every 3 days, while Ralts needed one approximately every 4 days. Thus, this equated to a daily expenditure of 35 currency units, roughly the cost of a white currency item. As for the notion of purchasing inferior energy cubes from the Pokémon shop, either manually or industrially produced, that was entirely out of Lin Yu's consideration. Consuming such items was less appealing than crafting them himself. At least, he could still afford to do so for now. As the start of the school season approached, this week's green item was titled "I Am an Artist." It proved rather useless, so he exchanged it for currency. While designing training for Charizard, Lin Yu contemplated asking Ralts about her thoughts, particularly regarding her views on training, perhaps due to her past experiences of hardship during her wandering days. When Lin Yu inquired if she wished to join Charizard's training, the little one responded with unwavering confidence. This alleviated Lin Yu's concerns since Charizard's training was undeniably rigorous. Regardless of the choices presented, Lin Yu would respect her decisions. In fact, he yearned for the daily items or the item shop to refresh with several entries or items related to Ralts. Thus far, there had only been one applicable entry for Ralts, the green entry Mental Focus, which enhanced concentration during meditation, also a supportive type of entry. August 31st marked the opening day for new students at the Waterwood Academy. At the school gate, new students peered in, curiously observing everything the school had to offer. Lin Yu was equally intrigued. In this parallel world, the first 9 years of compulsory education bore little distinction from the Blue Planet. However, once high school commenced, the situation diverged. Students could opt for Pokémon schools or regular high schools. Suddenly, a loud clap resounded behind Lin Yu, and he turned to find his middle school classmate Wang Meng, aptly named for his boisterous personality. A tall, chubby boy, he had always been quite amiable with Lin Yu. During middle school, this boy frequently declared, I will become a Pokémon master and capture those mighty Pokémon. He emphasized his desire to forge a bond with Charizard, as he found it incredibly cool. Unfortunately, his family was not affluent, being merely a middle-class household. Lin Yu replied curtly, Class 3. What was your first Pokémon? Wang Mang eagerly inquired, embodying the youthful thirst for knowledge and competitiveness. Lin Yu's expression grew peculiar as he responded, You tell me your Pokémon first, and then I shall answer. Wang Mang patted his shoulder with bravado. It's Machop. How about that? It suits my character, right? Not bad. If it's Machop. The personality does indeed align well, Lin Yu remarked, playfully patting Wang Mang's rounded belly. Since you have a fighting-type Machop, you should train hard with it to shed some weight. By the way, my Pokémon is Charizard. Wang Mang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, as this struck a chord within him. Yet, the next moment, his mouth gaped in astonishment. You have a Charizard? Indeed. Would I deceive you? Lin Yu waved his hand and headed off to register, leaving Wang Mang standing there, bewildered and disheveled in the wind. In this world, where Pokémon had only been integrated for a few hundred years, possessing a Charizard was a privilege reserved for second-generation trainers. The registration process was straightforward, perhaps due to old Qin having already established rapport within the class. After registering, upon returning to the classroom, chaos ensued. It was filled with young adolescents, freshly bonded with their Pokémon, readily sharing amusing anecdotes. For instance, a newly hatched Caterpie had terrified a girl, or a mischievous Pico had been shocking a boy incessantly. Naturally, some boys clustered together, commenting on the beauty of certain girls. Hey, are you Lin Yu, the trainer of Charizard? A classmate seated next to him, a freckled boy with glasses, recognized him. Lin Yu, finding it unsurprising, nodded casually. Hello, I'm Xin Yu, and my Pokémon is Budu. Ah, hello. Lin Yu felt little desire for conversation, as these classmates appeared as mere children to him in terms of maturity. Regrettably, Xin Yu seemed oblivious, even addressing him as Brother Lin. Their conversation drifted from Pokémon to which girl in class was attractive. Indeed, at this age, boys' minds were preoccupied with Pokémon and girls alike. Lin Yu engaged in the conversation with a half-hearted response. Soon after finishing her tasks, the diligent Lao Qin returned to the classroom. She truly embodied the essence of a university student, gentle and amiable, with two sweet dimples gracing her smile. However, it was her pair of eyes that captivated most, exuding an innocent clarity. Perhaps it was her first time managing a high school class. Following a brief self-introduction, she addressed the students. Classmates, due to certain circumstances, we have a new student joining us. Come, Yi Qingxue, please greet everyone. Chapter 10, The Three Great Illusions in Life. Wow, Lin Gu, look, a super beautiful girl just arrived, exclaimed Xin Yu, visibly excited. The girl at the podium was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her fair, delicate face and shapely figure were the epitome of youth. Yet there was an air of fragility that made one hesitant to approach her. It was easy to imagine that if a beauty contest were held, she would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Hello everyone, I am Yi Qingxue, from Kyoto. My Pokémon is a Dratini, and I hope to get along well with you all in the coming 3 years. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, resonating gently and touching the hearts of those present, causing a flurry of admiration from the boys. Dratini, I can't believe it. She's so stunning, and also a rich girl. How lucky am I to share a class with someone like her? Amidst the cheers, some girls expressed their jealousy. She's beautiful, comes from a good family, and has such a lovely voice. At that moment, nearly everyone's gaze was fixed upon her, including Lao Qin, who marveled at how such an exceptional girl had come to study in Shuemu City High School. Nevertheless, she instructed, You see that empty seat? You can sit there. After scanning the room, Yi Qingxue's eyes lit up as she spotted a certain spot. Lin Gu, she's looking at me. She's looking at me, Xin Yu exclaimed, practically shaking Lin Yu's arm in excitement. Lin Yu regarded his friend with disdain. What are the three great illusions in life? Clearly, she is gazing at me. Classmate, could you please take the seat over there? Lin Yu watched as Xin Yu, unable to contain his joy, nodded like a statue, then robotically walked to the vacant spot. Lin Yu instinctively glanced into the shadows beneath, feeling relieved. Thankfully, Gung Goei was not present. Otherwise, the pressure would have been overwhelming. I thought you had left, Lin Yu remarked, having assumed she was gone after not seeing her for over 10 days. But I didn't expect you to stay here for high school. Is it not permissible to remain here? I am, after all, a local, Yi Qingxue replied, accustomed to his tone, albeit with a hint of exasperation. It was baffling for someone only 15 to speak with such maturity, as if they were an adult. No, it was evident he had always been this way. Look at their eyes. They seem to want to devour me. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The presence of his Charmeleon had already made him the center of attention, and now it seemed to amplify. Yi Qingxue glanced around, her captivating eyes twinkling as if concocting a mischievous idea. In the next moment, she took hold of Lin Yu's arm and playfully said, "Does it matter, brother?" Lin Yu was instantly covered in goosebumps. "Let go of me. What's wrong?" "We used to do this all the time when we were younger," she pouted, clearly dissatisfied. "That was in the past. Things are different now. We have class soon, so stop fooling around." "All right." Lin Yu managed to extricate himself. That was a close call. He almost lost his composure. His current mission was formidable, leading his Charmeleon to championship glory and making that man who abandoned his Charmeleon regret it immensely. Meanwhile, Lao Qin had observed the commotion long enough and raised her voice. "Quiet down. I need to explain the upcoming new student training exercise, which will take place on September 3rd. This year, not only will the freshmen participate, but also some second and even third-year students." A chorus of discontent arose from the students below. What does a freshman's outdoor training have to do with seniors? Most first-year students had only just acquired their Pokémon during the summer, while second and third years had had theirs for over a year. From a temporal perspective, it seemed unjust. Silence. No more interruptions. Lao Qin's expression darkened, and the classroom fell silent. Listen carefully before voicing any opinions. The school has its reasons for this arrangement, and not all second and third-year students will participate. Only those who have obtained their second Pokémon within the last 2 months will have the opportunity. Upon hearing this, the students' expressions softened. Moreover, the rewards for the exercise would be tiered, one set for second years and another for third years. The prizes were notably enticing. The 10th place would receive 3 Dragonfire fruits and a treasure of any attribute above a certain level. Lao Qin enumerated the rewards, igniting the students' enthusiasm. If your points exceed those of the second and third years, the school will offer special rewards that will be no less than the top 10. Lin Yu's heart raced at the mention of Dragonfire fruits, a rare fruit found in secret realms that could slightly enhance a Pokémon's special attack. He had seen them in the item shop, but they were prohibitively expensive, at least 5,000 each. The 10th place reward, however, promised 10 Dragonfire fruits alongside a treasure of a certain level. Such treasures were effective even for gym-level Pokémon. Was the school truly this generous? All right, I'll conclude the rules here. Everyone, please study independently for now. I will distribute the training regulations shortly. Lin Gu seems quite interested. Yi Qingshue's melodious voice chimed in, breaking Lin Yu's train of thought. He turned to her, his excitement evident. The rewards sounded fantastic, yet she appeared indifferent. How infuriating. It must be nice to be wealthy. He mused. What seemed like a remarkable prize to him was likely trivial to her, especially considering she was the proud owner of a Dratini, a Pokémon renowned for its potential. "I need to train my Charmeleon, and resources are essential," he replied, opening the item shop to check for new items that may have refreshed. Rosemary. When ignited, it emits a scent that attracts Pokémon, undetectable by any means. Costing 10 token coins. Elite Pokémon food. This item. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. The rules for outdoor training seemed to be related to the number of defeated Pokémon. It was imperative to acquire it. "Brother, if you're short on resources, feel free to ask me." Chapter 11, Flame Splash, ability. Half an hour later, Old Qin came back to explain the rules once more. They were similar to previous years, but this year a different approach was adopted. Sponsored by the 3 schools of Shuemu, a Beldum and a Zoroark were provided to create illusory Pokémon along with all their attributes. These were randomly deployed in the forest for battles. The victors would earn points, with final rankings determined by these scores. This revelation astonished the entire class. Beldum and Zoroark. Fictional Pokémon and their attributes, merely for a city-level school, akin to a back-to-school test? It felt as if a simple weekly exam from a past life had somehow involved the apparatus of a college entrance examination. Perplexed, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward Yi Qingxue. She smiled at him, saying nothing. Lin Yu shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. At this moment, he had merely obtained a ticket to ascend to the elite level, not yet become an elite himself. To be worthy of the girl before him, he needed to strive harder. This worthiness referred purely to the brotherly bond. The day's classes swiftly passed. Upon returning home, Lin Yu contemplated how to enhance Charmeleon's combat prowess further, or rather, how to ensure his victory, if possible. He even aspired to surpass the points of the second and third-year students. Charmeleon was already at level 11. The gap between levels 1 and 2 was not substantial. While there was some increase in battle capability, it was minimal. The refresh of attributes was random, as was the refresh in the attribute shop. He hoped for new and superior items in the upcoming week's refresh. With a soft sigh, Lin Yu drifted into dreams filled with glorious fantasies. The following morning, unable to contain his excitement, Lin Yu eagerly opened the system to check today's refreshed attributes. A beam of blue light nearly blinded him. Linyu was momentarily taken aback. It had not even been a week, yet a simple daily attribute refresh yielded a blue attribute. Flame Splash ability releases flames, causing all flames to splash upon hitting the enemy. A new ability? The fact that attributes could refresh into abilities was unexpected for Linyu. Did this imply that any flame-infused skill would trigger the splash ability? The sparks, under Charmeleon's training, had already transformed into a rain of fire. If he could add a splash ability to this, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Coupled with the attractant Rosemary, it would create an excellent synergy for harvesting victories. Next, he turned his attention to the attribute shop. Red and White Ball, Elite Pokémon Food, fixed attribute slot, allows one attribute to be locked onto a Pokémon, thus not consuming the usage slot for attributes, costing 10 attribute coins today. Rosemary Linyu's eyes lit up. This time, the attribute shop refresh exceeded his expectations. Previously troubled by which attribute to remove, he was now relieved. Though it cost 10 attribute coins, he immediately purchased it. However, strangely, after the purchase, the item vanished instantly, suggesting it was not a permanent item. A bit of regret washed over him. With a sigh, Linyu promptly fixed Purification permanently onto Charmeleon and then attached Flame Splash. Dusk. In an abandoned building, Charmeleon was experimenting with the new ability acquired today. A small spark formed in its mouth and ascended into the air. Though merely a tiny spark, it flickered with intense heat. Upon hitting the ground, this spark, barely 10 centimeters in diameter, splashed out over several meters. Impressive. Linyu genuinely praised. Currently, just a simple spark. One must remember that Charmeleon could transform sparks into a rain of fire. When the time came, the eruption of those fiery drops would be exhilarating to behold. More importantly, once Charmeleon evolved into a Charizard, the techniques would no longer be mere sparks, but would unleash torrents of flame or complete incineration. The explosive spectacle would undoubtedly be even more magnificent. This blue attribute was not inferior to a purple one, leading Linyu to a revelation. Attributes could indeed be anything upon refresh. Just like the ordinary white attributes in daily life, perhaps they were also linked to Pokémon. For instance, they might assist Jigglypuff's singing, yielding unexpectedly remarkable effects. Previously, Linyu had been curious about the bizarre attributes. Perhaps in the future, attributes like King of Thunder could emerge, granting Charmeleon the power of lightning. Or, based on attribute powers, one could create unique skills, akin to Frogadier. If attributes like Rasengan were refreshed, it would not be impossible. That's a ninja, Frogadier. Or perhaps a spirit bomb, Lucario. The mere thought of such scenarios filled Linyu with excitement. Lalo. The nearby Ralts, witnessing the scene, praised Charmeleon's prowess, causing the bashful Charmeleon to shyly rub its claws together. Don't worry, one day you will grow strong too. Linyu affectionately patted Ralts' head. He assigned Ralts the task of lifting its body with psychic energy during daily life and performing various movements. Linyu also discovered that Ralts had a penchant for anime. So, he nurtured Ralts' interest in drawing, allowing the little one to control the pen with psychic power. The training results were surprisingly effective, possibly due to Ralts' exceptional talent at an elite level. In just a few days, the little one could significantly manipulate objects with psychic power. This marked the advancement of psychic abilities, enabling the manipulation of weight under psychic control. It had even reached level 9. Tomorrow would be the training session. Charmeleon, let us strive together. Linyu beckoned, and the two little ones immediately gathered around. Charmeleon bumped its claws against Linyu's fist, equally eager for the upcoming training. Linyu then retrieved energy cubes for the two little ones to replenish their energy after a demanding day. The next morning, a grand opening ceremony was held at Shui Mu Sanzhong. During this outdoor training session, the promotional efforts have been particularly vigorous, seemingly due to the involvement of a new sponsor. On the day of the event, various media outlets vied to cover the occasion. It was evident to all that the new student training at Shuamusan Middle School was anything but ordinary. The first-year students gathered on the playground, listening intently to the impassioned speech delivered by the Mediterranean principal. It was clear to everyone that he was glowing with excitement, perhaps due to some recent joyous news. Linyu stifled a yawn. Such rhetoric was tiresome and repetitive. He was eager for the upcoming outdoor training session for the newcomers. Chapter 12, Am I to Knock? Mini Dragon? In the office of the first-year teaching group, Teacher Xiao, the head of the second year, Class 4, resembling a stern figure, turned her chair. How is your class faring, Qinfeng? Quite well, Qinfeng replied. One boy has a Bulbasaur, a girl possesses a rather gifted EV. And there's also a Charmeleon and a mini dragon. At this point, even Qinfeng found it peculiar. A mini dragon was a Pokémon that was nearly impossible to acquire in the market, and yet it had surfaced in her class. Bulbasaur, Eevee, Charmeleon, Mini Dragon. Teacher Xiao was taken aback, especially when the mention of the Mini Dragon arose. I have no idea. Perhaps it's a daughter of some affluent family experiencing rural life. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. Despite being in her class, the student was rarely seen. All right, enough of this. The students are boarding the bus. I must head to the monitoring room to oversee them. Each time there was a new student training session, live broadcasts were conducted to ensure the safety of the participants. And this time was no exception. Once they disembarked from the school bus, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the entrance to the forest. This was the wilderness area of Shuemu City, once a vast secret realm, but now seamlessly integrated into reality. The realms were categorized into micro, small, medium, large, and extra large, with distinctions made based on size and the strength of the Pokémon within. Within the lowest tier, the Pokémon did not exceed the normal level. In the icy mountains of a higher tier, one could even encounter Regice, a legendary Pokémon revered as a deity in this world. The legendary Pokémon were further divided into two categories: pseudo-deities, which lacked divine duties, and true deities, which possessed them. Recalling when the Pokémon realm first emerged, a battle erupted between a Noctowl and a Swablu near Sakura country, and the resulting shockwaves nearly submerged a small island. Ultimately, it was the sky god Rayquaza who intervened, halting the clash of these divine beings. This underscored the fact that deities could easily obliterate an island. This training was to be conducted independently, with students dispersed across various locations via bus. The teachers on the bus delivered final instructions. There are numerous safety hazards you should be aware of. Please do not venture beyond the designated boundaries of the school for the sake of proving yourselves or for any other reason. If you find yourself in danger, press the button on your wristwatch and hold on for a minute or two. The school staff will come to your aid immediately. As the signal was given, the students streamed into the forest. Given the brevity of the school year, most first-year students were unfamiliar with one another. However, due to the necessity of forming a school team, some standout candidates were already being noted by the school personnel. With over 400 profiles to sift through, Luo Xing had reviewed them several times in recent days, identifying approximately 50 who caught his eye based solely on the strength of their Pokémon. However, the final selection would depend on their performance. In the hands of certain trainers, a Caterpie could evolve into a gym-level Butterfree, and a Beedrill could even reach the status of a near champion. Luo Xing rubbed his forehead, smiling wryly. The newcomers truly exhibited a wide array of talents. Yet there were indeed a few promising candidates. Let's focus on the second-year students for now, he thought, spotting a splendid Houndour. This child has chosen a second Pokémon already in the second year. It can use Ember? While it's possible that it learned through a TM, mastering Ember at this stage is quite impressive. Luo Xing murmured his praise. No wonder, a child from a wealthy family, able to develop a second Pokémon to a normal level in such a short time. This one could potentially be groomed for the next school team. Houndour, known for its loyalty, chooses a single master for life and never betrays. The scene depicted Houndour, majestic and spirited, unleashing Ember to vanquish a Phantom Oddish, exuding confidence. Beside it stood a proud boy, full of vigor. If Lin Yu were present, he would recognize this spirited youth as someone he had encountered before. Wow, a mini dragon? The scene shifted, revealing a blue and white Pokémon resembling a small snake, adorned with wing-like accessories on its head, with a single dragon rage. It swiftly dispatched a Beedrill, sending Luo Xing into a fervent excitement. This must be a seed candidate. Excellent, excellent. It seems the first-year students will bring me plenty of surprises. After witnessing this, he shifted his attention back to the first-year students. This Charmeleon. Is that a skill upgrade for Ember? Seeing it deploy the attack with such proficiency at this age was commendable. Luo Xing's eyes sparkled. It appeared that this cohort would yield numerous potential candidates. How does it feel, Charmeleon? Lin Yu inquired, observing as it effortlessly defeated a level 9 Swablu. The Green Maple Realm, a domain established in Shuemu City over a decade ago, was named for its abundant evergreen maple trees. Roar. Charmeleon lifted its head, displaying no signs of pressure. Such a creature could be subdued with a mere scratch, not even requiring the use of Ember or Flame Punch. If only it had more skills available. With a sigh, Lin Yu lamented, if only I had the funds to purchase a TM for Ember. However, it wasn't a significant issue. A Pokémon nearing normal level, like a Swablu, typically garnered about 50 points, and he was already among the top 40 with that amount. Now, it was time to test the Rosemary Pokémon. He hoped for commendable results. With a spritz of ethereal rosemary from the system's space, Lin Yu lightly misted himself before venturing deeper into the secret realm. Before long, a pair of crimson compound eyes stealthily fixed their gaze upon Lin Yu and his Charmander. The buzzing wings vibrated like knightly lances, with a poised tail standing erect. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened, soon igniting with excitement. Is that a level 13 Beedrill? Chapter 13. The shock of the teachers in the monitoring room. Pokémon. Beedrill. Imaginary. Ability. Anticipation. Gender. Male. Talent. Strength. Level 13. Skills. Poison Sting. Fury Attack. String Shot. Twin Needle. Quick Attack. Description. An energy entity conjured through illusions and the formidable computational prowess of Metagross, lacking any tangible reference value. Charmander. Let us go. Observing the fierce battle spirit in Charmander's eyes, Linyu recognized its eagerness. Roar. Charmander bellowed, its fiery blood surging with fervor. The Beedrill, unable to contain itself, flashed white light on its twin stingers. Fury Attack. Strike the opponent with sharp blades. Consecutive hits will increase its power. Let us test its prowess with Fire Punch. Linyu retaliated without hesitation. Flames flickered between Charmander's claws as they collided violently with the Beedrill's glimmering white form, which stood about 1.5 meters tall. Though Fury Attack's power ascends with consecutive hits, the virtual Beedrill soon discovered it had lost the capacity for further strikes. Charmander's resolve was unwavering, its tail's flames burning even more fervently. Roar. With a powerful flick, it sent the airborne Beedrill crashing to the ground. Well done. Don't give it a chance to counterattack. Use Ember. Seizing the moment, Linyu ensured the Beedrill had no opportunity for retaliation. The embers unleashed from his mouth were no longer mere sparks, but akin to rain drops the size of fists, cascading upon the Beedrill. The ethereal form of the Beedrill gradually transformed into a brilliant light, flowing into the scorecard on Linyu's wrist. Without a hint of mercy, Charmander dispatched the level 13 Beedrill, which was worth an impressive 500 points. In an instant, Linyu's ranking soared to 4th. However, it swiftly dropped to 5th. Linyu's gaze narrowed. Indeed, there were formidable talents within the school. A level 13 Beedrill could not secure him the top position during this phase. The first year was teeming with exceptional individuals. Charmander, we must not slack off. Roar. With wide, eager eyes, Charmander reveled in the thrill of victory. Hearing Linyu's encouragement, it responded with a fervent fist pump, signaling its readiness. With the Rosemary's effect still active, Linyu was determined to seize the opportunity. Most importantly, this Rosemary would allow him to recognize the materials within it, which he could then utilize to craft items thanks to his secondary profession expert skill. Having collected plenty of herbs along the way, Linyu was momentarily unnoticed in his endeavors. In the monitoring room, a myriad of chaotic screens displayed dozens of images, creating a disordered scene. Thus, only students engaged in battles had their images magnified. Gradually, the first-year homeroom teachers, along with the second- and third-year seed class instructors, filled the room, alongside some teachers tasked with monitoring the screens. Upon entering, Qin Feng immediately heard a chorus of commendations. Very good. This Carablast from Qing Fei is impressive. That Flame Fong shows extensive training. And this Squirtle is remarkable, landing water guns with pinpoint accuracy. The Scyther also demonstrates a significant early game advantage. Oh, Teacher Qin, you've arrived. Look at your class's Dratini. It seems to play with ease, not even bothering to defeat the virtual Pokémon. Perhaps it disregards the school's rewards. Qin Feng sighed. On the screen, a slender girl leaned against a tree, with a Dratini dutifully guarding her side. Whenever a virtual Pokémon approached, it unleashed a dragon rage, showing no inclination to seek out opponents. Meanwhile, another instructor exclaimed, "Wow, the Beedrill shows no resistance. Which student is that?" The head of the school team, Luo Xing, remarked with surprise. Even though these are virtual Pokémon this year, they are indeed more challenging than in previous years. These creatures are based on real wild Pokémon characteristics, typically exhibiting greater aggression and richer battle experience. Thus, ordinary students struggle considerably against them. So far, over a dozen students have withdrawn from the training due to their inability to defeat the virtual Pokémon. What? The exclamations drew the attention of several teachers, who gathered around to scrutinize the information displayed on the screen, their mouths agape. A first-year student had remarkably claimed 5th place? Linyu had initially presumed that rankings were divided by year, but in reality, the ranking encompassed all grades. This meant upperclassmen from the second and third years were included. Individuals who approached the challenge with serious intent, unlike first-year novices. For any first year to surpass them would indeed be humiliating. 550? Hasn't it just begun? Quick. Replay to see which Pokémon was defeated. That Fury Attack appears to have crossed into the ordinary grade for some time now. Fire Punch. Remarkably decisive. The Fire Punch even countered the Fury Attack, possibly sending it airborne. This Charmander must also be at the ordinary level. With a muscular silhouette and adept use of Fire Punch, this Charmander was truly exceptional. In conclusion, someone exclaimed, "Whose child is this from Class 3? Who is the homeroom teacher for Class 3 and first year?" Initially, Qin Feng had pinned her hopes on Yu Qingxue as a trainer of Dratini. whose Pokémon seemed capable of defeating any opponent in a single blow. Its Dragon Rage energy fluctuations were nearing gym-level prowess. Yet, this young girl appeared indifferent to winning. Observing the screen surrounded by admirers, Qin Feng felt a pang of envy. Yet another commendable student had emerged from that class. And it was astonishing to learn they were in the first year. I'm the teacher of Class 3. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng froze. A delightful surprise bubbling within her. Could it be one of her own students? Your class is truly remarkable. Someone remarked in awe. Once again, a mini-dragon. A remarkably formidable little Charizard. Qin Feng swiftly approached, and the teachers instinctively parted ways. She immediately spotted a student within the fray, Lin Yu from her class. Alas, he had ventured too deep and encountered a swarm of Spearows. At that moment, a teacher lamented. Although it was virtual, all Pokémon within exhibited normal behaviors. On the screen, the little Charizard, having just vanquished a Beedrill, collided head-on with a group of Spearows alongside Lin Yu. Qin Feng's heart tightened. She remembered this student well, first, because he was among the last in the class to obtain a Pokémon, and second, due to the little Charizard that left a lasting impression on her. Was there still time to feed the little Charizard an energy cube? Chapter 14. First place. Pokémon. Spearow, fictional. Ability, keen eye, gender, male, talent. Strength, level 11, 12, 13. Skills, Peck. Quick attack, aerial ace. Introduction, an energy entity conjured through illusions and the immense computational power of Metagross, lacking any reference value. 6 Spearows encircled the little Charizard, all of ordinary caliber. Food supply station, gains a buff effect, special attack increases by 20 for a short duration. As noon approached, the lush trees seemed unable to shield against the scorching sun, their leaves wilting in exhaustion. At that moment, the blazing sun cast its rays upon the little Charizard. The flames on its tail surged as if doused in gasoline. Ability, solar power. Under the bright sun, special attack rises. The cost is self-damage, with the presence of purification. This side effect is nullified. Go, little Charizard, rain of fire. Despite the 6 Spearows surrounding him, Lin Yu felt no fear. A roar erupted, and the unprecedented surge of power made the little Charizard feel like the protagonist. In the next instant, a basketball-sized fireball erupted, exploding mid-air into countless sparks. These sparks needed no aim, scattering like vibrant blossoms among the panicking Spearows, nearly covering a 10-meter radius. What they say is true. When cornered, precision strikes yield. When prosperous, overwhelming firepower prevails. One after another, the Spearows found no escape from the downpour of flames, transforming into white light and flowing into Lin Yu's score tally. One move. All 6 Spearows of the same level were obliterated in an instant, barely registering any time to react. The 6 Spearows granted Lin Yu nearly 1,400 points, catapulting him to first place. Even the second place was 500 points behind him. Well done, little Charizard. Lin Yu even felt that this spark attack rivaled the power of Flamethrower. Let us press on. Many talented individuals remained in the school. This score was insufficient to secure his lead. Since he had already participated, he was determined to emerge as the top newcomer. With resolve, Lin Yu continued deeper into the fray. In the monitoring room, a wave of question marks appeared on the foreheads of numerous teachers. Could this truly be a little Charizard nurtured by a freshman? So formidable. One move to eliminate 6 Spearows of the same level? This defied logic. For a time, the monitoring room fell silent, the sound of the monitoring screen being the only thing audible. After a long pause, a teacher murmured, "Solar power?" Yet, the tone carried a heavy doubt. How could there be such a potent amplification from solar power? Surely, this must be due to the energy cube he fed the little Charizard beforehand? Most eyes turned to Qin Feng, filled with envy. To them, apart from the trainer of the mini-dragon, this boy with the little Charizard was destined to be a solid member of the school team. This new teacher truly had good fortune. It is known that the assessment of teachers is based on their students' achievements. Being on the school team signifies participation in various competitions, bringing honor to the school. Miss Qin is indeed fortunate, one teacher remarked. The advanced use of skills, even a simple spark, can be wielded so effectively. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if he evolved into a Charizard and learned those powerful fire-type moves. Qin Feng smiled modestly, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. What a delightful surprise. A vast secret realm, nearly the size of a city accommodating hundreds of thousands, had been divided into sections. However, within the secret realm, aside from forming teams, encountering companions was nearly impossible. From a certain perspective, the school's arrangement was quite fair. Even second and third-year students could only compete with their second Pokémon. In the shade of a tree, Qin Fei stroked the cardi dog beneath him, increasingly satisfied. Its bright golden fur swayed in the breeze, and its eyes sparkled with vitality. The tiger-striped patterns only added to the Dog's charm. Moreover, the base stats of the Wind Speed Dog surpassed those of a Charizard. Yet, that little Charizard was so weak it couldn't even learn Spark. There must be some issue with its physique. Dog, for this task, I do not ask for too much. You must help me secure first place among the second-year competitors. His father had mentioned that it was a Charizard born from a Master Charizard, yet it seemed so inferior. Woof woof. The Dog barked loyally twice. Ching Fei opened the score rankings, eager to see where he stood. Linyu, 1850, competing Pokémon, Little Charizard. Zhou Huang, 1200, competing Pokémon, Vulpix. Hu Bing, 1050, competing Pokémon, EV. Ching Fei ranked 8th. Ching Fei, 820, competing Pokémon, Dog. He was relatively satisfied with this position, considering the short time he had with the Dog, only a month. Its growth and comprehension had already surpassed his first Pokémon. Truly, it was a Pokémon that had emerged from the Fire Gym. Why was that little Charizard so powerful in others' hands? But who exactly was this Linyu? He had not heard of him in the school team of the third year, it seemed. Seeing the impressive score of 1850, Ching Fei couldn't help but exclaim. In just half a day, he had achieved such a score, indicating that the Pokémon he had defeated were mostly of ordinary level or above. Yet, at that moment, he found himself dropping from 8th to 9th place. 8th place, Lu Lian, 840, competing Pokémon, Houndoom. His brow furrowed. This is a person with whom I have been competing for the top position throughout the second year. Have you rested enough, Dog? We must go and earn points now. My request has changed. We need to strive to secure the 5th position in all rankings. Ching Fei immediately stood up and patted Dog. Dog hesitated slightly, as the time for rest had been less than 10 minutes. The fiery breath learned through the learning device required immense energy each time it was used, and its body still felt somewhat weak. However, upon hearing the master's command, Dog had no choice but to endure the discomfort and nodded. Unfortunately, Ching Fei did not notice Dog's unusual state. Let us go and acquire more points. Ching Fei shouted, leading Dog forward. Chapter 15, Evolution Keystone, Purple Entry. By the way, I haven't opened today's entry yet. While busily searching for points, Linyu suddenly remembered that he hadn't accessed the system this morning. Moreover, today is already the 3rd of the month. Tomorrow, the monthly entries will refresh. Watching a little fire dragon defeat a large bee drill with a fiery punch, Linyu beckoned it over for a rest. His points were nearly 1,000 ahead of the second place. There should be no risk of being surpassed. Opening the system, it was the start of a new week. He clicked on the weekly entries. Green entry, rapid recovery when this entry is equipped. Energy will recover quickly after battle, and recovery will accelerate while still engaged in battle. Excellent. Just in time, the little fire dragon was a bit out of breath. Linyu promptly swapped out the gourmet supply station. At this location, Rosemary would fully exert its effects without Linyu needing to search. Caterpies and Weedles would slowly crawl over, offering themselves as easy targets. Although these Pokémon were not particularly strong and yielded only 10 to 50 points each, the cumulative total was still significant. Moreover, such Pokémon hardly consumed any of the little fire dragon's energy. A simple claw strike would suffice to defeat them. In summary, a commendable entry. Linyu was quite pleased. Tomorrow marked the beginning of a new month. He hoped to unlock an entry of higher caliber than the blue ones. About 5 minutes later, the little fire dragon rose, patted its chest, indicating that it was well rested. All right, let us continue to earn points. After sensing the little fire dragon's condition with his investigative eye, Linyu eagerly set off to explore new areas. This remarkable vigor, requiring almost no rest, astonished the teachers in the monitoring room. Such sparks. This little fire dragon could unleash them at will. Its endurance, skill intensity, and overall strength left them utterly speechless. The afternoon's point acquisition went smoothly, with Rosemary's effects remaining consistently effective. This allowed Linyu to extend his lead over the second place to an impressive 1,800 points. This gap made the senior competitors feel helpless. As members of the school team for 2 years, they were well aware of the usual contenders for the rankings. Yet, this Linyu was someone they had never heard of. Could he be an underdog, hiding his talents until this pivotal moment? When the gap was below 1,000 points, they still held hope for overtaking him. But now, forget it, time to wash up and sleep. After 8 o'clock at night, all illusory Pokémon in the secret realm would return. Sweet dreams. Upon waking the next morning, Linyu was delighted to discover that the little fire dragon had reached level 12. Leveling up merely signified changes in both the quantity and quality of energy. Some settings from his previous life made sense in this world as well. Battle was indeed the fastest way for Pokémon to grow, riding the wave of good spirits. Linyu opened today's monthly entry. A flash of purple light almost blinded him. Regardless of everything else, This purple light instilled a sense of security in Lin Yu. Purple entry, Forest Friend. When in a forest environment, energy recovery speed increases by 500. Grass-type skills receive a slight boost, and most creatures will develop a favorable impression of you. All in all, it was a decent entry, but at present, only the energy recovery speed was beneficial for the little fire dragon. Why couldn't there be an entry useful for Ralts? Lin Yu felt a bit of a headache. Currently, Ralts had yet to receive any enhancement entries. However, there was nothing he could do. He could not control the quality of the entries refreshing. Lin Yu opened the entry shop. He possessed 83 entry coins. However, today's shop had not only refreshed the reserved entry slots, but also featured an enticing item. Entry slot fixation. This allows one entry to be locked onto a Pokémon, preventing it from consuming entry usage slots, costing 10 entry coins today. Evolution Keystone for Charizard, random version. Under sufficient bond, this can enable Charizard to evolve into Mega Charizard with a heart-to-heart connection with its trainer. 1,000 entry coins today. It looked incredibly tempting, but the steep price of 1,000 coins made Lin Yu hesitant. Why is it like this? Just as he was complaining about the system painting a grand picture, another product caught his attention. Reserved slot allows one item in the shop to be preserved, preventing it from refreshing for one entry coin. A timely boon. The system truly knows how to provide favors. Lin Yu quipped, but he still obediently purchased it, reserving this slot for the Evolution Keystone. At least this item was worthwhile. In the future, if he encountered a desired item, he wouldn't be left with regrets. Taking advantage of the morning before the live broadcast commenced, Lin Yu quickly released Ralts to let it breathe. The little creature emerged, eyes squinting with joy, then darted into Lin Yu's embrace. After feeding Ralts for a while, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The virtual Pokémon reappeared. Uncertain about the situation in the second and third years, Lin Yu and the little fire dragon continued to train diligently throughout the day. In the end, he amassed a total of 5,200 points, leaving the second place trailing by over 3,000 points, making it unattainable for most students. They speculated about the identity of the student named Lin Yu, who was so remarkably skilled. On the third day, at 8 in the morning, the point watch emitted a cheerful signal, indicating the end of training. This training session had concluded. All students were to return to the starting point following the route indicated on their watches. This announcement was repeated 3 times. Simultaneously, a vivid red route appeared on the watch. One could say that this training did not even allow the little fire dragon to unleash its full potential. Abilities such as Splash and Fairy Wings were simply not utilized. However, Lin Yu understood, as this was merely a large-level secret realm, and the school had deployed virtual Pokémon based on this standard. Only ordinary-level Pokémon are likely to appear. As Lin Yu approached the designated convergence point mentioned by the school, he recognized some familiar faces from his class. They were mostly covered in dirt and exhaustion, evidently worn down by 2 days of life in the jungle. Yet, at this moment, their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment upon seeing Lin Yu and his Charmeleon. As if they had encountered a ghost, they were still toiling for 100 or 200 points, while he had already amassed 5,000. Was this not a scene from a science fiction film? Perhaps Lin Yu's tendency to keep to himself meant that no one dared to approach him, except for a girl who seemed to be under some sort of duress. Beside her floated a blue and white Pokémon, resembling a small snake. Chapter 16. The top of the school? Excuse me, are you a freshman this year? A classmate inquired. Having heard rumors about a beautiful girl from the first-year class possessing a Dratini, Ching Fei felt a twinge of skepticism. Dratini? In the currently discovered secret realms, only the mysterious Dragon Island was said to harbor such a Pokémon. How could it possibly be here? It was rumored that only a certain family in Kyoto, having forged a contract with Dragon Island, could access it and bond with Dratini. With this thought, Ching Fei instinctively glanced at the Arcanine below him, his disdain subtly apparent. An Arcanine? It was far too inferior. The Arcanine seemed to sense his feelings, lifting its head to flash a dazzling smile at its master, only to be callously ignored. Having been pampered since childhood, his father was a professional trainer recognized by the Pokémon League, which allowed Ching Fei to procure this Arcanine from the League. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Initially, with Charmeleon, and now with Arcanine, he wondered if by befriending this girl, he might have a chance to acquire a Dratini. Yi Ching Snow cast a glance at him, offering a perfunctory nod before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Strange, why aren't they coming out yet? Classmate. I'm Ching Fei from the second year, he introduced himself. All right, I got it, Yuchi Snow replied impatiently, then jogged over to Lin Yu, leaving Ching Fei gritting his teeth behind her. Brother, you're amazing. The girl's melodious voice washed over Lin Yu like a clear spring, momentarily disorienting him after 2 days in the jungle. Don't be so playful. Lin Yu instinctively ruffled her delicate nose, provoking a frown from her. Is this your Charmeleon? It's incredible. Observing the well-defined muscles and glossy sheen of Charmeleon, Snow curiously inquired. During the training exercise, she had already suspected the extraordinary nature of Lin Yu's score. Now, it appeared to exceed her expectations. Not at all, you're the impressive one. Lin Yu instinctively scanned the Dratini that hovered around her shoulder, a mix of admiration and disbelief washing over him. This girl was certainly underappreciated here. Pokémon, Dratini, ability, Marvel scale, gender, female, talent, champion, level, 25, skills, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dance, Glare, Bind, Thunder Wave, Hurricane, Agility, description, an exceptionally gifted Dratini. The description was straightforward, an exceptionally gifted Dratini, but the statistics were nothing short of luxurious. Level 25? Truly astonishing. Lin Yu knew that most of the third-year team members had their first Pokémon at around the pinnacle of ordinary level, approximately level 19, with few reaching elite status. This meant that Snow could easily dominate against the school team. Contemplating this, Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret regarding her background. Who would she end up with in the future? He mused, a sense of melancholy washing over him at the thought of her possibly becoming someone else's girlfriend. Before he could express more, the loudspeaker announced that students should find their classes and prepare to return, where they would be informed of the rankings and rewards from the new student training exercise. Let us go, brother. Snow smiled at the somewhat disoriented Lin Yu. The boy who used to share profound insights with her now seemed awkward in her presence. Lin Yu longed to ruffle her nose again, but ultimately settled for an awkward head pat as she took his hand, guiding him forward. Though Lin Yu's mental age was over 30, he had been single in both of his past lives. As children, they shared close quarters in the orphanage due to a lack of beds, but now, simply holding hands made him blush. How had she matured so quickly? All the right curves had developed so soon. Was she not just a freshman? Charmeleon. After she walked away, Qing Fei's gaze remained fixed on her as she approached the trainer of the Charmeleon. A sense of disdain filled him. So, she was just another woman who admired strength. That Charmeleon was undoubtedly Lin Yu's, and it appeared he had overthought the situation. Such a woman must have merely been lucky to acquire a Dratini. Having not seen Lin Yu's face due to his position, Qing Fei had no idea that this was the Charmeleon he had dismissed so readily. This girl is incredibly fortunate to have acquired a Dratini. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became, especially since he had failed to secure the top spot in the second year. In frustration, he kicked Arcanine. Damn it, failing to achieve first place in the second year. You worthless creature. Arcanine, confused by the sudden kick, cautiously tucked its tail and edged closer, trying to comfort its master. Feeling further agitated, Qing Fei cursed again. When we get back, you better train hard. Useless. This scene was witnessed by a supervising teacher returning from the student patrol, who promptly reprimanded him, demanding his class and name, conducting a verbal chastisement. He was then required to write a 5,000-word reflection and apologize to Arcanine. On the return journey, surrounded by piercing gazes, Lin Yu found it unsurprising. After achieving such a high score, he had anticipated this reaction. However, when Qin Feng boarded, beaming with delight, he exclaimed, "You did exceptionally well this time. Not only did you secure first place among the first-year students, but you also topped the entire school. The school is deliberating on what reward to give you." Lin Yu was taken aback. Was the ranking truly for the entire school? Upon realizing this, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had not only attained first place among the first-year students, but had also claimed the top position in the entire school. What reward awaited him? He tentatively inquired. The school is preparing to grant you a second Pokémon contract slot, along with the choice of a Fire-type secret treasure and 10 Dragonfire fruits. One cannot help but acknowledge that the school has invested significantly this time. However, corresponding to this generosity, as a sophomore, you will need to join the school team and participate in competitions. Before Lin Yu could revel in his good fortune, Qin Feng spoke again. Lin Yu considered this condition quite acceptable. After all, the school is sparing no effort in nurturing you. It is only fair that you contribute in some capacity. Rest assured, I will provide you with ample freedom in this regard. As long as you maintain passing grades, you may take leave from classes at your discretion. Chapter 17, Red Trait, Battle Absorption. The school's rewards arrive promptly, just a day later. Generally, obtaining a second Pokémon requires recognition from a professional institution, such as the school, Pokémon League, hospitals, or the military. Among these, the school's acknowledgement is the simplest. In contrast, certification from the Pokémon League necessitates that your first Pokémon achieve elite status or establish a bond for over a year. With this approval, Ralts gained a rightful opportunity to emerge. Upon receiving the second slot, Lin Yu immediately reported Ralts to the League. The little creature was elated. This signified its official standing beside Lin Yu. Another piece of good news was that the trait store refreshed with a new learning machine. Flame Vortex traps the opponent in a violently rotating fire vortex for 45 turns, inflicting damage each turn. Coupled with the enhancement from Dragon Fire Fruits to Charmander's special attack, Lin Yu's strength surged significantly within just a few days of vacation. His level successfully rose to 13. Furthermore, the school granted Lin Yu the privilege to select a powerful stone, one Fire Stone and one Carbon Stone, the latter of which increases Fire-type skills power between 10 and 30 for Pokémon below the Lord level. The stronger the Pokémon, the lesser the enhancement. The Fire Stone, however, provides fire energy, accelerating Charmander's growth. After careful consideration, Lin Yu chose the Fire Stone. Although the Carbon Stone was beneficial, it offered little assistance to Charmander at this stage. Lin Yu desired a swift enhancement of Charmander's strength. The key was to empower first, then flourish. Most crucially, Lin Yu suspected that his lifespan might be limited. This suspicion arose after he unexpectedly unlocked a red trait during a daily draw. Red trait, Battle Absorption, accelerates Pokémon growth during battles. Without hesitation, Lin Yu equipped this trait onto Ralts. Consequently, he subjected Charmander to rigorous training. The little one successfully reached level 10, advancing to the ordinary stage, and even progressed to level 11. The power of the red trait was indeed formidable. On September 6th, a month had passed, and Lin Yu had transformed from an ordinary individual into a potential talent with the makings of a champion. The vacation came to an end, and it was time to register for the school team. Lin Yu leaned on his arm, watching Ralts skillfully sketch his portrait with its psychic abilities. The image on the paper depicted him in a similar pose, and he looked quite dashing. The pure white art style could not conceal the youthfulness radiating from him. While beside him floated Ralts. Ralts, with beads of sweat trickling down its forehead, meticulously drew the final strokes, nodding in satisfaction. This was the perfect representation of Lin Yu in its eyes. A wandering child had finally found a home. Subsequently, it controlled the paper to float towards Lin Yu. What a splendid drawing, Lin Yu remarked, patting its head. Ralts emitted a contented hum. How adorable. Lin Yu felt a surge of affection. The thought of Ralts, who currently resembled a little girl, eventually transforming into a graceful Gardevoir, thrilled him. This could be regarded as nurturing, perhaps? The long-awaited vacation had passed. After exchanging pleasantries with Lao Qin, Lin Yu hastened to the school's team management office. He had heard from Lao Qin that the team was managed by a retired soldier. Thus the standards would be quite strict. You must be Lin Yu. However, upon meeting the man, Lin Yu found him to be quite different than expected. The imposing figure had a robust build, exuding an air of intimidation. At the moment, he was reprimanding a student, but upon seeing Lin Yu, his expression softened. Quickly, let us see your Charmander. Lin Yu, somewhat taken aback, promptly released Charmander. Excellent, simply perfect. Your Charmander must be on the verge of evolution. Looking at Charmander's nearly flawless physique, Luo Xing inquired. An idea suddenly struck him. This Charmander, even in its ordinary stage, was undoubtedly powerful. Coincidentally, this year, the sophomore grade was set to participate in the inter-school league, and he wanted Lin Yu to compete in this year's sophomore league. It should be soon, right? Actually, it's still 3 levels away. In the game, Charmander evolves at level 16, and Lin Yu was confident that these 3 levels would be achieved swiftly. Although only 3 levels might seem trivial, in reality, without resources and experience, a Pokémon's strength tends to stagnate as it grows. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xing glanced at several students nearby, all of whom were members of the first-year reserve team. However, I believe they pale in comparison to you. I feel that you're already capable of competing in the sophomore league. Lin Yu's performance during training undoubtedly showcased the qualities of a competent trainer. Whether it was against the Beedrill or the flock of Pidgey, Luo Xing had seen no signs of inconsistency in Lin Yu's demeanor. This suggested that the Charmander possessed even greater hidden potential yet to be unveiled. Without revealing its trump card, Charmander could already contend with members of the sophomore team, perhaps even surpassing them. Huh? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. As a freshman who had just entered high school, he was expected to represent the school in inter-school competitions? Indeed. Although this year's sophomore league is newly established, it holds great significance. You are aware that Shuilin City has 8 Pokémon high schools, and it is rumored that the Secret Realm Management Bureau in Chihua District has discovered a small-scale secret realm. If one performs well in the league, there will be an opportunity to explore the secret realm. Newly opened realms often yield the richest resources. After finishing his statement, he picked up a nearby sports drink and took a sip, eliciting sympathetic smiles from several first-year students who had participated in the training. Among them, Lin Yu spotted a familiar face, Wang Miao. Upon meeting Lin Yu's gaze, he returned a bitter smile, having originally thought he would be a senior in the second year. He was taken aback to discover that Lin Yu was also a freshman, leaving him in a rather awkward position. The disparity among individuals can be quite staggering. Lin Yu felt a stirring within. Xinghua District? Wasn't that the very place where he trained with his Charmeleon? It must be the hidden realm he discovered. How could it merely be a small-scale secret domain? A small-scale secret domain that could yield a king-level Lurantis? This was akin to encountering a rare red entry on a daily refresh. Ultimately, the essence of adventure was secondary. What truly mattered was his privilege to enter that realm at will. However, to stand on the same stage as formidable trainers in battle would indeed be a splendid opportunity. If he aspired to become a champion, battles would be an inevitable part of his journey. Lin Yu raised his fist towards Charmeleon, asking, "Do you have confidence?" Charmeleon, brimming with determination, met his fist, and in that moment, their hearts seemed to intertwine. The onlookers bore witness to the bond between them. Chapter 18. It cannot be that Charmeleon. Luo Xing appeared somewhat dazed, momentarily lost in the memories of his own first encounter with a Pokémon. But soon, his large hand came crashing down on Lin Yu's shoulder, causing the latter to grimace in pain. What else with the melodrama? You've made your decision. Now you have a task, to acquire your second Pokémon. Does the University League require 2 Pokémon? Luo Xing's true nature was revealed as he glared. What do you think? All right, I'll get right on it. With that, he ceased further discussion and directed Lin Yu to rejoin the team, commencing the training regimen. Today's training was simple. Synchronize with your Pokémon as much as possible. Initially, the newcomers were indifferent, but it soon became apparent how challenging it was. For instance, while Charmeleon could run 5 kilometers effortlessly, a group of students struggled to keep pace with the Pokémon's speed. To make matters worse, their ex-military coach continually shouted, "You are their trainers. Do you not understand the arduousness of their training? Moreover, should they venture into hidden realms, wild Pokémon would not regard them as trainers." The reasoning was understood, but the pressure was lacking. Now pressed into action, they had no choice but to run. After 5 kilometers, everyone was panting heavily. Lin Yu quickly activated his rapid recovery ability. Within 5 minutes, his vitality was fully restored. Wang Miao, standing beside him, gazed in astonishment. His Squirtle was utterly exhausted, lapping up water from the faucet. "Lin Yu, aren't you tired?" "Huh, not really. Perhaps it's due to my regular training," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. He hadn't even broken a sweat. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to impress others. In this world, humans could also be considered a type of Pokémon. Wang Miao looked at him as if he were a monster. The speed at which Pokémon grew stronger was remarkable, but how could even trainers be so extraordinary? After a day of training, everyone was too fatigued to move, except for Lin Yu, who remained unaffected. This was the rigor of the preparatory team. If anyone wished to withdraw, now was the time. If not, they would endure similar training daily. Lin Yu quickly inquired, "What about me? As long as you don't let your academic studies suffer, you may come and go as you please. If anything arises with the sophomore team, I will have your homeroom teacher notify you." Luo Xing was exceedingly pleased with Lin Yu. Not only was his Pokémon strong, but Lin Yu himself had also trained his physical abilities. Such individuals might yield better results through self-discovery. Henceforth, Lin Yu possessed what every student yearned for: unlimited leave privileges. By the way, since Charmeleon is a fire type, you should consider training at the Flame Gym to learn a few more skills before the University League. Here is my business card. I know that old rascal, Zhongyu. The others, including Wang Miao, once again felt the unfairness of the world, yet were powerless to change it. Receiving the card and observing the familiar stern face, Lin Yu chuckled. They must be comrades, coincidentally, as he too was acquainted with him. Flamethrower was an almost essential skill for fire-type Pokémon, and Lin Yu had been longing for it. With Luo Xing as reminder, Lin Yu had an epiphany. Aside from purchasing a learning machine that cost tens of thousands, going to the gym was indeed an opportunity. Without hesitation, he decided to act. After school, Lin Yu swiftly hailed a cab to the Flame Gym. True to its name, the gym radiated warmth upon entry. It was said that a massive underground lava pool lay behind the gym, resulting in a high concentration of fire elemental energy. It could be considered a paradise for fire-type Pokémon. However, Lin Yu soon encountered an unwelcome figure. The other party also recognized him. Beside a surging lake of magma, a Houndour was skillfully manipulating flames, while Qing Fei stood beside it, his expression indifferent. Lin Yu instantly recognized him, the man who had abandoned Charmeleon on that rainy night. "It's you?" Qing Fei immediately recognized Lin Yu, his eyes darting away as he pretended not to know him. Lin Yu had no intention of confronting him. He was there to seek the gym leader's assistance in teaching Charmeleon Flamethrower. Just then, Zhongyu approached with a Charizard from a distance and immediately spotted Lin Yu. "You brat, did you come just in time? The first secret realm exploration is just concluding, and the treasure will be delivered to you soon." Lin Yu wasted no time and produced a Pokeball, releasing Charmeleon in a flash of red light. No, I want my Charmeleon to learn Flamethrower. Zhong Yu's brow furrowed immediately. Charmeleon, learn Flamethrower? What is with the recent rookie trainers aiming too high? Forcing a Pokémon to learn a skill before meeting energy standards could easily lead to energy depletion, adversely affecting its development. Meanwhile, Qingfei had been staring intently at Linyu. The moment Charmeleon was released, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Why does this Charmeleon look so familiar? It resembles that top performer from the training session. Observing Linyu more closely, an increasingly familiar sensation washed over him. On that day, when the training concluded, the figure of the top performer had appeared just like this. Could it be? A probability nearing zero flickered in his mind. Could this Charmeleon be the same one he had abandoned that rainy night? Impossible. Upon this realization, he nearly shouted in disbelief. What's wrong? Zhang Yu held a strong disdain for the child entrusted to him by an old friend, perceiving him as overly utilitarian. Treating Pokémon not as companions, but as mere tools for personal enhancement. No, it's nothing. Though the possibilities seemed slim, the current situation had already revealed much. The little fire dragon is likely the one he abandoned. Yet, Qingfei dares not admit that he is the one who discarded the fire dragon. He tells his father that the little fire dragon could not endure the intense training and ran away. He searched for a long time, but found nothing. Impatient, Zhong Yu scolded him before turning his attention to Linyu. The little fire dragon is too early to learn to spit flames. The required energy concentration is excessively high. Forcing it to learn will yield poor results. It is better to let it learn naturally. Linyu nodded in regret. You are Linyu, right? I wish to challenge you to a duel between trainers. After being scolded, Qingfei increasingly felt it was impossible, nearly to the point of madness. How could that little fire dragon possibly help him achieve first place in training? Even first in the entire school. Chapter 19. Abandoning the little fire dragon was a grave mistake. Are you here? Observing Qingfei's flushed face and disbelief, Linyu had anticipated this day would come. The little fire dragon's background. One day, Linyu would lead the little fire dragon on the path to contend for the championship. By then, the renowned little fire dragon might very well be recognized by its original owner. However, he had not expected this day to arrive so soon. Moreover, it appeared that the opponent, dressed in the uniform of Shui Mu Senjong, was a student from the same school. Let us go. No need for further words. I shall show him how wrong it was to abandon the little fire dragon. Roar. The little fire dragon's fighting spirit ignited in an instant as it gazed at Qingfei, its eyes ablaze with determination. Only through comparison do differences become apparent. In contrast to Qingfei's insults, Linyu treated it as a true partner. Pokémon possess innocent hearts, but can discern who treats them well. You too? Fine. Find any arena you wish to battle in. Zhang Yu waved his hand, indifferent to them. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Linyu could see Qingfei's eyes widen in disbelief. Clearly, he could not believe this was his discarded little fire dragon. Cuddy Dog spit flames. As both sides took their positions, a torrent of flames erupted forth. Good. Little fire dragon, use fire punch. Flames met flames, and the column of fire, as thick as an arm, was overshadowed even by the sparks from the little fire dragon. Qingfei watched the duel nervously. In the next moment, his expression turned despondent. The once promising spout of flame was extinguished effortlessly by the little fire dragon. Cuddy Dog was struck down by the ensuing fire punch, collapsing on the ground with a whimper. The disparity was staggering. Well done, little fire dragon. Through Lin Yu's discerning gaze, he noted that Cuddy Dog was merely level 11, with a talent suitable for a gym. Such strength was easily overcome by the little fire dragon. Impossible. Qingfei's pupils dilated, his expression blank as he pointed at the little fire dragon. What is impossible? There are only incompetent trainers, not incompetent Pokémon. Lin Yu scoffed at the disheartened Qingfei. Such an ability to withstand criticism bodes poorly for future greatness. Wait. Little fire dragon, I am your trainer. Come back. Yet, the little fire dragon merely glanced at him before following Lin Yu without a hint of nostalgia. A person like him would never reflect on his own faults and would never feel remorse, believing that since the little fire dragon was once his Pokémon, it should return to him at his call. Upon returning from the gym, Lin Yu was astonished to discover that in just a few days, the little fire dragon had leveled up twice to level 15. Moreover, it had learned to spit flames autonomously. Lin Yu pondered, this must be a change in mindset. The abandonment on that rainy night had left a knot in its heart. This was tied to its relentless desire to grow stronger. Wasn't the ultimate goal to prove itself? Now that the knot had been untied, it was only natural for its strength to soar. September 10th, the school team member meeting. Every member of the school team, provided they meet the cultural achievements, is free from school regulations. A new week begins, and naturally, One cannot miss the weekly entries. However, this week, Lady Luck seemed not to favor him, bestowing upon him a white entry titled, I am a clown. I am a clown. After being rejected by the opposite sex, one feels disheartened, reducing damage from the opposite sex by 30. Not only had Lady Luck neglected him, but the goddess of misfortune seemed to have taken a liking to him. This was entirely a negative entry, indicating he should cease being a sycophant. He obtained 5 entry coins from the breakdown. Reluctantly, he opened today's entry shop. After some time, Lin Yu's entry coins had reached 3 digits. Scanning familiar items, Lin Yu quickly spotted something of interest. Mental headband. Once equipped, mental strength increases by 530, costing 75 entry coins. This headband is sky blue, resembling a silk scarf. Though expensive, Lin Yu promptly placed an order. With the arrival of the sky blue headband, he immediately summoned Ralts from its Pokeball. Ralts, now at level 12, was significantly weaker than the little fire dragon. If he could use this treasure to bridge the gap, it would be a viable strategy. The little one shyly pushed aside its hair covering its face and looked at Lin Yu. Ralts, I haven't given you a gift since becoming partners. This is for you. Ralts. The headband appeared to have a self-stretching effect, naturally fitting onto Ralts's head. Suddenly, an invisible wind swirled, causing Ralts's mental strength to surge dramatically. Lin Yu estimated that this mental headband could currently provide Ralts with an increase of 2 to 3 levels of mental strength. Thanks to the little one's ongoing training and mental control, the abrupt surge of mental strength was swiftly tamed by it. Ralts, my mental strength has increased. Ralts immediately sensed the change and exclaimed in astonishment. Should the focus be on how Ralts had become more beautiful? The sky blue headband, tied into a small bow by Lin Yu, adorned its head, appearing vibrant and eye-catching. Ralts. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Sometimes, teasing the shy Ralts was genuinely amusing. But in the next moment, his entire body levitated, and the sudden sensation of weightlessness made Lin Yu anxiously wave his arms. Skill, telekinesis. Now, Ralts' telekinesis could effortlessly manage the weight of several adults. Helplessly, Lin Yu had to admit his mistake. I was wrong. Ralts, please put me down. Only then did Ralts lower him back to the ground. Ralts. Lalurus turned her head away, a sweet sensation welling up within her. After frolicking with Lalurus for a while, they finally arrived at school, just a minute shy of the assembly time. Shuemu Sanzhong. Training ground. This was the inaugural formation of the sophomore team, and he was the last to arrive. Lin Yu cast a cursory glance around. There were 5 individuals, 2 boys and 3 girls, making a total of 6, including himself. And there was that trainer with the Houndoom. Upon seeing him, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, wondering how he could encounter him everywhere. Just a minute remaining. Your timing is impeccable. The team coach, Luo Xing, glanced at his phone, and his expression darkened immediately. This casual demeanor on the first meeting was unacceptable. How is your second Pokémon coming along? Found it. Found it. Lin Yu exclaimed eagerly. With the dissipating red light, Lalurus appeared in midair, shyly flying onto Lin Yu's shoulder upon seeing so many people. Wow, Lalurus is so adorable. Several girls in the group immediately approached, eager to pet her. However, the little one showed no desire to be touched by anyone other than Lin Yu. Noticing this, Lin Yu smiled and gently declined their advances. Lalurus? Quite lovely. Upon seeing Lin Yu's Pokémon, the previously scowling Luo Xing's expression brightened considerably. Lalurus, a psychic-type Pokémon, already possessed combat capability with its telekinesis. Alright. The purpose of gathering you here is not merely to meet, but to announce that the Sophomore Interscholastic League will commence on the 15th, just 5 days from now. Luo Xing waved his hand, delivering the weighty news. Everyone gasped in surprise. Someone immediately exclaimed, wasn't the Sophomore League usually held in March? Why is it so early this year? Yes, why is it so early this year? Luo Xing raised his hand, silencing the crowd. Although this announcement comes rather unexpectedly, there is a reason behind it. A small-scale secret realm has been discovered in Changhua District, and the reward for this league will be centered around this secret realm. The winning school will gain the rights to explore it. In summary, this is not only beneficial for you, but also presents a splendid opportunity for the school. At this point, Luo Xing's expression turned slightly pensive, as the time frame was exceedingly tight, leaving him unable to conduct proper data analysis. No wonder other schools had postponed their usual training sessions or assessments until October to conceal their candidates. Shuemu Sanzhong was the only one foolish enough to conduct an outdoor training exercise. However, the mention of the secret realm visibly heightened everyone's spirits. But before they could converse further, Luo Xing interrupted. First, let us release your Pokémon and get acquainted. Everyone moved aside, creating a spacious area. With a flicker of red light, one Pokémon after another materialized in the open space. It was evident that all team members had at least one Pokémon at level 15 or higher. Forest Lizard, Houndoom, Beedrill, and Sparrows. Each was a commendable Pokémon. One Bulbasaur even boasted a talent of lordly caliber. Linyu noticed its trainer, a shy girl sporting thick black-rimmed glasses with delicate spots on her cheeks, which added to her charm. Upon noticing Linyu's gaze, Cha Wanwan shyly returned a smile. There was also a 17-level Vulpix, trained by another girl. Surprisingly, the trainer of that Houndoom had another Pokémon that caught Linyu off guard, an evolved Forest Lizard at level 17 with a gym talent. It seemed to be developing quite well. Please share the skills your Pokémon possess, and introduce yourselves briefly, as we will need to harmonize our training moving forward. Qingfei, you go first. Class 2, 3. Qingfei, Pokémon Forest Lizard, skills Seed Bomb, Leaf Blade. Houndoom, skills Flamethrower. Class 2, 1. Xuanai, Pokémon Vulpix, skills. Class 2, 4. Zhuyuli, Pokémon Pidgey, skills Quick Attack. Soon, it was Linyu's turn. Ahem, Class 1, 3. Linyu, Pokémon Charmander, skills Scary Face, Ember, Fire Punch. Pokémon Laluras, skills Telekinesis, Shadow Clone. As Linyu introduced himself, several pairs of eyes immediately turned towards him, all eyes fixated upon him. In recent days, his name had resonated throughout Shui Mu Senzhou, who was unaware that during the recent new student training, a freshman named Linyu had outperformed numerous seniors to secure first place. Among those overshadowed seniors were some present here. So, you are that junior. The trainer of the Vulpix, a striking girl with flowing silver hair named Xuanai, appeared cool and aloof, yet her personality was unexpectedly friendly. Linyu humbly replied, "All credit goes to Charmander. I merely basked in its glory. A modest junior, how delightful." The senior chuckled heartily. Their conversation was keenly observed by Qingfei, whose jealousy deepened. That Charmander was originally his. Linyu. Linyu turned, furrowing his brow. What now? This fellow was rather persistent, wasn't he? I want to have another Pokémon battle with you. Using your Houndoom. Linyu glanced at the Houndoom beside him, which now seemed timid, its tail tucked, exuding an aura of insecurity. He felt a pang of sympathy. This Houndoom had evidently endured a fate similar to that of his Charmander. Unfortunately, there would be no Linyu to guide it now. No, I will use my Forest Lizard to battle your Charmander. His eyes were filled with jealousy. His resentment was now directed not at Linyu, but at the Charmander. It was, after all, his Pokémon. How could it now follow someone else? What's the issue? Why should I battle you? Linyu was not one to indulge him. The conflict between the two appeared inexplicable to onlookers. Only Linyu understood the trouble this individual posed. What is all this fuss about? The Interscholastic League has even begun. And you're already at odds with each other. Instead of squabbling, channel this energy into the league and let your performance speak. Luo Xing's stern voice interrupted Qingfei, who had been wanting to continue speaking, and Linyu nodded in indifference. All right, Linyu, just wait. I will definitely defeat you in the league. Linyu cast a glance at him, his expression devoid of emotion. He was worried about pitting his Charmander against that Forest Lizard. After all, it was only at level 17, with a gym talent. With Charmander's growth since its initial battles, its strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. Furthermore, with the advantage of type matchups and a sunny weather today, if a little more of the trump card were revealed, the Forest Lizard might not withstand even a single attack. He glanced at the panel of the Little Fire Dragon. Pokémon, Little Fire Dragon. Ability, Solar Power. Gender, Male. Talent, Champion. Strength, level 15. Skills, Grasp, Flame Punch, Flame Vortex, Flamethrower, Fearful Face, Spark. Description: a little fire dragon that has undergone significant transformation. Equipped traits: Purification, Fixed, Efforts will yield rewards, Food Supply Station, King of Salty Fish. Chapter 21 Green Trait, Bloodsucking. Intermediate Breeder Certificate, September 13th. The Goddess of Fortune once again favored Linyu, as an ordinary daily trait unexpectedly yielded a green trait. Green upgradable trait, Bloodsucking. For every physical damage inflicted, it can absorb 10 stamina and energy from the damage dealt. This was the first time Linyu had encountered such an upgradable trait, yet its effect was indeed remarkable. As long as physical damage was inflicted, stamina could be absorbed, undoubtedly serving as a sustaining point in battles. Although the current lifesteal was somewhat low, the system indicated it could be upgraded, and its future effects would surely improve. In recent days, to simulate the selection for the high school league, the coach had gone to great lengths, sourcing information on some seed players from other school second-year students. Before the league, he also conducted a psychological counseling session, reassuring them to do their best during the competition. The Little Fire Dragon, however, did not become arrogant after defeating the Cardigan Dog, continuing to train diligently with Ralts. It is worth mentioning that the spirited little creature, now wearing a headband, had significantly improved in strength and learned a new skill, Substitute. This skill was acquired naturally after leveling up. Through battle practice, the life energy constructed Substitute was indistinguishable from its real form, resulting in a substantial increase in strength. The matches between the little fire dragon and its opponents became increasingly intense, though it still faced more defeats than victories. Moreover, Linyu had a premonition that the little fire dragon was on the verge of evolution, possibly during this league. The day before the competition, Old Qin summoned Linyu. Upon his arrival at the office, Linyu was momentarily taken aback, then a subtle smile graced his lips. The bright and cheerful girl, Qin Shue, always had a way of lifting one's spirits. In the office, not only was Old Qin present, but Yu Qin Shue was also there. It was curious that a first-year teacher like him had to concern himself with the competitions of second- and third-year students. Old Qin chuckled with a hint of nostalgia, then handed over 2 forms, stating that these were the registration details for the competition, which once filled out, could not be altered. Although he expressed nostalgia, he couldn't help but feel proud of them. After all, which first-year student had ever participated in a high school league? Furthermore, both of them had a respectable chance of placing in their respective grades, especially this girl. She was undoubtedly the top contender. This certainly suggested a significant background. As for the boy, it was said he had come from an orphanage. To achieve such circumstances from a humble beginning surely involved immense effort. Third year? Linyu was momentarily startled and then looked at the girl beside him, who playfully smiled and winked, exuding a lively charm. All right, teacher, Yi Qingxue obediently replied. Completing the forms, Linyu leaned in to take a peek. 2 Pokémon were listed, a Dratini and a Beldum. These were not merely Pokémon. They resembled 2 formidable mountains. Although pseudo-legendaries were often referred to as late bloomers, this was relative. Their growth rate might be slightly slower than that of the fully evolved starters, but once they matured, they would undoubtedly serve as a trump card for any trainer. With such a family background, how could they possibly lack resources during the early stages of growth? Linyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the girl's mysterious background. As they finished filling out the forms and exited, the girl naturally linked her arm with his. Brother, you seem very busy, hardly ever coming to school, she remarked in a familiar tone. Yi Qingxue, with her hair styled in a lovely bun and a naturally exquisite face, looked radiant. Intrigued, Linyu asked, do you come to school every day? Logically, since she was participating in the third-year league, she should have the same leave privileges as him. The girl pouted. Yes, it's boring anyway. Linyu suddenly became interested. Then guess what I've been doing? Let me think. Probably training with your Pokémon? She guessed correctly. You got it right. But unfortunately, there is no prize. Linyu, unable to resist, playfully pinched her nose, a gesture that had become an unspoken bond between them. In their childhood, whenever she cried over trivial matters, he would affectionately pinch her nose and say it was his fault for bringing her along. She furrowed her brow, seemingly indignant at being treated like a little child again. She released his arm and quickened her pace, standing in front of him with a mix of shyness and sincerity. Actually, brother, if you're lacking anything, you can completely ask me for it. A little fire dragon, a Ralts. While the boy observed her Pokémon, she too was keenly aware of his Pokémon. A significant concern was the energy cubes required for their Pokémon, which could amount to a considerable expense. In their youth, he had always stood in front, taking the blame when they misbehaved, while she would receive his comforting pats on the head. When she playfully ventured into the wild area and encountered a Rattata, it was he who led it away from Meowth's territory, ensuring their escape. Now, she wanted to stand in front of him. Like money, you already have 2 Pokémon. When nurturing them, good energy cubes are essential. Being able to participate in the league indicates your Pokémon's talent is undoubtedly exceptional. She mused. The finest energy cubes on the market cost thousands per box, yet that doesn't even account for the best. If possible, brother, you could even let me take you to find a good breeder to create specialized energy cubes. Linyu listened calmly, touched by her words. He then inquired, why do you think I wouldn't be able to afford to care for your Pokémon? That rented room seemed quite small, lacking in furniture. Linyu was surprised by her attention to detail, realizing she had noticed his previous struggles. Yet in this regard, he held his own pride. How do you know I haven't made any progress in these 3 years? I am now a breeder. He spoke casually, producing his intermediate breeder certificate, which clearly displayed his name along with a handsome photograph. The girl appeared momentarily stunned. The qualifications for becoming a novice cultivator are not to be underestimated. To draw a comparison, it might be akin to gaining admission to prestigious universities such as 985 or 211 in the realm of academia on the small blue planet. The assessment for intermediate cultivators, on the other hand, necessitates practical application. Wow, you're amazing. Yi Qingxue gazed at him in admiration. Chapter 22. Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Who says I must rely solely on the Charmander? September 15th. Although it is merely a municipal-level university competition, the organizing body is the Official Education Bureau, which certainly does not take the promotion lightly. In the days leading up to the event, official advertisements flooded the area. On his way back from training, Lin Yu noticed numerous billboards advertising the municipal league at various small shops. The supermarket's previous promotional short videos for Pokémon items had transformed into thrilling battle showcases between trainers. Furthermore, achieving a commendable rank in the municipal league would grant a ticket to the provincial league. Securing a position in the provincial league would then lead to an invitation to the national university competition. Each league offers bountiful rewards, as decreed by the Pokémon Alliance. If one finds the gradual progression too slow, they can also challenge the municipal gym or the provincial gym to acquire a sufficient number of badges to participate in corresponding competitions. This system aims to nurture fresh talent and prevent a generational gap among formidable trainers. Upon waking, Lin Yu promptly accessed the system to check the refreshed entries for the day, a routine he had grown accustomed to. Green entry, 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river, when facing a previously encountered opponent, damage increases by 10. Lin Yu thought, indeed, one must not utter explosive phrases recklessly in novels. Otherwise, one might truly experience a reversal of fortunes. After storing this information, Lin Yu opened the entry shop once more. Weakened version, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, an extraordinary flame crafted from the host's fervent desire, available for 1,000 entry coins. Lin Yu exclaimed, "What?" This revelation startled him, causing his sleeping larvatar beside him to stir in confusion. It must be preserved. I must secure it. Without hesitation, Lin Yu purchased the shop item to retain the extraordinary flame he had just discovered. He glanced at his entry coins. He had just surpassed the 3-digit mark. Perhaps it was time to attempt creating energy cubes on his own? He contemplated that relying solely on the energy cubes provided by the system would make it challenging to save his coins. Extraordinary flames. What marvels they possess. To describe it as scorching the heavens and boiling the seas would not be an exaggeration. Without extraordinary flames, there would be no Xiaohuahua. Moreover, this particular flame, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, is a unique combination of extreme cold and heat, manifesting only during the transition between day and night. It possesses the remarkable ability to freeze vast expanses while simultaneously exhibiting burning characteristics. It must be acquired. Just a glance at a Charizard utilizing Bone Spirit Cold Fire reveals its unparalleled magnificence. Even in its weakened form, it could render a Charmander invincible against its peers and enable it to battle beyond its level. Thankfully, it is a weakened version. Otherwise, Lin Yu feared he might not be able to afford it. Additionally, the entry shop had refreshed a fixed entry slot today, which Lin Yu promptly purchased. It appeared that the golden phrases from novels were indeed quite effective. After a hurried preparation, Lin Yu swiftly made his way to school, where arrangements were made to transport him to the largest Pokémon arena in Shuemu City. The University League is held here annually. Shuemu City boasts a total of 8 Pokémon universities. Each school sends 6 students, culminating in a total of 48 participants. The competition spans 2 days, with each school assigned to different waiting areas. Aside from the finals, there are 5 matches in total. The first 3 are 11 and the latter ones are 22. When the competitors took their positions on the stage, illuminated by bright lights, the atmosphere reached its zenith. These students were undoubtedly the C-Army de la C-Army of Shuemu City's high school trainers. In the audience, Shen Yu observed his former classmates stepping onto the official competition stage, feeling a pang of melancholy. "Impressive, Lin Yu," he remarked, while Wang Miao beside him also expressed his sentiments. In a chance meeting, he once had the courage to challenge Lin Yu to a battle, but now, witnessing him on stage, Wang Miao found himself devoid of any courage. "You know Lin Yu too, brother?" Shen Yu inquired, surprised. "Yes, I once battled him." "What was the outcome?" "I recall you were recruited into the reserve team, right?" Wang Miao replied with a wry smile. The draw results soon emerged. In the first round, Lin Yu faced a boy from the 4th school, clad in suspenders with a neat 3-7 hairstyle, a rather striking appearance. His Pokémon were Pidgey and Spearow, indicating his aspiration to specialize in flying types. The first round comprised 24 matches, and his was the 12th. The competition commenced with fervor, captivating not only the audience but also the competitors, who were acutely aware that their performance could provide insights into their future opponents. Lin Yu felt the same. However, he soon realized that the so-called sophomore team members were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Few matches truly caught his eye, leading him to perceive the league as less daunting than expected. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate the opponent he was about to face. adhering to the principle of underestimating the enemy strategically while treating them with utmost seriousness tactically. Among the preceding matches, one particularly opened his eyes, a Bulbasaur employing Vine Whip and Leaf Blade in a remarkable combination. The speed of the blades and the strength of the whips were impressive. Its opponent, a Chimchar, despite facing a disadvantage, was ultimately outlasted by this combination. Soon, it was Lin Yu's turn. The commentator announced the participants with great enthusiasm. On the left, we have Kaioken from Shuemu 4th School, Class 5, with his Pokémon being Pidgey and Spearow. On the right, we have Lin Yu from Shuemu 3rd School, Class 3, a freshman. His Pokémon are Charmander and Larvitar. The audience gasped. How could a mere freshman be competing on the stage of a sophomore league? At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena surged to a fever pitch. All eyes turned to Lin Yu. The majority of the audience were students who understood all too well the challenges of acquiring a Pokémon in their freshman year. Now, to think someone could compete in a sophomore league as a freshman. In the arena, Kaioken adjusted his suspenders and felt a surge of confidence. I have looked into your accomplishments. You are the top performer among the freshmen during the training exercises at your school. Your Charmander's sparks are indeed formidable. Yet my Pidgey possesses the capability to evade them effortlessly. Oh, is that so? Lin Yu chuckled, acknowledging the significant advantage of the flying type in the early stages. However, Charmander can fly too. Moreover, who said he must utilize Charmander? Chapter 23, The Might of Ralts. During the match, both competitors were to release their Pokémon simultaneously. Without a doubt, the opponent unleashed Pidgey. In the initial rounds, everyone aimed for stability, thus deploying their strongest Pokémon. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's Ralts, Kaioken erupted in laughter, filled with rage. He dared to disregard me by not using his Charmander and opting for a new Pokémon instead. As the announcer called for the match to commence, Pidgey seemed to sense its trainer's fury, its sharp eyes fixated on the Ralts floating in the air. Ralts, Lin Yu. I feel a bit anxious, displayed signs of nervousness as it participated in such a grand competition for the first time. I am nervous too. So let us share this feeling together, Lin Yu teased playfully in his mind. Instantly, Ralts erupted into laughter, its initial apprehension fading away. Seeing such disdainful treatment, Kaioken's fury intensified. Pidgey, swift as lightning. Pidgey transformed into a mere shadow, hurtling toward Ralts at breakneck speed, radiating a dazzling white light, an indication of energy manifesting on its surface. Lin Yu found himself puzzled by the battle against Pidgey. After all, a Spearow evolves into Pidgey at level 18, yet this particular Pidgey was only at level 16. It led him to speculate whether evolution indeed lacked a strict level requirement, evolving instead upon reaching a certain threshold. After all, this was the real world. However, Lin Yu quickly discerned that this Pidgey was all show and no substance. Despite the bright luminescence, it wasted most of its energy dissipating into the air, indicating poor control over its internal power. This Pidgey was freshly evolved. Ralts? Use teleport and conceal yourself. Ralts' telepathic ability allowed Lin Yu to issue commands without uttering a word. As for speed, Ralts had trained extensively in telekinesis, making Pidgey's efforts seem laughable in comparison. Although it could grasp objects in midair with telekinesis, it was prudent to remain cautious in this first round. Direct hit. As Pidgey collided with Ralts, Kaioken rejoiced, thinking to himself, how dare you underestimate me? This so-called top freshman isn't so impressive after all. In the audience, Coach Luo Xing, upon seeing Lin Yu release Ralts, first rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then erupted in anger. Damn, is this kid out of his mind? Doesn't he realize that if he falls behind, he is truly out of the game? Why not just use Charmander? He was so infuriated that he felt he might shatter his back teeth. Ralts is a new Pokémon, lacking in synergy, experience, and strength, which he was oblivious to. Yet, he knew Charmander well. As long as it didn't act recklessly, defeating Pidgey would be a piece of cake. Forget it, he is only a freshman. Let us consider this an experience for him. I'll scold him later. His clenched fist revealed his discontent, prompting the nearby unengaged competitors to resolve to deploy their first Pokémon in response to this reckless junior. They felt a pang of regret for his impetuousness. On the battlefield, Pidgey, observing the seemingly dissipating Ralts, Pidgey mistakenly believed it had knocked it out in one hit, reveling in its newfound strength post-evolution. Telekinesis. Lin Yu's commanding voice resonated, and Pidgey suddenly felt a shadow looming above it, a foreboding sensation creeping in. Indeed, in the next moment, it plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. It struggled desperately, but an invisible force gripped it tightly, rendering it helpless until it fell outside the arena. The turnaround in the battle was so swift that the spectators, who had just anticipated Ralts' defeat, were momentarily stunned. They weren't tactical analysts. They simply felt astonished that Ralts could manage such a remarkable comeback against the odds. Just moments earlier, they had been struck by Ralts' striking appearance and were unwilling to see such a charming creature fall to Pidgey. Therefore, when Pidgey was about to strike Ralts, many audience members shut their eyes. Yet, when they reopened them, Ralts stood victorious on the stage while Pidgey tumbled outside, bewildered in its trainer's astonished gaze. Excellent work, Ralts. You are both beautiful and formidable. Who can elucidate what transpired in that blink of an eye? The match concluded so swiftly. Observant individuals discerned an entirely different narrative. Ralts' telekinesis proved remarkably resilient. The late-stage Pidgey had scarcely any room to resist. If it had been captured, defeat would have been inevitable. In an instant. Whether competitors advanced or not, all eyes were fixed on Linyu. The announcer, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "We witnessed Ralts initially remaining stationary not as an act of surrender, but rather leaving behind a decoy. Then, with a single telekinesis, it executed a perfect counterattack against Pidgey. I hereby declare Linyu the victor of this match." Meanwhile, Kaioken dismissed the announcer's proclamation in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the battle had shifted so rapidly. Impossible. Well done. Linyu praised Ralts, who had successfully leveled up to level 14 with the ability Battle Drain. Ralts, it's so weak, did not perceive itself as strong, but rather regarded Pidgey as lacking in strength. After recalling Ralts, Linyu returned to the spectator area. The first to approach him was Coach Luoxing, whose expression bore a complex mix of emotions before he finally uttered 3 words. Well done. Nearby, senior students regarded Linyu as if meeting him for the first time, secretly disparaging their coach for his earlier remarks. It's just luck, mere luck. Everyone else should find it easier than I did. Linyu believed humility was in order, knowing many more opponents lay ahead. This elicited eye rolls from his peers, who recognized they could not achieve such ease. This junior truly is both formidable and humble. After one round of competition, 5 students remained from the third group, while the defeated competitor did not lose hope. His Pokémon was a level 16 Herdier, and everyone initially believed it would comfortably secure a place among the top 3 contenders. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side, as they seemed to have encountered a 0-point contestant from Yizhong. Regarding this outcome, Coach Luoxing was quite pleased, especially with Linyu. The prowess exhibited by both of his Pokémon was astonishing, leading him to ponder whether they might contend for the championship title. Yet, he quickly shook his head. He had heard whispers of a student from Yizhong whose Pokémon had already reached the elite level, a significant threshold indeed. Chapter 24, Evolution, Charmeleon. In the subsequent 2 rounds of competition, Linyu deployed his Ralts, demonstrating an almost unparalleled mastery over the battlefield. Few ordinary Pokémon could escape its grasp. Even if they managed to break free, Ralts showcased remarkable precision and control, effortlessly evading attacks by merely adjusting its posture at the right moment. With such evasion, how could one hope to defeat Ralts? Observing the matches, Linyu also noted several competitors worth mentioning. Among them was a Butterfree that had astonishingly reached the elite stage. A level 21 Butterfree undoubtedly instilled a sense of apprehension among many contestants, leaving them feeling helpless. On the afternoon of the 16th, the 4th round of competition commenced, transitioning into doubles matches. This phase tested not only the strength of the Pokémon, but also the tactical acumen of the trainers. Out of the 8 participants, 3 from Sanzhong advanced to the top 8, which was an impressive feat. Coach Luoxing beamed with delight, as the advancing trio comprised Linyu, Qingfei, and the silver-haired beauty, Xiuana. Her long-tailed Vulpix exhibited exceptional control over flames and was fortunate to face trainers predominantly using bug-type Pokémon, making her battles relatively straightforward. Aside from Sanzhong, Yizhong and Yizhong each had 2 representatives, while the final contender hailed from Xizhou. Unfortunately, other schools failed to achieve any noteworthy results. In the semifinal matches, an unfortunate twist awaited Linyu, as he found himself pitted against Qingfei. Your luck ends here. Qingfei sneered at Linyu, his arrogance spilling forth. In his eyes, the little Charmeleon was merely a Charmeleon, and Ralts was just a Ralts. Both had yet to evolve. His Sceptile, having undergone evolution, boasted a significant advantage. Moreover, he believed that Charmeleon, limited to only Ember and Fire Punch, would stand no chance against his Sceptile, especially after witnessing its duel with the Herdier. Sceptile's speed far surpassed that of Herdier. He realized that the real concern lay in Charmeleon's tendency to delay the pace of battle. With only Sceptile on his side, he intended to conclude the match swiftly. Yet, as time passed, it felt like ages. The Charmeleon he envisioned was the one from days ago. The moment Charmeleon was released, a brilliant white light enveloped the arena. Astonishingly, Charmeleon evolved at that instant. Qingfei, who had felt assured of victory, was left in shock. As the light faded, Charizard emerged, roaring towards the heavens, sending shockwaves across the arena. Typically, Charizard would stand around 2 to 3 meters tall, but Lin Yu's Charizard had just evolved and already measured 5 meters, towering over Sceptile by nearly a head. Some spectators, accompanied by their Pokémon, shrank into their trainer's embrace, trembling in fear as they beheld the imposing figure of Charizard. The evolution had bestowed it with an incredible presence, hinting at a promising future. Excellent. Charizard, Lin Yu exclaimed, exhilarated. Although he had anticipated the evolution, witnessing it in person was undeniably thrilling. Wow. We can see that Lin Yu's Charizard has evolved in this fierce competition for the top 4. The commentator was equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Originally, spectators debated who would emerge victorious, given both competitors' impressive records. Sceptile was renowned for its swift strikes, and few Pokémon could withstand its barrage. Meanwhile, while Ralts was remarkable, it had its vulnerabilities. Under high-speed conditions, controlling its psychic abilities became increasingly challenging, which was precisely where Sceptile held an advantage. Despite Charizard's type advantage, Sceptile was an evolved form. Hence, many spectators believed the scales tipped in favor of Qi. However, the truth would soon reveal itself. As the commentator declared the match to begin, a palpable tension filled the air. Lin Yu appeared relaxed, while Qi wore a grave expression. The instant the match commenced, he issued his commands. Herdier, use Ember to hold Ralts back. Don't let it attack. Sceptile, use Seed Bomb. Pokémon, Sceptile, Ability, Overgrow, Gender, Male, Talent, Gym Leader, Strength, Level 18, Moves, Seed Bomb, Leaf Blade, Quick Attack, Pound, Agility, Fury Cutter, as the evolved form of Trico. Sceptile's gaze was sharper, and its desire for battle intensified. Its blade-like leaves glimmered ominously under the light. Dozens of energy-formed seeds surged forward like bullets toward Charizard. Charizard, show him just how powerful you've become. Use Flamethrower. This time, Lin Yu was determined not to hold back. A torrent of energy gathered in Charizard's mouth, and as the seeds soared through the air, a flame as thick as a barrel engulfed them entirely. Sceptile, trailing behind the verdant seeds, suddenly felt as though death itself had gripped its throat. If it persisted, the ensuing clash would unleash hellfire upon it. Instinctively, it executed agility to evade the attack. The green seeds collided with the flames in an instant, reduced to ashes, accompanied by anguished cries. Though Sceptile reacted swiftly, it could not completely evade. The flames grazed its left side, leaving it charred and singed. The once sharp leaves bore embers, and it had nearly lost control of its left side, one arm dangling limply. Had the flames made direct contact, the outcome would have been dire. A labored breath escaped Sceptile as it gazed at Charizard, its eyes now filled not with concern, but with fear. Katy Dog, what are you doing? Can you aim properly over there? The Katy Dog, directed at the Latias, unleashed its flames, only to have its mouth slightly adjusted by psychic force, rendering the flames uncontrollable. This was thanks to the precise control of Latias over its psychic abilities. Fire Dinosaur. Flame Punch. Latias, stop playing around. In the next moment, Lin Yu issued his command. Qi clenched his fists, determined not to be bested. Forest Lizard, Leaf Blade. Katy Dog, Fire Fawn. Lin Yu nearly chuckled at his own command. Chapter 25. The Veiled Forest Lizard, the life essence of Xerneas. For the Forest Lizard to forcibly intercept the Fire Dinosaur's Flame Punch, did he not just witness the blazing inferno? In comparison to the serpentine flames of Katy Dog, the Fire Dinosaur's flames could only be described as a pillar of fire. The Forest Lizard hesitated for a moment, yet obeyed its trainer's command. However, upon contact, it was as if an ant attempted to shake a tree, and the dazzling blade of light vanished in an instant. The Forest Lizard was sent crashing several meters away, rendered incapable of battle. Meanwhile, the now serious Latias effortlessly hurled Katy Dog out of the arena. All right, Latias' psychic force has ejected Katy Dog from the arena, and the Forest Lizard has essentially lost its combat capability. I declare that this match is won by Lin Yu, whose Fire Dinosaur has demonstrated the sheer ferocity of flames. Exclaimed the commentator, his expression animated. Though this match lacked skill and tactical brilliance, it delivered a visual impact. Fire Dinosaur. Impressive, Fire Dinosaur. No, I did not lose. Qi, in disbelief of his defeat, stood on the stage like a clown, dazed, until the organizers eventually pulled him down. Back to the audience. The next match was between Senior Xuanai and the trainer of that Bada Butterfly. Unexpectedly, the trainer, believed to have already played his trump card, revealed a level 23 Machoke, while Senior Xuanai's second Pokémon was a level 15 Vulpix. Although the long-tailed Fire Fox managed to dispel the Bada Butterfly's powder trap with flames, it was still no match for Machoke's formidable punches. Once the long-tailed firefox was cornered, it had no means of resistance. Thus, the top four were determined. Originally, 3 candidates had the potential to reach the final 4. But only Lin Yu emerged victorious. Luo Xing expressed disappointment. Ah, how frustrating. Why did I have to face him? Xuanai, infuriated, descended from the competition stage. Her gaze fixed on the sole remaining member of the high school team, Lin Yu. Junior, help me defeat that pretentious guy. Lin Yu scratched his head. I'll do my best. After watching the match, he felt rather confident. Beside him, Coach Luo Xing remarked, it's all right, everyone performed well. Winning the championship is secondary. Just give it your all. In this interscholastic league, luck truly was not on their side. Lin Yu faced Qing Fei, while Xuanai and Lu Lian encountered Han Feng. Both of her Pokémon had reached the elite stage. Xuanai, do not be discouraged. Xuanai stuck out her tongue, acknowledging, then turned back to Lin Yu. Junior. I was joking. You needn't take it to heart. Lin Yu nodded, As for the upcoming semifinals, it seemed fate had arranged for him to face not Han Feng, but a trainer with a Pikachu and a Pidgey. Upon seeing him, the opponent gave a wry smile, offered only token resistance, and ultimately surrendered the match. Consequently, Lin Yu's reputation soared. Everyone in Shuemu Sanzhong learned of a first-year student who had advanced to the finals of the second-year interscholastic league. After dusk, the night enveloped Shuemu City like a rising tide. That was clearly my little fire dragon. Qing Fei walked home in a daze, his mind filled with images of the fire dinosaur. Suddenly, his expression darkened. If I cannot have it, it should not belong to you either. Upon pushing open the villa gate, an elderly man, akin to a butler, trimming the garden, greeted him. Welcome back. Chen Butler, you are a member of the lava team, aren't you? The elderly man named Chen was taken aback, and Qing Fei declared fiercely, no need to hide. I know my father is a senior executive in the lava team. I want you to help me kill someone and seize a Pokémon. He had learned of his father's identity by chance and discovered that the butler who had always been by his side was, in fact, an external member of the lava team. You found out. Qing Fei nodded. Help me reclaim that fire dinosaur. It will be at the arena tomorrow. Qing Fei, your father does not wish for you to get involved. Stop the nonsense. On his way back, Lin Yu contemplated the upcoming match. Both the Bada Butterfly and the Machoke were elite-level Pokémon with commendable strength. He had heard that Han Feng was a wielder of the power of eternity and had once repelled criminals with his Pokémon, suffering injuries that caused him to take a year off from school. Otherwise, with the strength of his Pokémon, he would have had a place even in the senior league. Competing in the second-year league felt like child's play to everyone. It seemed the championship had already been predetermined in their minds. Even old Qin praised him on Penguin, stating that making it this far was already commendable. Yet Lin Yu felt a glimmer of hope. They had not witnessed all of his trump cards. For instance, the splash ability when encountering dust effects. He envisioned presenting the audience with a grand spectacle of flames. What would that be like? And what about a flying fire dinosaur? Had they ever seen such a thing? They hadn't even unlocked today's entry yet. Final Whisper. Use 3 times. After use, internal mobilization accelerates, increases skill usage speed. A green entry. Not too shabby. In terms of base stats, Lala Lassies lacked slightly in speed, and this would perfectly complement that deficiency. Opening the class group chat, the messages were indeed top-notch, with many congratulating him and expressing envy. Lin Yu chose to selectively ignore most of it. The most significant was a notification that the first exploration of the secret realm was complete, allowing him to select treasures from within. A cursory glance revealed many enticing items. Zhong Yu instructed him to come by tomorrow to see what he desired, and he could register to take it home. However, why did he feel as if he were being watched? Lin Yu attempted to use his Eye of Insight several times to probe his surroundings, but ultimately had to abandon the effort after finding nothing. The next day marked the conclusion of the second-year interscholastic league and the commencement of the third-year league. The opening ceremony was undoubtedly grand. First, the third-year participants took the stage, their faces brimming with confidence compared to the still somewhat naive expressions of the second-year students. Among them, Lin Yu spotted a radiant young woman standing center stage like a blooming flower, captivating countless gazes. Amidst the swirling presence of a miniature dragon and a pair of iron dumbbells, her allure ascended to new heights. The young girl clearly noticed Lin Yu. Greeting him with a radiant smile, a flutter of emotion stirred within him. Never mind, let us see what new entries the word store has today. The miracle essence of the Tree of Life, Xerneas, one of the treasures to awaken the world tree, 10,000 word currency. 10,000 word currency. His spirits dampened instantly. Chapter 26. The arena covered in scale powder. Does the world tree's secret realm exist? Indeed, it does, yet in this world, it is merely regarded as a towering mountain resembling a grand tree. It seems to have been in slumber. One day, I must visit it. However, for now, the opening ceremony of the senior year has concluded, leading us to the finals of the sophomore league. Standing before Lin Yu was a boy clad in a brown trench coat and a red cap, named Han Feng, radiating with youthful exuberance. He stood confidently before Lin Yu, his words dripping with bravado, inviting an exhilarating Pokémon showdown. Yet, it undeniably ignited the fervor within Lin Yu. Battles between Pokémon are inherently pure, especially when facing an opponent of greater prowess. Pokémon, Bada Butterfly, Ability, Compound Eyes, Gender, Male, Talent, Gym Leader, Level, 21, Skills, Tackle, Photosynthesis, String Shot, Stun Spore. Sleep Powder, Hurricane, Electric Net, Pokémon, Machoke, Ability, Guts, Gender, Male, Talent, Gym Leader, Level, 23, Skills, Brick Break, Karate Chop, Low Kick, Bodybuilding. Arm Thrust, you are quite formidable. To be honest, given another year, I would surely fall short of your prowess. Han Feng remarked, somewhat taken aback. Well, who knows? Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile, his words betraying no weakness. Inwardly, he mused, no wonder the seniors said he was quite the show-off. But such confidence is essential. Han Feng blinked, then his fighting spirit surged. Young against young, it was a clash of wills, neither willing to concede. Machoke faced off against Charmeleon, while Ralts locked eyes with the airborne Bada Butterfly. The match commenced. Lin Yu's only concern was for Ralts, as headgear was forbidden in the finals. Thus, Ralts was limited to a mere level 14, with few skills at her disposal. Machoke, Bodybuilding, Bada Butterfly, seized the initiative, Electric Net. As a fervent Pokémon enthusiast, Han Feng never underestimated any adversary. Machoke, towering over a meter, struck a pose, its body gleaming with vigor. Meanwhile, Bada Butterfly swiftly gathered the Electric Net. Ralts, evade. Charmeleon. Interrupted. Fire Punch. Lin Yu commanded with alacrity, and nearly as soon as his words left his lips, Charmeleon lunged forth, flames coalescing around its fist. Charmeleon moved swiftly. Yet as it neared Machoke, the latter unleashed Bodybuilding. Bodybuilding, channeling its full strength, Machoke tightened its muscles, enhancing both its attack and defense. At that moment, Charmeleon's Fire Punch struck Machoke with a resounding impact. Boom. Flames scorched Machoke, leaving a singe upon its chest. Food Supply Station. Immeasurable strength, gaining a 50-point boost in power. Remaining time, 28. This was the second time Lin Yu harnessed the power of this entry, providing him with immense surprise. Machoke stared in disbelief at the blow. Its expression contorted. Meanwhile, the Electric Net coalesced rapidly, enveloping Ralts and transforming her into an energy form, dissipating into the sky. Substitute. Once again, she performed admirably. Lin Yu instructed Ralts to keep Bada Butterfly in check, as the latter possessed an overwhelmingly vast array of skills. It was said to be Han Feng's very first Pokémon. Trip, rather than attributing Han Feng's quick reaction to his own prowess. It was evident Machoke's speed was impressive, as evidenced by its robust muscles. This was indeed an exceptional Machoke. The strike landed solidly on Charmeleon's leg. Trip, knocking the opponent to the ground. The greater the opponent's weight, the higher the damage dealt. After the kick, Machoke did not pursue further. Instead, it cradled the spot recently struck by the Fire Punch, momentarily incapacitated. Is this really a Fire-type Pokémon? How can this punch feel harder than its own? Bada Butterfly. Unleash another Electric Net, then follow with Sleep Powder and Hurricane. The crackling Electric Net formed once more, this time targeting Charmeleon. Flame Vortex. Lin Yu countered without hesitation, simultaneously issuing a telekinetic command to Ralts. The fiery ring incinerated the approaching Electric Net, while the telekinetic sphere struck Bada Butterfly. Nevertheless, Bada Butterfly endured the pain, scattering Scale Powder with its wings while flapping vigorously to evade. The intent of the Hurricane was clear, merely to disperse the Scale Powder, allowing Ralts to escape effortlessly. Han Feng's expression turned grave. At this moment, he finally realized that the young man before him truly possessed the strength to contend with him. The evasion of Sleep Powder was precisely his design. He intended for it to scatter across the entire arena. Although Machoke would also be affected, he had faith in its willpower. Furthermore, the power of his constant strength was subtly in motion. With the ebb and flow of battle, how could the Dragon Rider possibly lose? Ralts ascended into the sky, her petite form flickering out of sight, abruptly reappearing above. Teleportation. With Battle Drain equipped, Ralts learned to teleport in that instant. Lin Yu chuckled softly. With Sleep Powder blanketing the arena, there was no fear of Charmeleon incinerating it. Yet he knew. Was Charmeleon truly unafraid of any negative effects? Machoke, Arm Thrust. Recovering, Machoke's hand glowed with a brilliant light as it swung forcefully toward Charmeleon. Charmeleon, Fire Punch. The two figures collided fiercely, a dazzling display of white light and flames, akin to the clash of shooting stars. It must be noted that Machoke, being a fighting-type Pokémon, executed its moves with remarkable finesse, whereas Charmeleon was limited to Fire Punch and Fire Kick. From the outset, Charmeleon found itself at a disadvantage in technique, but it held the upper hand in power. Observing this, Lin Yu swiftly transferred Battle Drain to Charmeleon. Thus, as time progressed, Charmeleon, once frequently receiving blows, gradually, a balance was struck between the strength of the two contenders. The sheer force allowed one to maintain pressure while engaging in combat, even learning techniques like the bare-handed chop and knife-hand strike. No, focus on evading Butterfree. Do not worry about the Charmeleon. Deploy the toxic powder along with the electric net. A flicker of panic flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he resolved to eliminate the Charmeleon below. This particular Charmeleon exhibited remarkable tenacity. Purple scales scattered once more in the storm towards the Charmeleon, complemented by a massive electric net spanning 5 to 6 meters in diameter. After executing these maneuvers, his spirit waned. Good. I have awaited this moment. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Lin Yu's eyes as he switched tactics. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Fairy Wings. Fire Rain. Be it toxic powder or hypnosis dust, to the Charmeleon, these were but illusions. They could even be wielded as weapons. A fireball erupted into the sky, transforming into dozens of sparks. Upon contact with the dust, the sparks ignited a chemical reaction, causing a cacophony of fireworks to erupt throughout the arena. The entry 4, Flame Splash, activated, creating a colossal cloud of smoke. How dare they? Instantly, the audience was left in awe of Lin Yu's display. The two competitors, each bolder than the last, one scattering hypnosis and toxic dust across the battlefield, while the other instigated a grand explosion of dust. Wasn't this a mutual defeat? Butterfree stood no chance against Charmeleon. What? It's airborne? Is that a Dragonite? No, wait. Is that a Charmeleon? The illusory wings. Were they the fairy wings? A dark horse. My word, an unexpected champion. No one witnessing this spectacle could remain unfazed. Amidst the smoke, a fiery red silhouette soared, breaking free from the haze. As the smoke cleared, the battle-weary Machoke, scorched yet resolute, glanced at Han Feng before collapsing to the ground, eyes rolling back. The commentator, struck dumb by the unfolding drama, finally managed to state, Machoke has lost its combat capability. The airborne Charmeleon now sets its sights on Butterfree, flames flickering from its nostrils. Charmeleon howls, psychic, give it the final blow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu would not let this chance slip away. With a roar that seemed to resonate through the heavens, even the battle-hardened Butterfree, having used its skills numerous times, could no longer withstand the psychic assault from the Charmeleon and fell at Han Feng's feet. Butterfree has lost its combat capability. This match is won by Lin Yu. Congratulations to him for claiming the championship of this year's Sophomore League. The commentator stammered in disbelief. Following this match, the audience erupted into fervent applause. Such an underdog victory undoubtedly sent adrenaline surging through the crowd. Moreover, both competitors excelled, their strategies and the cloud of purple toxic powder, along with the final breathtaking fireworks display, captivated everyone present. Undoubtedly, Charmeleon proved its strength. You are truly formidable. Han Feng genuinely complimented before recalling both Pokémon into their Pokeballs, nurturing them with the power of nature. However, one day, I shall challenge you again. This remark reminded Lin Yu of Wang Miao, who had said the same. Now, the gap between them had widened considerably. I will be waiting, he replied. In this match, both Pokémon also reaped rewards. Under Battle Absorption, Charmeleon ascended 2 levels, reaching level 18, while Ralts advanced to level 15, acquiring various new skills. Upon returning to his seat, Xuanai approached him eagerly. Wow, Junior, your performance was stunning. I absolutely adore you. The silver-haired senior enveloped him in a big hug, overcome with excitement. This left Lin Yu feeling quite embarrassed, while other team members exchanged knowing glances. Please, senior, let go. Lin Yu gently pushed her away, attributing his success to mere luck. Junior, don't be so modest. You might just make my heart flutter. His attention was drawn to the approaching Yiqi Shui. They occupied the front row of the audience, designated for the competitors. Congratulations, brother, on your victory. She beamed, her gaze fixed on Xuanai, standing before Lin Yu. Is this the senior from the team? Lin Yu nodded. Xuanai's gaze flitted between the two before finally settling on Yiqi Shui. I am Xuanai from Class 4 of the sophomore year. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, extending her hand. An unspoken tension lingered in the air as they shook hands, ultimately leading Xuanai to relinquish her grip, possibly intimidated by the strong aura emanating from Yiqi Shui. This silent rivalry between the two women left the male members of the team gnashing their teeth, wishing to be in Lin Yu's place. Why did two such stunning women admire him? Was it merely his height, looks, or Pokémon prowess? It seemed those traits were indeed quite appealing. Yi Qingshui winked at Lin Yu, as if questioning why he was seeking out other girls behind her back. Lin Yu shrugged in resignation, indicating that he had not initiated anything. After exchanging glances, the first match for the senior class was set to commence, and fortuitously, Yi Qingshui was one of the selected participants. "All right, brother, it's my turn now," she said, a mixture of pride and exasperation evident in her tone. The exasperation stemmed from Lin Yu's ability to attract other girls, while the pride arose from his consistent ability to impress her. "Go forth, aim for the championship," Lin Yu encouraged with a smile. "Okay," Yi Qingshui replied playfully, making a cheeky face before gracefully returning to the stage, as if the championship were already within her grasp. However, internally, she was astonished. It had only been a few days since they last met, and her Dratini had already reached level 25. With 2 more days of competition for the seniors, Lin Yu's sole concern lay with Yi Qingshui. Yet, witnessing her Dratini's swift victories, he felt his worries were unwarranted. Following the sophomore competition, Old Qin could hardly contain his joy. He tirelessly advocated for Lin Yu's benefits within the school, securing additional rewards for the originally prize-only competition, including a level-up carbon stone. This item enhanced the power of fire-type skills by 1015 within the gym. Although merely a level treasure, it would fetch a minimum of 6 figures in the market. Coach Luo Xing gazed at him in astonishment for a moment before patting his shoulder, managing to utter, "Well done." He truly had not anticipated Lin Yu's audacity. "Such a tiresome competition," Yi Qingshui murmured after the final match of the day, casting her gaze downward to find Lin Yu absent, pouting slightly. A voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "Miss, it seems your brother has drawn some unwanted attention." The tone was somewhat chilling. Yi Qingshui, well aware of who was speaking, felt her previously displeased expression shift to one of concern. "Gung Gui, please protect him." "That cannot be," Gung Gui replied. "My duty is to protect you." Chapter 28. The King of Gung Gui Strikes. Since exiting the arena, Lin Yu had an unsettling feeling that someone was watching him. His mind raced, contemplating who might have taken an interest in him. Perhaps his earlier performance had been too dazzling, attracting the gaze of a schemer? Yet, it seemed too soon for such attention to manifest. As dusk descended, even his probing gaze could only detect a faint trace of ghostly energy nearby, uncertain of whether the observer bore good or ill intentions. Lin Yu sought refuge in the bustling crowds. However, as twilight deepened, that disquieting sensation lingered, and even the most vibrant marketplace began to thin out. Reluctantly, he resolved to head to the Flame Gym. A chilling wind swept down the street. What a clever lad, but still rather inexperienced. Suddenly, an old man with a shadowy visage and diminutive stature appeared in the desolate street. The focus was not solely on him, but rather on the creature accompanying him, a Mimikyu. This Pokémon, resembling a humanoid figure with feline traits, bore sharp claws and a cunningly malicious demeanor. When Mimikyu locked its gaze onto Lin Yu, a surge of lethal intent shimmered in its eyes. Pokémon, Mimikyu, ability, pressure, gender, male, talent, gym leader, level, 34, moves, Fury Cutter, Revenge, Glare, Quick Attack, Feint Attack. Fury Swipes, Guillotine. Lin Yu's heart sank at the sight of the level 34 Mimikyu. "Hand over that Charmeleon, and I shall spare your life," the old man hissed ominously. "On what grounds do you speak so boldly?" With a flash of red light, Charmeleon and Ralts materialized before him. "Roar, Ralts." Both Pokémon took a defensive stance. "Ralts. If the opportunity arises, teleport with Charmeleon." "Ralts. His target is Charmeleon, so he likely won't pursue me." "Mimikyu, go. Eliminate the human. Incapacitate Charmeleon." "Guillotine." The Mimikyu licked its claws, and a shimmering blade of light manifested, stretching over a meter in length. Lin Yu could no longer contain his expletives. "Charmeleon, Fire Punch." "Ralts. Find a way to control him with telekinesis." Before his command could fully escape his lips, Mimikyu was already in motion, its speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Under the dimming twilight, the creature's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light. Lin Yu had exhausted every conceivable strategy, even urging Charmeleon to consume an energy cube he had on hand. Food supply station slows the opponent, reducing their speed by 25. "Thank you." Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest. The food supply station was as reliable as ever. Charmeleon could finally discern the previously invisible Mimikyu as shadow. With a surge of flames coalescing around its claws, Charmeleon believed it could match the impending strike. "Ralts. No, it's too fast. I can't control it with telekinesis." A strange glimmer flickered in Mimikyu's eyes. Charmeleon, previously rooted in place, suddenly recognized Mimikyu's form and was forced to react with a burst of speed. The sound of claws tearing through flesh echoed, leaving a crimson streak upon Charmeleon's arm, a deep gash over 10 centimeters wide. How grotesque! The old man's gaze sharpened. This was merely Charmeleon's first injury since evolving. It could now perceive Mimikyu's speed. No wonder Qingfei had insisted he reclaim it at all costs. Mimikyu, swiftly, guillotine. The old man then shifted his gaze toward Linyu, realizing this was not a standard Pokémon battle. Trainers could indeed be targeted. Mimikyu transformed into a blur, its speed surpassing even its previous pace, exacerbated by the encroaching darkness that instilled a sense of dread in Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Flame Vortex to shield yourself. Linyu reacted swiftly. Unable to track Mimikyu's movements, he decided to invite it into his trap. Charmeleon's eyes brightened as it unleashed a torrent of flames, enveloping itself in a protective inferno. Yet, in the next moment, Mimikyu vanished into the shadows, reappearing with two massive blades shaped like scissors aimed directly at Linyu. In an instant, Linyu grasped the reality of the situation. This was not a formal Pokémon duel, meaning the opponent could strike directly at the trainer. With Mimikyu's speed, even Charmeleon could not react in time. How could he possibly defend himself? The bitter realization settled in Linyu's heart. He had not yet guided Charmeleon to victory, and now it seemed he might perish here. Ralts. At that moment, both Pokémon recognized the perilous situation, especially Ralts, who instinctively attempted to shield Linyu. However, the fragile barrier could not withstand Mimikyu for even a heartbeat. When Linyu opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find his head still firmly attached to his body. Before him stood a Gungue, towering over him. What? I'm still alive? A mere glance at Gungue revealed it to be the one lurking in Yi Qingshue's shadow. Jia. You fought reasonably well, but you must understand. This is not a conventional Pokémon battle. Such encounters must be treated as life and death struggles. Gungue's chilling voice resonated, causing the already warm September air to plummet by several degrees. The Master? No, this is the Grandmaster. The old man's pupils constricted, his entire being seemingly plunged into the depths of hell. In swift succession, a shadow ball erupted forth, obliterating the once arrogant Mimikyu into dust. As the old man hastily summoned an armored bird to escape, another shadow ball struck true, sending it crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Linyu and Charmeleon witnessed the entire scene unfold. Kid, do you know who I am? Gungue, intrigued by the one who captivated his lady so, felt a flicker of interest. Having lived, or perhaps not lived, for countless lifetimes, few things stirred his emotions anymore. You are Gungue, the one who watches over Xiaoshui. How do you know? Gungue was taken aback. It seemed he had not revealed himself in front of Linyu. Just a guess. Linyu was filled with astonishment at the precious gift of survival, while simultaneously confronting the formidable family of Yi Qingxue for the first time. Gungue paused momentarily, then cast a meaningful glance at Linyu, encouraging him with a silent affirmation of his potential. Chapter 29. The Selection of Treasures from the Secret Realm. The Feather of the Phoenix King. In the recent Senior High School League, it was undoubtedly Xiao Yi who emerged victorious, which catapulted both of them into fame within Shuemu City. Everyone was aware of their accomplishment. Notably, this year's Senior League witnessed two first-year students from the third high school clinching the top prize. Following the ambush that day, the late-arriving Zhongyu informed Linyu, after a thorough inquiry into the elder's identity, that the assailant was an external member of the Lava Team. This revelation prompted Linyu to delve into the details of the Lava Team. To his astonishment, he discovered it to be a nefarious organization with a global reach, rarely surfacing in the strictly governed Huagua, primarily operating in Western countries. The orchestrator of this organization was known as Qi Yin Gong, and their objective was said to be the expansion of landmass and the depletion of ocean waters. This notion felt eerily familiar. However, the fact that this organization had targeted him planted a seed of hatred deep within Linyu. Regardless of their motives, he silently vowed to dismantle it one day. When Zhongyu inquired about who had assisted him in escaping danger, Linyu recounted the truth, albeit concealing Gungue's identity. Zhongyu did not press further and directed him to choose a treasure from the secret realm. The treasures discovered in this exploration were indeed remarkable. Surviving such an ordeal surely promised blessings. Most treasures were of considerable value, and news of the secret realm had recently been updated, designating it as a medium-sized secret realm. This indicated that the strongest wild Pokémon within possessed gym-level prowess. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of the investigation eye, Linyu selected two treasures centered around Ralts, a level 3 spirit stone, which significantly enhanced one's innate qualities upon absorption. However, this enhancement, due to Ralts' inherent advantages, appeared relatively minor. Nevertheless, Lin Yu felt that Ralts was just a hair's breadth away from ascending to championship caliber. The other treasure was a psychic gem, which expedited the growth rate of psychic-type Pokémon, perfectly suited to accelerate Ralts' development. The combined worth of these two treasures was estimated at several million. Lin Yu's fortune was indeed commendable. Yet, the most significant treasure was the feather he selected next, Phoenix King's feather. This feather, having fallen from the Phoenix King, contained the essence of primal life and flame. The Phoenix King had never manifested in the real world since the inception of the Pokémon Secret Realm. Furthermore, it had not been documented in the Divine Beast records, compilations created by humans based on entities of divine stature. Thus, Lin Yu selected it without hesitation. The presence of the Phoenix King's feather indicated that the legendary creature had once resided within this secret realm, igniting Lin Yu's excitement. In cinematic portrayals, the Phoenix King possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect Pokémon. A week later, at an abandoned construction site, Ralts, alongside Charmeleon, trained diligently, demonstrating their skills such as Fire Punch. Winning the championship in the second-year league did not inflate their egos. Rather, the prior ambush intensified their resolve to grow stronger. Particularly for Ralts, the newly acquired protectability had proven insufficient against the formidable Monyola, which had nearly cost Lin Yu his life. This instilled a sense of guilt within Ralts, prompting a fervent desire for specialized training in this skill. As for Charmeleon, within just a week, it had completely absorbed the flames from the Phoenix King's feather, unexpectedly granting it a new trait. Species, Charmeleon. Ability, Solar Power, Life Essence. Gender, Male. Talent, Champion. Level, 19. Skills, Scratch, Fire Punch, Flame Burst, Flamethrower, Scary Face, Ember, Karate Chop. Fury Cutter. Equipped traits, Purification, Fixed, Hard Work Yields Rewards, Food Supply Station, Flame Splash, Rapid Recovery. The newly acquired Life Essence was particularly intriguing. It functioned similarly to a Super Seed, allowing it to siphon vitality from opponents when scorched by flames, thereby replenishing itself with enhanced efficacy. Coupled with the green trait, Rapid Recovery, and the Forest Environment, along with the Forest Friend trait, one could hardly imagine the potential of Charmeleon. If it could avoid being swiftly defeated, it would practically be an eternal motion machine. Ralts, protect. Ralts cheered, affirming that all their training was ultimately for the purpose of safeguarding Lin Yu. The school had scheduled the exploration of the secret realm during the National Day holiday. Lin Yu affectionately patted Ralts on the head, praising its efforts, before glancing at the time. It was the beginning of a new week. Rubbing his hands together, he promptly activated the trait system. In recent days, he had refrained from purchasing energy cubes from the trait shop, opting instead to create his own. Having assessed his expert-level nurturing capabilities, he found the flavors to be quite pleasing to his two companions. By dismantling white and occasionally appearing green traits, he had amassed approximately 300 trait coins. At this pace, he anticipated acquiring the Bone Spirit Cold Fire within a month. Today, as traits had yet to be unveiled. Blue trait, Mental Spike harnesses telekinesis to form a mental spike, inflicting 80 psychic damage on the opponent. Finally, a trait of great utility for Ralts had appeared. Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction as he equipped this trait onto Ralts. Species, Ralts. Ability, Telepathy. Gender, Female. Talent, Champion. Level, 16. Skills, Howl, Telekinesis, Double Team, Protect, Mental Spike. Teleport, Hypnosis. Equipped traits, Mental Spike, Battle Drain, Focus Energy, Fixed, Last Whisper. Hypnosis was a skill Ralts had learned from Budu's Sleep Powder. Both companions were steadily growing in strength. Ralts exclaimed with joy, "I've learned a new skill." Her soft, melodious voice melted Lin Yu's heart. The power of Howl was remarkable. "Well done," he praised, as he stroked her silky hair, which felt as smooth as satin. Following that, he routinely checked the trait system shop. Scanning the offerings, he noted the presence of items previously seen. With the coveted Bone Spirit Cold Fire and Evolution Keystone still tantalizingly out of reach. Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed that today's trait shop seemed to have refreshed with new offerings, igniting a spark of excitement within him. This pertains to his abilities. The power of the low-level Waveguide. Upon purchase, the designated individual gains Waveguide strength for 300 entry coins, limited time discount. Exciting news. Once again, there is a limited time discount. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Chapter 30. Acquiring Waveguide Power. The Waveguide coexists with me. This phrase resonates with countless Pokémon enthusiasts. He promptly purchased the Waveguide Power and applied it to himself. Instantly, he felt a heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. The lively breeze, the flickering flames at the tips of Charmeleon's claws, and the crawling caterpie in the grass. The subtle expressions hidden beneath Ralts' hair. How is it still blushing? Their movements appeared to slow down, as if time had come to a standstill. Whether it was communicating with Pokémon or observing the battle dynamics, this ability proved to be exceptionally advantageous. The Wave Guide. It enabled him to anticipate his opponent's Pokémon movements, allowing for timely reactions. The entire abandoned building seemed to envelop him in tranquility. If possible, Lin Yu felt he could condense this energy externally to strike at his opponent. However, after several attempts, he realized that his waveguide was still too weak. He could not yet create a waveguide projectile to attack, as depicted in the anime. Ralts' originally clear voice now took on a delightful, adorable tone. It was lovely. Nevertheless, Lin Yu felt compelled to give Ralts a lesson in biology, at least to help it recognize the barriers between species. Turning his gaze towards Charmeleon, he believed that with the waveguide power, their bond could reach new heights. September 30th. Another week had passed. This week, most of the entries were inconsequential white entries, which Lin Yu converted into entry coins. Only one blue entry, Son of Water, was retained. Blue entry, Son of Water, allows breathing underwater and enhances affinity with water-type Pokémon. This entry was quite commendable. In the future, he could glide freely in the ocean. Lin Yu envisioned riding the sea god Lugia, swimming through the depths. However, many legendary Pokémon's information had yet to be revealed in this world, so Lugia remained hidden beneath the sea, unaware. Over the course of 2 weeks, the impact of the college league gradually subsided. On this day, the coach gathered all team members to discuss entering the secret realm. Xing Fei had taken a leave of absence today, but since everyone was present, he addressed them. Our school's performance in the college league was commendable. Therefore, only the top 8 from other schools can embark on this secret realm adventure, while our school allows the top 16 to participate. Once everyone had assembled, Luo Xing wasted no time. Top 16 means our school has 5 slots. Xuanai was pleasantly surprised. The top 5. It was noteworthy that only 6 competitors from their school participated. Besides Lin Yu, Xuanai, and Xing Fei, the others had all succeeded. Only the trainer of the Sandshrew was left in despair, as he had a chance to secure a top 16 spot. What a pity. Luo Xing consoled him, assuring that he would surely have an opportunity in his senior year. Thank you, Junior, said the trainer of the Bulbasaur, named Chao Wanwan, a rather shy and cute girl. As Lin Yu knew, her family was financially strained, and she needed money to train her Pokémon. Everyone understood that it was because Lin Yu had become champion that they could further secure this opportunity. Lin Yu simply smiled at her, signaling that it was all right. All right. We will head to the secret realm tomorrow. I want to remind you to prepare some essentials, sleeping bags, flashlights, and necessary survival gear. He added gravely, this time, I will accompany you. It is said that the secret realm is surrounded by a forest enclosing a lake. You must search for treasures or capture Pokémon only within the forest. Absolutely do not approach the lake, where fierce Pokémon like Gyarados, even at elite and gym leader levels, reside. If you encounter danger, you must fire a flare. My Fiero will arrive within 3 minutes. The group's expressions turned serious, and they all nodded in agreement. Gyarados was a notorious Pokémon. After giving them a few more reminders, he dismissed everyone. Lin Yu felt it necessary to prepare thoroughly outside, as this was a newly discovered secret realm. He was eagerly anticipating this adventure, as it would be his first exploration of a secret realm. Coupled with the newly acquired waveguide power, he was certain it would yield significant rewards. Many master trainers, and even champions, born into humble beginnings, gained their fame by discovering treasures and forming bonds with rare Pokémon in secret realms. In this secret realm, there had even been reports of the Phoenix King's feathers, imbued with primal energy. What if he found another feather? Would Charmeleon's innate talent ascend even further? Lin Yu could distinctly sense that obtaining a feather from the Phoenix King would greatly enhance Charmeleon's abilities. Additionally, the Psychic Gem, which could be absorbed by Ralts and serve as an item, was also immensely appealing to Lin Yu. The more he had, the faster Ralts would evolve. At the school gate, a girl in a light blue uniform, sporting a high ponytail and exquisite features, was none other than Yu Qingxue. Lin Yu suddenly recalled that today was Friday, and that the National Day holiday would commence tomorrow, so school would let out early today. Brother? Yu Qingxue's expression was neutral, but she soon revealed a radiant smile. What brings you to school today? Lin Yu rubbed his nose. Isn't the school organizing a trip to the secret realm tomorrow? The coach called me over today. Are you going, Shushue? As for me, I need to return home. My Dratini is going to Dragon Island for training and education, so I won't be back for quite some time. The girl clasped her hands together, her gaze dimming slightly. During this time, she had witnessed Lin Yu gradually showcasing his talents. She was genuinely happy for him. It was just that the time was too short. Her family wouldn't allow her to be so willful and stay here any longer. Lin Yu's heart tightened. It was happening so soon? Yes. The training for Dratini must commence as soon as possible. Then you should hurry. Nurturing Pokémon is of utmost importance. I will come to find you in the future. Although reluctant, Lin Yu still encouraged her to go quickly. After all, as a trainer, a Pokémon's growth could not be delayed. During the golden period of Pokémon development, Lin Yu would devote himself to the well-being of Charmeleon and Ralts. The girl suddenly seemed to make a resolute decision, revealing a white stone engraved with the mark of a dragon. If you ever come looking for me, bring this stone with you. Lin Yu instinctively examined it closely. The dragon's secret stone. It contains a meager amount of dragon-type energy, which can be used to allow Pokémon to undergo the baptism of the dragon pool. The shadow behind the girl flickered slightly before settling into tranquility once more. The dragon's secret stone is a crucial item for the members of the Yi family to enter Dragon Island, significantly benefiting Pokémon capable of harboring dragon-type energy. Aside from direct descendants, the Yi family does not bestow such treasures lightly. How could she part with such a precious item so easily? Chapter 31. The Exploration of the Secrets and Treasures, the Power of Aura. As dusk fell, Lin Yu accompanied Yi Qingxue to visit the orphanage of her youth, where they spent the afternoon with the newly admitted children. A 7-stars bird eventually came to take her away. However, this time, Lin Yu's mindset was markedly different. He was determined to achieve first place in the Provincial College League, the National College League, and even the future Pokémon Challenge Cup. Now, Lin Yu possessed a Charmeleon and a Ralts. He had already qualified to become a king, or even a champion-level trainer. The following day, Lin Yu arrived early at the secret realm. The abandoned city had been refurbished, with several law enforcement soldiers in black uniforms, accompanied by their Arcanine, stationed nearby. Upon scanning with his investigative eye, he observed that all the Arcanine were of elite caliber. A gathering of individuals surrounded the area, comprising students in uniforms, as well as experienced trainers. It seemed that this first batch of Secret Realm explorers included not only students, but also trainers from society. There weren't many, around 60 individuals. Soon, Lin Yu found his school's small group. "Junior, over here." The melodious voice of his senior rang out. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly. It seemed he was the last to arrive despite being there early. The broad-shouldered Luo Xing glanced at him, and upon confirming everyone as presents, inspected their gear. However, during an accidental exchange of glances with Qing Fei, Lin Yu sensed a hint of trepidation. Before they could engage in casual conversation, the law enforcement soldier stationed at the entrance of the secret realm spoke up. "You may enter. Please note that the drop-off location within the secret realm is random along the outskirts, while the central area contains gym-level Gyarados. Proceed with caution." The crowd filed in, maintaining order. As Lin Yu stepped through the red door, a ripple akin to water's surface emerged. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself under a completely different sky. Although the entry into the secret realm was random, the exit was predetermined. Lin Yu had learned this from his senior the day before. He arrived in an area strewn with rocks, amidst a lush primordial jungle. This jungle was far from the well-marked paths of his earlier training. It was a wild terrain filled with thickets, vines, towering trees reaching dozens of meters high, and Beedrill and Apom leaping through the branches. Lin Yu immediately summoned Charmeleon and Ralts. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled. Looking down, he realized the large stone he had been standing on was moving. It was a Geodude, who had been enjoying a peaceful slumber before being disturbed by Lin Yu's arrival. Its body began to round out, reflecting light as it prepared to roll. Rolling, the body becomes round, attacking the opponent for 5 consecutive turns, with each hit increasing in power. Though Charmeleon and Ralts had just emerged, they were right beside him. Yet the Geodude was directly beneath his feet. He swiftly equipped fairy wings and took off. The poor Geodude rolled around aimlessly, unable to collide with him, squinting up to see a massive, flame-tinged fist directed at it. Ultimately, Lin Yu merely had Charmeleon scare it away, knowing he had intruded upon its peaceful dreams. "Let us go, Charmeleon Ralts. We must seek out the treasures." After all, what was the purpose of entering the secret realm? Naturally, it was to hunt for treasures. The thought of the Ho-Oh's feather stirred Lin Yu's enthusiasm. As he continued, he envisioned the unique properties of the Spiritome's cold fire, combined with the vitality of flames. Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, shimmering with golden light, juxtaposed against the pale flames of the underworld. Just imagining this scene made Lin Yu's excitement surge. "Roar!" Charmeleon echoed his eagerness, sensing that an opportunity for battle lay ahead, a chance to ascend to a new level, entering the elite phase. Furthermore, it felt an unusual surge of energy within the secret realm, a distinct advantage of this newly discovered territory. The concentration of energy was exceptionally rich. Typically, bringing multiple Pokémon to such an unexplored secret realm was highly beneficial. This opportunity could very well be found within this secret realm. The aura resonated within me. Lin Yu's own aura expanded outward like ripples, instantly revealing the surroundings in a vivid three-dimensional image in his mind. He noticed a particular energy concentration emanating from a nearby tree stump, roughly a few meters ahead. Thus, Lin Yu altered his course and swiftly approached. Upon reaching the tree stump, he found it covered in green moss, with a small hole at the center filled with crystal-clear water. Subprofession specialist immediately identified its significance. Source of the forest. Consuming it quickly restores health. Many restorative potions are concocted using treasures produced within this secret realm. Although this particular item held little value for Lin Yu, it could be sold for several thousand, or even yield tenfold profit if crafted into potions. What a splendid beginning. Indeed, the aura granted Lin Yu the ability to seek treasures. More importantly, it allowed him to comprehend the surrounding environment, helping him avoid thorny paths. At this moment, the entire secret realm felt like his personal treasure hunting ground. Especially in this undeveloped territory, it was replete with treasures, provided one had a discerning eye. Fortunately, with the advanced technology of this world, spatial backpacks had already been invented. Another source of the forest. Splendid. Essence of water? Excellent. Heart of wood? This too. Lin Yu beamed with delight as he continued on his path. By midday, the consumable treasures he had acquired were already valued at over 1 million. With a little processing, they could easily multiply in worth. No wonder everyone coveted the secret realms. Many professional trainers yearned for such places. In truth, only Lin Yu could treat the secret realm as his own home. He alone possessed the aura, enabling him to probe the environment, gather treasures, and evade wild Pokémon, thus avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Rest, take a moment to rejuvenate, and perhaps indulge in a morsel. After placing a fairy flower into his backpack, Lin Yu was pleased to have his Charizard clear a spacious area around him, preparing to have a bite to eat. Food supply station acquired a boost, flame enhancement. With a newfound advantage, Lin Yu pressed on, eager to explore further, until he reached the banks of a stream. Chapter 32. The Robbers of the Secret Realm? At the edge of the lake, a diminutive figure emerged from the thicket beside the water. Next to the thicket, a narrow stream, less than a meter wide, flowed into the lake. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Bulbasaur?" It was a creature resembling a toad with 4 legs, topped with an unopened seed. Bulbasaur, oh dear. There was no helping it. As you can see, the closer one gets to the lake, the richer the essence of the light water stone becomes. The koi Pokémon needs it. T11 tugged at Bulbasaur, who then obediently followed her. She was the talented individual Lin Yu had mentioned. Possessing a Bulbasaur with lordly potential, T11 cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Especially upon gazing at the serene surface of the lake, she let out a sigh of relief. The light water stone is a treasure imbued with potent water attribute energy. When placed in an aquarium, it significantly accelerates the growth of water-type Pokémon. Though not from a wealthy family, she was a daring adventurer. This Bulbasaur was not one purchased from a Pokémon nursery, but rather one she fortuitously encountered in the Green Maple Secret Realm. For her, this expedition into the Secret Realm was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Despite knowing the lake's dangers, she couldn't resist approaching. "Ah, another one," she exclaimed, bending down to pick up a glistening stone where the stream met the lake. Elated, she turned to Bulbasaur, who, having lived in the human realm for too long, had forgotten the perils of the wild and was frolicking in the stream. Unbeknownst to T11, several pairs of eyes were already fixated upon them. By the stream, Lin Yu stared in astonishment at the stone in his hand. What the? A level water stone? Initially, he had only noticed the abundance of light water stones in the stream and thought to collect some. To his surprise, he had unearthed a level water stone. What incredible luck! On the market, it would fetch at least 1 million. Ralts, how many have you collected? Ralts levitated several light water stones, stacking them with telekinesis. Telekinesis is truly convenient. Lin Yu mused. Suddenly, faint sounds of struggle drew Lin Yu's attention. Following the noise, he discovered the cause. Several individuals were robbing a girl. This girl happened to be a senior from the school team. For both moral and logical reasons, he felt compelled to assist. However, instead of rushing in immediately, Lin Yu first utilized his insight eye to assess the levels of the assailants. In an uncharted secret realm, the law is non-existent. In other words, this was a lawless territory. Regardless, he needed to ensure his own safety first. Lin Yu quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Their Pokémon were not formidable. One was a level 23 Oddish, another a level 21 Pidgey, and the rest were mere level 15 to 16 creatures. Charizard, let me enhance your invisibility attribute. Charge in and eliminate that Oddish first. Ralts, once Charizard is successful, take the opportunity to use Psychic Spike on that Pidgey and pull it into the water. Ralts. No problem, Lin Yu. Roar. A trivial matter. Charizard thumped its chest, signaling its confidence. As the saying goes, even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort. Lin Yu certainly would not allow these ruffians a chance to turn the tables. By the lake, a voice called out, "Little girl, I advise you to hand over the light water stones in your backpack." Not a chance. Koi Pokémon, water gun. T11 cried out, panic-stricken. While collecting the light water stones, she had inadvertently been attacked by a night thief lizard. Although she ultimately defeated it, Bulbasaur was poisoned in the process. Typically, a poison-type Bulbasaur possesses strong immunity to toxins. However, the night thief lizard's corrosive ability can poison steel and poison-type Pokémon. And the Koi Pokémon, having only recently reached its basic form, stood little chance against these adversaries. A graceful figure leaped over the stream, unleashing a powerful water gun from the Koi Pokémon's mouth. Unappreciative. Oddish, Leaf Blade. Several green, leaf-shaped blades sliced through the water gun, sending shards flying toward the Koi Pokémon. In midair, the Koi Pokémon had nowhere to brace itself, forced to watch helplessly as the leaves slashed against its body, tearing away numerous scales. Return, Koi Pokémon. T11 choked back tears, gazing at the assailants. If you have the ability, go earn it yourself. What skill is there in stealing from others? Her hand rested on a flare bomb. The moment she activated it, rescue personnel would arrive within 3 minutes, marking the end of her secret realm journey. Don't let her activate the flare bomb. Oddish, Vine Whip. Just as the command was about to be issued, an authoritative shout interrupted him. In the next instant, a torrent of flames erupted suddenly from in front of Oddish. White attribute, invisibility. Designated target, up to 10, becomes invisible. The effect breaks upon being attacked or launching an attack. Cooldown time, 24 hours. This was a splendid attribute Lin Yu had acquired over the past few days. Though merely white, its effectiveness in the wilderness was surprisingly remarkable. Oddish, still extending its vines, had yet to comprehend what transpired before being engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the airborne Pidgey was oblivious to the chaos, feeling a sudden dizziness in its mind and losing control of its body, plummeting toward the water. In a flash, 2 elite-level Pokémon were rendered incapable of battle, drifting into unconsciousness. To the onlookers, Lin Yu's Charizard and Ralts appeared to have materialized out of thin air. "Lin Yu, is that you?" T11 exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening in astonishment. The recently defeated Pidgey and Oddish were both elite-level Pokémon. How could it be that, in such a short time, they had been so easily dispatched? Who are you?" The trainer of Oddish stammered in fear, noticing Lin Yu's school uniform. "You're a student? Enough with the chatter. Now, hand over all the treasures you've collected in your space backpacks." Lin Yu countered, flashing a congenial smile. The 2 most significant threats had been neutralized, leaving only the weaklings behind. Thus, the tide of battle had turned. "Impossible. We worked hard to gather these." Half an hour later, watching the robbers flee, stripped of their attire and burdened with Pokémon, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. "Senior, let us divide the spoils." As he surveyed the treasures strewn across the ground, he mused. No wonder they are so eager to commit robbery. The rewards are indeed swift. The treasures below were worth at least a few 100,000. "Oh, do I have a share as well?" exclaimed Cha Wanwan in delight. "Everyone gets a portion, after all. Since they were stolen, I must drag you into this too." Lin Yu laughed, making a jest. However, his smile abruptly faltered as he sensed a disturbance in the waters behind him, where a colossal dragoness had emerged from the depths. Chapter 33, Mid-Elite Gyarados. A piece of cake to prevent any mishaps after entering the secret realm. Luo Xing rode atop a giant eagle and soared around the lake. He was wary of any reckless youths approaching the water's edge. Sure enough, his expression darkened as he observed Cha Wanwan gleefully collecting treasures, utterly oblivious to the lurking night thief lizard behind her. Fortunately, it was Bulbasaur that reacted swiftly, shielding her from the impending ambush. Luo Xing found himself on the verge of intervening several times, yet he was captivated by the unfolding events, especially when he witnessed Lin Yu reclaiming the belongings from the robbers and leaving them in a state of undress, laughing merrily. "This kid has my old flair," he thought. Both surprised and impressed, each encounter with Lin Yu brought him immense astonishment. Surely, a mid-elite Gyarados would be unable to prevail against them, right? Just when he expected the 2 to set off a flare, he was taken aback to see Lin Yu and Charmeleon boldly advancing instead. In a 2-on-1 scenario, Ralts and Charmeleon faced a Gyarados far superior in strength, yet they showed no signs of fear. With moves like Protect, Fairy Wind, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, and Psyshock, the synergy between the 2 Pokémon was exceptional. The unfortunate Gyarados seemed reduced to a mere punching bag, its Aqua Tail and Water Gun easily thwarted or dodged by Charmeleon, who had anticipated its every move. It was a temperamental creature, and in a fit of rage, It retreated to a narrow stream, becoming an easy target. After losing its combat capability, it was captured in a Pokeball. Luo Xing watched in astonishment throughout the entire ordeal. After the battle, Charmeleon had leveled up to 21, successfully breaking through to the elite stage. It was a hard-fought battle. Even with the guidance of the aura, Charmeleon had been grazed by the Aqua Tail, leaving a bruise on its back. After the skirmish, Charmeleon was still catching its breath. Linyu quickly switched its ability from Battle Bond to Forest Friend. In just a minute, Charmeleon and Ralts appeared before Linyu, vibrant and rejuvenated. "Wow, Junior. You are incredible," exclaimed Cha Wanwan, her eyes sparkling. "That Gyarados looked to be 5 to 6 meters long, at least mid-elite, and yet you managed to win. Such power is truly extraordinary." It was akin to a situation where they were both students, yet he had secured a direct admission opportunity. "Senior Cha, please help Bulbasaur with its poison." Over there, Bulbasaur lay in a stupor from poisoning. After dividing the loot, Linyu felt quite pleased. "Oh no. I didn't bring any antidotes. What should we do?" Cha Wanwan panicked. "Do we really have to use a flare?" "Don't worry, I can handle it," Linyu smiled. With the necessary materials, crafting an antidote was a simple task for him. He had previously gathered ingredients such as peach fruit, cooling grass, and purifying flower during his explorations in the Secret Realm and the Green Maple Secret Realm. This was his first attempt at concocting such a potion, so he approached it with utmost seriousness. The processing machine and fruit blender, which he had prepared during the last assessment, were readily available in his spatial backpack. Thus, it wasn't long before a bottle of antidote was successfully produced. "Junior, you are simply remarkable." Cha Wanwan gazed in disbelief at Lin Yu's death skills, then at the clear antidote that had been expertly blended. The quality was undoubtedly top-notch. With such prowess in Pokémon training, and now as a breeder, she couldn't fathom just how much knowledge this junior possessed. "All right, let us administer it to Bulbasaur." After handing over one portion of the antidote, Linyu stored the remaining supply. Each portion could fetch hundreds, if not thousands, on the market, and he had produced 53 portions this time. The raw materials would only sell for a few thousand at most. This exemplified the immense profits of a Pokémon breeder. It was no wonder that when Linyu revealed his breeder's qualifications, Yiqing Shui believed in his capability to raise a Charmander. Cha Wanwan cast a grateful glance at Linyu, aware that this was not the time for sentimentality. She promptly administered the antidote to Bulbasaur. As Bulbasaur slowly regained consciousness, its clear eyes sparkling, Cha Wanwan joyfully embraced it. The time for exploration in the Secret Realm was limited to a single day. Thus, Linyu hurriedly urged her to collect the light water stones. As for safety, he entrusted it to Charmeleon soaring above. The light water stones near the lake were rich in energy. The two enjoyed gathering them immensely. Although they searched thoroughly by the lake and found no trace of the legendary Ho-Oh's feathers, Linyu had no intention of continuing the hunt. The treasures before them were far more tangible. Why not collect them? They continued this endeavor until the afternoon, reluctant to leave as the time neared. Their spatial backpacks were nearly filled. "Thank you so much, Junior Linyu," Cha Wanwan expressed, at a loss for words. Unfortunately, Linyu had already garnered the attention of many admirers. Cha Wanwan's parents were ordinary textile workers at the Caterpie factory, earning only a few thousand a month. This was but a drop in the bucket compared to the expenses incurred in Pokémon battles, which often required healing and breeding. One could say that this batch of light water stones would serve as her breeding funds for a long time to come. "No worries," Linyu waved his hand, and Charmeleon promptly landed beside him, affectionately rubbing against his hand. At this point, Charmeleon stood at an impressive height of 167 meters. It was hard to imagine just how tall it would become as a Charizard. Ralts had also grown taller during this time, though still retaining a dainty appearance akin to a young girl. With the guidance of the aura, Linyu navigated the return journey without encountering any other Pokémon. Even if there were any, they would be easily defeated by the swift strike of Ralts. As for why Charizard was not deployed, Linyu feared that he might set the primordial jungle ablaze. The entrance and exit of the Secret Realm were nearly identical, both marked by a red door. A few law enforcement soldiers accompanied by their speedy hounds stood guard. The two exited in succession, eager to collect the treasures discovered within the Secret Realm, seeking both one-time and permanent enhancement artifacts. A dark van was parked nearby, serving as a makeshift stall. This was the Treasure Bureau, affiliated with the Pokémon League, specializing in treasure transactions. Many adventurers congregated there. Chapter 34. What have you captured? Numerous individuals had already sold their unwanted treasures to the Treasure Bureau. Through these sales, one could glean the bounty each adventurer had garnered in the Secret Realm. Some were exuberant, while others remained silent. High-quality cooling herbs, which eliminated scorching effects, were priced at 500 each. Average quality pecha berries were 300 apiece. As Lin Yu approached, he spotted several students from his school, as well as Han Feng and members from their institution. All right, Lin Yu, let us compare and see who has acquired treasures of greater value. The crowd gathered around them, and Han Feng, intrigued, was eager to best Lin Yu in this competitive spirit, despite having lost in their previous battle. After all, he was a man endowed with the power of eternity. How could he possibly lose? Upon entering the secret realm, he had enticed a native Butterfree to guide him to the locations of hidden treasures. The two had quickly become acquainted amid the throng of spectators who recognized them and began clamoring for a contest. Lin Yu declared, "Let us do it." Even some enthusiastic bystanders began placing bets, with most favoring Han Feng. The accompanying teachers did not intervene, instead watching the children engage in their playful rivalry. Haha. Although Lin Yu from our school possesses formidable strength, I doubt he can surpass Han Feng when it comes to acquiring treasures. After all, Han Feng wields eternal power. That sounds impressive, remarked Lao Luo. Who do you think will win? Asked a perceptive woman, the coach of the second school's team, who exuded an air of sophistication with her gold-rimmed glasses, a casual white shirt, and cascading golden waves of hair. Without a doubt, it will be Lin Yu from our school, replied Luo Xing confidently. It's ridiculous. I've seen firsthand how much he has collected. Having both served in the same military unit, albeit in different capacities, she proposed a wager. Shall we place a bet? If Han Feng wins, you treat me to a month's worth of meals. If Lin Yu wins, I shall treat you. A sly glimmer sparkled in her eyes. Luo Xing readily agreed, declaring, "You're on for that month of meals." Oh? The blonde woman raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting to Lin Yu. Intrigued to see what qualities this student possessed that inspired such confidence in Luo Xing regardless of the outcome, she remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware that his wager with Han Feng would inadvertently foster a budding romance. Amid the betting, there were those who placed their bets on Lin Yu, like Cha Wanwan, who couldn't help but smile secretly, knowing precisely how many treasures Lin Yu had acquired. Then there was Xuanai, who calculated that the total value of the treasures was approximately 800,000. Upon seeing Han Feng display all his treasures, the appraiser announced a staggering figure that left everyone in shock. Some were content with their modest gains of 20 or 30,000, only to be astounded by Han Feng's astounding sum of 800,000. This figure even left the appraiser momentarily speechless. Lin Yu scoffed derisively. Is that all? Just this? He began to produce his treasures. The first was a water stone, radiating rich aquatic energy, clearly obtained from the secret realm. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. Another swift strike? A water stone of this caliber could fetch 1 million or more on the market if brand new. Damn, I can't compete. Han Feng was utterly demoralized. After all, he had just presented a collection of treasures, only to be overshadowed by a single item from Lin Yu. The source of the forest, of superior quality, was valued at 50,000. You can keep yours for now. Watching Lin Yu produce item after item, the appraiser had surrendered any hope of competing. The onlookers were equally astounded. 348 drops of light water source added up to 200,000, combined with 334,000, bringing the total to a staggering 334,000. This was without Lin Yu revealing all he had collected, rendering the spectators numb with disbelief. Ultimately, those who had placed bets lost everything, leaving them in tears, while Lin Yu returned triumphantly, having become a millionaire. Luo Xing shot a teasing glance at the blonde woman, who approached Lin Yu with resignation, nearly face to face. All right, you win. For the next month, I shall invite you to my home for dinner. Sounds good. Lin Yu then turned his attention to the students from his school, who were offered the opportunity to capture a Pokémon during their exploration. If any of you have captured a Pokémon, you may register it with the Pokémon League or provide it to the school, which will compensate you based on the creature's strength. This opportunity had been secured through the efforts of Lin Yu and Yi Qingxue, Universe God. The competition is truly intense. However, those two are extraordinary. I'm in tears. This privilege was entirely due to their school having secured first place in the intercollegiate competition. I captured a Marowak. Teacher, take a look. Soon, students began to showcase their captured Pokémon. Luo Xing inquired. An ordinary mid-tier Marowak. Do you wish to keep it for yourself? No, teacher. I would like to offer it to the school. Very well. The school will provide a minimum compensation of 50,000. Those specifics will depend on further discussions. Aye, teacher, I caught a Mook. As Mook was summoned, a vacuum of space formed around the student. Others began to call forth their captured Pokémon from the secret realm, evoking envy among students from other schools. At that moment, someone turned to Lin Yu, inquiring about what Pokémon he had captured. What about Universe God? Surely, he too has captured a Pokémon. Although the title made him feel awkward, Lin Yu had no intention of capturing the Gyarados. Its innate wildness and potential for gym battles did not appeal to him. It wasn't that the Gyarados was inadequate. It was simply that with Ralts and Charizard both at the pinnacle of their power, Lin Yu's expectations had been elevated exceedingly high. Moreover, the creature's unruliness was a concern. To tame it, one would likely require an extensive period of time. It might be more prudent to simply go along with the flow and leave it to the school. Please make some room. The Pokémon I am about to capture is rather large. The crowd parted to create an approximate 10-meter diameter circle. A little more space. Lin Yu sighed and turned to Luo Xing. Teacher, could you please summon the Fearow? I'm concerned about potential mishaps otherwise. Without further ado, Luo Xing complied. Fully aware of the Pokémon Lin Yu intended to capture, the imposing Fearow materialized on the ground, heightening everyone's curiosity about what Pokémon Lin Yu was about to secure. As Lin Yu produced a red and white Pokeball, a magnificent blue Gyarados emerged at the scene, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Chapter 35, Evolution, Cerulean. Spiraling Sphere? The appearance of the Gyarados filled the crowd with disbelief. After all, it was common knowledge that the most formidable creature within this secret realm was indeed the Gyarados. Ultimately, the school had valued this Gyarados at 1 million. Though this price was slightly below market value, Lin Yu promptly agreed to it, recognizing that such an opportunity was a result of the school's efforts. In the future, should the chance arise, he would indeed consider capturing a Magikarp and nurturing it into a Gyarados. Upon returning home, after feeding his diligent little companions their energy cubes, Lin Yu glanced at the calendar, murmuring to himself, in a few days, it will be time for the monthly entry refresh. I can't wait to see what will be available. The monthly entries were likely to contain blue entries, which, at this stage, Lin Yu eagerly anticipated. Strangely, that fellow had been rather subdued lately. Lin Yu suddenly recalled Qing Fei from earlier. It seemed he had been deliberately avoiding him these past few days. His instincts suggested that this individual would not easily relent. Vaguely, Lin Yu connected the recent assault incident to him. Could it be that he orchestrated it? This possibility was indeed plausible, and if true, that person could not be allowed to remain unpunished. A glint of icy determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He would not spare anyone who sought to take his life. So, what should he do with his newfound wealth? Lin Yu was not the type to hoard money like a pack rat. To him, it was merely numbers representing the strength of his fire dinosaur and Ralts. If it could accelerate their growth, that would be ideal. Moreover, this secret realm, until it merged with reality, was a treasure trove he could access freely for life. Never mind, pondering too much is futile, it's best to get some rest. Youth is a blessing. Lin Yu promptly fell asleep. Soon, it was October 4th. With money in hand, he eagerly splurged on beneficial skill learning machines for Ralts and Fire Dinosaur. For instance, aside from Fire Punch, he sent Fire Dinosaur to the Flame Gym to seek out Chonyu, equipping it with the Thunder Punch learning machine, allowing it to learn Thunder Punch. As for Ralts, it mastered the genuine Hypnosis and Toxic. That day, Lin Yu rose early, as it was the time for the monthly entry refresh. Upon awakening, Ralts was already practicing its psychic abilities. The principle of simplicity held true. The most basic psychic power represented Ralts' mastery over its mental strength. Meanwhile, Fire Dinosaur was honing its Thunder Punch within the confines of the house. With newfound wealth, Lin Yu also treated himself well, moving from a cramped courtyard to a spacious residence equipped with training equipment. Good morning, Lin Yu, Ralts greeted cheerfully. Roar. Fire Dinosaur chimed in. Good morning, Lin Yu replied, glancing at the time and silently lamenting. It was only 6:30, and they were already up training. Truly, they were both talented and hardworking, making his penchant for sleeping and seem rather inadequate. Never mind, let us check this month's entries. With this thought, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. It had been quite a while since he had encountered any promising entries. Skillfully accessing the system interface, he eagerly navigated to the monthly entries. A flash of purple light appeared. Lin Yu's heart raced. The monthly entry had revealed a purple entry. Purple entry, Spiraling Sphere. Equipping this entry will grant the ability to learn the Spiraling Sphere with a power of 120, which can subsequently be upgraded to Sage Technique. Spiraling Sphere. Spiraling Sphere? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly prompting him to nurture a ninja Pokémon? The thought of ninja Pokémon crossed his mind. Several candidates flitted through his thoughts: Shedinja, Iron Mask Ninja, Greninja, and Sniper Owl. Without a doubt, the most compatible with the Spiraling Sphere would be Greninja, with its Water Shuriken, agile speed, and the Bond evolution depicted in the anime. It captivated Lin Yu's heart. Regrettably, he did not possess a Greninja at the moment, so he could not resist assigning this entry to Fire Dinosaur. However, the Spiraling Sphere required the convergence of energy, and the tumultuous fire energy was simply unable to coalesce, nearly resulting in an explosion within the room. Thus, Lin Yu realized that this skill was unrelated to Fire Dinosaur. Perhaps it would be best to wait for a suitable candidate in the future. He sighed. Although this month's entries appeared splendid, their utility was limited. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu opened the entry shop. He glanced at his entry coins. With 484, he was halfway to acquiring the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Scanning through the offerings, most were outdated items. Yet soon, a novel item caught Lin Yu's attention. Divine Beast Summoning Card. Within half an hour, a Divine Beast will definitely appear before you. 999 entry coins, limited sale of 33. After some contemplation, he decided to secure this item. Coupled with the Divine Beast Affinity Physique, it could potentially yield unexpected results. Perhaps he could even capture a Divine Beast in the future? Cough, cough. He was getting ahead of himself. 999 entry coins were no small sum. Was there another valuable item? Growth Fruit. When consumed by Pokémon below level 20, it increases their level by 3. When consumed by those above level 20, it increases their level by 12, effective for only one use, with no side effects. Priced at 25 entry coins. Excellent. Lin Yu immediately purchased 2. Although Fire Dinosaur was already at level 21, Ralts was currently at level 18. With these 2 levels, it would reach level 20 and enter the elite phase. The fruit was a vibrant red, exuding a fragrant aroma. Ralts, come here. Ralts. Ralts responded, intrigued by the fruit in Lin Yu's hand. Fire Dinosaur also approached, eager to join in. One for each of you. Roar. Fire Dinosaur nodded enthusiastically, recognizing the fruit's beneficial properties. In light of this harmonious interaction, Lin Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After consuming the fruit, Ralts' aura surged swiftly, and in no time, its level ascended to 20. A brilliant white light enveloped Lalolesai. It evolved. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the white light dissipated, the shy little girl Lalolesai vanished, replaced by a stunning creature resembling a dancer clad in white, with green hair adorned with red spikes resembling hair ornaments, and a striking red eye. It was Cerulean. While it previously sported short bangs, it now had long twin tails, standing approximately 12 meters tall. It had transformed into the young Cerulean. Kiru, who cherished Lin Yu dearly, became bolder after its evolution, diving straight into Lin Yu's embrace and nuzzling against him. Its body was soft, akin to a jelly. Lalu Cerulean. Lin Yu lifted it and placed it on the ground, pondering whether this evolution brought any new changes. Chapter 36. Blue Entry, Fortuitous Encounter? No, it was a case of wishes coming true. The evolved Cerulean undoubtedly possessed greater strength, having also acquired a new skill, mental focus. Meanwhile, the Charmeleon had reached level 23, showcasing an undeniable acceleration in its power. If it were to clash with the previous Machop, it would likely be knocked down in just 2 blows. The 7-day National Day holiday swiftly passed. Aside from the members of the school team, students like Lin Yu, as part of the overworked demographic, reluctantly returned to school, resuming the early morning routine. Lin Yu received a notification letter from Zhongqing University. He was well aware of this institution, renowned for its unique secret realms and regarded as one of the finest universities in China. The educational resources on campus were abundant, with a dedicated focus on nurturing students. In Shuemu Sanjiang, only a handful of students managed to gain admission to Zhongqing University through the rigorous college entrance examination each year. Lin Yu's acceptance was akin to an early admission, albeit contingent upon fulfilling a specific condition. He needed to qualify for provincial-level intercollegiate competitions within a year and secure a spot in the top 16. This requirement was significantly more challenging than simply gaining admission to Zhongqing University. However, being an early admit would afford him even greater access to the school's resources. In the school office, Qin Feng, looking at the handsome youth before her, handed him the invitation letter. "Do you understand?" she asked. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. Qin Feng continued, "This is an opportunity the school has secured for you, but it is also a testament to your hard work. Winning the city-level league championship grants you the credentials to enter the Provincial High School League. Unlike in Shuemu City, provincial and national high school leagues do not differentiate by grade. As long as you are a high school student and meet the requirements, you can participate. This means that all competitors are essentially the top performers from various districts and provinces. The level of skill is unparalleled, with each contender being meticulously selected. The National High School League is comparable to that of intermediate-level professional trainers. However, Lin Yu had ample time. A year was sufficient for him to refresh his entries. Perhaps even to procure a golden entry. Wouldn't that lead to an immediate ascent? Upon leaving the office, Lin Yu began contemplating his third Pokémon. If possible, he certainly desired a water-type Greninja. The combination of Spiral Shuriken, Greninja, and Shadow Clone was tantalizing. Alas, Froakie, like Lalolesai and Charmeleon, was also a rare Pokémon. How could it be so easily obtained? With the added limitation of a talent requirement, it was indeed a rarity in the market. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu decided to check the entries for the new week. A flash of blue light appeared, and Lin Yu's eyes brightened, feeling that his luck had been unusually favorable lately. The daily entries had refreshed several times with green entries, and now the weekly entry revealed a blue one. Blue entry, fortuitous encounter once equipped. You will accomplish a desired task within a day to a month. Upon completion, the cooldown period will reset. This entry, while sounding grand, was essentially a metaphysical one. After some consideration, he equipped it, wishing fervently for a king-level Froakie to appear. As the October breeze swept through, its chill quickly dispelled his whimsical thoughts. Metaphysics was unreliable. In the villa area of Shuemu City, since learning that Lin Yu had survived, and that Butler Chin had been featured in the city's capture news, Ching Fei was filled with trepidation towards Lin Yu. He relayed this information to his father, which resulted in a stern reprimand. The Charmeleon was the best of the eggs he had acquired from a master-level Charizard, Ching Yunyu. His identity transcending that of a mere intermediate-level trainer in China, was also a cadre of the Lava Team, known for his decisiveness. He returned to Shuemu City specifically for this matter. The Charmeleon, capable of mastering Fairy Wing, was something he regarded with concern. The Lava Team was currently infiltrating China, and no mistakes could be afforded. Have there been any peculiar occurrences at school recently? Ching Yunyu inquired. Strange as him. Oh, and there's a girl, remarkably beautiful, whose Pokémon are Dratini and Beldum. It seems she has a good relationship with Lin Yu. Ching Fei recalled from the day of the new student trials. Dratini, Beldum? Ching Yunyu frowned, swiftly locating the video of the high school league. Ah, the Yi family. No wonder, he realized, enlightened. Dratini was a Pokémon that could only be found on Dragon Island, which was associated with one of the largest Pokémon families in China, the Yi family. In other realms, Dratini was nearly extinct. As for Beldum, the evolved Metagross was a standout among quasi-legendary Pokémon. Thus, it was easy to deduce Yi Qingshue's esteemed lineage. Furthermore, Qi Fei noted that Yi Qingxue seemed to be in a romantic relationship with this boy. He then earnestly advised his son, let this matter rest. The talent of that Charmeleon may not be as exceptional as presumed. For the time being, refrain from attending school. I will find you a place to train your Pokémon. The city-level high school league is merely a stepping stone. I would prefer you to shine in the provincial and even national high school leagues. The national league is where true talent converges. The reward for first place. Even a quasi-divine Pokémon. As a father, he understands the perilous path he has chosen. Hence, he concealed his identity from Ching Fei, merely stating that he is a professional trainer, often venturing into secret realms. If possible, he would prefer Ching Fei to tread a legitimate path, advancing step by step. Should he ever be captured, he does not wish for Ching Fei to suffer the consequences. He can struggle in the mire, but his child must not be dragged down by him. Understood, Dad. Ching Fei gazed at the video of Lin Yu shining brightly in the University League, feeling a sense of discontent. That Charmeleon rightfully belonged to him. Hold onto this slab. With it, a Pokémon's innate talent will be significantly enhanced. Ugh. Returning home, Lin Yu sneezed, pondering who might be cursing him. He then opened his phone to search for the dates of the Provincial University League, which were set for September and March of the following spring. Since September had already passed, it meant he could only participate in the league next March. After some contemplation, he opted to register for the upcoming Provincial University League in the spring of next year. Chapter 37, Riolu? No. October passed swiftly, and Lin Yu's days were fulfilling, filled with training and theoretical studies in preparation for midterm exams. With his formidable mental strength, he effortlessly secured first place. Additionally, he occasionally ventured into secret realms for exploration. This initial period was undoubtedly the most resource-rich time. While others had to pay exorbitant exploration fees to enter, he was undoubtedly the most comfortable one, returning each time laden with treasures. Moreover, the secret realms provided an excellent battleground. Most Pokémon within were wild, cautious in battle, and possessed formidable moves. In this environment, the battle experience of his two Pokémon Sword, Charmeleon reached level 24, and Chikorita ascended to level 22. Furthermore, regarding finances, adhering to the principle of small amounts frequently, Lin Yu prudently sold the treasures he acquired in batches. Now, he had become a millionaire. Many treasures remained stored in his system space for future use. Have you heard? In the lake south of the secret realm, someone spotted a Riolu. Really? That is a rare Pokémon. Indeed, I have a photo. Would you like to take a look? Oh my, that is a Riolu. I must check it out. The exploration fee for the secret realm was 30,000. A considerable sum for an ordinary trainer. Lin Yu, who had just prepared to enter the secret realm, overheard this conversation and initially wanted to approach. Get lost. You little brat. Unexpectedly, the others did not allow him to come closer. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Yu refrained from bothering them, having grasped the gist of their discussion. Riolu. The fleeting glimpse from the photo indeed revealed a small blue shadow. Perhaps due to distance, the image was not very clear, yet the outline resembled Riolu. By the lake? That might be a bit dangerous. Nevertheless, Lin Yu felt compelled to investigate the Riolu. In recent days, he had unlocked a green ability term, teleportation. This differed from Chikorita's teleportation. This term allowed him to mark a point and, when in danger, teleport to that location. However, he only had 3 chances. Once exhausted, the term would automatically convert into term coins. Additionally, the teleportation point could only be within a 10-kilometer radius. Notably, he already possessed over 700 term coins, just a little shy of 1,000. For Riolu, let us go. With assurance, Lin Yu embraced his adventurous spirit, greeted the patrolling officer, and entered without hesitation. After these days of encounters, the officer was thoroughly familiar with him. The teleportation within the secret realm remained random, indicating that the realm had not yet merged with reality. However, this time, the teleportation location bore no difference from the first time he entered. Thus, Lin Yu navigated with ease, swiftly arriving at the lake's edge without searching for nearby treasures. In this secret realm, Charmeleon and Chikorita were already considered powerful. No reckless Pokémon dared to provoke them. Lin Yu promptly prepared a Fighting-type energy cube, adding a hint of rosemary to attract Fighting-type Pokémon. Let us see if this energy cube can entice you out. Lin Yu was entirely confident in his creation. Even the gluttonous Chikorita couldn't resist such delicacies. Sure enough, upon seeing Lin Yu produce the energy cube, Chikorita, who had been floating in the air, drifted over but, after a glance, flew away again. Not my favorite, it seemed to say, leaving a poor review. Interestingly, Lin Yu found it frustrating that Chikorita, after evolving, had become much bolder, transforming from a shy girl into a lively and adorable young woman. It clung to him all day and even snuck out of its Pokeball to sleep on his bed at night. After fruitless reprimands, Lin Yu decided to let it be. After all, cuddling a Chikorita plush was undeniably soft and comforting. Half an hour later, some Pokémon were indeed attracted to the energy cube. However, there were only Magikarp, Caterpie, Weedle, and Swablu. The first was fighting type, while the latter 3 were bug types. What a bizarre mix. After waiting another half hour, a Magikarp stared at the energy cube with its lifeless eyes. How odd. Is this not a Riolu? To be honest, Lin Yu regarded Riolu as a Pokémon that aligned with his expectations. Its proud demeanor, combined with the synergy of their aura, rendered it quite formidable. Yet, despite the long wait, water types and bug types appeared, but Riolu remained elusive. Well, since I'm here, I might as well feed you this fellow. Resigned, he crafted a water-type energy cube on the spot, this time without adding rosemary. By the lake. It was too long before Magikarp, Goldeen, and even a Lotad gathered around the energy cube, with a small Totodile spotted as well. This was one of the water-type starters. Unfortunately, it wasn't the Pokémon Lin Yu desired. This little creature was quite territorial, preventing other Pokémon from approaching the energy cube. Lin Yu had Charmeleon intimidated with a punch the size of a sandbag, and it became much more obedient. Quack. Oh, and a Froakie joined the fray. Lin Yu chuckled and presented another water-type energy cube to Froakie. Before him was a Guagua bubble frog, its pale blue skin glistening with a radiant sheen, and its yellow pupils shimmering with a spark of wisdom. Upon receiving the energy block from Lin Yu, it displayed no signs of shyness. Instead, it accepted it with one hand and devoured it completely, its eyes growing ever brighter as though it had feasted upon a delicacy. In truth, not only this Guagua bubble frog, but all the Pokémon present exhibited similar expressions. Ah, but wait. Lin Yu suddenly realized, exclaiming, Guagua bubble frog? Is this not the Pokémon I have longed for? Thus, the creature in that photograph was not Lucario after all. It was merely too blurry to be recognized as anything else. The more he pondered, the more plausible this possibility seemed. Guagua. The Guagua bubble frog looked at him quizzically, as if it could comprehend human speech. Guagua bubble frog, would you be willing to accompany me? Become my partner, and I shall provide you with such food daily. Lin Yu spoke excitedly, simultaneously conveying his goodwill through the power of aura. This expression, in the eyes of the Guagua bubble frog, resembled that of an infatuated admirer, gazing upon a goddess. Stay with me, and you shall indulge in endless riches and glory. Gua? This frog declines. Disappointment flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. This Guagua bubble frog possessed extraordinary talent. Pokémon, Guagua bubble frog. Chapter 38, Capturing Guagua bubble frog. Pokémon, Guagua bubble frog. Ability, versatile, gender, male, talent, sovereign, level, 15, skills, bubble, water pulse, shadow clone, aerial ace, dark pulse, Grassy Glide. Description: the inherently proud Gua Gua Bubble Frog, though quite famished, would never submit for just a couple of Pokémon energy blocks. Truly a frog of integrity. Lin Yu regarded this Gua Gua Bubble Frog with admiration. However, one portion was insufficient. What of two? If two were inadequate, then what of three? Perhaps a sprinkle of rosemary could sway it. For Pokémon, such sustenance was akin to ambrosia. Indeed, as Lin Yu produced two more energy blocks, the Gua Gua Bubble Frog's eyes widened with intrigue. Yet at that moment, Lin Yu's expression suddenly shifted. The previously uninterested Charmeleon, watching Magikarp eat, now focused intensely on the lake's surface. A formidable pressure emerged as a massive, menacing dragon head loomed forth. Cursed, he had become so engrossed that he forgot this was the territory of a Gyarados. The Gyarados that appeared was evidently much larger than the one previously encountered, with its fierce dragon eyes as large as bells. Level 39. This was no jest. Water-type Pokémon held an advantage over fire types, and Charmeleon stood no chance against it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu shouted, "Kyrulean, teleport with Charmeleon." He swiftly grabbed the Gua Gua Bubble Frog and dashed towards the forest. In a matter of life and death, he awaited the sight of Kyrulean vanishing before utilizing his teleportation to escape. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, as he clutched the Gua Gua Bubble Frog, it gazed at him in astonishment. In the distance, several figures appeared abruptly. Fortunately, the Gyarados was charging its Hyper Beam, which required time to gather strength. This location was approximately 5 kilometers from the lake. Nonetheless, the commotion caused by the Gyarados' Hyper Beam could be felt even here, prompting surrounding Pokémon to scatter in fear. What madness had overtaken the sovereign of the lake? "Are you alright, Gua Gua Bubble Frog?" Lin Yu glanced at Charmeleon and Kyrulean, both of whom remained safe. However, the flames flickered in Charmeleon's eyes, its tail flame surging fiercely. This colossal beast would soon learn what a true dragon was. Lin Yu turned his attention back to the Gua Gua Bubble Frog and, noticing it was unscathed, gently patted its head. Gua Gua, the human, even in peril, had not forgotten its actions, moving it deeply. Yet its proud nature forbade it from approaching. It longed to hear Lin Yu once more utter the words to take it away. "Gua Gua Bubble Frog, here are some extra water-type energy blocks." Lin Yu expressed with a hint of regret. This Gua Gua Bubble Frog perfectly matched his vision of a third Pokémon. However, it was unwilling. One could not force such matters. "Eat sparingly. I may return to this secret realm, and if you are willing, I shall await you." With that, he turned to leave. Gua Gua. Upon turning back, he found the Gua Gua Bubble Frog clutching his pant leg. Lin Yu stared at its hesitant demeanor, taken aback for a moment, before quickly regaining his composure. "Gua Gua Bubble Frog, do you wish to become our partner?" Gua Gua. The Gua Gua Bubble Frog nodded faintly. "Excellent." Regardless of its haughty disposition at this moment, the Gua Gua Bubble Frog was willing to become his Pokémon. He produced a red and white water-type Pokeball and gently tapped it against the Gua Gua Bubble Frog. The Gua Gua Bubble Frog transformed into his Pokémon. Wonderful. Lin Yu promptly summoned it and proceeded to equip it with some water-type entries, including the Spiral Shuriken. In a moment of understanding, the Gua Gua Bubble Frog raised its forelimbs and instinctively executed the recently learned Spiral Shuriken. The pale blue energy sphere gathered in its grasp, emanating streamlined patterns as its forelimbs swiftly churned. The energy sphere became increasingly defined before it struck the ground. Like a heated iron ball meeting ice, the two were incompatible, leaving a sizable hole in the ice. "My goodness," Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The hole was roughly the size of a fist, yet its depth obscured the light. Upon reaching in, it measured about a meter. The penetrating power of the Spiral Shuriken was truly terrifying. "Gua Gua. Kyrulean?" This marvelous display astonished not only Lin Yu, but also Charmeleon and Kyrulean. Charmeleon could not produce such an effect, yet it understood that it was now in its elite phase and had evolved once. It was renowned for its destructive prowess as a fire-type Pokémon. In contrast, the Gua Gua Bubble Frog, at merely level 15 and in its initial stage, had achieved such feats. This underscored the immense power of the Spiral Shuriken. Well done. Lin Yu retrieved another energy block, rewarding the Gua Gua Bubble Frog. "Gua Gua, is this the skill you taught me?" In comparison to Charmeleon, the Gua Gua Bubble Frog was evidently more intelligent, quickly deducing that this was a skill Lin Yu had imparted. Lin Yu paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Such matters needed no concealment, for as his Pokémon, he would certainly not skimp on its treatment. Additionally, Lin Yu equipped it with a Water's Breath entry. Blue entry, Water's Breath. When equipped, water-type Pokémon near a water source become more agile while gradually recovering stamina. During this period, Lin Yu has been utilizing a weekly entry and has observed promising results, prompting him to save it. To his surprise, the third Pokémon he encountered turned out to be a water type, specifically his favorite, Froakie. Froakie? Lin Yu suddenly recalled an esoteric entry. Blue entry, Fortune once equipped. A desired event will occur within 1 day to a month. Upon occurrence, the cooldown period resets. 0-10. Upgrade progress 110. Indeed, the cooldown period had reset. And he had also gained an upgrade progress, indicating that after fulfilling 10 wishes, it would transform into a purple entry. Upgradable entries. Lin Yu had already encountered 3. Green upgradable entry. Blood-sucking. Each instance of physical damage allows the absorption of 10 health and energy from the inflicted damage. 58100. Another one was the Spiraling Sphere. Given its current power, one could only wonder how formidable it would become once upgraded. Sage Technique, Spiraling Sphere. That would truly embody a ninja's essence. Lin Yu opened Froakie's entry panel. After using the Spiraling Sphere just once, a progress bar had appeared. Purple entry, Spiraling Sphere. By equipping this entry, one learns the Spiraling Sphere with a power of 120, which can subsequently be upgraded to the Sage Technique, Spiraling Sphere. 01100. His eye sparkled. This meant that using it once could enhance the progress by 1,000th. Chapter 39. Red entry, Shiny Skin, Growth Fruit. Froakie? Observing the mere increment of 1 in progress, Lin Yu decided to abandon this approach. Practicing in isolation had its limitations. Therefore, it was essential to focus on battles. No worries, Froakie. There's no need for practice just yet. I'll take you to explore the outside world. Lin Yu opted to first let Froakie familiarize itself with the external environment. As a Pokémon that had lived in a secluded realm since its youth, it would require a period of adjustment upon entering human cities. This adjustment period determined whether the Pokémon could adapt to human life. If it could not, the outcome would either be repatriation or the trainer opting for free-range training. The government had issued a decree mandating that Pokémon contracted from secluded realms must undergo a week-long adaptation period to human environments. After capturing Froakie, Lin Yu had no intention of lingering in the secluded realm any longer. He immediately took Froakie outside. What reassured Lin Yu was that although Froakie was curious about everything outside, it remained quite obedient. With squinted eyes, it feigned understanding of many things it did not grasp. Lin Yu guided Froakie to the Alliance registration office. He was already well acquainted with the process. However, during registration, an Alliance staff member inquired about Froakie's origin. Lin Yu truthfully replied that he had just captured it from the secluded realm. Consequently, they needed to return for registration after a week and specify which secluded realm Froakie originated from, as new regulations had complicated the procedure. Lin Yu acknowledged this and filled out the necessary information, planning to return a week later to register Froakie's details. Upon returning home, Lin Yu did not immediately set aside his belongings to train with some Pokémon. Firstly, Froakie had just begun to encounter this world and needed more familiarity. Secondly, the Fortune entry had inspired Lin Yu with new ideas. It seemed to offer opportunities aligned with one's desires. This felt akin to a version of a wishing Pokémon. What, then, was Lin Yu's greatest opportunity? Naturally, it was the entries. Why not pursue this angle? After a brief contemplation, Lin Yu devised a plan for the month's entries. He sought an entry that could enhance Froakie's innate abilities. The Lord's Talent. This talent, in Waterwood City, would undoubtedly be a coveted asset. However, compared to Charmeleon or Kirlia, this talent appeared significantly inferior. Moreover, Charmeleon and Kirlia's current strength far exceeded Froakie's. This disparity would inevitably widen the gap in strength among the 3 Pokémon. Ultimately, Froakie's proud nature would struggle to cope with such differences, potentially leading to negative thoughts. Thus, Lin Yu hoped for an entry this month that could enhance Froakie's innate talents. On November 4th, after a few days, Froakie had nearly adjusted to this world. Training began gradually. Lin Yu first reviewed the skills Froakie had learned. It was undeniable that these skills honed in the wild were meticulously precise in energy utilization. A flash of red light. This month's entry caught Lin Yu's attention. Regardless of its nature, the quality alone impressed him. Red entry, Shiny Skin once equipped. Talents below the gym leader level rise to master, and talents at the Lord level and above ascend to champion, while also allowing the selection of a shiny skin color. Excellent. The power of Fortune exceeded Lin Yu's imagination. It truly brought forth what he wished for. Moreover, it was a shiny skin. In his room, Lin Yu eagerly took out his phone to select a color. What color did Froakie prefer? Froakie? Froakie, still pondering how to execute the spiraling sphere, glanced at the color palette Lin Yu presented. After some consideration, it ultimately chose black. Lin Yu, upon seeing this, exclaimed in approval, "I think black is incredibly cool too. A black Greninja would look magnificent." He promptly equipped the shiny skin and selected the black option. In an instant, Froakie's entire body radiated brilliance. Not only that, but in that moment, It first transformed to black, then erupted in dazzling white light. Evolution. The talent mutation brought about by the entry triggered its evolution. As the white light flickered, a brand new Pokémon emerged. Its striking black hue, sleek patterns, and previously aloof gaze now exuded a commanding presence. The foam encircling its neck also transformed to black. It was simply magnificent. Level 17. It had also learned a new skill, Water Shuriken. Froakie stared in astonishment at its transformation. Initially, it had sensed the growing disparity between itself and Charmeleon and Kirlia, which had left it feeling anxious. Then came the talent aspect. With Lin Yu's expertise as a sub-profession specialist, he could always pinpoint the essence of training issues and provide critical guidance. Yet, every time, Charmeleon and Kirlia would grasp concepts immediately, while Froakie, although capable of comprehension, required far more time. This led to a sense of inferiority within it. However, at this moment, the issue of training accumulation seems to have dissipated entirely. In summary, it appears to have become more intelligent. Of course, the enhancement of talent is far more intricate than merely becoming smarter. The true potential is something that the current Froakie has yet to fully comprehend. Well done. Now at level 17, it is the optimal time to consume the growth fruit. Therefore, Lin Yu unhesitatingly purchased a growth fruit. Come eat this. Froakie felt the energy contained within, its eyes brightening as it gulped it down. The energy within surged once again. Before long, it reached level 20. Evolving into an elite Froakie, Lin Yu felt fortunate that he did not let arrogance ruin his life. Following this human truly felt like experiencing a meteoric rise in power. Pokémon, Froakie, Ability, Protean, Torrent, Shiny Boost, Gender, Male, Talent, Champion, Power, Level 20, Skills, Bubble, Water Pulse, Double Team, Aerial Ace, Dark Pulse, Grass Knot. Water Gun, Lin Yu's eye sparkled. The arrival of the shiny skin had also augmented the Torrent ability. Froakie, sensing the explosive power within, turned its gaze towards the nearby Charmeleon. Well, with this evolution, does it think it can challenge the boss's position? Charmeleon appeared momentarily stunned. Yet a fierce fighting spirit ignited in its eyes. Chapter 40. Can one take the preliminary qualification for a professional trainer in the first year of high school? The battle between Froakie and Charmeleon commenced, with Froakie cleverly exploiting its speed advantage. It executed Double Team, followed by Aerial Ace, causing Charmeleon considerable trouble. However, Charmeleon's combat experience was equally formidable. It chose to abandon defense and withstand Froakie's attacks. Then, with a fiery whirlpool, it trapped both Pokémon in the same area. In a moment of hesitation from Froakie, a luminous dragon claw descended upon it. Throughout the match, Lin Yu did not provide any prompts for either side. Only after the match concluded did he offer a constructive analysis, highlighting Froakie's shortcomings. It should have capitalized on its speed to use Water Pulse for attrition rather than engaging in close combat. Froakie squinted, deep in thought. After acquiring the shiny skin, its perceptiveness and talent had evidently improved significantly. Such battle experience was easily grasped. Suddenly, the ringtone of a mobile phone pierced the air. Lin Yu answered. Hello, Senior Shuenai? Junior Lin Yu, have you registered for the preliminary qualification as a professional trainer? Lin Yu instinctively replied, not yet. Professional trainers include preliminary professional trainers, advanced professional trainers, and master professional trainers. There are also champion-level trainers. Correspondingly, in the Pokémon world, possessing more than one Pokémon at the Elite, Gym, Lord, Master, or champion level is desirable. Although registration for assessment is not mandatory, every trainer aspires to undertake it. Many secret realms and wilderness areas require trainers to hold the corresponding professional trainer title for entry. Thus, the identity of a professional trainer is coveted by all. However, being a professional trainer does not equate to being a member of the national structure. For instance, a champion-level trainer may not hold the position of a national champion. Instead, they might prefer a leisurely lifestyle or serve in a corporation or research institution. Shall we go together? Shu and I appeared visibly delighted. Lin Yu pondered that it was also the right time to register Froakie's information, so he replied, 3 days from now. I have some matters to attend to at the Alliance. All right, it's settled then. 3 days from now, we'll meet at the school gate. 3 days later, at the appointed school gate. As expected, Lin Yu was the last to arrive, despite having left early. Today was a weekend, so he had activated this week's weekly entry, which delayed him a bit. Green entry, mark retention, leave a mark on a Pokémon, which, when combined with Aura, reveals its whereabouts. Although temporarily unnecessary, it is indeed a valuable entry. If he encounters a remarkable Pokémon in the future but cannot capture it, wouldn't this allow him to know its location? He decided to save it. There was no need to dismantle potentially useful entries for immediate needs. Currently, he had amassed 892 entry coins. He needed just a bit more to purchase the Bone Spirit's cold flame. A new highlight moment for Charmeleon was about to unfold. Notably, he could feel his physique steadily strengthening, indicating that during this period, he had forged a mysterious bond with Charmeleon or Kirlia. He could now even lift a 200-pound hammer with one hand. Simply astonishing. No wonder it is said that some champion-level trainers possess physiques that rival fighting-type Pokémon. Linyu. Over here. From a distance, Shu and I spotted him and waved. Senior. As Linyu approached, he was taken aback. Today, Shu and I had clearly dressed up. The delicate makeup accentuated her already exquisite features, enhancing her natural beauty. Junior, are you mesmerized? Seeing Lin Yu's captivated gaze, Shu and I chuckled softly. Her early morning efforts to prepare had not been in vain. You look beautiful, Senior. Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Staring at a girl was indeed inappropriate. So he said, let us go inside, Senior. Shu and I, basking in the compliment, could hardly contain her smile. You have a sweet tongue, Junior. Has your Vulpix evolved into an elite yet, Senior? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Yes, it just evolved yesterday. How about that? Impressive, right? Indeed, quite impressive. But no one surpasses you, Senior. In my eyes, your assessment will surely be a breeze. Shu and I's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Yu. At the Pokémon Alliance of Shuemu City, Lin Yu was greeted by the same receptionist as before. This time, seeing Lin Yu accompanied by such a beautiful girl. She teased, registering the information for your Froakie with your girlfriend? Are you? Shu and I quickly waved her hands, insisting it wasn't the case. Yet, the perceptive receptionist saw through the situation, commenting that this young man has a bright future. If the girl wants to pursue him, she should act quickly. The typically carefree senior blushed, and Lin Yu came to her rescue. It's not Froakie anymore. It's Froakie now. It has evolved. Saying this, he summoned Froakie. Fortunately, the previous registration had not been completed, so Froakie hadn't been summoned earlier. Evolved? Froakie? Wow. A black Froakie. In the Pokémon League, the crowd was quite substantial at this moment. The young lady responsible for registering information called out loudly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Frogadier? My goodness, a black Frogadier. Just look at those eyes and that aura. It resembles a true swordsman. Oh, it appears that this individual is Lin Yu, the one who secured first place in the last college league. Woe is me. So this must be his newly captured Pokémon, Frogadier. How enviable. Soon, many recognized Lin Yu and sought his autograph. My apologies, the registering lady remarked, taken aback by Lin Yu's numerous admirers, hastening her registration process. No worries. Could you assist us with the assessment application? Lin Yu certainly did not forget the primary objective of this visit. After becoming a preliminary professional trainer, he could then contemplate exploring the various mysteries of Shuemu City. At that time, with the power of aura, he could discover a wave of hidden treasures. Are you still a first-year student? The receptionist was momentarily stunned upon reviewing Lin Yu's information. Can a first-year student really qualify for a professional trainer's license? When did first-year students become this formidable? In her professional career, this was the first time she encountered such an extraordinary student. Chapter 41. Did you create this energy cube? At 3 in the afternoon, the assessment venue was located at the Flame Gym. Upon exiting the league, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. His fanbase was simply overwhelming. It's getting late. Shall we go eat? I'm starving. Shu and I pouted, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. After finally managing to coax him out, they couldn't leave empty-handed, could they? In Shu and I's perspective, one must boldly pursue their affections. Since it's already noon, very well. Lin Yu was also feeling a bit hungry, and recalled that the Pokémon in his Pokeballs were probably starving as well. Come, I will take you to a delightful place with exquisite food. Thank you, Senior. Half an hour later, gazing at the Frost Gym before him, Lin Yu fell into contemplation. Shuemu City boasted 4 municipal gyms, the Flame Gym, the Flow Gym, the Frost Gym, and the Grass Gym, each corresponding to a different elemental type. So, what does this have to do with dining? Mom, I'm back. Huh. Lin Yu was taken aback, glancing at Shu and I, confusion evident on his face. Hee, I never misspoke. My mother's cooking is absolutely delightful. Shu and I stuck out her tongue and tugged at Lin Yu's hand, darting inside. A rush of icy air enveloped them, causing Lin Yu to shiver. Inside, the environment was frigid, with many trainees practicing their ice-type Pokémon amidst a flurry of snowflakes. Fortunately, his physical condition had significantly improved. Greeting them was a graceful woman, mature and elegant, with silver hair tied back in a ponytail, her figure notably voluptuous. She was the owner of this gym, with her primary Pokémon being an Alolan Ninetales. Shu and I? The woman glanced at Shu and I, and then at Lin Yu. At this point, Lin Yu had no choice but to greet her. Hello, Auntie. The nearby trainees turned their gazes toward them, witnessing Shu and I bring a boy back. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Shuanai typically treated them with kindness, making her a figure of admiration among them. Look, Senior Shuanai brought a guy back. Don't say that. My purpose for training Pokémon here is to see Senior Shuanai. Woe is me. I feel like I will never love again. I must challenge this young man to a proper duel and win back Senior Shuanai's heart. Hey, look at that guy. Doesn't he seem a bit familiar? He must be the champion of this year's second-year league. Suddenly, I feel they suit each other perfectly. Lin Yu was surprised to discover how popular Shuanai was even at her home. She was already quite well liked at school. However, she had established a rule. Anyone who wished to pursue her must first defeat her in a battle against their peers. This had deterred 99 of her suitors. I'm starving. We must eat. The typically authoritative Shuanai now transformed into a playful girl. All right. You two come in first. Please wait a moment. The lady intended to observe Lin Yu further. She often heard her daughter speak of him. She led them into the small courtyard behind the gym, watched longingly by other trainees. The courtyard was blanketed in snow, and behind it stood a quaint dwelling. There, a seated Alolan Ninetales, nearly as tall as a person, awaited. Its pure white fur bore no trace of color, and its eyes sparkled like blue gemstones. When you glanced at it, recognizing it as a formidable Ninetales of the leader's caliber. Please wait a moment. I will prepare things. The lady announced before heading to the kitchen. Lin Yu hesitated, inquiring if he could release his Pokémon to enjoy the fresh air. Upon receiving a positive response, he summoned all 3 of his Pokémon, Ribbit, Frogadier, Kairu. The distinct environment instantly rendered the 3 Pokémon momentarily speechless. Wow, Kairu has evolved. Shuanai exclaimed, noting the charming appearance of her Kirlia, before summoning her own Pokémon, a Fennekin and another Alolan Vulpix. One was fiery red, the other pure white, both fluffy foxes. Shuanai attempted to embrace her Kirlia, only to be met with a curt rejection. It refused to let anyone touch it, save for Lin Yu. The Pokémon, having never experienced snow before, curiously played with it. However, the high temperature of Charmeleon's body melted the snow before it could grasp it. It is often said that a Pokémon's personality mirrors that of its trainer. The Fennekin, possessing a graceful demeanor, quickly engaged in playful antics with the other Pokémon, teaching Charmeleon how to manage its body temperature. This was a form of micro-control over internal energy, proving highly beneficial for the Pokémon. Remarkably, Charmeleon learned this in just over 10 minutes, leaving Fennekin disheartened as it drew circles in the snow, having taken over 10 days to master it initially. Before long, the lady emerged from the house, calling everyone to dinner. The two exchanged glances, then proceeded inside with their Pokémon. Prior to that, Lin Yu took out the energy cubes he always carried with him. All 3 Pokémon were ardent enthusiasts of these energy cubes, and their happiest moments occurred during mealtime. They immediately devoured the cubes ravenously. Junior, Shuanai leaned down toward Lin Yu, observing him feed Kirlia bite by bite. Did you purchase these energy cubes from the market? They appear quite impressive. Then, with pride, she continued, my mother is also a breeder of energy cubes, and a high-ranking one at that. Let's eat first. The lady was taken aback, realizing her daughter had so quickly sold herself out in pursuit of a young man. Upon observing the Pokémon surrounding the young boy, one cannot help but feel a sense of astonishment. Charmeleon, the sleek black Froakie, and the enchanting Chespin. All of these are rare Pokémon that, once matured, become formidable creatures. Your name is Lin Yu, is it not? The elegant lady inquired, gazing at the boy who was feeding his Pokémon. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. May I have a look at the energy cube you're feeding them? As a seasoned breeder, she felt an irresistible urge to examine the craftsmanship behind the nurturing of Pokémon. These Pokémon appeared exceptionally radiant, their physiques significantly more robust than the average specimens. This sparked her curiosity about Lin Yu's breeding methods. It's merely a trinket I made, Lin Yu replied with a hint of modesty. Upon receiving the water-type energy cube, the lady's expression sharpened with intrigue. Her pupils widened in disbelief. You claim this is your creation? The quality surpasses even my own? Chapter 42, Level 25 Onyx. Suddenly, Lin Yu realized something significant. His credentials indicated he was a master of secondary professions. Consequently, the energy cubes he produced were of expert caliber. Yet, having spoken his mind, there was no turning back. What method does the water stone utilize to emit energy? Resonance? As these thoughts crossed Lin Yu's mind, answers naturally emerged, showcasing the profound wisdom of a secondary profession expert. Moreover, this knowledge was not only standard, but could adapt to various situations with remarkable precision. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, however, his responses were beginning to tread into advanced territory. As the inquiries grew more intricate, the lady's expression shifted to one of deep intrigue. Initially, the questions were aligned with those of a novice breeder, but soon they delved into complexities that even advanced breeders grapple with. and Lin Yu managed to respond with remarkable fluency, often providing innovative solutions that left her enlightened. Is this truly a high school student? All right, Mom. It's time for dinner. If we don't eat soon, it'll get cold. Observing the engaging exchange, Xiwenai interjected as she noticed the steaming dishes on the table beginning to cool. This effectively quelled the lady's desire to continue her inquiries. Many of the questions had already ventured into realms of knowledge that eluded her understanding. Silently, she marveled at Lin Yu's extraordinary breeding talent. Vowing not to let it go to waste, she resolved to find him an exceptional mentor. The youngest master breeder in Huagua would be the perfect instructor. Lin Yu, feeling a pang of hunger, could not deny that Xiwenai's mother prepared delightful meals that exuded a homely essence. It was a taste he had not savored in the many years since his arrival in this world. After the meal, due to their earlier delay, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon, prompting them to head directly to the Flame Gym. The assessments were expected to be lenient and not overly challenging. The preliminary evaluations for aspiring trainers typically take place at city gyms. Each gym, aside from offering badges akin to those in anime, which grant challengers the right to participate in various competitions, also bears corresponding responsibilities. This includes monitoring secret realms, such as the one Lin Yu had discovered, which was now under the jurisdiction of the Flame Gym. According to national regulations concerning secret realms, gym leaders are granted the authority to explore these areas and, depending on the realm's level and size, to procure corresponding resources and capture Pokémon. However, with such privileges comes responsibility. If a Pokémon were to riot within a secret realm, it is the gym's duty to promptly address the situation. The Frost Gym, located in Shuemu City, also oversees a secret realm known as the Snowy Realm, a mid-sized area enveloped in snow. Most of the Pokémon obtained by students at the Frost Gym originate from this very realm. At the entrance of the Frost Gym, Xiwenai rallied herself. All right, Mom. The newly promoted elite Vulpix faced a challenging assessment ahead. Xiwenai, come here for a moment. Noticing her eagerness to accompany Lin Yu, her mother called her back. What is it, Mom? Xiwenai asked, glancing at Lin Yu before stepping closer to her mother. You seem to like this boy, don't you? The directness of her mother's inquiry did not faze Xiwenai in the slightest. Indeed, just look at Lin Yu. He is quite remarkable. He is only a freshman and already possesses 3 elite Pokémon, and he is a breeder. I could barely grasp the conversation you two just had. Influenced by her family background, Xiwenai was also a novice breeder. However, she could only comprehend the initial part of her mother's dialogue with Lin Yu, as the latter portion eluded her entirely. Surely he has many girls pursuing him at school. Aren't you worried? Her mother continued. Such an exceptional boy would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous female classmates. Xiwenai hesitated, recalling a certain flower-like girl, radiant and aloof, with a rather intimidating background. To be honest, Xiwenai lacked confidence in competing against her. Consequently, she relayed all the details about that girl to her mother. My proud daughter experiences such insecurities as well. The lady chuckled, causing Xiwenai to blush as she cast a glance at Lin Yu, who was distractedly looking at his phone. With a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she exclaimed, Mom. Haha. This boy truly is impressive and responsible. If that girl is currently absent, you still have a chance. Her mother advised. Let me tell you, at 16, boys are in their prime of hormones. Creating opportunities for physical contact can easily make his heart flutter. Unaware of the conversation taking place between the two, Lin Yu noticed that when the senior girl approached him again, her cheeks were flushed. Concerned, he asked, What's wrong, senior? Nothing. Let us hurry to the assessment before we run out of time. At the Flame Gym, the assessments were overseen by the gym leader, though the actual evaluators may not necessarily be the leader themselves. However, upon seeing Lin Yu, the leader could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. This young man was advancing at an astonishing rate. The last time he had come seeking advice on how to teach his Charmander to breathe fire. And now he was here for the preliminary evaluation for aspiring trainers. The assessment rules dictated that a Pokémon of elite status would be randomly selected, and the candidates were required to defeat this Pokémon using their own. It appeared that today was indeed the day for evaluations. Consequently, Lin Yu and his companions were not the only ones present. Several groups of university students had also gathered. After announcing the assessment rules, the selection phase commenced. Unfortunately for Lin Yu, he drew a formidable level 25 Onyx, while Xiwenai drew a level 22 Ducklet. Generally, the assessments for aspiring trainers are relatively straightforward, with the Pokémon drawn being newly inducted into the elite tier, a situation as rare as Lin Yu's. The nearby university students cast sympathetic glances at Lin Yu. As for the examiners, they were instructors from the dojo, all interns from various universities. Lin Yu faced a young man who appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old. He looked at Lin Yu with a hint of regret and said, It is unfortunate for you that you have drawn me. I will hold nothing back. This sentiment only fueled Lin Yu's fighting spirit. Level 25 may not pose a challenge for Charizard and Chikorita, but for the recently joined Froakie, it was just right. After all, both he and Froakie were eager to test the might of the Spiral Sphere. Chapter 43, The Power of the Spiral Sphere. Go, Froakie. Froak. The imposing Froakie emerged, immediately locking its gaze onto the Onix. Pokémon. Onix. Ability. Sturdy. Gender. Female. Talent. Gym. Strength. Level 25. Skills. Tackle. Bind. Rock Slide. Spike. Noise. Harden. A black Froakie of the water type? Unusual hues always capture attention, and the examiner regarded Lin Yu with astonishment. With a signal, the examination commenced. The Onix, stretching over 6 or 7 meters, opened its white pupils wide, emitting a brilliant glint. In reality, Onix was far from the comically clumsy appearance portrayed in anime. Its immense bulk commanded an extraordinary presence, capable of intimidating even the most timid Pokémon into submission. Yet Froakie, a creature thriving in the depths of secret realms, was unperturbed even by the ferocious Gyarados that dwelled there. How could it fear a relatively smaller Onix? Onix, harden, and tackle. With a resounding rumble, the sheen on Onix's body momentarily flashed as its surface hardened. Its colossal form unleashed a fierce gust on the battlefield, creating an overwhelming atmosphere akin to an army charging forth. Froakie, use Shadow Clone. Lin Yu calmly commanded, swiftly analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both Pokémon. Given Froakie's advantageous type, every strike against Onix would inflict considerable damage. However, Onix's formidable strength posed a challenge. Its massive size inherently revealed significant vulnerabilities, particularly when it charged recklessly. Froakie formed hand seals, and dozens of shadowy duplicates emerged in an instant. Through rigorous training and recent targeted exercises, Lin Yu had ensured that Onix would struggle to discern the real Froakie among the illusions. Yet the examiner, demonstrating notable skill and command, shouted, "Rock Slide. Crush them." With energy coalescing, watermelon-sized stones encircled Onix and descended rapidly. As they struck the clones, a great cloud of dust erupted. At that moment, Lin Yu sensed an opportunity. Froakie, while it uses Rock Slide, employ Grass Knot. Grass Knot. Damage is based on the opponent's weight. The heavier the opponent, the greater the inflicted damage. Froakie understood the cue and, seizing the chance amidst the obscuring dust, nimbly leapt behind Onix like a true ninja. With a brilliant flash of white light on its froggy foot, it delivered a fierce blow to Onix's tail. Bang! The massive Onix crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, accompanied by its agonized roar. Onix, continue. Take advantage of its weakness. Finish it. Having scored a hit, Lin Yu would not allow Onix a moment to recover. Spiral Sphere. With a power of 120, this water-type move required only a brief moment to gather energy, making it one of the most potent techniques Lin Yu had at his disposal. 2 clones appeared beside Froakie, hastily assisting it in forming a fist-sized sphere. Get it together. Onix. Despite the prior harden and its sturdy ability, Onix, with its immense weight, did not completely lose its combat capability after taking the hit. However, the rapid succession of events caught the examiner off guard. Initially intending to test with a mere tackle, he was taken aback when Lin Yu unleashed a powerful move. As Onix finally regained its senses and the dust settled, it was met with 3 identical Froakies, each forming a small blue sphere, rushing towards it. It was bewildered. What could such a large sphere possibly do? But when the water energy-infused spiral sphere approached, it was struck with sheer terror. A thunderous roar erupted, as a torrent of flames surged forth. Above, a massive Charizard exhaled, having just unleashed flames between the 2 Pokémon. Onix's previous look of confusion was replaced by shock and indescribable fear. The spiral sphere merely grazed its rocky form, creating a noticeable dent. It was hard to fathom the consequences had it been struck directly. Surely it would have pierced through its body, though not lethal. The subsequent healing would be no easy task. Lin Yu, examination successful, in comparison to other examination arenas where exchanges were more balanced. This contest was overwhelmingly in Lin Yu's favor. Watch your limits next time, remarked the examiner, glancing at Froakie. Is that Water Pulse? Its power is astonishing. Quite clever to utilize Grass Knot. This kid has impressive command skills. In the elite tier, Pokémon battles are characterized by rapid changes. This tests a trainer's ability to adapt on the fly. Once they reach the dojo, gym leaders, and masters, Pokémon showdowns will be even more dynamic. If trainers cannot issue timely commands, what difference is there from battles in the wild? Lin Yu nodded, surprised by how the situation unfolded. He had merely wished to test the spiral sphere's potency, and now it exceeded all expectations, even overwhelming Onix. The onlookers, including those who were temporarily free from examinations or accompanying others, and the students from the dojo, stood in astonishment. What was that final move? A new technique? A sphere so small that it required the Charizard's flames to counter it? The three Froakies continuously forming that sphere could unleash such power? Remarkable. The execution of the spiral sphere was undeniably impressive. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Froakie leaped to Lin Yu's side, wearing a serious expression. Lin Yu understood this to mean, that was exhilarating. I hope for such a challenge again. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of battles. Unbeknownst to him, Froakie was quite the combat enthusiast. After gently patting Froakie's head, Lin Yu proceeded toward the examination area of his senior, only to discover. The senior sister is currently engaged in an intense battle. From the prevailing circumstances, it is evident that she holds the upper hand. Indeed, it wasn't long before the long-tailed fire fox unleashed a jet of flames, triumphing over the duck-billed fire beast in their confrontation. Junior, I did it! Exclaimed the elated Xuan Nai as she recalled the long-tailed fire fox and dashed over to Lin Yu, leaping into his embrace. Although it was November, the weather remained relatively warm, causing both to wear light clothing. Lin Yu could distinctly feel the softness against his chest, but in the next moment, they awkwardly separated, facing each other as a blush, reminiscent of a sunset, gradually spread across their cheeks. Chapter 44. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire Obtained. It has been a week since Lin Yu became a preliminary vocational trainer. Today he was in high spirits. After breaking down the weekly entries, his entry coins had reached 1025. He had finally reached the milestone of 1,000. This meant that the ethereal white flames could be purchased at this moment. The Charizard emerged, somewhat puzzled. It had grown significantly taller, now around 1.6 meters. This height was merely a fraction less than that of a Dragonite. Today, I have something special for you. Lin Yu, suppressing his excitement, exchanged for the Bone Spirit Cold Fire with trembling hands. Ding! The Bone Spirit Cold Fire has been credited. To protect the host from attack, a mere thought will allow the Bone Spirit Cold Fire to be bestowed upon this Pokémon. Note: the unique flames possess a strong assimilation property. Please use with caution. Looking at the remaining items in the entry coin store, Charizard Evolution Keystone, Shenanduo Evolution Keystone, Legendary Beast Summoning Card, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of despair. Each of these items was highly coveted, yet his entry coins limited his progress. What if there existed an entry that could generate entry coins? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. Did he not still possess an encounter entry? This was his opportunity. He wished for an entry that could augment his entry coins. Huh? The Charizard was somewhat confused. Wasn't this supposed to be for its benefit? It's here. Lin Yu concentrated his thoughts. The white flames levitated and surged into the Charizard's body. The absorption of this unique fire came with side effects. And since the Charizard was bound to the purification entry, this unique fire could only be conferred upon it. Roar! I sense a new flame being injected into my being. The Charizard was intrigued. This flame felt entirely different from its own. Its flames were domineering, yet merely that. However, this new flame imbued it with a sense of the power to incinerate all things. Of course, this was merely an illusion. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire indeed enhanced the burning potency of flames. More importantly, the fusion of extreme cold and extreme heat could render one lifeless. Roar! I want to test the new flames. The Charizard was invigorated. Lin Yu shook his head. Although he too was eager to witness the manifestation of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The dilapidated building they had been using for training was no longer suitable as the Charizard's prowess had grown. Continuing to train there could easily turn the ground or concrete pillars to ash. Moreover, the area was too close to the secret realm, with an increase in foot traffic compromising its secrecy. Don't worry, I will find you a suitable training ground soon. Lin Yu patted the Charizard's head, offering reassurance. Roar! At the same time, he pondered whether he should procure a Fire Stone for the Charizard. The Fire Stones obtained from school had been completely utilized, and the Water Stone acquired from the secret realm had naturally been absorbed by the Froakie. Now, Froakie had reached level 21. Once a Pokémon reaches the elite level, its power no longer increases as easily as before. This is the chasm of class disparity. Wealthy individuals can effortlessly acquire various resources to enhance their Pokémon's strength, while commoners must venture into secret realms to obtain resources, as exemplified by Cha Wanwan. Financial constraints severely limit the ascent of many. For instance, energy blocks pose no such dilemma for Lin Yu, as he possesses the subprofessional expert title. However, most trainers select low or mid-tier energy blocks. These energy blocks, while sufficient for sustenance, fall short in terms of energy utilization and recovery efficiency. The training of Pokémon in skills or physical capabilities inherently incurs significant consumption. Without timely energy replenishment, forced training can easily cause foundational damage, ultimately affecting innate talent. To prevent the widening of class disparities, the state has decreed that only individuals aged 15 and above may acquire their first Pokémon. This policy is intended to afford commoners an opportunity. Otherwise, affluent families or wealthy merchants would equip their children with the best starter Pokémon or quasi-legendaries while they are still young. By the time these children reach adulthood, their Pokémon would undoubtedly possess at least gym-level strength, leaving no prospects for commoners in the exploration of new secret realms. If this continues over time, the consequences will be irreparable. Furthermore, the population base among commoners is vast, ensuring that some will inevitably experience extraordinary fortune and rise to prominence. For instance, the gym leader Ban Mu, a national-level trainer, emerged from humble beginnings. In his early years, he fought valiantly, surviving numerous perilous situations in secret realms. He successfully nurtured a Beedrill to quasi-champion status. Many esteemed trainers have similarly risen from the ranks of commoners, fully aware of the arduous journey, thus extending kindness to commoner trainers. In such an environment, an increasing number of commoner trainers are beginning to shine. Kairu, the Chinchou, cautiously peeked out. At home, it was generally reluctant to remain within its Pokeball. This left Linyu somewhat troubled. The secret realm he had discovered contained not only the largest Gyarados, but also several smaller Gyarados. The strongest Pokémon there were merely at the mid-elite level. Previously, this strength could provide some assistance to his 3 Pokémon, but now, equipped with Battle Drain, they could no longer derive help from that secret realm. Kairu. Linyu. Let us cuddle. Nope. How about a cream puff instead? Linyu unhesitatingly rejected the request and placed a cream puff in its outstretched hand. This was something Linyu had prepared. This little creature was particularly fond of sweet treats. Kairu. I'm sad. After finishing the cream puff, Chinchou gazed at Linyu with a hint of melancholy. A fixed entry quota has refreshed. Observing the newly available expanded quota in the entry store, Linyu hurriedly purchased it. This item was indeed valuable. Each Pokémon, aside from its fixed entry, could only possess 3 entries. After acquiring it, Linyu promptly summoned Froakie and equipped it. Consequently, Froakie's data transformed into Pokémon, Frogadier, Ability, Torrent, Adaptability, Gender, Male, Talent, Champion, Level, 21, Skills, Bubble, Water Pulse, Double Team, Quick Attack, Dark Pulse, Grass Knot, Night Slash, Water Gun, Equipped Attributes, Shiny Skin, Fixed, Life Steal, Water's Breath, Spiral Bomb. After much contemplation, he decided to equip Life Steal to Frogadier as it inflicts a healing effect through physical cutting damage. The Charmeleon already possessed the ability Flame Body. Moreover, it seemed that the talent had also seen an enhancement. Although the panel still indicated Champion, acquiring a Bone Spirit Cold Fire would undoubtedly yield a qualitative change in talent. Chapter 45. Exploration of the Secret Realm. Torterra. Pokémon. Chinchou. Ability. Telepathy. Gender. Female. Talent. Champion. Level. 23. Skills. Howl. Psychic. Double Team. Protect. Psyshock. Teleport. Hypnosis. Equipped Attributes. Psyshock. Life Steal. Focus Energy. Fixed. Last Whisper. Linyu then glanced once more at Chimecho's panel. At this moment, it appeared that the levels of all 3 Pokémon had reached a plateau, desperately needing combat to enhance their abilities. The Provincial University League would not take place until March of next year. What opportunities for battle remained? Undoubtedly, the Secret Realm presented the best option. Linyu opened the distribution of Secret Realms in Shuemu City. Although Shuemu City was merely a prefectural city, it boasted numerous Secret Realms in its vicinity. While most were of lower tiers, there were still some of higher levels. Among them, 2 tiered realms stood out. One was the Frost Realm, home to a Lord-level Frostless. Pokémon at the Lord stage typically possess territorial awareness. Hence, it would be wise to refrain from entering its domain without sufficient strength to conquer it. The other was the Volcanic Realm, where the Lord Pokémon was a Charizard, reportedly the same one obtained from the Flame Gym. Currently, it maintained a relatively amicable relationship with humans. Linyu decided to begin his search in the tiered realms, which indicated the strongest Pokémon within. The late-stage gym's Rogue Crocodile? A petty thug? Never mind. The mid-stage gym's Torterra. Ultimately, Linyu selected several secret realms, including one in the mountainous region containing Torterra. A water-type realm with a rather underdeveloped energy but exceptional psychic talent featuring Psyduck, and a forest realm housing a mid-stage gym's Fiero. Among these, only Fiero necessitated caution, for it possessed a formidable territorial instinct, unlike the other 2 Pokémon. Torterra was too sluggish, and while Psyduck's psychic prowess had reached the early gym stage, it seemed somewhat dull-witted and had yet to evolve. Fiero, however, was different. It was not only powerful but also capable of flight. Were it not for the teleport attribute, Lin Yu would be hesitant to provoke it. With lifesteal at his disposal, he understood that battling was the quickest way to enhance a Pokémon's strength, especially against formidable opponents. This was Lin Yu's conclusion after days of contemplation. Engaging in exhilarating battles most effectively activated the lifesteal ability. After much deliberation, Lin Yu focused his attention on Torterra. This Pokémon was noted for its rapid energy accumulation and immense power, albeit with the drawback of sluggish movement. It was well suited for Frogadier and Chimecho to practice evasion, while Psyduck, though somewhat dim-witted, could challenge Chimecho to confront the intensity of psychic strength and thus hone its abilities. Fearow, meanwhile, was perfect. Just looking at its photographed image, one could see its streamlined musculature, beak, and claws glistening with a cold light, feathers shimmering with brilliance. Its sharp eyes radiated unparalleled confidence and dominance. It was said that this Fearow possessed exceptional talent, having defeated the former sovereign of the secret realm, a Spearow. While it was still a Pidgey, it was decided. The trainer's journey commences now. Torterra's secret realm, Steep Mountains. Entry to this tiered realm required 30,000. Along with a pre-selection as a professional trainer, Lin Yu once again marveled at his fortune. Had he not discovered the secret realm of that Gyarados, each entry into that realm would likely have demanded the same amount. The previously explored realms were indeed different from newly discovered ones, with the number of treasures significantly diminished. Even with the power of Aura, Lin Yu needed to scrutinize carefully to uncover valuable items. However, recovering the entrance fee was a trivial matter. Before long, Lin Yu stumbled upon a piece of hard sand, a treasure suitable for rock-type and ground-type Pokémon. Consuming it would enhance the hardness of their bodies, making it exceedingly beneficial for Pokémon like Onix and Golem. This piece of hard sand weighed over 3 pounds. Based on the market price of 10,000 per 100 grams, it could fetch around 150,000. The entrance fee was recouped. With the guidance of his aura and the eye of exploration, Lin Yu quickly located the strongest Pokémon in this mountainous secret realm, Torterra of mid-gym stage. Standing over 3 meters tall, it possessed a massive, flat shell resembling an armored dinosaur, adorned with a lush tree atop its back and sharp rocky protrusions covering its body. At that moment, Torterra was in slumber, awakened by the fiery aura of Charmeleon. Protect. Lin Yu instructed Chimecho to cast a protective barrier around him to shield against the potential aftershocks of battle. In the distance, amidst the steep forest, a Houndoom was being led by an enforcer, sniffing intently. It served as the guardian hound of the realm. As its name suggests, it protects the secret realm. Beside it was its trainer. Woof. Houndoom suddenly barked, and the energy surging through the air alerted the enforcer to the impending battle nearby. This direction, Torterra. The enforcer's expression shifted. Within the secret realm, 2 mid-gym stage Pokémon were nearly equal in strength, Torterra and a Scyther. The combative Scyther and the peace-loving Torterra were akin to a shield and a spear, neither yielding to the other. Battles between gym-level Pokémon differed greatly from those at the elite level. They represented a distinct divide. Their strengths could easily upheave the earth, and particularly for Torterra, it was not an exaggeration to say it could shatter mountains and split rocks. All require an energy shield to envelop them. Let us go, Speedhound. He leapt onto the back of the Speedhound and swiftly dashed towards the scene of the incident. However, upon arrival, he found the law enforcement personnel in a state of bewilderment. A child so young? He was commanding 3 Pokémon that seemed to be merely in their elite phase. Engaging in a fierce battle with Pokémon at the gym level, Kyrillian, use substitute. Froakie, Shadow Clone followed by Dark Pulse. As he observed the Terra Turtle gathering energy for its attack, a smile spread across Lin Yu's face. One must admit, the vitality of a gym-level Terra Turtle is indeed formidable. Froakie's water-type moves barely seemed to diminish its stamina. Meanwhile, the ghostly white flames enveloping it gradually wore down its energy. This ghostly white flame was none other than the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Unlike ordinary flames that quickly extinguish upon touching a Pokémon, this Bone Spirit Cold Fire, once entwined, clung on like an insatiable parasite. The energy ball being formed by the Terra Turtle was accelerating, yet its power remained formidable. The rampant energy ball shattered the substitute and erupted behind the 2 Pokémon. Boom. Debris flew as towering trees were uprooted and dust scattered. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu chuckled. It was merely an impotent fury. Chapter 46. Master Ball. Purple Attribute, Immunity. Damn. This little brat. Observing the nearly frenzied Terra Turtle unleashing its devastating attack, mad vines, the ground trembled as it was torn apart. Countless vines twisting and leaping towards the Charmeleon. Flame burst. Concentrate and break through. In a fit of rage, Charmeleon had no time to evade as the encroaching vines surrounded it. Thus, Lin Yu immediately issued the command. the flames surged forth. The ghostly white fire resembling the ghostly flames of hell, and in that moment, a flash of brilliance enveloped Charmeleon. At this critical juncture, its strength ascended to a new level. Although fire is the natural counter to vines, the Teraturtle possessed the energy intensity of a gym-level Pokémon. The energy of Pokémon is indeed an enigmatic phenomenon, capable of transforming into ice, stone, flame, or water. From a certain perspective, this touches upon metaphysical theories. Yet, this ghostly white flame forcefully burned a hole through the frenzied vines, allowing Charmeleon to escape. What the heck? The law enforcement officer initially intended to intervene. But seeing this young boy, barely a teenager, audaciously challenging a gym-level Teraturtle and displaying considerable strength, they thought to let him face some trials. Little did they expect this boy could compel the Teraturtle to unleash its ultimate move and even break through its barriers. It's worth noting that even the Scyther had difficulty cutting through those wild plants. Alright, let us retreat. The Pokémon had been thoroughly engaged in their battle. And Linyu decided to remain in this secret realm for several days, periodically returning to test his skills against the Teraturtle. Thus, he promptly teleported away. Under the influence of his wave guidance power, he sensed that someone was already watching this place. Me? The Boundary Guardian appeared bewildered, observing the Teraturtle's waning momentum. Yet its anger remained undiminished. Glancing once more at Linyu, who had teleported away, he felt a mix of despair and frustration, realizing that the Teraturtle seemed to have redirected its wrath towards him. You little rascal. Speedhound, use Flame Burst. With no other choice, the law enforcement officer commanded the Speedhound to battle, aiming to quell the Teraturtle's fury. In another part of the mountainous region, wow, thrilling. After restoring the health of several Pokémon using the Forest Friends skill, Linyu's expression was one of exhilaration. Charmeleon had reached level 26, recovering visibly from the bruises inflicted by the vines, while Froakie had ascended to level 22. It must be said, the rewards from challenging above 1's level were indeed substantial. Roar. Charmeleon truly relished the fight. Such opponents are the real deal. No rush, we'll return tomorrow. Linyu resolved to stay in this secret realm for the time being, also hoping to uncover some hidden treasures. The next day, the Teraturtle, being a Pokémon prone to drowsiness, suffered from insomnia after being tormented by those cold yet fiery flames. After finally managing to sleep, that wretched human returned with his Pokémon. On the third, fourth, and fifth days, Linyu initially required the use of teleport to engage, but eventually, the Teraturtles simply gave in, allowing them to attack freely, perhaps aware that they wouldn't be able to defeat it. By the seventh day, Linyu was caught and reprimanded. The Boundary Guardian had been lying in wait. Upon recognizing Linyu and confirming his identity, he scolded him thoroughly. Watching Linyu's departing figure, the Guardian couldn't help but reflect on the indifferent Teraturtle. Is he really just a first-year high school student? His future is boundless. Feeling content, Linyu set off for the next secret realm. However, en route, the new weekly attributes refreshed. Purple attribute, immunity when receiving a fatal blow. All damage will be negated. Limited use attribute, freely keepable. 33, it's purple. Linyu's eyes brightened as he grasped the meaning of this free keepable attribute. It meant he could swiftly apply it to any creature at will. This undoubtedly provided yet another means of survival. Within the secret realm, he could truly unleash his potential. Moreover, Linyu noticed that as his physical prowess, or rather the strength of his Pokémon, increased, it seemed the attribute system had evolved as well. Previously, the daily attributes that refreshed were predominantly white, but now, the probability of blue attributes appearing had greatly increased, with green attributes also becoming more frequent. Ding! As the host's strength increases, the frequency of high-quality attributes refreshing rises. After receiving this response from the system, Linyu smiled contentedly and began browsing the attribute shop for the day. Each day felt like opening a treasure chest. And the best part was, no keys were required. Oh, what is this? Master Ball, unique item can capture any Pokémon in one ball, 5,000 attribute coins. It might as well not exist. 5,000 attribute coins. This figure was enough to make Linyu lose hope. However, he quickly shifted his mindset. The existence of this item signified an opportunity. The Master Ball, after all, is the ultimate Pokeball for capturing legendary Pokémon. To date, no human has managed to capture a deity-level Pokémon. Not only do legendary Pokémon remain elusive, but their power also exceeds the capacity of standard Pokeballs. Even captured legendary Pokémon are merely those devoid of divine status, being slightly stronger than ordinary Pokémon. 6,000 attribute coins, Linyu muttered. With 6,000 entry tokens in hand, one could now possess their first divine beast. The allure of this opportunity was undeniably immense. Calculating the pace at which one could acquire 1,000 tokens in 2 months, it would take a year to amass enough tokens. However, this calculation was misleading, for the rate of token acquisition would undoubtedly accelerate over time. Moreover, new enticing items would likely emerge along the way, leading to the expenditure of tokens. The intricacies of this algorithm could be left to the future. Now, onto the next secret realm, Psyduck. The description of this Psyduck inexplicably reminded Lin Yu of the duck deity from the anime. Though it lacked prowess in water-type energy, once it developed a headache, it would transform into the duck deity. The realm where Psyduck resided was known as the Teapot Realm, named for its teapot-like shape. Through the power of wave guiding, Lin Yu swiftly located Psyduck's whereabouts. It stood dazed in place, surrounded by a group of women who were feeding it energy cubes. Chapter 47, A Flash of Golden Light. It turned out that this secret realm harbored no treasures. The Pokémon within were mostly Weedles and Metapods. Consequently, it had not been developed into an exploratory secret realm, but rather transformed into a tourist attraction. This adorably naive Psyduck, despite possessing gym-level strength, had ultimately become a plaything for the women. Even Froakie had become their toy. What a handsome Froakie. Little brother, is this your Pokémon? Lin Yu glanced at himself. At 1.80 meters, he was hardly short. He quickly took Froakie and dashed off to the next secret realm. Once again, it was a forest secret realm. Drawing from his previous experience, Lin Yu first researched this realm. The Jujuwood realm was famous for its abundance of Jujube fruits, and the Pokémon within were mostly competitive. Finding a Pidgeotto proved somewhat challenging, as its movements were erratic. Lin Yu then devised a plan. If he couldn't locate Pidgeotto, he would lure a few Pidovs to summon the particularly protective Pidgeotto. Indeed, this method proved effective. The sharp-eyed Pidgeotto could not tolerate its kin being bullied and swiftly flew over, only to find several Pidovs obediently pecking at energy cubes at the feet of a human. What on earth? Hadn't it heard a distress signal and rushed over? Now, witnessing such a scene, Lin Yu's approach was clear. First, offer a stick, then a Jujube, coaxing the Pidovs to willingly summon Pidgeotto. Sure enough, upon seeing their leader arrive, the Pidovs straightened up and flew up to Pidgeotto, complaining about how this human had bullied them. Pokémon, Pidgeotto, ability, keen eye, gender, male, talent, leader, level, 35, skills, quick attack, wing attack, hurricane, peck, aerial ace. Steel wing, brave bird. One must admit, Pidgeotto was indeed striking. With its keen gaze, flowing brown feathers, and well-defined muscles across its chest, complemented by the crest atop its head, it was truly a sight to behold. After hearing the complaints, Pidgeotto glared at Lin Yu. In truth, Lin Yu had not done much. He had merely intimidated a few Pidovs. Come on, Pidgeotto. Lin Yu had no intention of explaining. He was there for a battle after all. Though it seemed like a 3-on-1 situation, it appeared that the two Pidovs on the opposing side had also taken to the air upon seeing Lin use 3 Pokémon. Charizard was to use Fire Rain to dispatch the two Pidovs, while Kirlia would employ Psychic to control Pidgeotto. And Froakie would utilize Quick Attack combined with Double Team to disrupt Pidgeotto's line of sight. In an instant, Lin Yu had mapped out the strategy. On the opposing side, Pidgeotto let out a call. The two Pidovs' wings glimmered with white light as they prepared for wing attack. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he had hoped for, indicating that Pidgeotto seemed eager to gauge his strength. Roar! Charizard's battle cry echoed. Only through combat could it ignite the flames of passion deep within. The sparks emitted like a cascading net, exploding into hundreds of fiery blossoms in midair, overwhelming the two Pidovs who had never encountered such a technique, leaving them flustered. Observing this, Pidgeotto's expression shifted. It sought to rescue the two Pidovs, but was taken aback to discover dozens of flying Froakies had appeared before it, immobilizing its body in an instant. Froakie's and Kirlia's skills had taken effect. However, being a mid-gym Pokémon, Pidgeotto was formidable. It merely struggled slightly, breaking free from Kirlia's psychic control. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a fierce gust that obliterated all of Froakie's shadow clones. In awe, Lin Yu marveled at Pidgeotto's strength. Truly, it was worthy of being a mid-gym Pokémon. Pidgeotto, angered by the dispersing flames, Pidgeotto fumed at the thought of a forest fire igniting in its homeland. Don't worry, Pidgeotto. Charizard has excellent control over flames. Lin Yu, mindful of Pidgeotto's concerns, had anticipated this. Under the tutelage of his long-tailed fox, Charizard had mastered the art of controlling scattered flames, especially this ethereal cold fire. However, it was evident that Pidgeotto's fury had not subsided. Suddenly, it was enveloped in a radiant glow and charged toward Charizard. What? Brave bird? Starting with a powerful move? Lin Yu's perception of the Pokémon within this realm shifted once more. The speed was too great for Charizard to evade. Kirlia, hold the line. Charizard, use Flame Punch. Froakie, unleash Bubble. Under the influence of wave guiding, Linyu made his arrangements in an instant. A silvery barrier appeared before Charizard as fiery energy converged on its claws. The pale white flames resembled ghostly fire. Unable to evade, Linyu braced for the impact. Boom! The radiant Pidgeotto collided with Charizard, sending the latter careening backward. Froakie reacted swiftly, launching a stream of bubbles to cushion Charizard's fall. Linyu's heart tightened. Although he had equipped immunity, witnessing this scene still filled him with unease. Roar! A crimson streak of blood trickled from Charizard's mouth. Despite the cushioning effect of the bubbles, it had sustained a considerable injury. Yet, it had successfully imbued Pidgeotto with the ethereal cold fire. An unceasing vitality began to flow from Pidgeotto, triggering the Life Flame ability, combined with Child of the Forest. Charizard's condition rapidly improved, rekindling its fighting spirit. Under the influence of wave guiding, Linyu felt invigorated, his own fervor igniting. Pokémon battles were meant to be exhilarating and unrestrained. In the verdant embrace of the forest, the fiery Charizard unleashed its flames, while the agile Froakie leapt gracefully, creating ripples in the water. Chikorita joined the fray, and with a powerful cry, Pidgeot soared into the sky. Despite the absence of tactical analysis, these wild Pokémon possessed an abundance of combat experience. The synergy among these Pokémon rendered them virtually invincible. Attempting to confront one would inevitably result in the others disrupting the encounter. Ascending into the sky, with wings spanning 3 to 4 meters, Pidgeot unleashed a tempest. A whirlwind with a diameter exceeding 3 meters and towering several meters high. Froakie launched its Water Shuriken, while Charizard continued to spew flames. Linyu swiftly altered his tactics. Pidgeot. The flames engulfed the front, while Froakie maneuvers through the trees, waiting for the opportune moment. It was a thrilling Pokémon battle that raged until dusk. Only then did Linyu, accompanied by his 3 Pokémon, retreat with composure. After changing into fresh attire, Linyu tended to the scratches left by branches, his expression brimming with exhilaration. This adventure was indeed fortuitous. Pidgeot proved to be an excellent training partner, promising significant progress for Charizard, Froakie, and Chikorita alike. Detection indicates that the host has one seasonal entry yet to refresh. Would you like to use it? The sudden voice of the system startled Linyu. He had indeed forgotten about the quarterly refresh opportunity. Yes. A flash of golden light enveloped him. Chapter 48. Golden Entry, Joyous Transformation. Golden Entry, Joyous Transformation, allows Pokémon to gain joy, convertible into entry coins. Note: only your own Pokémon can acquire joy points. The stronger the Pokémon, the more joy points they can obtain. Linyu was taken aback. What does this mean? Gaining joy points converts to entry coins? Froakie, under the host's gentle touch, feels elated and gains 1 joy point, convertible into 1 entry coin. What was this? Did the entry from the unexpected encounter fulfill its promise? Linyu glanced at Chikorita, who, despite a minor injury, seemed quite pleased. Thus, he began to gently massage Chikorita's shoulders. Froakie, under the host's gentle touch, feels elated and gains 1 joy point, convertible into 1 entry coin. Chikorita looked curiously at Linyu, sensing his unusual fondness for petting today. It thoroughly enjoyed the attention. Linyu, oblivious to such thoughts, continued to lavish care upon each Pokémon. Remarkably, he accrued over 60 joy points. This meant more than 60 entry coins. Was it possible to reach 6,000 within 100 days? This was certainly worthy of its golden entry status. Let us rest well. Tomorrow we shall challenge Pidgeot once more. Linyu resolved to remain in this secret realm for the next few days. Chico, Froakie. In the ensuing days, Linyu diligently sought out Pidgeot, persistently challenging it to battles. Pidgeot could hardly endure the repetition. Each time it was on the verge of defeat, it would swiftly vanish, only to reappear once it had regained its strength. Linyu treated it as a sharpening stone for his skills. Through this intense training, by December 4th, Charizard reached level 27, Froakie level 24, and Chikorita level 26, each gaining in strength. Pidgeot, now thoroughly exhausted, gazed at the approaching Pokémon. Its once resplendent feathers now disheveled and tarnished, as if sullied and worn. With no energy left, it descended to the ground, folding its feathers and bowing its proud head. To Pidgeot, Linyu's relentless challenges seemed like an attempt to capture it. Well done. Observing the weary Pidgeot, Linyu decided that this training session in the secret realm should conclude. Chico. The 3 Pokémon bore an added resilience from their experiences. Thank you, Pidgeot. If time allows, I shall return to challenge you again. Linyu offered several flying-type energy cubes beside Pidgeot, acknowledging the disturbance he had caused. In truth, Pidgeot was a remarkable creature. The forest Pidgeys were in need of its presence. Pidgeot, bewildered, thought, is this my reward after preparing to surrender? As it watched Lin Yu and his cheerful Pokémon depart, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in its eyes. It wished to follow. Yet the realm's Pidgeys needed its guardianship as well, especially with a flock of Spearows competing for their habitat. With the arrival of a new month, new entries awaited. The rate of acquiring entry coins had significantly increased, yielding over 40 coins daily from his trio. In just over 10 days, his total had surpassed 500. This month's entries were bestowed upon Chikorita. Purple entry, illusion exclusive to Psychic-type Pokémon, enables a Phantom Body for 3 seconds. During this period, no attack can hit. Cooldown time, 24 seconds. 3 seconds of invincibility. Chikorita's entry bar had been somewhat lacking, and today the shop had refreshed a fixed entry slot. He promptly added this new entry. Pokémon, Chikorita. Ability, telepathy, gender, female, talent, King's Blessing, strength, level 26, skills, Howl, Psyshock, Shadow Clone, Protect, Psychic Spike, Teleport. Hypnosis, equipped entries, Psychic Spike, Battle Absorb, Focused Mind, fixed, Last Whisper, Illusion, fixed. Is it snowing? Upon entering the secret realm, it had been autumn, now. As he emerged, winter had arrived. Lin Yu's initial excitement dimmed slightly, for in this world, he had no kin. Chico? Why do you feel this way? Don't you have us? The ethereal Chikorita gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Indeed, with their companionship, he was not alone. Lin Yu reciprocated the gesture with a pat on Chikorita. Upon returning to Waterwood City, Lin Yu first attended to his hygiene, cleansing away the wild essence accumulated during his days in the secret realm. Then, he activated his phone, which had long since depleted its battery. Ding! A flood of messages inundated him. Foremost among them was a message from the distant Yi Qingxue, featuring a photo of her in a swimsuit beside a Haxorus. On the beach, her delicate feet graced the sand, her bashful demeanor both alluring and enigmatic. This message had been sent 3 days prior. Brother, the inheritance has been remarkably successful. My Dragonite has already reached the mid-stage of its gym journey. You must strive harder. Lin Yu replied with a simple good. He reflected on the advantages of having a background. She possesses one, and that Dragonite hails from Dragon Island, which is akin to a double privilege. The sum of 1 plus 1 here certainly exceeds 2. Then, Xuanai approached him, inquiring about his recent whereabouts. Initially, Lin Yu did not respond, and Xuanai seemed oblivious. However, as his silence prolonged, Xuanai's messages became increasingly frequent. Was she worried about him? Lin Yu hurriedly replied, explaining that he had been unreachable in the secret realm these days. Xuanai. Understood. Remember to inform me next time. I will be concerned. She even attached an angry emoji of a snowy Vulpix. Lin Yu, all right. After responding to messages from Old Qin and Coach Luo Xing, Lin Yu began to summarize the gains from this secret realm expedition. First and foremost, the treasures. Due to his focus on battles, his haul of treasures was modest, amounting to roughly 1 million in value. Then there was the enhancement of strength. All 3 Pokémon made significant progress. He also learned that wild Pokémon, while lacking a trainer's commands, possessed ample combat experience. Contrary to the depictions in the fan novels he had read in his previous life, where wild Pokémon appeared daft without trainers, these creatures were, in fact, quite aggressive. They typically unleashed their most powerful moves immediately, aiming for a swift victory over their opponents. Chapter 49. Could this truly be crafted by a high school student? Training room. Contains an independent space, undamaged version. 500 entry tokens. This was a newly refreshed item in the entry token shop. It was a spacious, brightly lit training room. Each entry required 1 token. But the training equipment and intensity could be adjusted at will, providing a natural training venue. After perusing the secret realm surrounding Shuemu City, Lin Yu returned for 2 days of rest. On the 3rd day, he was awakened by a phone call. It was from his senior. What is it, senior? Lin Yu opened the weekly entry tokens of the day, and his eyes brightened. Blue entry, Healing Expert enhances recovery effects by 50. This entry was indeed quite beneficial, particularly for Charizard. Child of the Forest, Flame of Life, Rapid Recovery. He originally intended to cultivate Charizard into a warrior. Now, it appeared that he could be both a damage dealer and a tank, a hybrid mage warrior. It seemed fitting to max out the hexagonal attributes. Shall you? This time. The voice was not Xuanai's but that of a mature and alluring woman. Lin Yu promptly adjusted his demeanor. Hello, Aunt Xue. Shall you? I heard that you have been honing your skills in the secret realm these days. While training is important, please also pay attention to your safety. Lin Yu felt a warm current flow through him as he replied, yes. By the way, I remember you have a great aptitude for cultivation. I have found you a teacher, a master cultivator from the Kyoto Research Institute. Lin Yu was taken aback. He anticipated that their previous discussion about cultivation would be remembered by Aunt Xue. In a society where Pokémon were increasingly integrated into civilian life, professional trainers, though still esteemed, no longer held the same lofty status as they did decades ago. Instead, cultivators have risen to prominence. The demand for energy cubes has always been a fundamental need for trainers. As long as there are trainers, there will be a demand for energy cubes, healing potions, and remedies for various ailments, confusion, poisoning. These are all produced by cultivators. Moreover, energy cubes are categorized by type and quality based on the Pokémon's requirements. Much like alchemy in a cultivation world, which encompasses both grade and quality. The former relates to the energy contained within the cubes, while the latter signifies the Pokémon's absorption efficiency. The production of energy cubes varies. Ordinary berries can yield them, as can dragonfire fruits, and various treasures can be incorporated to enhance their effects. For instance, when producing water-type energy cubes, Linyu would add powdered light water stone. When crafting fire-type energy cubes, he would include powdered firestone and balance them with other treasures to ensure proper nutrition and energy provision. Most trainers from ordinary families opt for energy cubes manufactured on industrial assembly lines. Though these cubes are affordable, their energy conversion efficiency is far too low. For the commoners to ascend, they must dare to fight and strive within the secret realms. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Aunt Shui inquired, noticing Lin Yu's prolonged silence. Oh, nothing. Thank you, Aunt Shui. Why are you thanking me, child? Aunt Shui's voice was cheerful, albeit it made Lin Yu hesitant to respond. All right. I'll provide you with the account details. You should have an interview with her. I'm merely facilitating. Whether you become her student depends on your own efforts. The call ended swiftly. After a while, she sent over a green bubble account. After some contemplation, Lin Yu added it. A child without a parasol must run desperately. He lacked the illustrious background of Yi Qingxue, nor did he come from a wealthy family. Therefore, every opportunity to grow stronger must be grasped firmly. Though he currently had the ability to qualify as an expert cultivator, he lacked the identity to match. For instance, how could an ordinary boy become an expert cultivator without a mentor? Such situations could easily lead to speculation from ill-intentioned individuals. The other party did not agree immediately, and Lin Yu did not rush. Around 8 o'clock that evening, the other party accepted his friend's request and called. On the screen appeared a dazzling laboratory illuminated by bright lights. A woman in a white coat with a short ponytail, exuding a commanding presence, sat at the desk. Luo Qingfeng, the youngest master cultivator in Huagua, had produced countless master-level Pokémon. Even many elite trainers sought her energy cubes. She was only in her 30s. Recently, she had received news from a friend about a boy with exceptional talent in cultivation. She was curious about his potential to reach her level. Upon connecting the call, she saw a 15 or 16-year-old student with refined features. Her initial impression was favorable. Hello, Teacher Qingfeng. A calm voice emanated from the other end. Luo Qingfeng wasted no words. For someone so dedicated to research, time was exceedingly precious. She is not only well-versed in nurturing Pokémon, but is also an expert in their evolution. Recently, she has been researching EV, a Pokémon with highly unstable genes, to explore if there are alternative methods of evolution aside from using evolution stones. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. According to Sister Shui, you possess considerable skills in Pokémon nurturing. May I see an energy cube you have crafted? Very well. The youth over there swiftly retrieved an energy cube from a nearby drawer and placed it before the screen. The water-type energy cube is specialized for water types, correct? Upon seeing Lin Yu present a sky blue energy cube, Luo Qingfeng instinctively inquired. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze sharpened. Wait, could you bring that energy cube a little closer? Lin Yu promptly positioned the energy cube under the camera and began to rotate it. Luo Qingfeng's expression gradually shifted from indifference to seriousness. You know, I detest deceit above all else. Lin Yu nodded. This particular sentiment had been conveyed to him by Aunt Shui. So, this energy cube is indeed your creation? Demonstrate your crafting skills for me right here. Unperturbed by her skepticism, Lin Yu replied, please hold on a moment, before taking his phone and heading to his kitchen to begin the crafting process. Approximately 10 minutes later, he showcased his skills without reservation, expertly managing every ounce of energy within the secret treasures and potions. Luo Qingfeng observed him as if she were gazing upon a raw gem. The energy and quality flowing within this energy cube had surprisingly reached expert level. It was the most suitable for elite water-type Pokémon, remarkable for a high school student to accomplish. Chapter 50. The Challenge. The evolution of the Sun and Moon spirits, is it not possible to arrive in Kyoto ahead of time? This is acceptable. Your youth and ambition are commendable. However, do remember to choose a university in Kyoto. Lin Yu sighed in relief, having truly revealed his entire manufacturing prowess. Furthermore, He had articulated his answers with remarkable perfection during the subsequent questioning. His interlocutor appeared quite impressed with him. Yet, he continued, for now, I wish to focus primarily on becoming a Pokémon trainer. Luo Group, here are the experimental data for this batch of EV. Not a single EV has evolved into a Sylveon or a Moonlight Spirit. Just as Lin Yu thought this matter was concluding, a report suddenly came through. Is that so? Luo Qifeng assumed she had already ended the call, gazing at the experimental data handed to her by her assistant, feeling somewhat melancholic. They had been researching Eevee's evolution for quite some time, and had not grasped the essence of its evolution. Currently, they had only discovered that evolution could be successfully achieved with evolution stones. Lin Yu felt a spark of inspiration. This world, where Pokémon had integrated into reality for merely over 200 years, still had much to uncover in terms of research. Many records remained incomplete, particularly regarding evolution and Eevee's developmental processes. For numerous Pokémon, evolution occurred naturally once they reached a certain level of strength. Yet, some required specific conditions, such as bonds of friendship or emotional ties. It was not solely about forming relationships with humans. Pokémon could also share bonds and intimacy among themselves. Research in this arena was still in its nascent stages. Concepts like evolution, hidden traits, concealed evolution paths, and moves were all unfamiliar to Lin Yu. Should he become a researcher in the future, he could certainly devote effort to these areas. Thus, Lin Yu expressed, Teacher, I have some ideas. Oh, the call is still connected? During their earlier conversation, she had already recognized Lin Yu as her student. Moreover, his insights during the Q&A had been quite impressive, and now hearing his thoughts on Eevee's evolution piqued her interest. Please, share your thoughts. Lin Yu cleared his throat. According to current research, Eevee has 5 evolution methods, namely water, fire, thunder, leaf, along with sun and moon spirits. The first 3 utilize evolution stones. The latter 2 are still unknown. However, I have observed that the successfully evolved sun and moon spirits have spent considerable time with their trainers. This bond, much like the connection between humans and Pokémon, could potentially be a factor in their evolution. At that moment, Luo Qifeng seemed to have an epiphany. They had always believed that EV's evolution necessitated specific evolution stones, hence the repeated replacements of experimental EV, leaving no time to cultivate emotional connections. How could they foster intimacy if their research direction was flawed from the outset? Yes, indeed, bonds. She sprang to her feet, visibly excited, repeating Lin Yu's term, bonds. The call remained connected as she hurriedly departed. Understanding her enthusiasm as a researcher, Lin Yu was surprised when she turned back and said, The research direction you provided is immensely valuable. If successful, your name will be added to the theory of EV's evolution. With that, she ended the call, seemingly eager to embark on new endeavors. Hyrulean fluttered to his shoulder, using telekinesis to begin massaging Lin Yu. It's all right, take a break, Hyrulean. The snowfall grew heavier. Most of the secret realms in Shuemu City opted to temporarily close their doors. Reluctantly, Lin Yu found himself training with his 3 Pokémon in the training room daily. As the year-end approached, the frequency of these training sessions gradually diminished. After months of training, relaxation was essential, and the school organized a final examination that required participation from all students. This included Pokémon battles to determine rankings. Lin Yu effortlessly secured the top position in his first year. Facing his peers, they lacked any real courage to challenge him. Time flowed, and 2 blue titles emerged. It must be noted that the probability of refreshing blue titles each week had increased significantly. Blue title, Rhythm of the Wind in the Wind. Speed increases by 30. Blue title, Lord of Thunder when equipped, grants electric attributes, binding title that does not consume title slots. With 2 blue titles at hand, the first title held little value for Lin Yu as he currently lacked a flying-type Pokémon. However, the second title was considerably impactful. Fire and Thunder are both symbols of dominance. In fact, this title could have been assigned to his Charizard, but in the end, Lin Yu chose to give it to his Froakie. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth exist in a cycle of mutual creation and restraint. Fire can ignite wood, and wood can enhance the flames. Similarly, though electricity counters water, water can also conduct electricity. The combination of these elements surely yields greater power than mere addition. Indeed, this was the case. With the addition of the Lord of Thunder title, Froakie quickly learned the moves Thunder Shock and Electro Web. As for the electric-type ultimate move, Volt Tackle, that remained to be developed. Moreover, who could have imagined that a water-type Froakie would master electric-type skills? It is a delightful contrast. As for the upcoming month's entries, Lin Yu made a wish for a golden entry. Time swiftly approached the end of the year, and on January 4th, the adventure entry failed to materialize. The upgrade progress remained at 510, for golden entries are rare and elusive. Ultimately, he received only a purple entry, Volt Tackle. This purple entry, a water-electric type move with a power of 120, summoned electric birds enveloped in water that had a 30 chance of causing paralysis upon impact. Yet again, it belonged to Froakie, specifically the dual water-electric type Volt Tackle. With this skill acquired, he naturally also learned Thunderbolt. Consequently, Linyu hoped for a few entries suitable for Chikorita, although Froakie, as a latecomer, seemed to be on the verge of surpassing Chikorita's strength. It remained uncertain whether it had truly done so, as neither Pokémon had been compared in battle. As per the tradition of previous years, the Pokémon League in Shuemu City organized a challenge tournament during the Spring Festival. After a long respite, Linyu decided to participate. Chapter 51, Daily, Monthly, Quarterly, Semi-annually. To create a visual spectacle and inspire young trainers to actively engage, this tournament imposed an age limit of 24 and required participants to be at least pre-professional trainers. Furthermore, the event would be broadcast live to enhance viewership. The rewards were substantial. Successful challengers could choose one Pokémon egg from those prepared by the league, receive a cash prize of 500,000, and obtain a certificate as a professional trainer. Typically, such certificates are only awarded to trainers whose Pokémon have reached gym leader status. Notably, the selected Pokémon eggs would come from the league's egg repository, with some rules mirroring those of the National Youth League. The long-idled Charmeleon could hardly contain its excitement. At level 28, it was just 2 levels shy of the gym leader rank, presenting a golden opportunity. The age limit of 24 was undoubtedly aimed at attracting amateur trainers and university students, heightening Linyu's anticipation. Time flew, and the tournament began as scheduled, coinciding with the evening of the Spring Festival. The venue was once again the largest arena in Shuemu City, but this time an energy shield had been activated. Elite-tier Pokémon could easily injure ordinary people with their energy surges. As a challenge tournament, it naturally had its significance. The challengers would face 4 gym leaders from Shuemu City. Each of these leaders was a mid-level professional trainer, possessing at least one Pokémon of the Lord level: the Ice Ninetales from the Frost Gym, the Venusaur from the Grass Gym, the Swampert from the Water Gym, and the Charizard from the Fire Gym. It was rumored that the strongest Pokémon of the Fire Gym was not Charizard, but during a disturbance in the Secret Realm, the gym leader's strongest Pokémon sacrificed itself to quell the chaos among wild Pokémon, leaving Charizard as the current strongest. Naturally, they would not use their most powerful Pokémon, as that would be overly harsh for pre-professional trainers. As night fell, the golden viewing hour began. The arena, usually quiet during the day, erupted with cheers. The gym leaders, serving as the city's spiritual backbone in a sense, were seated in the arena, allowing participants to choose whom to challenge first. Linyu spotted Lady Shui but refrained from greeting her, for this was a time for challenges. To acknowledge her would imply their acquaintance, leading to potential accusations of collusion. The standard for a successful challenge was to defeat 3 gym leaders, with the difficulty dependent on the Pokémon they dispatched. Among 30 participants, Linyu chose all 3 gym leaders except for Lady Shui. In a sea of university student trainers, Linyu stood out as a notably inexperienced contender. However, this did not imply he was less known. Many Pokémon enthusiasts in the audience and those watching on television immediately recognized him. After all, during the last college tournament, he had left an indelible impression with his dazzling fiery explosion, a spectacle that continued to resonate with the viewers. It was striking and powerful, a feat that even some Pokémon coordinators could not replicate. In this world, fame was intrinsically linked to Pokémon. Linyu, I am your devoted fan. Go. Xiaoyu. Yushun. Has your Charmeleon already reached the elite tier? So soon? I hear Linyu is still a high school freshman, yet has already made it this far. How incredible. The fervent cheers drew the attention of his fellow challengers. The order of challenges was determined by the registration time, placing Linyu as the 27th challenger, having nearly missed the opportunity. He was eager to see what Pokémon the gym leaders would send forth. The first challenger was a girl, who despite the winter chill, donned shorts. Her figure slender and striking. She chose to challenge Lady Shui first, deploying a level 27 fire-type Tepig, a formidable selection given the circumstances. Lady Shui summoned a level 28 Frostless. Fire is weak against ice, but not against ghost types. Moreover, from a statistical perspective, Frostless possessed superior attributes compared to Tepig. The moment the girl beheld Frostless, her expression shifted. Snow began to fall gently, blanketing the ground with a layer of snow. Ability, Snow Warning. Utilizing its energy, Frostless altered the weather. Tepig, Flame Charge. Dodge. The outcome was predictably swift, with Frostless emerging victorious. Tepig's flames were indeed fierce, but they could not connect with Frostless. The snow, combined with the high temperature, caused the ground snow layer to melt into water, which subsequently froze into ice. Tepig's flame charge was effortlessly countered. Concealed within the drifting snow, Frostless struck like a phantom, swiftly dispatching Tepig with a Shadow Ball. The rapid defeat of the first challenger served as a cautionary tale for the remaining participants. Mere type advantages do not guarantee victory. The gym leaders, standing on the stage, possessed unparalleled battle experience. Despite their preparations, they were acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. On the first day, all 6 challengers faced failure. Only the last challenger, possessing a gym-level Fletchinder, managed to win 2 battles before ultimately succumbing to the Frost Gym. It became evident to everyone that this seemingly unremarkable Frost Gym was the most formidable to conquer. A silent lament arose among the challengers, as most had opted for the Frost Gym, drawn by its female gym leader, who appeared both beautiful and gentle. The challenge lasted 5 days, and by the second day, no one had succeeded. Doubts began to surface regarding whether this challenge was merely a ruse orchestrated by the Pokémon League. However, the League swiftly issued a statement clarifying that the gym leaders selected Pokémon of comparable strength when facing challengers. Although public skepticism diminished somewhat, it continued to simmer. This situation persisted until the 3rd day when a challenger who did not choose the Frost Gym achieved victory, causing the public's doubts to dissipate. It became clear that only by avoiding the Frost Gym could one hope for success. Despite the dismally low odds of succeeding, anticipation grew about who might triumph, or rather, which formidable professional gym trainers might emerge victorious. On the 5th day, February 4th, a day of great promise, for entries could be refreshed, daily, monthly, quarterly, and biannually. Surely, a golden entry was in store. Naturally, Linyu commenced with the daily entry. Green binding entry, self-motivation within a specified time. Reduce the opponent's attack while enhancing one's own attack. Chapter 52, blue entry, red entry, golden entry, Kaioken. Binding entries require no consumption of entry slots. Akin to learning machines. The successful initiation of the daily entry heightened Lin Yu's anticipation for the forthcoming blind boxes. Blue entry, thorny armor, when struck. It inflicts 30 rebound damage based on the attacker's strength. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. This seemed to be another commendable entry. It meant that the harder others hit him, the more they would suffer, perfectly aligning with the current capabilities of his Fire Lizard. Although the monthly entry was merely of blue quality, its effectiveness for Fire Lizard equaled that of a purple entry, given its enduring stamina as a dragon type. A flash of red light signified the quarterly entry, which undoubtedly amplified Lin Yu's excitement. Red entry, Psychic Storm unleashes all mental energy to create a massive storm, inflicting significant damage to both mental and physical aspects. General type, 80, Psychic type, 120. Here it came, the ultimate move of Kirlia. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he equipped it to Kirlia. Kirlia, who disliked being confined to a Pokeball, was momentarily bewildered but then burst with joy as Lin Yu bestowed upon it a new skill. Kirlia, with affection for Lin Yu, planted a kiss on his cheek, catching him off guard. After exchanging a few words, Lin Yu's interest shifted back to the upcoming biannual entry. With a gentle tap of his finger, a cascade of golden light erupted. Golden Legend. Golden entry, Kaioken during activation. All bodily functions and energy intensity are enhanced by over 50, post-release. A sense of weakness ensues, applicable only to fighting-type Pokémon. Kaioken, drawn from the anime Dragon Ball, is a capability that exponentially increases combat power. Lin Yu was thoroughly pleased with this entry, as it truly lived up to the name of a golden entry. However, the dilemma was that he currently had no fighting-type Pokémon. If only it could be applied to Fire Lizard, it would undoubtedly yield a tremendous enhancement. Alas, he would have to capture a fighting-type Pokémon in the future. After allocating the entries, Lin Yu's gaze turned towards the entry shop. 1,678. This was the amount of entry currency he possessed, sufficient to purchase a Divine Beast summoning card. However, the question loomed, once summoned, could he truly earn the Divine Beast's loyalty to become his Pokémon? It seemed too far-fetched. A Divine Beast with an affinity for humans? Who knew what kind of creature it might attract? Moreover, it could provoke significant reactions. What if he summoned a Divine Beast that was unfriendly towards humans? Uncertainty about the Divine Beast's perceptions of humans in this world lingered. After contemplation, Lin Yu opted to forego this gamble. Primarily, the Master Ball had yet to be acquired. Instead, he purchased the Evolution Keystone for his Charizard. This was a complete set, enabling his Charizard to become both a Mega Charizard Y and Mega Charizard X. However, a small issue arose. The research on evolution within this Pokémon world seemed not yet fully developed. Once he assumed the role of researcher, perhaps he could publish a paper on this matter. That night, the arena was filled to capacity, with every seat occupied. Viewership ratings had surged several points. Everyone had gathered to witness Lin Yu's challenge. Thus far, only one challenger had succeeded against 3 gym leaders. When the host inquired if that challenger wished to continue and claim a mysterious grand prize, the individual declined. Yet, what could overshadow the recognition of a first-year student attaining a professional trainer certificate? Such young professional trainers might exist near the rare Pokémon habitats in bustling cities. But in Shuemu City, they were exceedingly rare. In that moment, he was the first of a new generation in Shuemu City. Lin Yu pondered briefly before deciding to challenge the Flame Gym first. Indeed, Lin Yu was already a familiar face in our arena. It was hard to imagine he could return to this stage so swiftly. The commentator, still the same one from the high school league, ignited the audience's enthusiasm with spirited commentary. As the two entered the arena, Chongyue stood behind Charizard, exhaling a puff of smoke. This boy, with a mix of admiration and complexity, Chongyue regarded the youth. In just 6 months, he had grown to a level where he could contend against him. Should he bring out a shiny Frogadier? Naturally, water holds an advantage over fire, making Frogadier the optimal choice. Come forth, Frogadier. As the black shiny Frogadier appeared on stage, it conjured a blue Water Shuriken, standing sideways with an air of aloofness. Lin Yu's first thought was, what a show-off. He had anticipated that Frogadier enjoyed flaunting its style. However, the audience's reaction was quite different. Wow, so handsome. The Froakie becomes increasingly lovable. Some even became little fans, expressing their astonishment. Froakie, I want to give you a baby. No, at the very least, one shouldn't be too extraordinary. With the power of aura, Lin Yu heard these words clearly. Come forth, Fire Rock Mouse. Out came a Pokémon with a deep blue head and back. Its tail and head engulfed in roaring flames. Level 29. Elite Peak. The commander was none other than the gym leader of the Fire Gym. Show your prowess. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Don't be afraid, you. If you lose, we'll support you. Although Lin Yu had previously left a profound impression during the University League, most spectators still did not believe he could win this time. The battle commenced. Fire Rock Mouse, do not underestimate your opponent. Roll and Flame Wheel. Despite the regulated battle, the long experience with wild Pokémon still influenced Chonyu. He knew that Fire Rock Mouse was at a disadvantage in terms of attributes and lacked speed compared to Froakie. Moreover, that peculiar water pulse, spiral, required Shadow Clone to coalesce, its power unprecedented. If prolonged, the one destined to fail would undoubtedly be him. Thus, he thought it better to take a gamble. A single move to determine victory? How exhilarating. Under the perception of aura, the Fire Rock Mouse, ablaze with flames, gathered nearly all its energy for this strike. Froakie, try a new move. Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. Lin Yu shouted. A low rumble of thunder encircled Froakie's exterior as water flowed around it. Water Shuriken danced in the air. A bird of electricity, more brilliant than Zapdos, appeared in the sky. Caw. Chapter 53. Sweating profusely, gym leaders? The fusion of water and electricity exceeded Lin Yu's imagination. The rolling Fire Rock Mouse, combined with the Flame Wheel, made the entire Pokémon resemble a fiery wheel. Such power appeared immensely formidable. Yet, it was easy to understand the gathering of water energy into a bird. Why, then, did this bird flicker with electric light? What was this phenomenon? The audience was astounded. Was this a water-type ultimate move or an electric-type move? Chonyu furrowed his brow, finding the talent of this Froakie absurd. However, he was well-versed and had even encountered surfing Pikachu in certain secret realms. Yet, the power of this electric bird seemed overwhelmingly fearsome. An arrow on the bow. It had to be released. The longer the rolling move continued, the higher the damage. Caw. The extreme Thousand Birds unleashed a thunderous cry, crashing violently into Fire Rock Mouse. The ultimate fusion of water and electricity extinguished the flames in an instant while conducting current throughout its body. The pain caused it to momentarily cease its rolling motion, crying out in distress. This seemingly small electric bird possessed such terrifying power. Once the electric storm subsided, Fire Rock Mouse had completely lost its combat capabilities. The entire arena was in shock, including Chonyu, who found it hard to believe. Though Fire Rock Mouse had been with him for a short time, its talent was exceptional, having risen from entry-level to elite peak in just 1 year. It was not just talent. There was also that indomitable spirit unique to fire-type Pokémon. When facing a formidable opponent, even if they were outmatched, they could unleash their fierce flames with unwavering resolve. Yet now, it couldn't even ignite its flames? What kind of skill was this? Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. Lin Yu touched his nose, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Though he had tested the power of Extreme Electric Thousand Birds in the training room, such attempts were merely trials. Its true strength required real combat to verify. The effect was astonishing. With a single move, he had overwhelmed a level 29 Fire Rock mouse. Impressive. You and your Froakie must have put in tremendous effort to merge electric and water energies. Chongyu nodded, a look of acknowledgement flashing in his eyes. Challenge successful. The audience, after a brief silence, erupted into deafening cheers. While others had defeated gym leaders before, none had done so effortlessly, especially with a single move. The gym leaders seated in the special section looked astonished at the young boy standing above. Their expressions were tense. It was not disgraceful to be challenged successfully, but being defeated in one blow was indeed embarrassing. This Froakie was absurdly strong. Is he truly a freshman in high school? The water gym leader expressed his distress. How peculiar. Clearly, this was a water-type Froakie, yet it now possessed electric-type skills. Did this mean it could counter the Pokémon under his command? It was difficult to assess. Can you withstand him? Turning, the water gym leader inquired of the grass gym leader. Is it possible that this student named Lin Yu's strongest Pokémon is not this Froakie? The grass gym leader, a relatively young man, was evidently talented to have achieved such a position. His understanding of Lin Yu was evidently more profound. Oh. The water gym leader asked in surprise, what is it? A Charmeleon. You read quite unfortunate then. Alright, today's first challenge match concludes with Lin Yu's success. Who will be the second gym leader he challenges? Let us wait and see. As the announcer's voice rang out, the two gym leaders were already sweating profusely. Lin Yu, however, did not dwell on it. With Charmeleon now incredibly close to gym level, even if he faced a gym, he might as well directly choose the water gym. Alright, Lin Yu has chosen the water gym. Which Pokémon will he select? And there it was, Cerulean. Indeed, Lin Yu's previous Ralts had now evolved into Cerulean. The gym leader summoned a Pokémon, and after 10 seconds, it was defeated in one move. Watching the newly summoned Croagunk fall into a daze, everyone present was stunned. A few months ago, this Cerulean, when it was still a Ralts, seemed far weaker than Charmeleon. Now it could gather psychic energy into a storm. And then, with a single move, it defeated the nearly gym-level Croagunk? Undoubtedly, a sense of absurdity arose in the minds of the audience. How long had it been? Cerulean could actually defeat a near gym-level Croagunk in one move? Our contestant Lin Yu had once again obliterated Croagunk, showcasing his confidence without sparing the gym leader any dignity. Next, would the gym leader of the grass gym be able to withstand a move from Lin Yu's Charmeleon? Is it not you who shows no regard for the gym leader's dignity? Lin Yu expressed profound exasperation towards the commentator's erratic commentary. Was this not akin to pushing him into a perilous pit? Nevertheless, this commentary undeniably elevated the atmosphere of the competition to its zenith. Previously, even if someone managed to succeed in a challenge, they could never do so with such ease and leisure, as if merely testing the effectiveness of their skills. Yet, one cannot deny the exhilaration. From a certain perspective, the audience preferred to envision themselves as challengers rather than as gym leaders. Hence, the previous decline in viewership was solely due to the challengers' failures. However, Lin Yu's comeback undoubtedly allowed them to regain their pride. It was indeed a sweat-inducing experience. The weight of public scrutiny now rested entirely upon the shoulders of the final gym leader. Shuejia, how about you take my place? He whispered to the Frost gym leader beside him. Aunt Shui was utterly engrossed, increasingly satisfied with the boy who had overcome numerous obstacles. However, she noted with concern how rapidly he was maturing. It seemed imperative to have Nair's Pokémon undergo training in the Frost Realm soon. Otherwise, the girl would inevitably become anxious. As a mother, she was acutely aware of her child's competitive spirit. Ultimately, if she could not even catch a glimpse of Lin Yu's back, she would likely choose to exit quietly. It was just right to allow these two young individuals to share some time together. They chose you, and considering the current public sentiment, do you not fear that tomorrow's headlines might read about the grass gym leader's cowardice? Aunt Shui smiled gently, declining his suggestion. Well then, gazing at Lin Yu, who stood on the stage awaiting him, the grass gym leader sighed softly, contemplating which Pokémon he should release to maintain a semblance of dignity. It should at least be at the gym level, right? However, deploying a gym-level Pokémon, even if victorious, would feel somewhat hollow. Chapter 54. Help me complete the regret of not participating. Pokémon, Shroomish, type, grass. Fighting, ability, poison heal, restores health when poisoned. Gender, male. Talent, leader, level, 34. Skills, stun spore, toxic spore, counter, mega drain, leech seed, seed bomb, mach punch, bulk up. Protect, brick break, a level 34 Shroomish. Lin Yu's gaze brightened with excitement. This was precisely what he desired. The gulf between elite and gym levels was vast. Gym-level Pokémon had been classified as dangerous creatures. City regulations strictly prohibited their unsanctioned entry or exit. This was to prevent potential catastrophic damage that could arise from a gym-level Pokémon unleashing its power in an instant, possibly demolishing skyscrapers in mere moments. If an elite-level Grass-type Pokémon were deployed, Lin Yu genuinely feared that his Charmeleon might fall victim to a swift defeat. Currently, Charmeleon had yet to achieve gym-level status, but it had reached level 29. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos, clearly recognizing Shrumish's capabilities. However, their attention quickly shifted to the newly emerged Charmeleon. Go, Charmeleon! A flash of red light revealed a fearsome Charmeleon, nearly 6 feet tall. Its icy white claws gleamed ominously, seemingly emanating a ghostly white flame. The fire on its tail was no longer a mere orange hue, but glowed with a brilliant white light, an interplay of intense heat and chilling cold, causing frost to form upon the ground. As Charmeleon's strength increased, so did its physique. Typically, a standard Charizard would reach this height, making one wonder how massive it would become upon evolution. Standing confidently on the arena, Charmeleon carried itself like a seasoned champion. Huh? Why am I kneeling to watch the live stream? How can Charmeleon grow so large? Isn't Charizard just as formidable? Exclaimed an audience member. Wait. Did you notice that Charmeleon's tail has white flames? Is this a new variant? The spectator's curiosity was reignited. As the saying goes, one day apart feels like 3 seasons. Yet, this transformation was indeed remarkable. Shroomish recognized the strength of its opponent and stood ready. Roar. Charmeleon's eyes burned with determination. The commentator announced, the match begins. Shroomish, bulk up. As a gym leader, Xiaofeng understood the significance of buffing skills. Charmeleon, let us also use work up. Lin Yu responded resolutely. A flash of white light enveloped both Shroomish and Charmeleon simultaneously, sparks of energy flickering in their eyes. In terms of physical combat skills, both trainers seemed to grasp the essence of the moment. A true warrior should collide in body, fist to fist. Shroomish, Mach Punch. Charmeleon, Fire Punch. They declared almost in unison. Shroomish, being a physical attacker, boasted an impressive attack stat of 130, with a strength advantage over Charmeleon and the initiative granted by Mach Punch. Lin Yu could discern that Charmeleon was slightly slower in amassing its flames, but it mattered not. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, activate last resort. The previously sluggish Fire Punch transformed into a force to be reckoned with. Boom. The impact of fist against claw resonated throughout the arena, akin to thunder. Charmeleon stumbled back slightly, but showed no signs of defeat. Meanwhile, a flicker of flame clung to Shroomish's fist. Roar. Charmeleon released a triumphant bellow, its azure eyes gleaming with exhilaration. That recent blow had indeed inflicted a minor wound. It must be acknowledged that challenging gym-level Pokémon was no easy feat. Shroomish. Combination move. Gym leader Xiaofeng recognized the effect of the flame. It was steadily siphoning Charmeleon's vitality. Suddenly, purple toxic mist swirled towards Charmeleon. A combination move is not solely reliant on toxic spore. These toxic spores were laced with leech seeds. Should Charmeleon inhale these seeds, they would take root on its body, draining its energy. This young man. Xiaofeng could see nothing in Lin Yu's eyes but a pure desire for Pokémon battles. With the power of aura perception, Lin Yu was acutely aware of the leech seeds hidden within the toxic mist. Yet, he boldly commanded, charge in, Charmeleon. This is a prime opportunity for practice, Dragon Claw. Huh. Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had observed Lin Yu in the previous match. Such a combination move, while seemingly effective, could easily be countered if Charmeleon opened its mouth. The toxic mist and leech seeds would be incinerated. It was a simple tactic to dismantle. He used Toxic Spore merely to exploit the poison heal ability. Toxic Therapy. When poisoned, one can restore vitality. Instead of relying on his most proficient fire-type moves, he boldly engages in hand-to-hand combat. What determination! Xiaofeng murmured to himself, a long-lost fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Once upon a time, he too was a brilliant talent, shining in the arena of Shuemu City, securing first place in the Collegiate League that year. However, after venturing outside, he realized that the world was vast and teeming with genius. Those trainers from provincial and national leagues were truly formidable, each one more powerful than the last. The title of champion in Shuemu City barely made a ripple in provincial competitions. It was then that he understood the sheer number of talented trainers in the world, akin to fish crossing a river. They all shared a common trait, an immense enjoyment of the battle process, an insatiable desire to grow stronger with every confrontation. Now, in the eyes of this young boy, he saw the same spirit. The future is immeasurable. Let us do this. Shroomish, Mega Punch. Good, good, good. Charmeleon, Sonic Punch. Lin Yu issued his commands without hesitation. Battle Absorption. Charmeleon immediately learned this skill. Bang. The ensuing battle between the two Pokémon devolved into a display of martial prowess. a fierce contest of strikes between their bodies. The sound of their physical clashes reverberated like an endless tsunami, captivating the audience, who were exhilarated to witness such a match. Charmeleon grew increasingly excited. Initially, it struggled against Shroomish in both punches and techniques. Yet, its endurance was nearly limitless. Meanwhile, Shroomish felt a growing sense of dread. A feeling of impotence surged within, its punches gradually losing strength, as if each strike landed on cotton. It felt as if it were sinking into the depths of the ocean, utterly powerless. A stumble led to another hit from Fire Punch, and it ultimately could not rise again. The announcer declared the final result. Lin Yu had successfully challenged. As Xiao Feng withdrew Shroomish, he approached Lin Yu and said, "You are incredibly strong. I hope to see you at the National High School League someday. Help me fulfill the regret of not participating." Chapter 55. After all these years, I was taught by a child. Ultimately, only 2 individuals succeeded in their challenges, and even the previous victor had their share of luck. During the Spring Festival, the entire event was broadcast live, undoubtedly propelling Lin Yu's fame to new heights. Now, he could walk down the street and be recognized, with fans eagerly requesting his autograph. 3 days later, wearing a mask, Lin Yu cautiously surveyed his surroundings before entering the Pokémon League. "Lin Yu, is that you?" The receptionist was the same charming lady who had assisted him with registration. Today marked the day he would collect his rewards from the challenge. Yes, it's me. Please keep your voice down. Where should I go to collect my rewards?" Noticing the lady's voice was rather loud, Lin Yu quickly gestured for silence. The saying goes, fame brings fear, just as pigs fear becoming fat. Initially, Lin Yu relished the feeling of being the center of attention, but now he yearned to return to normalcy. "All right, handsome, follow me." She chuckled and led him deeper into the league. Once they arrived in a climate-controlled room, she excused herself, leaving him with an elderly man, distinguished in appearance despite his graying hair. "Good day, President," Lin Yu greeted. He recognized Li Hua, the president of the Shuemu City Pokémon League, rumored to be a master-level trainer. The term master carried significant weight. "Hello, Lin Yu," the elder replied with a hearty laugh. "Here is your professional trainer certificate. And all the Pokémon eggs you selected are right here. I will serve as your selection advisor for this occasion." Lin Yu was taken aback by the honor. "Come now, no need to be so formal." The elder led him to a shelf filled with various types of Pokémon eggs. Without hesitation, Lin Yu activated his inside eye. Species, Caterpie, 8745. Qualification, Ordinary Species. Beedrill, 52. Qualification, Ordinary. After examining 2 eggs, predominantly bug types, Lin Yu decided not to linger. The room was spacious, and since entering, his aura of power had begun to resonate uncontrollably. Could it be? Had he found a source of similar strength? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. What Pokémon could possibly resonate with the aura of power? Following the guidance of this force, he disregarded the nearby Pokémon eggs and walked directly toward the source of resonance. This left Li Hua momentarily stunned. He had yet to begin his introduction. They had already passed the eggs of the Fletchling, yet it seemed not to have attracted Lin Yu's attention. Soon enough, Lin Yu discovered a deep blue egg on a shelf, its resonance emanating precisely from there. "This egg?" Li Hua asked, somewhat perplexed. Aside from being labeled as a fighting-type egg, there appeared to be no further details. This posed a challenge for him. As a master-level trainer, he had undoubtedly witnessed countless Pokémon battles. While he might not possess the expertise of a Pokémon specialist, he was still well-versed in the vast majority of them. However, he needed to know what Pokémon this egg contained. "Do you wish to select this Pokémon?" "Yes," Lin Yu replied with certainty. Riolu, paired with King S-Rock, would be a perfect match. Li Hua felt a bit awkward. He had just claimed he would be the advisor. Yet now he found himself at a loss for words. However, as Lin Yu approached, the egg began to pulse, as if responding to his presence. "This is the one." "President," Lin Yu declared decisively. "Pokémon, Riolu, 1225. Talent, Champion." This was the information revealed by his inside eye, albeit rudimentary. Nonetheless, a champion-level talent thrilled Lin Yu beyond measure. A Riolu with a power of aura comparable to his own? Choosing it would be foolish not to. Having selected it, he would simply need to register the information post-hatching. The bond between Pokémon and trainer is inherently reciprocal, with both sides responding to each other. Why not facilitate their union? "All right," Lin Yu nodded, watching as the president personally handed the Riolu egg to him. These eggs had been nurtured with energy liquid and were expected to hatch within 5 days. Li Hua paused before continuing. "If the Pokémon that hatches is not satisfactory, you may choose to return it, and I will arrange for a replacement." To utter such words was undeniably a breach of conscience. But this young boy is truly a prodigy. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly aspire for Lin Yu to grace the National League stage in the future. As a modest prefecture-level city, The emergence of a competitor at the national level, or, even better, a winner would undoubtedly catalyze significant development for Shuemu City. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Rest assured, President, even if what hatches is a green caterpillar, I will nurture it into a formidable butterfree. Li Hua was momentarily stunned, nodding in satisfaction, while feeling a twinge of shame for his recent thoughts. He had been schooled by a child. It seemed that in recent years, he had grown too comfortable, losing the drive to strive for progress. The youthful vigor was vividly displayed at that moment. Upon returning home, Lin Yu could hardly divert his gaze from the egg. The curious Kairulian awaited the arrival of their new companion. With a crack, the eggshell shattered, revealing a blue head that struggled to emerge. With dark rings around its eyes and brilliant red pupils, it was Riolu, the humanoid canine Pokémon. Even while still in the egg, Riolu had sensed a warm, familiar energy. Now, seeing Lin Yu, it felt an even stronger connection, without the need for words. The boy and his Pokémon touched fists in greeting. Welcome to my team. As he spoke, Lin Yu summoned Charmeleon and Froakie. Huh? Froakie. Appearing indifferent to the new arrival, while Charmeleon took on a big brother demeanor, puffing out his chest. The newly hatched Riolu showed no signs of shyness, extending its fist to bump with each Pokémon, even catching the attention of Kairulian, who found it adorable and joined in the fist bump. All right, Charmeleon. From now on, I entrust Riolu's fighting skills to you, Lin Yu said, patting Charmeleon, who nodded without hesitation. As the Pokémon with the most experience in combat, Charmeleon was undoubtedly qualified to guide Riolu in its early stages. However, in the later stages, it would not be clear who would teach whom. Pokémon. Riolu Chapter 56. The Frosty Secret Realm. Pokémon. Riolu. Ability. Prankster. Gender. Male. Talent. Champion. Level. 4. Skills. Meteor Mash. Quick Attack. Flying Knee Kick. Ice Punch. Aura Sphere. With 5 skills, the freshly hatched Riolu had already reached level 4 and could even utilize Aura Sphere. What a remarkable Pokémon this is. As the sky darkened, it was not suitable for immediate training for the newborn Pokémon. After feeding it an energy cube, Lin Yu decided to retire for the night. The following days, during the Spring Festival, Shuemu City was particularly lively. Lanterns adorned the streets, and a Pokémon coordinator performance competition was held. Following that were friendly matches between various national gym leaders. These events thrilled Lin Yu's Pokémon, igniting their competitive spirits. National gym leaders were essentially at the pinnacle of training expertise. The battles between their Pokémon were exhilarating. Their arenas were set in the skies, on isolated islands, and within the oceans. In short, they were not confined to conventional venues. In battles between top-tier Pokémon, the earth trembled. Unless it was a formal national competition, the standard arenas were not utilized. In the ocean, a Dragonite, towering over 4 meters, unleashed a freezing beam, instantly transforming dozens of kilometers of water into a natural ice domain. This was a genuine arena. In the sky, Dragonite and Metagross danced through the air, moving so swiftly that their clashes were nearly imperceptible unless slowed down significantly. Such scenes ignited the fiery hearts of Charmeleon and Froakie, who yearned to join the fray. Taking advantage of the new year, Lin Yu did not neglect his Pokémon. He hosted a grand feast, preparing an array of energy cubes, indulging them in luxury. Following that, he focused on rigorous training, particularly for Riolu. Additionally, Lin Yu purchased a Gravity Ball from the item shop. Gravity Ball enhances one's gravity, effectively boosting Pokémon speed under a certain specification 1,200 times. 200 item coins. Lin Yu had come to a realization. Rather than saving item coins in hopes of capturing elusive legendary Pokémon, it was far more prudent to invest in nurturing his existing Pokémon. He acquired a Gravity Ball for each of his 3 Pokémon, except for Kairulian, to enhance their speed training. He also got one for himself to improve his physical fitness while empathizing with his Pokémon. On February 16th, the 10th day since capturing Riolu, Blue Item, Fighting Master possesses a natural talent for combat. This was a wish Lin Yu had granted Riolu through the Adventure item the previous week. Moreover, the Adventure item had upgraded from blue to purple, transforming into Wishing Well, significantly amplifying its effects. The formerly green Bloodsucking item had also transitioned into a blue Bloodsucking item. Blue Upgradable item. Bloodsucking. Each instance of physical damage inflicts a recovery of 20 health and energy from the inflicted damage. 23100. Remarkably, just 10 days later, Charmeleon realized there was little left to teach Riolu. Pokémon. Riolu. Ability. Prankster. Gender. Male. Talent. Champion. Level. 10 skills. Meteor Mash. Quick Attack. Flying Knee Kick. Ice Punch. Aura Sphere. Karate Chop. Brick Break. Sonic Punch. Equipped items: Fighting Master, Fixed, Combat Absorption, King Kai Fist, with champion level potential, combined with expert training and Charmeleon's guidance. Riolu had evolved into its current state. Riolu exclaimed, "I feel as though I can enhance gravity." Originally standing at 70 centimeters, Riolu had now grown to nearly a meter tall. "All right, let's adjust that," Linyu remarked, gazing at the now ordinary level Riolu, reflecting on the growth compared to when he was a little Charmander. The current Riolu was far more confident. Moreover, in terms of character, Riolu was humble and eager to learn, actively seeking guidance from Charmeleon when uncertain. After setting the gravity ball to 15 times its normal weight, Riolu continued its training with Quick Attack. As night fell, Linyu instructed Froakie to wash everyone down before returning to the real world. Just then, his phone rang, a video call. It was Luo Qifeng, who had been inquiring about Eevee's evolution multiple times over the past few days. Linyu conveyed all that he knew with a warm tone. "Xiaoyu, I have watched your competition. I didn't expect you to possess such formidable strength and training." The teacher praised, "Happy New Year." Luo Qifeng, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback before smiling and continuing. "Well, I have come to share some good news. The intimacy evolution you mentioned has yielded results. One of the Eevees has evolved into a Sun Eevee." As she spoke, her expression became animated. Some individuals harbor great obsession towards research, tirelessly pursuing it. She is one of those people. "Oh, is that so? Congratulations, teacher." Linyu feigned surprise. In his eyes, this was not astonishing at all. After all, as long as the direction was correct, it was relatively easy to resolve. What is there to congratulate? This research owes much to you. Your innovative ideas struck precisely at the heart of the matter. In light of your contributions, we have unanimously decided to grant you the title of Intermediate Researcher. I will send your identification information shortly to assist you in the process. Her words flowed quickly, perhaps because she had other matters to attend to. She added, "Your name will also be included in the forthcoming paper on Eevee's intimacy evolution." After hurriedly testing Linyu with a few questions about breeding, she left, satisfied with his answers. Linyu had barely set down his phone when it rang again. It was Xuanai, Sr. Given his previous experience, Linyu asked first, "Happy New Year, Junior." "Happy New Year, Senior." The two engaged in casual conversation until Shui's voice interrupted from the other end, stating, "All right, let us get down to business." Xuanai then said, "Junior, I wish to invite you. Here's the thing. I plan to let Xiao Shui train in the Frosty Abyss, but I find it somewhat perilous. So I thought of having you accompany her. Would that be all right?" It was now Shui's voice. Linyu was taken aback. The Frosty Abyss was a high-level mystery. "The Snow Spirit there is a predecessor of my Snow Spirit. It won't pose any difficulty for you." Linyu responded, "All right." Chapter 57. Water City. Shui expressed her gratitude to Linyu. "It's nothing. I still need to thank you for the apprenticeship matter." After hanging up, Linyu contemplated the situation and found it feasible. After all, his Charizard, Kyrulean, and Froakie had all reached a bottleneck. The three little ones were currently at the pinnacle of elite level, specifically level 29. They had been stuck in this state for quite some time, especially Charizard. Thus, they desperately needed a training experience. Their synergy as Pokémon could even give them a fighting chance against high-level gym Pokémon in the mystery. Moreover, Riolu had yet to experience a battle. Furthermore, environments as harsh as the Frosty Abyss required the approval of the corresponding gym leader before entry. Now, this was an opportunity. After training in the mystery, the Provincial College League would likely be held soon. The venue would be in Water City. Despite its name, Water City was surrounded by a vast lake, hence the title. Many eligible participants had already set out ahead. The following morning, Linyu opened this week's entry. Blue entry, Child of Ice and Snow maintains a constant temperature around the body underground in snowy fields, increasing the friendliness of Ice-type Pokémon. Bound entry. Goodness. The wish fulfillment. Entry had become increasingly powerful. Although it was a bound entry and could not be removed once attached to a creature, it was akin to the Child of Water he had previously acquired. Regrettably, another upgrade required 100 fulfilled wishes. He then made his way to the Frosty Gym. The festive atmosphere and holiday spirit were still palpable. The gym was empty at that moment. "Junior." Upon seeing Linyu enter, Xuanai, who had been waiting at the door, expressed her surprise. She hurriedly informed her mother, "Mom, I'm leaving." Girls grow up so fast. Shui shook her head, watching her daughter dash out. "Good morning, Senior." With the weather turning chilly and the upcoming mystery being the Frosty Abyss, Xuanai was dressed differently than usual. She wore snow boots, a pink puffy coat, and white pants. This attire, though less vibrant, added an element of cuteness. Will this look bad? She pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. Her mother insisted that given the low temperatures in the Frosty Abyss, she should bundle up. Linyu chuckled softly. "Senior, you look beautiful no matter what you wear." Hee. Junior, you're quite the charmer. Receiving compliments from her crush was undeniably a delightful experience, causing Xuanai's spirits to lift. At the entrance of the frosty abyss, even standing at the threshold, Lin Yu could feel the temperature transfer between the two realms. He watched as Xuanai presented their pass to the two enforcement officers at the entrance. However, she hesitated before entering, turning to Lin Yu. Junior, may I hold your hand? Huh. Lin Yu was puzzled. To enter the mystery, we need to make contact to reach the same place, Xuanai said, her cheeks flushing. There were other methods, but she chose not to mention them. The nearby enforcement officers rolled their eyes, thinking how this young couple was openly displaying affection in front of them, with their excuse of needing contact to enter the same space. It was rather annoying. Lin Yu didn't think too much of it. The mystery-esque characteristics indeed required such contact. He extended his hand, allowing her to grasp it, feeling the softness and warmth of her touch. In his childhood, he had held Yi Qinshue's hand, but back then, he merely thought girls had small, cute hands. Now, he realized how lovely it felt to hold a young girl's hand. As their surroundings shifted, they found themselves at the frosty abyss, which comprised a towering snow-capped mountain surrounded by snowy plains. The Snow Spirit's domain lay atop the mountain, and upon their arrival, they found themselves at the foot of it. Lin Yu timely released Xuanai's hand. The cold wind howled fiercely, causing her to instinctively tighten her coat. Indeed, her mother had been right. It was quite cold here. She usually stayed within the frosty gym, where the temperature remained below 10 degrees, allowing her to wear a skirt comfortably. Yet here, even in her thick coat, the cold wind seeped into her collar, leaving a chill. Junior, aren't you cold? She asked, glancing at Lin Yu, who was only wearing a thin sweatshirt, her concern evident. I'm all right, Lin Yu replied, feeling no chill at all. Thanks to the Child of Ice and Snow entry. No, it's too cold. You must not have brought any extra clothing. Why don't you wear mine? No, I'm really not cold, senior. Lin Yu found himself in a state of bemusement, struggling to articulate the matter regarding the entry. He extended his hand for her to grasp, exclaiming, Look, my hand is warm. I am in excellent health. At that moment, Lin Yu's expression suddenly shifted as he hastily summoned his Charizard. Melian turned her head to discover a Melian baby cautiously observing them. Upon seeing the imposing Charizard, the Melian baby immediately fled in fright. Junior, you pinched me too hard. A pained cry from beside him snapped Lin Yu back to reality. He realized that, upon spotting Melian, he had inadvertently applied too much pressure with his hand. I'm so sorry, senior. Lin Yu quickly released her hand. It's fine. Your Charizard is really growing stronger, Xuanai cheerfully greeted, admiring the imposing Charizard. This time, I need you to protect my long-tail Vulpix, who is currently absent. Charizard patted its chest, indicating its readiness for the task. Lin Yu curiously inquired, where has the long-tail Vulpix gone? My mother took it to a volcanic secret realm in Kyoto for training, he learned. Lin Yu did not press further. It was only natural for a gym leader like Shui to have connections. Thus, their training goal this time was, of course, the Ice Ninetales. Come forth, Ninetales. The Ninetales, with its pure white fur and crystalline eyes, emerged into the snowy landscape. Lin Yu instinctively activated his insight eye to assess it. Pokémon, Ninetales ability, Snow Cloak, gender, female, talent, master level, 21 skills, Powder Snow, Ice Shard, Confusion, Icy Wind, Dazzling Gleam, Tail Whip, Mist, Ice Beam Jr. Our destination is the summit of this snowy mountain, so I would appreciate your assistance. Lin Yu was astonished to discover that this Ninetales possessed the talent of a master. All right, he replied. Just as he finished speaking, a warning from the aura and the Child of Ice and Snow resonated within him. Melian appeared before them, her golden hair flowing gracefully, accompanied by a Melian baby. Chapter 58, Not a Drop Left, Pokémon, Melian ability, Oblivious, gender, female, talent, gym leader level, 32 skills, Pound, Lick, Powder Snow, Sweet Kiss, Psyshock, Ice Punch, Psychic. Sing, Comet Punch level 32. Melian with both ice and psychic abilities. And she does not seem to come with good intentions. Lin Yu's excitement surged. This was precisely the matchup that Kairu Lillian needed against a psychic type. Without hesitation, Lin Yu summoned Kairu Lillian. Kairu. Upon emerging, Kairu Lillian immediately pressed its face against Lin Yu's before directing its gaze toward their opponent, Melian. 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 That Charizard scared me. Melian. Upon noticing the energy level of Charizard, felt somewhat reassured. However, upon observing the human, she summoned a flying humanoid Pokémon, seemingly ready for a challenge. Perhaps I should advise the child to back down? Do not worry, Melian. I will only have Kairu Lillian battle you. You are here to give the Melian baby a chance, correct? If you win, I'll have Charizard apologize to the Melian baby. Melian's eyes brightened. Milian, Milian, is that a promise? If victorious, she could maintain her majestic image before the child. Indeed, Linyu affirmed with a smile. Go, Kyra Lillian. Cairo. Light and graceful, Kyra Lillian soared into the sky, its eyes focused and serious. It always approached battles with utmost dedication. As the battle commenced, Milian showed no mercy. With a gust, she summoned a flurry of powdery snow towards Kyra Lillian. Let us engage in a pure psychic duel. Given that they had intended to test their psychic abilities, there was no need to waste time. Psycho Boost. The unleashed psychic force stirred up a tempest, sweeping away the falling snow and charging directly at Milian. Milian. Panic surged within Milian. Pokémon that survive in the wild possess their own survival strategies. Evade the powerful. In terms of energy level, this Kyra Lillian was evidently superior. Initially, she intended to test the waters. However, the emerging strength of the psychic force seemed to rival her own. Reluctantly, she summoned her own Psycho Boost. Boom. What began as an intangible psychic force collided with a tangible sound. Neither side yielded, resulting in a stalemate. Linyu felt a surge of joy. Despite Kyra Lillian being 3 levels lower than Milian, those levels included both elite and gym leader ranks. The current intensity of their psychic forces was nearly equal, revealing Kyra Lillian's formidable psychic prowess. In the clash of Psycho Boosts, the disadvantages of wild Pokémon became apparent. Living in the wild, they often lacked a constant supply of energy sustenance. Naturally, they could not match the endurance of cultivated Pokémon. After only a brief encounter, Milian was left gasping for breath. Yet, upon noticing the Milian baby's admiring gaze, she clenched her teeth and prepared to persevere. A minute later, she gasped. I can't go on. I'm completely drained. She slumped down, her energy entirely depleted. Kyra Lillian, however, looked on with disdain. Can you not keep up? I haven't even had my fill. It felt as though they were on the verge of breaking through to gym leader level, only to be thwarted by Milian's untimely collapse. Well, it seems you won't be reclaiming your honor today, Milian, Linyu chuckled as he approached, placing a box of psychic energy cubes before the startled Milian and Milian baby. These are for you, as a token of appreciation. Milian stared in astonishment at the departing figures, glancing at the energy cubes, which contained a bounty sufficient to sustain them for nearly a month. This human was surprisingly considerate, having drained her yet still offering sustenance. Upon turning back, Linyu noticed the sparkle in Senior's eyes, filled with admiration and curiosity, unmasked. How does the Junior know everything? He even converses with wild Pokémon? Such kindness, gifting energy cubes after defeating a wild Pokémon. Throughout their journey, she inquired about how Linyu managed to communicate with Pokémon. Linyu could only respond that he had awakened the power of Aura. As they ascended the mountain, he would seek suitable Pokémon for her to face. Indeed, it unfolded just as anticipated. A Pokémon with an elite early to mid-level status has become an excellent stepping stone for Vulpix. As for those of the ordinary level, they serve as a training ground for Riolu. Feeling fatigued, Linyu decided to take a brief respite. He gathered some ice-type treasures and crafted a batch of energy cubes for Vulpix on site, causing its eyes to narrow in delight at the exquisite creation of the human. At the summit of the snow-capped mountains, within a certain cave, several masked individuals clad in white coats gazed intently below. This was the location of the legendary divine beast. Articuno. The ground, crystalline and transparent as a mirror, revealed a small mountain-like form of Articuno encased in eternal ice. Even in slumber, an overwhelming aura of power radiated from it. They belonged to the Crystal Team, an organization akin to the Lava Team, comparable in scale and the strength of its members. However, one revered ice and water-type divine beasts, while the other celebrated fire-type divine beasts. Their mission was to capture this Articuno. To that end, they deployed a realm-traversing device and newly developed Master Balls. Legend has it that Master Balls can capture any Pokémon. Go, Houndoom. Be cautious and use your flames to melt the surrounding ice. The leader whispered, a purple Pokeball charged with energy in hand. A Houndoom at the late gym level began to carefully exhale flames, but the ice seemed impervious, as if it had never thawed in a millennium. With Houndoom's late gym strength, it was proving to be a slow endeavor. Everyone, attack together, urged the leader, growing anxious as the ice refused to yield. Thus, several Houndooms joined forces, unleashing their flames upon the icy barrier. At this pace, the ice rapidly melted, transforming into water, and gradually revealing the outline of Articuno. It's working, the leader exclaimed joyfully at the sight of Articuno's silhouette. Capturing Articuno would surely elevate his status within the Crystal Team, and there was no way he would relinquish it. Trembling hands carefully nudged the Master Ball towards Articuno, which transformed into a beam of light and vanished within the confines of the ball. Chapter 59. the wrath of Articuno. Thus, Vulpix had come to receive a gift from Articuno. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at his senior, incredulous that such a mighty being, known as one of the 3 legendary birds, could appear in this modest realm. According to Xuanai, Articuno had received assistance from her mother 20 years prior and had gifted her a feather, promising that during its molting, the one holding the feather could embrace its wings and be reborn. Now, witnessing Xuanai unguardedly produce the precious feather, Lin Yu felt a wave of emotion. His senior truly believed in him. Such a valuable item, and she presented it so readily. All right, I will undoubtedly assist Vulpix in its evolution. At this moment, the two had ascended to the higher slopes of the snowy mountain. Thank you, Junior, Xuanai said, her gaze meeting Lin Yu's resolute and clear eyes as she stowed the crystalline feather into her backpack. Throughout their battles, Vulpix had gained considerable experience and had reached level 22, while Riolu had made even greater strides. After equipping the Battle Drain item, Riolu had now attained level 12. Lin Yu planned to give Riolu a growth fruit upon reaching level 17, enabling it to swiftly ascend to elite status and enhance its combat abilities. Moreover, due to the urgency of their adventure, Lin Yu had not checked the entry shop for the day. Upon reviewing it now, he discovered a new item had been refreshed. Soothing Bell accelerates the bond between Pokémon and trainer, priced at 50 entry coins. This item was undoubtedly ideal for the initial training of Riolu. Without hesitation, Lin Yu equipped it to Riolu. He also purchased a fixed entry slot 5 for 25 entry coins. With the increasing variety and number of entries, the limitation of 4 slots per Pokémon had become increasingly constrictive, making this acquisition timely. Now, as the two rested, Riolu stood vigilant, utilizing its aura as a form of training. The other Pokémon feasted on energy cubes. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed, as if the very heavens were shifting. Charmeleon swiftly activated Fairy Wings, lifting Lin Yu and Riolu, while Chancho used its psychic powers to elevate Xuanai and Vulpix. A colossal cry surged with the wind. The snowy mountain appeared to transform into a volcano, with snowflakes swirling and blanketing the entire sky. As they surveyed their surroundings, a vast expanse of white enveloped the world. Amidst the snowstorm, a gigantic divine bird materialized. Articuno. Undoubtedly, the figure soaring through the sky was Articuno. However, in the next moment, it seemed enraged, violently flapping its wings, unleashing a blizzard. In an instant, a fierce wind swept across a 100-mile radius. Charmeleon, we must act. Breathe fire into the earth and melt the ice, Lin Yu urged. Fearing to rely solely on Chancho to withstand the wrath of the divine Articuno's blizzard. Pokémon, Articuno. Ability, Pressure, Gender. Talent, Level 3 Deity, Strength, Level 95 Skills, Wind, Mist, Powder Snow, Reflect, Ice Shard, Agility, Origin Pulse, Tailwind, Freeze Dry, Roost, Blizzard, Absolute Zero. Description, Articuno, originally in slumber, was sought for forced capture by certain individuals. Such indignity has driven the divine beast nearly to madness. Lin Yu was overwhelmed as he gazed upon the myriad of skills listed. At level 95, it rivaled the champions and gym leaders among humans, undeniably deserving of the title divine. Yet now, someone had provoked its wrath, and a storm of fury was about to be unleashed. Lin Yu yearned to call out to Articuno, but the distance was simply too great. Roar! Flames surged as Charmeleon unleashed its fire to the fullest. In the final moments before the blizzard struck, the ground quaked, and a cavern was seared into existence. They all sought refuge within the cave. Yet, misfortune compounded. For the cavern's collapse was not merely due to Charmeleon's flames, but rather an underground current. A torrent of water surged into the cave, crashing violently against Xuanai from behind. In her final moments of consciousness, all she could see was Kyrillian protected the Vulpix, but due to the considerable distance, she could not cast her shield in time. The Frogadier, amidst the swirling currents, found itself lost. However, guided by the power of aura and the Frogadier, Lin Yu eventually stumbled upon a dimly lit shore. Nearby, several ice sculptures stood eerily lifelike, some depicting humans, others great hounds. Their faces were frozen in terror, clearly lifeless. Without further contemplation, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the side, where Xuanai stood. Her once thick coat was now drenched, her silvery hair clinging to her face. The rosy complexion that had adorned her features was now replaced by pallor. Fortunately, he had equipped her with the Child of Water and Immunity. Child of Water allows breathing underwater and increases affinity with water-type Pokémon. Purple trait, Immunity, negates all damage from a fatal blow. Limited use trait that can be freely equipped. The immunity had already been used once, indicating that this time, it was a matter of life and death. The current situation clearly necessitated the removal of her soaked clothing. to be replaced with something dry. Yet, in the recent deluge, her backpack had been swept away. Alas, in such frigid temperatures, being wrapped in a wet garment was utterly unbearable. "Forgive me, Xuanai." Linyu retrieved his own clothing from the system space and carefully removed her drenched coat, omitted. This subprofessional expert bestowed upon Linyu knowledge beyond mere Pokémon cultivation. After the Charmeleon brewed a pot of warming soup, Linyu gently held her hand. The effective Child of Snow allowed him to provide warmth to Xuanai, with the presence of the Charmeleon, a great source of heat. It was not long before Xuanai slowly opened her eyes. Seizing the moment, Linyu also examined the identities of the ice sculptures nearby. The Crystal Team, an organization akin to the Lava Team. Following the emergence of the Pokémon Secret Realm, certain groups, in their quest to harness the formidable powers of Pokémon, took daring risks to create their ideal worlds. The critical point, however, lay in the feathers piled up beside them. Origin feathers of the Articuno, a rare treasure. When absorbed by an Ice-type Pokémon, it can greatly enhance their potential. Water-type Pokémon can learn Ice-type skills upon absorption. It appeared this was indeed the place where the Articuno molted. Not just a single feather, but seemingly many. The Articuno had deliberately left behind the origin feathers it had shed over the years, accumulating over a dozen. Chapter 60. The Champion Talent of Frogadier. Upon noticing the state of his clothing, Xuanai's face flushed slightly at the thought. Before Linyu could explain, she gently shook her head, indicating it was of no concern. She then instructed Frogadier and Vulpix to absorb the origin power from the ice feathers. To Linyu's surprise, Frogadier broke through the elite level barrier first, advancing to level 30, and additionally gained a secondary attribute. Coupled with its versatile ability, it would undoubtedly enable Frogadier to unleash Ice-type moves against Grass-type Pokémon, neutralizing their advantage. Remarkable. The origin power even elevated Frogadier's talent to champion status. This was not entirely unexpected. In the anime, certain high-tier divine beasts possess the capacity to enlighten lower-tier ones. For instance, Ho-Oh has bestowed enlightenment upon Suicune, Inti, and Raikou. Hence, for ordinary Pokémon, the feathers dropped by divine beasts are undoubtedly valuable. The absorption of the ice feathers lasted for 3 days. Within this time, not only did Frogadier undergo transformation, Vulpix also experienced tremendous growth, reaching level 24, primarily reflected in its talent, which ascended to champion status. It seemed that, being of the ice type, it conferred even greater benefits to Vulpix. In Waterwood City, the Articuno burst forth from the secret realm, blanketing the entire area in snow. Fortunately, no harm befell humanity. The snowfall persisted for 3 days, and upon Snow Ant's return, she finally met with the Articuno. Learning of the circumstances within the secret realm, she was immediately filled with urgency, hastily requesting the Articuno to cease the snowfall, and organizing personnel for a search and rescue operation within the realm. Ultimately, before the rescue team could enter the secret realm, they spotted 2 figures emerging from its entrance. Upon seeing them, Snow Ant's myriad words coalesced into a single sentiment. As long as they are safe, she reported back to the higher authorities. The source of the Articuno's wrath was quickly uncovered. Concurrently, Linyu informed the alliance of the humans he had encountered within the secret realm. Their identities were easily traced, thanks to the distinctive Pokémon of the Crystal Team, the Houndoom, and their identification badges. This left Linyu somewhat exasperated. The Crystal Team and Lava Team had always been at odds. Their activities predominantly occurred in foreign lands, and he had never anticipated encountering them in such a short span of months. Though Waterwood City was small, this incident incited a tremendous uproar within the Pokémon League of Huagua, prompting a nationwide crackdown. In a flash, the atmosphere became tense, and the national crime rate plummeted. The Articuno's slumber within this secret realm remained largely unknown. Fortunately, it did not resort to extreme actions, merely altering the weather in Waterwood City before vanishing without a trace. In the days that followed, Charmeleon and Kyrulean, perhaps spurred on by Frogadier, both ascended to gym leader level, significantly enhancing their strength. Meanwhile, Riolu also leveled up to 13 during this ordeal, reaping substantial rewards. This was also related to the energy density of the secret realm. Generally, in realms disconnected from reality, energy density increases with level, which accounts for the stronger Pokémon found in higher level realms. However, following this expedition into the secret realm, the relationship between the two seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. Even Linyu had to concede to this change. Green trait, Water S healing. In an environment surrounded by water, speed increases by 10 to 30, with specific enhancement effects dependent on surrounding energy density. This weak S trait, albeit merely green, proved to be quite effective. Pokémon, Frogadier. Ability, adaptability, torrent, gender, male. Talent, Champion, Strength, Level 30, Skills, Bubble, Water Pulse, Shadow Clone, Quick Attack, Dark Pulse, Grass Knot, Leaf Blade, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Swords Dance. Equipped traits, Shiny Skin, Fixed, Bloodthirsty, Breath of Water, Spiral Shuriken, Water as Healing. The speed attribute of the Froakie Pokémon is inherently high, which will be further augmented by an impressive 1030. This undoubtedly provides a significant advantage. Moreover, the next destination is Water City, a place that has existed for over a century. Originally a hidden realm, it has been rumored that Latios and Latias were discovered within its confines, transforming into the guardians of the Water City, maintaining the equilibrium of its water levels. After this secret realm melded with reality, it was developed by humans into a bustling aquatic metropolis, thriving in tourism and evolving into a grand city. Inside the training facility, Linyu spoke solemnly, Volt Tackle, as one of the most powerful moves of Froakie Pokémon, now enhanced by the accumulation of ice energy within its body. This skill has undergone a remarkable transformation. With Froakie Pokémon's exceptional comprehension, Volt Tackle now incorporates both ice and electric attributes, inflicting freezing and paralysis effects upon striking the opponent. This is simply astounding. In the days following his return, Linyu diligently opened the training facility daily, aiming to familiarize his 3 Pokémon with their newfound powers as they ascended to the gym leader level. After all, the leap from elite to gym leader is a monumental challenge. The Volt Tackle unleashed a thunderous cry, reminiscent of the legendary Zapdos. Below, a level 35 Snorlax dummy stood idly, its red health bar indicating its vitality. This was a Pokémon that Linyu had conjured using 3 attribute coins. With a resounding crash, Volt Tackle collided with the virtual level 35 Snorlax, the crackling electricity nearly depleting its health bar to 0. Just a sliver remained. Observing this outcome, Linyu nodded in satisfaction. It is worth noting that Snorlax possesses a base health value of 160, a feat unattainable by most mythical Pokémon. Yet now, it was on the verge of being taken out by Volt Tackle. This clearly demonstrates its extraordinary power. Simultaneously, Linyu observed Riolu's Aura Sphere. Upon activation, Riolu's entire body radiated a crimson glow, exuding an impressive aura. However, it was not merely aesthetic, the power enhancement was equally formidable. During his leisure time, Linyu sent Riolu to a gym to spar with a training partner, a level 20 Monferno, which was swiftly overwhelmed. However, the after effects were considerable. Even with Linyu's preparedness with recovery potions, it took Riolu an entire hour to recuperate. The next day, February 24th, marked the beginning of the school term. Linyu needed to visit school to request an extended leave to attend the provincial competition in Water City. Chapter 61. The Power of the Dragon. Let us extend our gratitude to Linyu for his captivating address. We hope he excels in this provincial league and brings glory to our city. Stepping down from the podium, Linyu found himself the center of attention, with all students' gazes fixed upon him. Some looked on in awe, others with envy, muttering, "Isn't it just a few good Pokémon? If I had them, I'd undoubtedly be stronger." A typical display of "I could do that too." On his first day back at school, Linyu did not anticipate being called to the stage to share his experiences in nurturing his Pokémon. What could he say? I had a lucky break. Yet, it was not solely luck. Were he to rely only on the system, his progress would have taken an interminable amount of time. Thus, Linyu asserted, talent and hard work, along with a shared passion. There are no worthless Pokémon, only inadequate trainers. They failed to see the journey of his abandoned Charmander, the obsession with becoming stronger, or the rigorous training that pushed Riolu beyond limits. They overlooked the times when Ralts fell asleep from sheer fatigue while practicing drawing, and the arduous challenges faced in the hidden realms. All these experiences were witnessed by Linyu himself. After concluding his speech, Linyu visited Old Chin's office, where he found his former homeroom teacher and coach Luo Xing. They immediately recognized the maturity Linyu had gained in such a short time and knew he had ventured into numerous hidden realms. During their last rescue mission, both had accompanied him and reprimanded him for daring to explore hidden realms at such a young age. Ultimately, it was Aunt Shui who intervened on his behalf. Keep up the good work. Their faces bore unspoken words, culminating in an encouraging remark. All right then, bring home a championship, and we'll secretly rejoice. Saying, look at that charming champion. He was once my student. Linyu grinned. From the last mission, he could tell that both truly cared for him. The stern coach Luo Xing was not swayed by flattery, but the younger Old Chin was amused, responding, without shame, if you can make it to the National League, I'll be eternally grateful. With their conversation concluded, Linyu made his way home and encountered his senior at the school gate. The weather had warmed, and she had donned a vibrant white shirt paired with a light blue tie, her lovely silver hair tied in a long ponytail, resembling a character from an anime. "Junior," she greeted, though this time there was a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "When are you leaving?" Linyu scratched his nose. "Tomorrow. I'll head over there to acclimatize for a bit." "All right." Xuanai clenched her small fist. She understood well that although her Ice Ninetales had gained the essence of Articuno and improved in quality, Lin Yu's rate of growth was astonishing. Moreover, her childhood friend, her rival, had a formidable background. If she failed to keep pace, "Junior, you're so exceptional. You will surely accomplish great things. I have decided to travel and challenge the gyms in various cities, and will agree to meet at the National College League." Under the warm sunlight, her gaze was sincere and resolute. Lin Yu couldn't help but fist bump her and nodded. "All right." Before heading home, Lin Yu visited Changhua District. Reminiscing about the places he trained with Charmander, he also revisited the Hidden Realm, recalling the moment he was intimidated by that Gyarados and chuckled. "Well, I'll come back to deal with you next time." This Hidden Realm was one he would undoubtedly return to, for it was once rumored to have held the feather of Ho-Oh. Despite countless attempts to probe with his aura, he had found nothing. However, Lin Yu firmly believed that secrets lay within. Thus, here I am, Suido. Kyoto, the Yi family, as representatives of China's dragon trainers, has produced not only champions, but also numerous Elite Four trainers. Among them, the strongest, known as the Elite, is said to have a primary Dragonite that has even reached champion status. This level of prowess is capable of exchanging blows with some legendary Pokémon. The Yi family's strength lies in its remarkable continuity. When the Secret Realm first emerged, they forged a contract with the Dragon Island. Coupled with the unique dragon mastery inherent to the Yi lineage, Yi family members have an unparalleled affinity with dragon-type Pokémon. Hence, within a mere 2 centuries, the Yi family has ascended to become one of the foremost Pokémon families in China. Their influence permeates various domains, including commerce, gyms, and military endeavors. Based on the strength of the dragon power within, decisions are made regarding whether to send individuals to Dragon Island to capture Dratini. Yi Qingxue is recognized as the one with the most potent dragon power in the past century. This power not only enhances the combat capabilities of dragon-type Pokémon during battles, but also, through long-term synergy, can elevate their potential. This explains why Dragonite holds a particular affection for the Yi family. In a room adorned in shades of pink, Yi Qingxue appeared to have just finished bathing, her damp hair cascading over the sheets. Her petite, pale feet dangled in the air, fidgeting restlessly. Her graceful legs, partially concealed by her skirt, accentuated her captivating figure. With her light blue eyes fixed on the screen of her phone, she observed Lin Yu summoning Charmeleon to battle against Paras. "Hakuryu, do you think you can defeat this Charmeleon?" A slender, elegant Hakuryu, measuring around 4 to 5 meters, opened its eyes upon the bed, gazing at the Charmeleon on the screen. Level 38 Hakuryu. With a hint of resignation, Hakuryu cast a glance at its master and began to watch intently. After a while, Hakuryu shook its head. It could discern that this Charmeleon was concealing its true strength. However, at this level, it was still insufficient to overcome it. "Next time we battle, I shall not grant you dragon power, and remember, you must hold back." "Hakuryu?" Hakuryu nodded in frustration, silently vowing to show no mercy in their next encounter. "Do not underestimate this Charmeleon." In the shadows, Gung-Gue appeared with a sinister grin. "Young one, observe its glowing flames, and tell me, does this Charmeleon appear even slightly fatigued after such a prolonged battle?" Hakuryu turned its gaze back to the video, its expression growing increasingly serious. Chapter 62, Latias of Pseudo, truly a marvel, boasts architecture perched atop shimmering waters. In the coming days, the provincial competition of Xiang Province will be held here, a renowned tourist destination, ensuring a vibrant atmosphere. Numerous visitors, armed with cameras, capture moments with their Pokémon. The prelude to the competition is already bustling. One can scarcely imagine the fervor that will ensue during the event. Lin Yu was accompanied by Riolu, the latest addition to his team. Naturally, he wished to introduce it to the wonders of human civilization. After a moment's thought, he released Froakie. However, as soon as Froakie emerged, a throng of people surrounded it, and Froakie struck a pose. It was unavoidable. Beneath its seemingly aloof exterior, Froakie revealed an unexpectedly flamboyant side. Riolu, on the other hand, utilized its aura to sense the surroundings, embodying the essence of a hermit, unwavering in its dedication to training its aura. This inspired Lin Yu, who found his own aura continuously in use. With such practice, he felt he would soon master the aura sphere. "Wait, is someone sketching me?" By the riverside, a striking flash of red caught the eye. As the guardian species of Pseudo, Latias relished transforming into a human form to experience the world of humanity. Recently, It had noticed an influx of people in Suido. However, why were they all gathered around a Froakie? That human appeared far more attractive. Moreover, a delightful fragrance seemed to emanate from him. Latias felt an irresistible urge to draw closer, yet hesitated, feeling it would be too forward. Ultimately, it decided to immortalize this beautiful encounter through art. The effect of divine beast affinity was palpable. Linyu, who had been continuously using his aura, quickly perceived this phenomenon. While others were focused on capturing Froakie, one young girl remained fixated on him, gesturing with her hands and sketching on her canvas. Sitting by the riverside, with fiery twin tails swaying in the breeze, she occasionally stole glances and chuckled softly in Linyu's direction. As she sketched, Linyu caught glimpses of her features, delicate brows and captivating eyes, a vision that stood out amidst the crowd. Yet, no one seemed to notice her presence. Had it not been for his aura, he might have overlooked her as well. Casting a glance at Froakie, who basked in the admiration of surrounding girls, Linyu led Riolu to her side. Just as he prepared to greet her and inquire about her drawing, the red-haired girl gasped and swiftly ran away, disappearing into the crowd in an instant. "Hey, you forgot your drawing." Linyu's words hung in the air, ultimately shifting his attention to the artwork. The image depicted him with a bemused expression, gazing at Froakie. It was quite charming. Leaving it here would be unwise. He resolved to find her later to return it. "Have you heard? The Provincial Intercollegiate League in Xiang Province will have an elite attending." "Is that true? Which elite? Who else could it be?" "Naturally, it is the Dragon-type national gym leader, Elite Yi. At just 27, he has achieved such status. His future is boundless." "Isn't Elite Yi known for exploring secret realms? Why would he attend a provincial collegiate competition? Surely, he would prefer to observe national leagues or youth tournaments. Who knows? Perhaps he seeks an apprentice? How wonderful. To become an elite's disciple would undoubtedly lead to becoming a master trainer in the future." Amidst the bustling streets, Linyu chose not to linger with Froakie for too long. After a brief wait, and noticing the red-haired girl had not returned, he decided to move on. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense that there was something unusual about her. In preparation for the upcoming event, Linyu intended to visit the water arena, Suido's central square. This is the battleground for the Provincial League. It is vast, comparable to 2 or 3 official football fields. The shimmering lake surface will soon accommodate floating platforms. As the trainers prepare for battle, their foremost concern is not the clash itself, but rather how to ensure their Pokémon can stand firm upon the water's surface. This presents the first challenge set forth by the league. It must be noted that this year's Provincial College League has been intricately designed, favoring water-type and flying-type Pokémon significantly. Conversely, fire-type and rock-type trainers find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. However, this does not pertain to Charmeleon, as it possesses the ability to fly. The participants number 128, hailing from various cities within Xiang Province, having either triumphed in municipal college leagues or earned their spot by challenging gym leaders. Froakie, now reveling in its moment of glory, eagerly anticipates the forthcoming competition, which is scheduled to commence promptly on March 1st, just 2 days away. Surrounding the arena are numerous young individuals, their gazes sharp and expressions filled with competitive spirit. Each one is a prodigy emerging from municipal leagues. And such pride is only natural. Some trainers have even released their Pokémon into the open. Linyu takes a glance around, noting the presence of Pokémon such as Starmie, Spearow, Butterfree, and Zubat, all of which are formidable in their own right. Yet, in Linyu's discerning eyes, they simply do not measure up, barely sufficient to fill a single hand. In the sky above, a Dragonite, seemingly clumsy from a distance but revealing a fierce scar upon closer inspection, carries a young man with a resolute demeanor. This is Yi Rong, the esteemed Dragon-type gym leader of one of the nation's 8 prestigious schools. His gaze falls upon Linyu, accompanied by a Froakie and a Riolu, and a flicker of appraisal crosses his features. Years prior, a tragic incident had forced his younger sister, then merely 5 years old, to wander alone. It is said that this very boy rescued her, earning the admiration of his family Jangar. As her brother, he feels compelled to rigorously assess this young man and discern what qualities could captivate his sister so profoundly. Below, Linyu stifles a yawn and gazes upward, sensing an unseen presence watching him. Yet, upon raising his head, he discovers nothing amiss, leaving him puzzled. After a thorough search yields no results, he encourages the eager Riolu, determined to involve it in this match. Once he departs, Yi Rong resumes his previous position. As a top-tier trainer, he had nearly allowed a child to detect his presence. Was it the aura of the wave guidance? Chapter 63, Riolu's first battle, or a sphere. On the inaugural day of the Provincial College League, Linyu continues to refresh his weekly entries. A flash of purple light catches his eye. Has a purple entry emerged? Purple entry, stackable dark energy when equipped. Every fighting type move will inflict a dark energy effect, with damage increasing alongside the number of attacks. The first strike deals 50% damage, escalating to triple the damage for subsequent hits. What fortune! Just before the competition, a fitting entry for Riolu appears. Each match consists of a 2-on-2 format. For his initial battle, Lin Yu decides to send out Riolu first. Its indomitable spirit and resilience in the face of defeat, honed under the guidance of Charmeleon, have only served to bolster its resolve. Now at level 14, equipped with Aura Sphere, stackable dark energy, and food supply station, coupled with its innate wave guidance, Riolu is poised for a formidable performance. On the day of the match, the lake remains tranquil, bordered by hundreds of makeshift wooden platforms for spectators. The shore is packed with onlookers. As there are no official stands, everyone must enjoy the spectacle outdoors. With such a crowd, the only option is to take to the skies for a better view. If the skies are also full, then one must settle for watching the live broadcast at home. In this world, Pokémon battles are perpetually the main attraction. The contestants stand upon platforms reminiscent of diving boards. Lin Yu's first opponent is a girl whose Pokémon is a grass-type Snivy. What he initially presumed would be a routine duel quickly transforms into astonishment as the referee takes the stage. A colossal Dragonite, towering over 4 meters and bearing a scarred visage, soars into the sky. Its golden skin, powerful limbs, and fierce gaze leave no doubt. It is indeed a Dragonite. Seated atop, it is Yi Rong, the Dragon-type champion of Xiong Province. To think that a mere college league would attract a trainer of such caliber as a referee ignites a fervor among the spectators, particularly the competitors. They are practically bursting with anticipation, eager to showcase their prowess before a true champion. Consuming delicious food from the food supply station grants a 30 boost to physical attack for the next half hour. Lin Yu's eyes widen with excitement. His preparations are truly complete. The outcome of the battle is far from certain. True to his status, Yi Rong offers no motivational speeches. He simply states, the match begins. Go Riolu. Go Snivy. The freshly hatched Riolu appears somewhat inexperienced, prompting Yi Rong's brow to furrow. In his expert opinion, it is evident that this Riolu is less than a month old. How could such a young Pokémon be allowed to compete in a collegiate league? Nonetheless, its fighting spirit is commendable, though resolve alone cannot solve every problem. Suddenly, Yi Rong's expression shifts. The initial skirmish unfolds as he anticipated. Although the two Pokémon remain on separate platforms, they are acutely aware of their enhanced abilities, remaining cautious. Snivy opts to use Leaf Tornado, not targeting Riolu directly but instead aiming to eliminate the wooden platforms around it. It is undeniable that every trainer who has reached this stage is far from ordinary, especially in their tactical acumen. Lin Yu quickly discerns her strategy. She intends to remove the surrounding platforms, leaving Riolu with no place to land. Quick attack followed by Aura Sphere. Lin Yu commands, matching her resolve. So Riolu can indeed use Aura Sphere? Yi Rong nods appreciatively. Aura Sphere is typically a move learned by Lucario, yet not exclusively. Considering Lin Yu possesses wave guidance, it is quite reasonable. This wave guidance, for Lucario, is a power rivaling the enhancement that Dragon-type Pokémon gain from their Dragon Force. Upon witnessing the failure of his strategy, the girl across from him remained undeterred. Instead, she seized the moment when the Lucario leaped, allowing the gloom to unleash its grass mixer. One cannot help but acknowledge the ingenuity of her tactics. With meticulous precision, despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, she skillfully prevented the fighting-type Lucario from closing the distance. A sigh escaped Lin Yu's lips. The 11-level gap was indeed daunting. Then, let us activate the King's Fist. A crimson aura erupted around Lucario, the energy surging dramatically. With no time to alter its form, Lucario abruptly unleashed a wave of aura bullets in the opposite direction of gloom. The speed was astonishing, a stark contrast to its previous sluggishness. Utilizing the recoil from the aura bullets, Lucario propelled itself directly in front of gloom. What is happening? A gasp of disbelief escaped the trainer on the opposing side. Yet she maintained her composure. Leaf Blade. But with Lucario now in close proximity, how could Gloom, armed with only a single Leaf Blade, hope to contend with it? Sonic Punch. Lin Yu opted for the swiftest move available, followed by a million-ton punch. With a couple of layers of stacked Dark Force, Gloom swiftly succumbed to defeat. This abrupt turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. What was once a foregone conclusion had transformed in an instant. What sorcery is this? Why has this Lucario suddenly become so formidable? Even Yi Rong, watching from above, was taken aback. Is the power of Aura truly so potent? In an instant, this ordinary late-stage Lucario has attained elite late-stage strength? Do not underestimate this amplification. Currently, it has merely transitioned from ordinary late-stage to elite pinnacle. But if this level of enhancement can be sustained, could it not lead to the champion level? And from champion, ascend to the master level? Although the previous Aura champion had passed away, he had been a trainer of the pinnacle champion level. Below, after utilizing King's Fist, Lucario appeared somewhat fatigued, prompting Lin Yu to withdraw it and release Frogadier instead. In the aquatic arena, it was only fitting for Frogadier to take the stage. Lin Yu soon realized that within Water City, Frogadier's speed was indeed remarkable. The two blue attributes, Water Aura and Water Healing, significantly enhanced Frogadier's velocity. Coupled with its champion-level talent, it surged through the water with breathtaking agility, leaving the speed-renowned Starmie helplessly anchored in place, unable to mount a defense. Ultimately, it was dispatched with 2 spiraling waves. As the match concluded, Lin Yu emerged victorious. Yi Rong, from above, announced the result with indifference. Though reluctant to concede, she acknowledged that this young man had indeed proven himself worthy of her attention. Chapter 64. The Guidance of Rare Pokémon. The Rebirth of Spectral Flame. In the neighboring venue of the Provincial College League in Yu Province, how can he possibly grow so swiftly? As he watched the Frogadier dominate the battlefield in the live broadcast, Ching Fei's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. If Frogadier is already this powerful, what of Charmeleon? Surely it must be even stronger. Win, Speed Dog. In the next match, I grant you a chance. Defeat your opponent in 1 strike. The Win, Speed Dog, now at the gym stage, whimpered, caught in a dilemma between loyalty and justice. The notion of defeating an opponent in a single blow disregards the harm it inflicts upon their Pokémon. On March 4th, in Water City, a competition with 128 participants mostly consisted of elite and gym-level Pokémon battles. Naturally, the duration was prolonged. Each match required time for venue repairs, necessitating 3 days for the first round. As a new month began, it was the perfect time to examine the monthly entries. A flash of red light revealed. Red entry, Guidance of Rare Pokémon, a one-time entry. Upon activation, it will transform into entry coins and vanish while providing guidance for a Pokémon with abilities no less than a champion. Note, there is a significant chance of obtaining a quasi-divine Pokémon, a one-time entry, another Pokémon with champion-level abilities, and a high probability of acquiring a quasi-divine. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Yet, he refrained from activating it immediately. Firstly, the competition was still ongoing, and secondly, Lucario had yet to reach its full combat potential. Resources were indeed scarce. With the entry activated, it was only natural to explore the shop as well. To be honest, Lin Yu had lost confidence in the shop for a while. Although the entry shop could refresh, the effects of wishful thinking seemed difficult to manifest. Don't ask why. Simply put, during his last attempt, Lin Yu spent 100 entry points trying to refresh for a champion talent, only to waste 100 entry coins. This experience taught Lin Yu that the limitation of wishful thinking in fulfilling wishes was time within 1 month. In other words, no matter how many times he refreshed, it would yield little effect. He needed to refresh it daily. Today's shop was as unremarkable as ever. Nonetheless, Lin Yu instinctively refreshed it once. Weakened Spectral Flame, a product of the host's strong desire, specially sold extraordinary flames that can be stacked. Price, 1,000 entry coins. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Such flames were undoubtedly beneficial. With precisely 1099 entry coins, Lin Yu decisively purchased another portion of Spectral Flame for Charmeleon. This was also one of his wishes. If one wish could not be fulfilled, it was best to cast a wide net and see which fish would bite first. After bestowing the flames upon Charmeleon, to his surprise, Charmeleon leveled up twice, reaching level 32, and even upgraded its talent. This brought immense joy to Charmeleon. Initially just a champion, it had now successfully attained the status of a master. As the elder brother of the team, it had been the first to accompany Lin Yu. Yet now Frogadier seemed to be on the verge of surpassing it. Consequently, the pressure shifted to Kirlia, who was now devoid of champion-level talent. Fortunately, Kirlia was not particularly concerned. It believed that Lin Yu simply had yet to find the right treasure for it. Once that was achieved, it would undoubtedly receive proper attention. In other words, as long as Kirlia could remain by Lin Yu's side, it was content. Thus, for the next wish, Lin Yu silently hoped for a treasure or entry that could elevate everyone's talents. Upon sensing Kirlia's sentiments, Lin Yu quietly made his wish. In the subsequent second and third rounds of matches, Lin Yu consistently employed this strategy, first allowing Lucario to battle, followed by Frogadier to finish the fight. Under such rigorous training, although Riolu experienced both victories and defeats, its combat experience against various Pokémon rapidly escalated, resulting in significant improvement in strength. In just a week, it ascended to level 16. Lin Yu advanced to the top 16. After several days of competition, the audience in Shidu had developed a basic understanding of the remaining contestants. Some uniquely charismatic competitors left a lasting impression, among whom Lin Yu was notable. His battle style was exceedingly distinctive, resembling a quest for the development of Riolu rather than a pursuit of championship glory. Is there another match featuring the Frogadier today? Indeed, that Frogadier is incredibly handsome, particularly in its shiny form. Each battle resembles a performance art. Yes, that water pulse. Its power is simply outrageous. Like a ninja. Absolutely stunning. Did you only notice the Frogadier? I prefer Riolu. Its progress is evident in every match. Is this what it means to be a genius trainer? Daring to provide a new Pokémon with training opportunities in such a short time, and Riolu has transformed remarkably. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The current matches were undoubtedly far more thrilling than the initial rounds, with each spectator rallying behind their favorite contenders. It seems we cannot allow Riolu to enter the fray. Standing beside the lake's railing, Lin Yu observed the remaining competitors. Among these, many Pokémon had already reached the gym stage. Truly, all the talents from the entire Xiong province had converged here. Should Riolu battle again, it was not that the hope of victory was entirely absent, but rather that it was exceedingly slim. Too many failures could lead even the most steadfast Pokémon to doubt themselves. Could we possibly get an autograph from you and Frogadier, sir? Before Lin Yu could decide who to send into the next match, two exquisitely crafted twin girls approached. Extending a pink pen toward him, Lin Yu smiled gently. As a member of the top 16 in the Provincial League, he had already gained considerable fame in this trainer-centric world, especially given his handsome appearance. Of course, little ones, but please call me brother instead of sir. Where shall I sign? Seeing such adorable children, Lin Yu could not refuse. Here, here. The two girls chimed in unison, lifting their faces in anticipation. Lin Yu paused for a moment before gracefully inscribing his name on their faces. He had also reached a decision regarding the Pokémon to send into the next match. Chapter 65. Do you have a nickname called Fool? The highly anticipated quarterfinal match commenced amidst the eager gaze of the crowd. For many, Lin Yu had become a focal point. That Frogadier was simply too formidable. Its speed was such that even some elite-tier Pokémon could scarcely perceive it. Fortunately for now, this contestant named Lin Yu seemed to possess only Frogadier as a particularly powerful Pokémon, offering hope to all. In this match, Lin Yu felt somewhat surprised. Facing him was a boy with a red cap, his eyes radiating pure combat fervor. More critically, his Pokémon was a Pikachu with champion-level potential. Species, Pikachu. Ability, Lightning Rod. Gender, male. Talent, champion. Strength, level 33. Skills, Tackle, Thunder Shock, Electro Web, Volt Tackle, Iron Tail, Thunder Wave, Volt Switch in certain respects. Talent is indeed related to base stats. Some Pokémon, such as Rattata, may have high base stats, yet the probability of producing a champion from such lineage is minuscule. A Pikachu with champion talent is a terrifying prospect. Hi there, friend. I'm Xiaoji, but you can call me Ash. I will undoubtedly defeat you. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yu chuckled. Do you perhaps have a nickname called Fool? What? Nothing, just show me your skills. Truly, the world is filled with wonders, and here he was, encountering someone so reminiscent of another. With a signal, the match commenced. Go, Frogadier. Go, Pikachu. Even before the match began, the surrounding spectators began speculating. In the knockout round, surprisingly, Lin Yu chose not to deploy Riolu but instead opted to push forward with Frogadier. Such a choice made it difficult to predict what his second Pokémon would be. However, the contestant Xiao Ji was in a similar predicament. Currently, he had only sent out two Pokémon. The Pikachu perched on his shoulder and a Pidgeotto with a wingspan of 3 meters, its feathers gleaming and its strength exceptional. Having reached the gym stage, Electric Terrain, Pika, a crisp voice emerged from Pikachu. It clapped its cheeks, and instantly, lightning surged forth, striking the water. The entire surface of the lake flickered with yellow sparks. Water-type Pokémon, already possessing a natural advantage in the lake, could conceal themselves beneath the surface, releasing Water Gun from below to restrict their opponent's movement. Many rock, ground, and even grass-type Pokémon had been defeated in this manner. Thus, the opponent wisely chose to use Electric Terrain right away. However, Lin Yu had no intention of limiting Pikachu's movement. Shadow Clone. In an instant, countless shadows of Frogadier appeared on the platform. Water Shuriken. Numerous shurikens coalesced in the air, appearing both real and illusory. Follow up with Iron Tail after the Electro Web. Electric attacks against water types. Xiao Ji, who had made it this far, was certainly no fool. Moreover, given Pikachu's mastery over electricity, it leaped up, creating a remarkably crude Electro Web from its tail. For such area effect skills, the Electro Web was the best solution. Its vast coverage enveloped the entire sky. Impressive. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. Not only was he impressed by Pikachu, but he also recognized Xiaoji's tactical prowess. This electroweb, though seemingly rough, had been conjured by Pikachu in a moment of urgency, effectively incapacitating nearly all the Frogadier clones wielding Water Shurikens. Subsequently, a flash of yellow light erupted as Pikachu was enveloped in electrical energy. Volt Tackle. Its tail glimmered with a metallic sheen, propelling its body like a spring toward Frogadier. The combination of two skills was formidable. Come forth. Linyu would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Frogadier raised its Water Shuriken high as the two forces collided. The energy converging cross soared, and the steel tail sparkled like a dazzling display of fireworks. The entire arena erupted with the intense sound of metal grinding against metal. In that single moment of confrontation, all present held their breath. Such a balance of power was a sight to behold for the first time. With a crack, the wooden platform beneath the two Pokémon shattered. Thunderbolt. A brilliant yellow orb of electricity flickered around Pikachu. Instantly, the current surged from its tail. Quick attack. Linyu was unyielding. As the fastest move, the Frogadier's toes glimmered with white light before it forcefully stomped the ground, plunging its entire body into the water. Thunderbolt. When Frogadier reappeared, it was already on another wooden platform. Remarkable. In such a critical moment, Linyu managed to devise a strategy, leaving Xiaoji astounded. Unlike others who arrived through the league, he was a traveler who had challenged the gym leaders, successfully collecting 8 badges to enter the Provincial League. It must be said, in Xiaoji's eyes, that even some gym leaders lacked such quick reflexes. Fueled by the power of aura, Linyu was intensely focused, keenly aware of his opponent's momentary lapse. Spiraling Sphere. The Frogadier, in its gym phase, required less than a second. A small spiraling sphere shot towards Pikachu with great speed. Pikachu dodged. Xiaoji's expression changed dramatically. He was well aware of the power that the spiraling sphere possessed. Pikachu was alarmed as it stared at the spiraling sphere approaching rapidly, its energy gathering frantically. In a flash of electricity, what was initially intended as an attack was now used for evasion. But in that instant of movement, Pikachu was taken aback, for another identical Frogadier surged from the water, appearing right before it, holding a spiraling sphere. Shadow Clone. This was the thought among all present. The Frogadier that had just emerged was merely an illusion. The one before them was the real deal. The spiraling sphere struck Pikachu. With just one hit, Pikachu fell into a state of unconsciousness. Although it possessed great potential, Pikachu's stamina remained its Achilles heel. In this match, Linyu emerged victorious, prompting Xiaoji to send forth his second Pokémon. Yiron looked at Linyu with considerable admiration. Quite impressive. Xiaoji murmured, recalling Pikachu, but his desire for victory intensified. Crack. A flicker of electricity coursed through Frogadier. It had not completely evaded the Thunderbolt earlier. Additionally, remaining in the electric terrain had rendered it partially paralyzed. Observing Xiaoji calling forth a level 32 Pidgey, Linyu fell into contemplation. Another Pokémon of elite potential? Should he switch Pokémon? Chapter 66. Is it truly reasonable for a Water-type Pokémon to use an electric attack? After some consideration, Linyu chose not to switch. After all, Frogadier's full capabilities had yet to be revealed. It was merely a slight paralysis. Linyu immediately commanded Frogadier to use Thundershock. As the small electric surge shot towards Pidgey, the latter easily dodged it, leaving the entire arena in shock. Although Thundershock was diminutive and charming, it was still an electric-type move. Is it really logical for a Water-type Pokémon to utilize Thundershock? More importantly, after executing the move, Frogadier's demeanor noticeably improved. The earlier paralysis seemed to have diminished significantly. Those with knowledge quickly recognized this as Frogadier's hidden ability, adaptability. They explained to those nearby. Adaptability, Frogadier's hidden ability, allows it to change its type to that of the move it uses. Does that mean Frogadier is now electric type? Indeed. The very essence of the battle had been turned on its head. On the opposite side, Xiaoji was equally bewildered. He had thought that as long as Frogadier was paralyzed, even if Pikachu faltered, the flying Pidgey could capitalize on that to triumph. But now, how could this be happening? The match continued. The astonishment was not confined to the audience, but even Yirong above was taken aback for quite some time. His shock was not at Frogadier's ability, but at the revelation that Frogadier could wield electric-type skills. After all, he was a top-tier trainer, well-versed in the field. Yet he felt like a fool questioning whether his 9 years of compulsory education had been in vain. In the previous match, Frogadier had only taken minor splash damage and had essentially remained unharmed. Now it had transformed into an electric type, effective against flying types. Thunderbolt, Thousand Birds. A terrifying combination of thunderous power and water energy coalesced around Frogadier. The familiar Thousand Birds manifested on the battlefield. Pidgey, acting first, unleashed a flash of electricity. Having witnessed some of Lin Yu's Pokémon wield particularly formidable skills, Xiaoji, despite a brief moment of distraction, quickly regained his composure as an excellent trainer. He recognized the immense power of the move and realized he needed to interrupt it. Unfortunately, just as the thought crossed his mind, Thousand Birds had already taken shape. Pidgey, charging forward, became a target. Switch to Brave Bird. Xiaoji hastily issued the command. It must be said that Pidgey, with its elite potential, displayed remarkable reflexes. Bang! The collision of energy unleashed a tremendous wave, followed by a burst of water mist. Xiaoji anxiously observed as the mist gradually dissipated, revealing both Pokémon standing simultaneously. The wind gently blew. With a chilling cry, Pidgey staggered, barely maintaining its balance. Yet it managed to rise again. However, it was evident to all that Pidgey was now at its limit. Its feathers were singed, and its gaze was vacant. Although Frogadier bore its share of injuries, the match concluded with Lin Yu's victory, and both sides retreated. Despite the shock, the composure of the top-tier trainers allowed Yi Rong to swiftly announce the results of the match. You are formidable. After the battle, the two shook hands in reconciliation. Xiao Ji's eyes burned with determination, declaring that next time at the National College League, he would surely defeat Lin Yu. We shall see. Lin Yu responded with a gentle smile. This young man reminded him of himself, both carrying a genuine and pure heart for Pokémon. He held a deep respect for such individuals and was eager to forge a friendship. All right, Pikachu, we have reached the top 8 in the Provincial League. In the next competition, we must secure first place. Let us continue challenging the gyms. Provincial Gym. Pikachu. Xiaoji bumped fists with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, filled with resolve as he departed, feeling no regret. Following this match, Lin Yu had essentially become the undisputed champion in the eyes of most spectators. There is no alternative. The advantage in strength, the advantage of the arena, coupled with that agile characteristic, renders his Froakie nearly invincible in this region. The audience is enthralled. They find little anticipation for the forthcoming matches. Of course, a small faction of spectators believes that Lin Yu's Froakie is the sole Pokémon of such prowess. Although Riolu is formidable, it lacks endurance. The Red Rage state cannot be sustained for long. In the second round, a trainer of a flying-type Pokémon seized upon this weakness, employing a strategy of attrition, attacking solely from the skies, and ultimately overcame Riolu. Thus, the outcomes of the subsequent matches remain uncertain. In this manner, Lin Yu has ascended to the top 4 contenders. This achievement is sufficient for him to gain admission to Zhongqing University. In the resting area outside the arena, Lin Yu is feeding a few Pokémon. There are only 2 matches remaining. Reflecting on the events in Suedo, he retrieves a painting and glances at it. Kyrulean, he muses, who crafted this? Kyrulean floats upward. It was drawn by a girl. Lin Yu gently strokes Kyrulean, and upon looking up, he is taken aback. Before him stands that very girl. In Shuemu City, Shuemu No. 3 middle school classes have been suspended for the entire day, solely to honor one individual, Lin Yu, who once again strides forth from this institution to the Provincial League. It is not that there have not been other students reaching the Provincial League, yet. He is merely a first-year student who has already made it to the Provincial College League. This is truly unique in Shuemu City. As a prefecture-level city, it is a source of immense pride, especially given the absence of secret realms of a higher tier in the vicinity. Within each classroom, the entire school is now showcasing Lin Yu's battles from start to finish. From his initial encounter with Riolu against the Vine Snake to Froakie's successive victories over Pikachu and Pidgey, the battle videos are being analyzed by the tactical instructors, who then engage the students in discussion. Some strategies devised by Lin Yu were even unexpected for him, earning him praise from the teachers. This child truly has the potential to claim the championship. In Class 1-3, gazing at the spirited Lin Yu on the lake's surface, Qin Feng feels both gratified and incredulous. She never anticipated that her first experience as a teacher would lead to nurturing a student who would achieve first place in the Provincial League. In Class 2-4, in the office, the stern teacher, Ms. Xie, speaks earnestly. Is this confirmed? Before her stands Xuanai. Yes, teacher. Xuanai replies with determination. Very well. Here is the leave request, along with your student ID. The school will reserve your place. Indeed, youth is meant for pursuing challenges beyond the classroom. However, travel is not as comfortable as school. Safety is paramount. Though she is typically strict, when the time comes for her students to soar, she respects their choices, albeit with a tendency to offer more advice. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 67. The Treasure, the Reverse Scale of Latias. The guardian species of Suedo, Latias and Latios, bear the mission of preventing chaos in Suedo. Thus, at regular intervals, Latias and Latios exchange their kin to replenish the energy of the heart gem. This is when they are particularly vulnerable. Latias does not comprehend why, on that day, it felt compelled to flee. Was it shyness? The embarrassment of being caught drawing someone secretly made Latias shyly retreat. In the days that followed, it concealed itself in the sky, secretly observing Linyu and Riolu face formidable opponents, feeling an exhilarating rush. Although not participating, it felt as though it were present. Here, this is your drawing. And it is quite remarkable. Linyu endeavors to maintain a gentle smile, recalling how he had startled the creature previously. Latias cautiously accepts the drawing, unable to believe it has been returned. Having dwelled in Suedo for so many years, its only passion has been art, capturing the beauty of Suedo. Initially, it presumed this human would be angered. Instead, he was not. What is your name? Linyu furrows his brow. The girl's voice is ethereal as water. Yet she seems unable to speak. However, with his aura of wave guidance, he can still comprehend her words. Diara. Very well, Diara. Linyu produces a psychic-type energy cube and hands it to Kyrulian while gently stroking its hair. Kyrulian emits a soothing sound. Pleasure conversion. This represents Linyu's highest utilization of the golden entry's capabilities. Froakie revels in displaying its charm before others, while Kyrulian enjoys close contact with him. The pleasant sensations of Charmeleon and Riolu are amplified during training and battles. Thus far, this entry continues to yield Linyu a daily gain of 30 to 50 entry coins. The aroma of the energy cube wafts through the air. Latias gazes longingly at Linyu. You desire this? With the wave guidance power ever present, Linyu immediately grasped her meaning. Can humans consume Pokémon food? The answer is affirmative. However, the taste of Pokémon cuisine differs from that of humans, and the energy cubes they consume contain an abundance of energy. Generally, one can only eat normal-type food. Consuming others with stronger elemental energies might lead to organ disturbances. Latias nods, sensing the enticing aroma emanating from the cuboid food. Unconsciously, her psychic energy begins to flow. Are you a psychic? Feeling the currents of wind around him, Linyu is taken aback. Up till now, he has encountered wave guidance, eternal power, and now another psychic. Is he somehow a magnet for extraordinary beings? All right, you may have it. Given that she is indeed a psychic, it is entirely reasonable for her to desire the psychic-type energy cube. Latias senses that this energy cube will be greatly beneficial to her. The heart gem requires energy replenishment, and once fulfilled, Latias will experience a period of weakness. Should there be ample food available at that time, her recovery will be significantly expedited. It is decided. After replenishing the heart gem's power, she will accompany this human. Regrettably, Linyu remains unaware that this psychic girl is, in fact, Latias. Here, take this. Latias produces a fiery red scale, and Linyu is momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he accepts the scale, examining it closely. The reverse scale treasure of Latias. A dragon scale shed by Latias itself is intended for psychic and dragon-type Pokémon, enhancing their special attack by 20 for Elite Four members and 30 for champions. No, this is far too precious. Linyu felt a sense of panic. Latias, a legendary Pokémon. This is a scale that has fallen from its body. Such a treasure can provide such a significant boost to Pokémon below the Elite Four. In the marketplace, it would undoubtedly be priceless. Much like the primordial feathers shed by Articuno during its molting season, this dragon scale is equally invaluable. I'll trade this for food. Latias certainly did not feel it was at a disadvantage. Just a few energy cubes. I want many. Latias stated earnestly, almost pressing itself against Linyu. It realized it truly enjoyed the scent of this human. Linyu instinctively took a step back and glanced at Curlia. Curlia immediately guarded its food, watching Latias warily. Linyu could only shrug helplessly and said, "All right, give me a way to contact you, and whenever you want energy cubes, just come to me." Yay. Endless food. Then, just like that, it vanished into thin air before Linyu's eyes. Teleportation. Linyu was left bewildered, feeling as though he was conversing not with a human, but with a Pokémon. It is often said that those with psychic abilities possess peculiar personalities, just like in the anime, who transformed people into dolls in search of friends. This one, too, likely shared a similar fate. Looking at the dragon scale in his hand, Linyu removed the psychic scarf from Curlia and replaced it with the dragon scale, as a treasure that amplifies abilities. The psychic scarf had become outdated. Its enhancement effect had dwindled to a mere 5 at the gym level. Rather than that, he might as well switch to the dragon scale. Curlia, what is this? Curlia looked at Linyu curiously, sensing a rise in its internal energy once again. After Linyu explained the effects of the dragon scale, Curlia felt a twinge of guilt. It should have offered its food to him instead. No worries. It was a psychic Pokémon, and it would surely come to seek him out next time. For now, Lin Yu would simply prepare a few more energy cubes. This was not difficult for him. In fact, it was quite simple, as long as he had sufficient materials. However, Psychic-type berries and treasures were somewhat pricey. After all, rarity confers value. Psychic Pokémon are not something one encounters every day. Well, have you all eaten well? As for the Provincial League, the most significant beneficiary was undoubtedly Riolu. Pokémon, Riolu, ability, prankster, gender, male, talent, champion, level, 17 skills, meteor mash, quick attack, high jump kick, ice punch, aura sphere, drain punch, brick break, sonic punch, equipped traits, fighting master, fixed, battle drain, Kaioken, stackable dark force. Coincidentally, today's traits had yet to be activated. Chapter 68, Latias predicament, green upgradable trait, fishing master. The more times you fish, the rarer the Pokémon you catch. Lin Yu's expression froze. A peculiar trait. The rarer the Pokémon caught while fishing, and it was an upgradable trait. Was he expected to catch a Magikarp in the future? It didn't seem impossible. Naturally, Lin Yu would not dismantle such an upgradable trait. What if, he thought, what if he caught a Magikarp in the future? The final match of the Provincial League. The championship showdown. At this juncture, no one wished to concede. In these competitive contests, people only remember the victor, not the runner-up. The crowd's cheers surged like waves, and the atmosphere was electric as they anticipated who would claim the championship in this final showdown. Outside, in the periphery of the Water City, a group of shady individuals whispered among themselves while riding various water-type Pokémon. Boss, are we really going to stir things up now? That Champion Yi is acting as the referee. The leader picked up a fragment of a stone tablet, its inscriptions written in an ancient script that they had already deciphered. As for how they deciphered it, that was a matter for their research team. Rumors spoke of a heartstone hidden beneath the waters of the city. Whoever possessed it could control the currents of the Water City. It was guarded by the legendary Pokémon Latias and Latios, who would periodically replenish the heartstone's energy, but would fall into a state of weakness afterward. During the energy replenishment, the waters of the city would become tranquil. The leader glanced at the nearby water surface. Aside from a few ripples caused by Pokémon, it resembled a stagnant pool. This was the phenomenon of energy replenishment. Then he said, Li Wu, you're 48 this year, right? The individual who raised the question nodded. At 48, you're already a high-level trainer, but what about your Pokémon strength? If there is no significant change in your life, you want to climb higher, will you? Do you intend to live like this forever? Acquiring the Heartstone would give us complete control over the water currents of the entire city, making escape effortless. He continued, or rather, if we capture Latias and Latios. These legendary beings, while they are still weak, we could explore all the secret realms of the world. Though he spoke confidently, there was a hint of disdain in the leader's eyes. Team Rocket certainly did not need such useless individuals. Li Wu's eyes reflected a struggle. The onset of a midlife crisis indeed stirred something within him. However, could Latias and Latios truly be tamed? After all, when they regain their strength, would they heed us? Yet, he hadn't completely lost his reason. The period of weakness lasts at least 3 years. What are you afraid of? All right, Sharpedo, let's go. At the competition venue, Lin Yu underestimated the final opponent he faced, a level 35 Vaporeon, with master-level talent. He recalled that it had once been an EV. Clearly, considerable effort had been invested to evolve it for their match against him. It was indeed powerful. This Pokémon resembled a mermaid with a tail. Adorned with fins and a white collar, its surface smooth and radiant. The trainer was an adorable girl, having made it to the finals, not just an unknown. Her name was Li Yu. Dressed in a Pikachu-printed hoodie, she looked at Lin Yu with pleading eyes. Please, please, charming young man. Don't let your Froakie use electric-type moves. She understood all too well. Once the Froakie unleashed that electric-type skill, her Vaporeon would undoubtedly succumb within 2 moves. Lin Yu rubbed his nose, acknowledging that the opponent had already shown signs of weakness. Moreover, Froakie had recently leveled up to 32, demonstrating that engaging in battles is indeed the swiftest way for Pokémon to enhance their strength. Of course, this presupposes that the battles are evenly matched. If one side is utterly overwhelmed, the essence of the contest is lost. As the match commenced, despite the absence of commentary, the excitement was palpable. However, at the start, the previously pitiful expression on the girl's face transformed into a serious demeanor as she took the initiative. Vaporeon, with its round eyes, emitted a strange purple glimmer that surged towards Froakie. The move, Aqua Ring, aimed to lower the opponent's attack, ensuring a tactical advantage. In reality, the effect would not be as guaranteed as in the game, but it would still accelerate Vaporeon's energy flow, hastening the execution of its skills. With a flash of lightning, Froakie's speed was well known to all present. It was terrifyingly swift. Thus, she opted for a preemptive strike and executed a lightning-fast move. Linyu responded without hesitation, employing a high-speed maneuver, Aerial Ace. Although Froakie did not possess the Purify ability like Charizard, within the confines of the Water City, her speed was unrivaled. To the spectators, the clash of the two Pokémon appeared as mere shadows colliding. It was astonishingly fast. However, the slowed-down Froakie failed to gain any advantage from this strike. Liu felt a surge of excitement. If this continued, the battle could unfold beneath the water. With Vaporeon's agility in the aquatic realm, it would undoubtedly outmaneuver Froakie. Vaporeon dove into the water and unleashed a water gun. Upon impact, Vaporeon immediately submerged. In contrast to Vaporeon's streamlined form, Froakie's swimming style was decidedly ungraceful. Imagine a dark frog floundering in the water. Given Froakie's concern for its appearance, it would never voluntarily enter the water. Linyu couldn't help but commend the girl opposite him. Yet, did she truly believe that being submerged would allow for limitless consumption of energy? After all, he possessed the power of aura. At that moment, Linyu and Froakie shared a profound connection. A water cannon, as thick as a barrel, suddenly surged toward the platform where Froakie stood. The energy fluctuations were incredibly subtle. Prior to the battle, Liu had specifically trained Vaporeon to master the art of energy concealment. She had observed that, while Froakie was exceptionally formidable, it seemed unable to utilize the advantages of the battlefield. This was an opportunity. However, even with practiced energy concealment, how did Froakie seem to predict and evade the water gun? What was the reason behind this? Chapter 69, A Wealth of Treasures. Seeking, Water Gun, Tentacruel, Mud Bomb, Cloister, Ice Beam. Beneath the depths of the Water City, unbeknownst to anyone, lay a profound structure reminiscent of a labyrinthine tomb, illuminated by unknown phosphorescent stones that emitted a gentle glow. These luminous stones exuded an abundance of psychic energy, suggesting they were treasures of at least level or higher. Moreover, the ground was embedded with numerous water stones, each exhibiting a concentration of water energy at least at the level threshold. Particularly notable was a round gem located at the center of the cavern, crystal clear and radiating a hazy brilliance. The immense energy contained within was beyond imagination. Such a trove of wealth, if brought to the outside world, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. But at present, two Pokémon, akin to powerful engines, were channeling energy into the central gem. Among them, the blue Pokémon needed to maintain a protective barrier, as a multitude of other Pokémon launched relentless attacks against them. Most of the attacking Pokémon were of gym leader to master level, with the strongest being Seeking, a Pokémon of master caliber. Typically, under such circumstances, Latios and Latias could dispatch these creatures with a single blow. Yet now, as energy continued to pour in, their internal energy levels began to diminish. Before long, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. What do you intend to do, humans? The psychic communication of the legendary Pokémon resonated with anger as Latios glared at the humans. While safeguarding the water was their duty, did it not also benefit these humans? True to their legendary nature, the psychic communication was compelling. The leading trainer was visibly elated. If he could truly capture a legendary Pokémon, he would ascend beyond a mere high-ranking member of Team Rocket, potentially standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Giovanni. Become my Pokémon, Latios. Latias, together we shall dominate the Water City. Those with impure intentions will taint the Heartstone. Sister, once we finish charging energy, you must flee with the Heartstone. But brother, what about you? After charging their energy, their strength would plummet, leaving them with only the power of a gym leader, incapable of contending against these Pokémon. The brother's intentions were clear. He wanted her to escape with the Heartstone and return to rescue him once his strength was restored. What to do? What to do? Quickly, sister, prepare. The protective barrier was wavering dangerously. Their current strength had already fallen to the master level. Latias recalled the human she had encountered on the streets of the Water City. She had left a trace of her psychic energy on Linyu. Can you come and assist us? In the heart of the Water City, the raucous match continued. Compared to the rapid pace of earlier battles, this one had grown notably tenacious. Froakie still refrained from using her electric-type moves, while Vaporeon capitalized on its aquatic advantage to seize the upper hand. It seems winning is going to be quite a challenge, Linyu murmured. Yet did he truly believe that this was the full extent of Froakie's speed? After a moment's contemplation, Linyu adjusted the gravitational ball suppression from 15 times to 12 times. Freed from this constraint, Froakie momentarily froze, a smile involuntarily creeping across her lips. This was a splendid opportunity to show off. The suppressive effect of the gravity ball not only restrained speed, but also inhibited the energy within. The specific effect was akin to a massive weight, continuously honing one's energy. Once liberated, the Froakie felt as though it could soar through the skies. What? Its astonishing speed left the opposing trainer momentarily stunned. This Froakie concealed such formidable prowess. Even the Vaporeon, lurking beneath the water, appeared utterly bewildered. What is this? Just moments ago, it could pinpoint Froakie's presence, yet now it was entirely unable to do so. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the water's surface parted like a silver sword cleaving through the river, arriving directly beside it. Vaporeon, looking up, it saw a massive Water Shuriken hovering above it. A wave of shock coursed through its body. At such a close range, escape was nothing short of a fantasy. In a moment of desperation, even without a command from its trainer, it instinctively gathered energy, unleashing a water gun. Yet, how could a hurriedly released water gun stand against the concentrated Water Shuriken? Like tofu, the water gun was effortlessly sliced in two, and the remaining shuriken struck Vaporeon with tremendous force. The impact elicited a heart-wrenching cry, causing Vaporeon to float unnaturally to the surface. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Froakie's figure transformed into three shadows. Among them, a water-blue spiral sphere rapidly coalesced, and in an instant, three spiral spheres materialized. Vaporeon, already in a state of paralysis, was utterly incapable of dodging this strike. Helplessly watching as one of the spheres descended upon it. Vaporeon has lost its fighting capability. Please have contestantly you switch Pokémon. Above. Yirong focused intently on Froakie. With the discerning eye of a champion, he understood that this was not the result of some enhancing substance. Rather, it was a skill or equipment that had originally restricted its energy output. This was not against the rules of the competition. However, to the audience, it appeared otherwise. They could only witness Froakie's sudden surge in speed, inevitably raising questions. My goodness, Froakie has accelerated again. How magnificent. The way it harnesses the water waves is simply breathtaking. There were praises, of course, but also doubts. It didn't even use agility. How could its speed increase so drastically? Could it be that it had consumed some sort of enhancement? Yirong furrowed his brow. Silence, silence. The organizers will conduct a thorough investigation post-match to ascertain any violations. If any wrongdoing is found, the contestant will be disqualified and barred from competition for 3 years. Following the champion's words, the surrounding chatter quieted down. Go, Leafeon. Liu pouted, feeling it necessary to at least swap out one of her opponent's Pokémon. A Pokémon adorned with leaves atop its head and a tail resembling foliage, capable of photosynthesis like a plant, was also an evolution of EV. However, Lin Yu had no time to ponder such matters. Just moments ago, his gaze had shifted, catching a glimpse of an ethereal scene. Was that Latias? Come back, Froakie. Charmeleon. You are my choice. Fairy Wind, Fire Rain, combined with Flamethrower. Chapter 70. The ones who should surrender are you. Soaring through the air. Charmeleon's tail tip ignited with a bright white flame. It opened its mouth, releasing flames that cascaded down like a meteor shower from the heavens, landing precisely on each wooden platform. The white flames, akin to ghostly fire, reduced all the wooden structures to ashes in the blink of an eye. Leafeon stood dumbfounded, suddenly devoid of any foothold. More importantly, what was flying above? Was that Charmeleon? Why could it fly? The next moment, a surging pillar of flame rushed forth. Cold yet searing, an orange-yellow glow intertwined with white radiance. What kind of fire was this? Furthermore, why was this contestant Lin Yu being so aggressive and unreasonable? In previous battles, even against weaker opponents, he would maintain a balanced display of strength. Moreover, this Leafeon was not weak, at level 33. Yet, unexpectedly, in their first encounter, it was thrust into a dire predicament. Dive into the lake. Yet, it must be noted that a trainer who could reach this stage, regardless of how shocking the scene before them, Liu could still comprehend. Fire cannot burn underwater, right? But the next moment shattered that perception. The flames, shimmering with white brilliance, met the water's surface, instantly generating a cloud of steam. However, several tendrils of white flame, sinuous like a spectral serpent, clung tenaciously to Leafeon. Even submerged, there was no sign of extinguishment. Under duress, Leafeon's stamina plummeted like a deflated balloon, while Charmeleon's onslaught continued unabated. Its claws glowed with ferocious energy, and it plunged into the water, locating Leafeon and delivering a decisive blow that utterly shattered it. In this match, Lin Yu emerged victorious. The entire venue fell into silence. Lin Yu, however, was somewhat anxious. In that moment of disorientation, he had glimpsed Latias' gaze. Dozens of Pokémon were surrounding it. Champion Yi. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Lin Yu felt compelled to investigate, but going alone would be of little help. After all, in the transmitted vision, most of those Pokémon possessed strength ranging from gym leaders to masters. Such prowess was beyond Lin Yu's capability to confront. However, there was still a possibility. Riding atop Dragonite was the perfect combat power. Follow me. With that, he commanded Charmeleon to fly him over to Dragonite. In the astonished gazes of both the dragon and the boy, they set off towards the site of the incident. But how could the peak strength of Dragonite be swayed by Charmeleon and Linyu? Yirong, although initially uncertain of the boy's intentions, seeing his urgent demeanor and the peculiarities displayed during the match led him to follow suit, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. After recalling Leafeon, Liu stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth? After winning, he just leaves? This Charmeleon, can it really learn fairy-type moves like Fairy Wind? Odd. If Froakie can unleash electric-type moves, then what other impossibilities could occur with Charmeleon? And that white flame? What kind of flame is it that does not extinguish even in water? In an instant, the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. At this moment, no one speculated about the previous substances. Charmeleon had already shattered that possibility. Boom. The next moment, the water surged. The once tranquil surface resembling a calm sea suddenly roiling violently. The waves surged, sweeping up streets that reached heights of 3 to 4 meters, leaving the surrounding crowd in a state of panic. It had been ages since such tumultuous waters had been witnessed. What was happening in Water City? Humans chose to settle here after considerable deliberation, drawn by the placid waters akin to a serene lake, previously regarded as a mystical realm rich in energy concentration. This allure attracted numerous trainers to establish their homes here, and later, tourism companies recognized its potential, hosting various water festivals and Pokémon races annually, ensuring a constant influx of visitors. However, now it seemed that the waters of Water City had awakened with a fury, a wrath that had been concealed for millennia. Erupting in this very moment, the deluge roared with sudden ferocity. As residents of Water City or visiting trainers, water-type Pokémon were unsurprisingly unperturbed. Soon, law enforcement arrived to manage the crowd and organize trainers to control the torrents above Water City. Do you know what's going on? Yirong furrowed her brow, observing the unusual events. Linyu succinctly replied, yes, someone is attacking Latios. Latios? Although still somewhat perplexed, she wondered how this young man had become entangled with the legendary Pokémon. How could such a divine creature be under assault? What kind of power did the assailant possess? Yet, since this youth was aware of the unfolding events, it made matters simpler. Time was of the essence. State the location. My Charizard's speed is inadequate. Though Charizard expressed some dissatisfaction, it remained silent. Compared to the swift Dragonite of the champion level, Charizard indeed felt slow. Nevertheless, it was undaunted. With Linyu by its side, it was certain it would eventually surpass Dragonite. All right, Champion Yi, I shall guide you with the power of Aura. In light of the urgency, Linyu had no intention of concealing his abilities. He unleashed his maximum Aura power and surged forward. Whoosh! As Dragonite accelerated, the waters of Water City flowed beneath like a film reel. In the underground palace, brother, they dared to shield themselves with their bodies. I shall see how much stamina you possess. Kingdra, unleash another water cannon. Kingdra roared, feeling as though it had reached the pinnacle of life. Before it stood Latios. What a Pokémon! A divine beast. Now, this divine creature was utterly defenseless against its whims. It was pure ecstasy. The fierce water cannon struck the protective barrier, followed by a resounding crack. The shield shattered, cascading down upon Latios. Latias, clutching the Heartstone, hid behind Latios. The presence of the Heartstone rendered her powerless to utilize teleport. A wound appeared on Latios's body from the relentless bombardment. Even it could not withstand such continuous assaults. Submit obediently. The thought of capturing a divine beast and obtaining the Heartstone filled the thieves with visions of a bright future. A few even grew brazen. You are the ones who should submit. In the next moment, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire underground palace. Chapter 71. The Shock of Champion Yi. Thud. Observing Linyu, who was acting brazenly due to his presence, Yirong playfully tapped his head. You really know how to show off. Beside him stood a humanoid Pokémon, entirely gray, resembling a boiler. The dark spirit, with its black gaze. The orange light flickered in its dark pupils, a mental force descending upon every Pokémon present. The effect of the black gaze in the game prevented switching Pokémon. In reality, it temporarily barred any escape from the battlefield through spatial abilities. Champion Yi, how could he know about this so quickly? Immediately, the souls of those below trembled. It was said that this Champion Yi was cold and merciless, eradicating any lawlessness with an iron fist. How bold you are to stir such chaos while I am in Water City. Yirong's anger turned to sardonic amusement, as it became clear to him that these individuals were indeed the source of the disturbance. Below, Latios and Latias were indeed there, two legendary Pokémon that were rarely seen. Now they were being so cruelly mistreated. Dragonite, Dragon Claw. Dragonite transformed into a blur, darting between the various Pokémon. Before they could react, All the Pokémon lay defeated. This scene left Lin Yu utterly astonished. It felt as though he blinked, and all those Pokémon had fallen. Were it not for the presence of Aura, he would not have sensed it. The champion-level Dragonite was terrifyingly powerful. Roar! Charizard felt exhilarated. Dragonite was nearly twice its size. Its ability to decimate all Pokémon in the blink of an eye was astonishing. Choosing to forego resistance was wise. Otherwise, the outcome would be dire. With a fierce gaze, Yirong showed no mercy. Together with the surveying eyes of Dragonite and the Dark Spirit, many present immediately crouched down, hands clasped over their heads. Only the leader seemed aware that being caught would lead to certain death, stealthily reaching towards his waist. Yet, how could such a small gesture elude Yirong's notice? Dragonite dove down, executing Dragon Claw, severing the man's arm. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. After a moment of stillness, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. But no one paid it any mind, allowing him to bleed out. Those below fell silent, daring not to make a sound. Humph! Come help us. Latias flew before the unconscious Latios, pleading with the two above. Upon hearing Latias' cry for help, they hastily descended. Pokémon, Latias, Latios, ability, levitate, gender, female, male, talent, level 2 deity, strength, 32, 34, skills, psychic wave, wish, assist, mysterious guard, dragon breath, water sport, refresh, mental transfer. Dragon Pulse, Dream Projection, Source of Healing. Description: as the guardian species of Water City. Latias and Latios protect the Heartstone from those with ill intentions to prevent any harm to Water City. Note: currently in a weakened state. A glance revealed that Latios was battered, while Latias bore no wounds. Just before succumbing to a near-death state, Latios had utilized the Source of Healing, cleansing Latias of poison and restoring her vitality. Yirong frowned. He had not brought any healing supplies, and it would likely take a considerable time for further assistance to arrive. Allow me. As he was traveling, Lin Yu carried a spatial backpack. Inside the small backpack were various healing items and antidotes for various ailments. He retrieved a bottle of potent healing ointment and began to tend to Latios' injuries. Lin Yu produced a collection of rare treasures and instruments. What are you doing? Yirong inquired, frowning. I am preparing an antidote. The one in my backpack is of too low a grade to be effective, Lin Yu replied without turning around. The antidote in his backpack was previously concocted to counteract the poison of the Bulbasaur, but now he faced the venom of the pinnacle-level poison sting jellyfish. A far more formidable foe. You can create antidotes? Are you a breeder? Yirong scrutinized this prospective brother-in-law, though he was not well-versed in the ways of breeders. He recognized the quality of potions, especially given Lin Yu's adept handling of various instruments and treasures. Could it be that this young man truly possessed skill in breeding? Yes, Lin Yu affirmed, and sensing Yi Tianhuang's skepticism, he added, Master-level breeder Luo Qingfeng is my mentor. Yirong was taken aback, wanting to ask more but refraining as he observed Lin Yu's diligent shadow. After a flurry of activity, Yirong gazed incredulously at the crystal-clear potion. This young man. Poison. Paralysis and confusion were among the most common status ailments in Pokémon battles. Of these, poison was undoubtedly the most challenging to eliminate. Paralysis and confusion could dissipate over time, but poison required an antidote. This was common knowledge. If poison lingered too long within a Pokémon system, even their robust constitution would suffer irreversible effects. To neutralize the venom of a pinnacle-level creature, one would need to be at least a top-tier breeder. Breeders were classified into various levels: preliminary, junior, intermediate, advanced, top-tier, expert, and finally, master and artisan. To achieve top-tier status at such a young age was remarkable. It seemed he was indeed a fitting match for Qingxue. I should ask him for Master Luo's contact information later. As a trainer of the highest caliber, the foremost consideration was Pokémon nourishment, yet the strongest breeder in his family was merely at the expert level, specializing only in Dragon-type energy cubes. Yet, he also had Ghost-type Pokémon. This highlighted the immense demand for top-tier breeders. At this young age, should he succeed, would it not mean free access to master-level energy cubes? Yirong felt a strong sense of potential. Most importantly, during his university years, he secretly admired Luo Qingfeng, the senior. If he and Qingxue became a couple. At this thought, Yirong's expression softened. The once stern visage transformed into one of gentleness. Suddenly, noticing that Latios was no longer in distress, Lin Yu felt an enigmatic gaze upon him. Chapter 72. Capturing Latias. What was it like to have a divine beast embrace you? It even gave Lin Yu the sensation that he was on the verge of capturing Latias. As Latios' expression gradually relaxed, Latias lifted Lin Yu into the air, joyfully soaring through the skies. Oddly enough, despite being the one exerting effort, Lin Yu felt as if the fruit had been plucked from his grasp. Yirong muttered beside him, "All right, Latias, let me down." The exhilarating sensation was akin to riding a roller coaster. Latias chirped joyfully once more before gently setting Lin Yu back down. Gazing at Latias's streamlined form and innocent eyes, Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. It was both beautiful and adorable. He yearned to capture it. However, as a professional trainer, one could capture at most 4 Pokémon. And Latias had yet to express any desire to accompany him. Observing the closeness between Lin Yu and Latias, Yirong's lips twitched in disbelief. Could it be that this young man truly aspired to capture a divine beast? If he managed to capture a divine beast at such a young age, his future would undoubtedly be brighter than Yirong's. Although he had already informally designated this young man as his brother-in-law. There was an old saying, one might wish for their brother to thrive but not to see him driving a luxury vehicle. Fortunately, Latias cast a lingering glance at Lin Yu before vanishing with Latios. It needed to tend to Latios' injuries. However, it would return, for it still needed to seek sustenance from Lin Yu. The two then explored the surrounding stone walls, discovering obscure inscriptions at the center. With his secondary profession as an expert, Lin Yu effortlessly translated the text. Latias and Latios, as guardians of the Water City, would, at specific times, transfer energy to the Heart Gem. You can read ancient texts? Yirong's eyes widened in disbelief. These obscure characters were remnants of a lost civilization, passed down through the Secret Realm. From the very inception of the Secret Realm, humanity had been aware of a civilization within it, as evidenced by the existence of ruins. Otherwise, the Pokémon society would not have developed to this extent in merely over 200 years. The so-called ancient texts were inherited from these civilizations. I've always had a penchant for the peculiar, Lin Yu chuckled. However, Yirong was not so easily convinced. Observing Lin Yu's fluency in translation, it seemed far beyond mere interest. This young man not only excelled as a trainer, but also as a breeder, and now he exhibited knowledge of ancient texts. Could he be truly omnipotent? By the way, how did you know Latias and Latios were under attack here? After a pause, Yirong finally posed the initial question. Dream projection. Latias transmitted the scene to my mind. But why you? Yirong was increasingly perplexed. Perhaps it's due to my unique constitution, which draws the attention of divine beasts. Lin Yu pondered, recalling his divine beast attraction trait. Yirong remarked, he has won numerous championships in competitions. Yet no divine beast ever approached him willingly. Since becoming a champion, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. It seemed nonsensical. As they observed the returned heart gem, Yirong cautioned, very well, but this information must not be leaked. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, affirming, certainly. The Water City conceals immense wealth and secrets. Should this information become public, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of unscrupulous individuals. The best course of action is to ensure this knowledge remains buried deep underground. Upon their return to solid ground, the disturbances in the Water City had once again settled into tranquility. The faces of the crowd were marked by a profound sense of bewilderment. The sudden upheaval had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving many without the opportunity to fully comprehend the situation. Upon returning to the central square, which had served as the competition venue, it was evident that the throng had dispersed. However, it wasn't long before the official alliance of the Water City released a statement explaining that the unusual occurrences were attributed to tectonic activity, which had now stabilized, urging citizens not to worry. As for the champion of the Provincial League in Xiang Province, it was naturally Lin Yu who emerged victorious. It must be said that this competition had significantly benefited Lin Yu's Pokémon. Firstly, in terms of strength, his team comprised of Froakie, level 33, Charmeleon, level 34, Riolu, level 18, and Kirlia, level 31. Charmeleon had gained a boost in power due to the inspiration from Dragonite, while Froakie had encountered the most battles. Riolu's journey to enhance its strength had been fraught with challenges, yet all had shown remarkable progress. Notably, both Froakie and Charmeleon stood on the brink of evolution. It is believed that, with the passage of time, they will successfully evolve into Greninja and Charizard, respectively, leading to a substantial increase in their capabilities. As for Kirlia, it was not that Lin Yu withheld battle opportunities. Rather, upon reaching level 30, it felt the need to take a moment to consolidate its strength. This thought reminded Lin Yu that in the game, Kirlia evolves into Gardevoir at level 30, suggesting that its evolution is imminent. The mere thought thrilled Lin Yu, as the Ralts that had once closely followed him was now ready to evolve into Gardevoir, a vision of elegance that many Pokémon enthusiasts dream of. The joy of nurturing one's own Pokémon is a sentiment that is often lost on the average person. On March 20th, Water City held a grand award ceremony, extending maximum encouragement to every participant of the competition. After all, Merely partaking in this contest signified that they possessed considerable talent. It is simply a matter of recognizing that there are always greater heights to reach and more skilled individuals to aspire to. Many competitors faced defeat due to the venue's conditions. The subsequent accolades for the top 16 were bestowed, including a Water Stone, an award not contingent upon ranking but rather a reward for reaching the top 16. Additionally, honor certificates were presented. The presence of the top 16 in the Provincial League attracted significant interest from several prestigious Pokémon universities. The stage was filled with onlookers, all gathered to witness this momentous event. The Provincial Intercollegiate League, while not on par with youth leagues or national competitions, nonetheless held substantial significance. The 10th place was awarded to Riolu, who specialized in EV and had a Vaporeon as her Pokémon. The first place went to Riolu, whose Pokémon exhibited incredible diversity, from the suddenly explosive Riolu to the electrifying Froakie, and finally, the soaring Charmeleon. The crowd erupted in cheers for these remarkable competitors. Chapter 73, Evolution, Gardevoir. The award presenter announced with a rhythmic cadence. Below, a mother pointed to the award winners on stage, asking her child, "Did you see them up there? Would you like to stand up there one day?" The child replied with fervor, "No, Mom. If I compete, I'll aim for first place. I will stand at the very top." The child's eyes sparkled with passion as they gazed at Riolu. After the ceremony concluded, Riolu casually sought out a hotel in Water City. He then produced the Water Stone, which corresponded to the energy quality of master-level Pokémon. For Froakie, it was an ideal enhancement, and he believed it would expedite Froakie's evolutionary journey. After entrusting it to Froakie, Riolu began to ponder his next steps, realizing that he needed to exercise caution. His performance in the Intercollegiate League had been quite ostentatious, particularly with his Pokémon exhibiting overwhelming strength. Prior to the competition, he had considered this possibility and, invoking the wish fulfillment entry, made a wish for an item that would diminish his presence. Today marked the beginning of a new week. Summoning the system panel with a gentle tap, a blue light flickered. The blue entry, Malicious Target, stated that when equipped, it would highlight any malicious intentions directed towards the wearer, with deeper colors indicating stronger malice. Although this entry did not precisely align with his wish, its effect was similar. Once adorned with it, Riolu gazed out the hotel window at the pedestrians below. He could clearly discern a small dot hovering above each person's head, predominantly white, which indicated a neutral stance towards him. He surmised that red or black would signify those harboring ill intentions. Coupled with the power of aura, there were virtually no individuals or Pokémon capable of approaching him with malice. He then considered refreshing the system store, noting the familiar appearance of the items within. With 1051 entry coins, Riolu contemplated his options. He had already purchased the Evolution Keystone set for Charizard, stored within the system space. Now, he could wish for the Evolution Keystone sets for Gardevoir and Lucario. It is essential for Riolu to evolve into Lucario before it can utilize the Evolution Keystone. In the game, Riolu requires a friendship level of 220 to evolve into Lucario, a factor independent of battle prowess. Just as Riolu thought of Riolu, it ceased its eating and approached him affectionately, nuzzling against his hand. Riolu recalled that from the moment of its birth, Riolu had seen only him. After enduring numerous battles together, their bond had undoubtedly deepened. Perhaps its lack of evolution was merely due to its relatively short existence? Suddenly, it seemed that all four of his Pokémon were on the verge of evolution. "No worries, Riolu, continue eating," Riolu reassured, patting its head and feeling the joy levels increase. Since Riolu had joined his team, its joy levels had risen rapidly. "True, Riolu, I want to evolve too." Kirlia fluttered over, her white dress billowing in the gentle breeze, embodying an ethereal grace. The joy of nurturing extends to Kirlia as well, now that she is so affectionate. It is uncertain whether she will retain such behavior once she evolves into Gardevoir, known for her mature elegance. Gently caressing Kirlia's hair, Riolu tapped the refresh option in the entry store. Recently, through wish fulfillment, he had been refreshing the entry store daily. The purpose is to swiftly refresh the desired items through the accumulation of time. The ever-changing mask allows the wearer to maintain their appearance while adjusting their presence according to their thoughts, enhancing or diminishing their impact, and modifying the first impression they create before any living being. It appears that yet another wish has been fulfilled. This item, the purple upgrade attribute, Wish Fulfillment, once equipped, ensures that within a span of 1 day to a month, one will encounter something they have longed for. Upon such an encounter, the cooldown period resets. The path of upgrades is long and unending, Riolu sighed. If only this were a golden attribute. Perhaps wishing for Latias to become his Pokémon would be within reach as well. Dismissing the system panel, he had yet to ponder further when a sudden sensation enveloped his hand, accompanied by a brilliant flash of white light before him. What? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. But soon elation surged within him. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating their evolution, and now, his Kirlia had evolved. How splendid! Within the radiant light, Kirlia's form elongated and grew taller, transforming from a petite figure of approximately 1.45 meters to nearly 1.70 meters. As the light dissipated, the previously lively Kirlia was replaced by a graceful figure, her green hair cascading delicately over one eye, her silhouette elegant, with hands resembling leaves. A small red flower adorned her chest, and her flowing white gown floated ethereally, standing poised and resplendent. Shaman, you've evolved, Lin Yu exclaimed, rising in sheer delight. He was about to inspect Shaman's information when he was captivated by her melodic voice. Shaman, the evolved Shaman's voice lost the crystalline clarity of Kirlia and the soft, milky tone reminiscent of Ralts. Instead, it bore a mature quality, resonating with a rich, alluring timbre that was impossible to ignore. It is often said that a Pokémon's evolution signifies genetic transformation, not only a leap in strength, but potentially a shift in personality as well. Shaman exemplified this notion. He recalled the last time Ralts had evolved into Shaman, when she had leaped into his arms. Now, she merely took his hand. Her ruby-like eyes softening as they gazed at him, twirling gracefully, her white dress dancing in the breeze, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Do I look beautiful? She inquired. Absolutely. You are even more stunning after your evolution, Lin Yu replied without hesitation. Following her evolution, Shaman accepted such praise with grace. A stark contrast to the bashful Kirlia who would have blushed at such compliments. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at this transformation. Indeed, evolution alters character. The once clingy Kirlia had given way to the poised Shaman. May I have a hug for my evolution? Shaman asked. Lin Yu replied. It seems your personality remains unchanged. Chapter 74. Speculations on Riolu's evolution into Lucario. Pokémon. Shaman. Ability. Telepathy. Gender. Female. Talent. Champion. Level. 36. Skills. Howl. Psychic. Shadow Clone. Protect. Psychic Spike. Teleport. Hypnosis. Magical Flame. Draining Kiss. Healing Wave. Equipped attributes. Psychic Spike. Combat Absorption. Focused Mind. Fixed. Last Whisper. Healing Expert. Illusion. Fixed. Psychic Storm. Fixed. Due to its base stats, Kirlia finds itself in an awkward position. Its total is merely 278, with its highest special attack being a mere 65, which pales in comparison to the 405 of a second-stage Frogadier, marking it as rather subpar. Even with the advantage of Latias' Dragon Scale, Frogadier's speed, bolstered by 2 attributes, creates an even greater disparity. However, now that Kirlia has evolved into Shaman, this predicament has been effortlessly resolved. Shaman boasts an impressive special attack of 125. If she were to utilize Psychic Storm at this moment, the sheer power would be unimaginable. Resigned, Lin Yu accepted Shaman's embrace. The other Pokémon nearby were left in awe. Gong. Frog. This undoubtedly invigorated both Frogadier and Charmeleon. Charmeleon, having already felt the pressure from Dragonite, now witnessed the swift evolution of Ralts, which had previously followed closely behind. A palpable sense of urgency surged within. Meanwhile, Frogadier, having enjoyed a series of victories, found its pride humbled by Shaman's advancement. These psychological shifts were perceptible to Lin Yu, who had awakened his aura, prompting him to gently pat Frogadier's head in encouragement. Frog. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone pierced the air. Upon checking, he saw it was his teacher from Kyoto. Bravo. Upon their initial exchange, she extended her congratulations, evidently having followed his performance in the provincial tournament. In truth, she was not the only one. After the match, various individuals from Shuemu City, including Aunt Shui, the coach, and familiar classmates, had reached out to celebrate. Lin Yu responded politely to each message. On the video call, Luo Qingfeng exuded her usual authoritative demeanor, though her excitement was palpable. This stirred something within Lin Yu. She likely had more than just congratulations to share. She must have breakthroughs in her research on EV's evolution. Lin Yu shifted slightly to reveal the Pokémon behind him. Luo Qifeng's expression turned to one of surprise. I wanted to inform you that the research on EV's evolutionary outcomes has been completed, and indeed, as you suggested, the evolutions of the Moon and Sun Pokémon are unrelated to evolution stones. She then elaborated on the 2 forms of EV's evolutions, which aligned closely with Lin Yu's expectations. Wait, Kirlia evolved so quickly? And what about Riolu, Frogadier, and Charmeleon? Her expression shifted. Her gaze toward the Pokémon akin to a cat spotting a fish. This was the instinct of a researcher. The success of EV's evolution sparked a significant revelation within her. Pokémon evolution is a matter of genetic selection. Historically, Research into Pokémon evolution has focused on growth trajectories, as this is the mainstream method of evolution. Strength increases naturally lead to evolution. This has created a misconception among researchers. When studying a particular Pokémon's evolution, they unconsciously adopt this perspective. Now, with the discovery of alternative evolutionary pathways, this represents a milestone in research, offering a fresh perspective to all evolution researchers. Now, let us envision that it is not only Ibrahimovic who possesses such a method of evolution. The child Riolu should bear a striking resemblance to this evolutionary process. As do Gyarados and Milotic. Is their method of evolution perhaps linked to emotions? It must be said. The young trainer from Huagua has quickly grasped the crux of the matter. However, without guidance, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to explore the intricacies involved. I have already credited you as a co-author. When will you come to Kyoto? I can understand that Qingtu Frog can wield electric-type moves, but this Charmeleon, with flames that burn even in water, what a rarity. Luo Qingfeng gazed intently at Charmeleon. It is indeed astonishing that flames can burn underwater. Cough. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Luo Qingfeng sighed. It is evident that you possess remarkable talent as a trainer. As for your potential as a breeder, I currently have little to teach you. You consistently pinpoint the essential issues in evolutionary research. This child seems to possess extraordinary talents in every aspect. How could she persuade Lin Yu to specialize in a particular field? Allow me to clarify, although you played a pivotal role in the evolution process of EV. Since you did not participate in the experimental paper, I can presently only offer you the status of an intermediate researcher. Therefore, I hope you can either work independently or lead a small team to complete a paper on evolution, such as that concerning the Riolu by your side. Her gaze was fixed, realizing that she could not impart knowledge and breeding to Lin Yu, whose talent was so exceptional. She pondered whether she should cultivate him to be a polymath instead. Lin Yu, feigning ignorance, asked if the teacher meant that Riolu's method of evolution was of a similar nature. Luo Qifeng affirmed, "It is highly likely." She continued, "I will endeavor to refine the paper on EV's evolution and postpone its publication, hoping you can establish the paper on the Evolution Research Network during this period." "Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best." Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion. The delay in publication was clearly intended to allow him time for research. The teacher could undoubtedly write the paper on Riolu's evolution herself, yet she chose to bestow this honor upon him. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. After conversing for a while longer, they ended the call. Once the call was concluded, Lin Yu swiftly took out his phone, navigated to the Huagua Evolution Research Network, and, upon logging in with his credentials, discovered he was indeed classified as an intermediate researcher, thus qualifying him to create a paper. Without hesitation, Lin Yu created a hypothesis titled On the Evolution of Riolu into Lucario. He then sat at the hotel desk and commenced his arduous writing endeavor. While this may pose a considerable challenge for other researchers, it was not particularly difficult for Lin Yu. It merely involved documenting his daily life with really using specialized terminology. Chapter 75, Team Rocket S Athena. Time passed swiftly. In merely 3 days, Lin Yu had nearly completed his theoretical framework for Riolu's evolution into Lucario. The remaining task was to observe Riolu's growth and gradually supplement his findings. Naturally, he would not submit all this theoretical knowledge to the teacher at once, but rather in increments. Even so, Luo Qingfeng was astonished by his research progress. Remarkable. They had spent several months as a team to thoroughly develop EV's evolutionary scheme. And now this lad was progressing at a similar pace? Had the heavens opened a door for him and paved a path to success? Regardless, Luo Qingfeng felt grateful to have such a fitting disciple. As the fervor of the Provincial League subsided, the influx of tourists gradually diminished. Indeed, there were still individuals with ulterior motives seeking him out. Although he was the champion, one would expect significant attention on the streets of Water City. Yet, in reality, no one cast a glance in his direction as he traversed the streets. Upon exiting the hotel, Lin Yu noticed 2 individuals radiating a red glow, lingering at the entrance. However, under the effect of transforming mask, even as Lin Yu passed by them, they remained oblivious to his presence. It was time to depart from Water City. In the remaining days, Lin Yu was merely waiting to see if the red-haired girl would come looking for him again. He still had an unopened red quest titled Guidance to Precious Pokémon. He wondered what kind of Pokémon it might unveil. Logically, the system would not reveal information about the Master S Pokémon to him, so it was certain that he had an opportunity to acquire this Pokémon. In a fleeting moment, the red glow vanished. Simultaneously, Lin Yu felt a vague connection, as if a Pokémon was awaiting him somewhere. To the south of Huagua. Near the ocean, there was a considerable distance to traverse. It seemed he would need to head to the seaside soon. Lin Yu did not find this to be an inconvenience. After all, following the Provincial League in Water City, the National University League would not commence until at least July or August, leaving him ample time in the interim to explore this world where Pokémon and humans coexist. It must be said, Water City had left him with a favorable impression. He had encountered his second legendary Pokémon here. As for the first, it was undoubtedly Articuno, although he had been unable to interact with it due to distance. Setting himself a modest goal, at the very least, he wished to encounter all legendary Pokémon, if not capture them, or perhaps ride upon each one. In the guest house of Water City, two Team Rocket lackeys were reporting their situation to their superiors. A raspy voice emerged from the other end of the line. Can you really lose track of someone this easily? The two lackeys exchanged glances, their eyes trembling. And one stammered, "We were stationed right at the entrance, watching intently, yet he simply vanished." The line fell silent for a long moment before the voice finally responded, "Useless. You couldn't even keep an eye on one person. Come back." The two breathed a sigh of relief as they hung up the phone, realizing their backs were drenched in sweat. Is the treatment in Team Rocket good? Yes, very good. Even ordinary members are afforded Pokémon of quality akin to Pidgey, Coughing, or Ekans. However, the penalties are equally severe. From the moment they joined Team Rocket, their family information was entered into a database. The consequences of betrayal are evident. Yet, this is not the sole reason Team Rocket has managed to thrive and expand within the heavily guarded Huagua. The reason they endure in Huagua is that after the League became aware of this organization, Team Rocket had already established operations nationwide. Many of these industries are intricately linked to the lives of the populace. For instance, the dojos and Pokémon hospitals, which directly relate to public welfare, have all been tainted by the shadow of Team Rocket. Thus, to eradicate their influence, a comprehensive cleansing at every level of the nation is undoubtedly required. In truth, the Pokémon League of our country possesses the resolve to undertake such a sweeping reform. However, aside from a few members engaging in the illicit trade of secret treasures and exploiting their authority for personal gain, Team Rocket has not committed any overtly unlawful acts. Consequently, the League has chosen to turn a blind eye. Moreover, to this day, the League remains unaware of the hierarchical distribution within Team Rocket, knowing only the identities of a few elite members. Under the League's scrutiny, these individuals dare not act recklessly. Without addressing the leadership, any cleansing would be of little significance, as they could swiftly recruit a new cadre of loyalists. In a small town, the sky loomed dark and foreboding, where a solitary withered tree stood beside a narrow path. A strange white flame exhibited an unquenchable quality. A raspy voice echoed, transforming the once gloomy weather into a canvas splashed with bright hues. Suddenly, the atmosphere brightened. Glancing upwards, one would see a dark crow. A simple shadowy technique had enveloped the surroundings in darkness. Leaning against the gnarled tree was a figure shrouded in shadow. "Randa, what do you intend to do? Your information has not been recorded by the League." Just as he was about to make a move, a fiery woman riding atop the crow descended from the sky. Randa, one of the elite members of Team Rocket and an expert in Pokémon genetic research. Her visage was fierce, and currently, her details had yet to be documented by the League. "Athena, tell Boss Banmu that I desire this Charmeleon. It is simply perfect in every aspect. Its physique, its skill utilization, that white flame, and the fact that a fire-type Pokémon possesses fairy wings." The woman, Athena, now recognized as one of the elite trainers within Team Rocket, had just dismounted from her crow. "Have you lost your mind?" Athena bellowed. "This is the champion of this year's Provincial League. With the current state of our nation's legal governance, how could such a star player possibly vanish? Then let it be within the secret realm." Randa replied without hesitation. "But there must be an opportunity. That is your concern. This creature's latent abilities are exceptionally formidable. If we can capture that Charmeleon, it would greatly enhance our research. Just relay that to Boss Banmu." After speaking, Randa was enveloped in shadows and vanished from sight. "Damn it," Athena cursed. "This guy only knows how to pass the buck. He is merely a researcher now." Deciding to report to Boss Banmu, Athena activated her satellite phone. After relaying the situation, a deep voice resonated from the other end. "I leave this matter to you, Athena." Chapter 76, A Gift from Yeong, A Journey with Latias. "Why are you running so fast?" As Linyu was gathering his belongings, preparing to leave the outskirts of Water City, he was called out to. Looking up, he saw Yeong riding atop a Dragonite. "Greetings, Champion Yeong," Linyu replied, unsure of the reason for his approach. After all, he was a champion-level trainer, and courtesy was paramount. He couldn't help but speculate on Yeong's intentions. Was he here to commend him for averting the disaster in Water City? "Do you know who I am?" Yeong raised an eyebrow. Linyu, puzzled, responded, "Aren't you the Dragon-type gym leader?" Upon noticing the Dragonite beneath Yeong, Lin Yu quickly realized the connection. Are you related to Xiaoxue? I am her brother. Lin Yu was no longer surprised. This Dragon-type national gym leader, a representative of Dragonite, was both youthful and bore the surname Yi, making him arguably the youngest champion-level trainer in the nation. Hence, his identity was easily deduced. However, Lin Yu was still uncertain as to why Yeyong sought him out, and looked at him quizzically. For this future brother-in-law, Yeyong held no grievances. He was talented, principled, and possessed the aura force. Yet, Yeyong felt he was still too weak. His brilliance was already evident. Yeyong hoped he would mature swiftly. Your Charmeleon excels in fire-type abilities, but it lacks in Dragon-type energy. It's not sufficiently aggressive. Here is a Dragon Stone. Evolve it as soon as possible. You're too ostentatious. He tossed a crystalline diamond-shaped gem toward Lin Yu, emanating sharp Dragon-type energy. Lin Yu instinctively felt a flicker in his eyes. Treasure, Dragon Crystal. A gem nurtured on Dragon Island, formed from pure energy crystals. Carrying it will enhance Dragon-type aptitude and energy. A treasure of this caliber would be prized even by his Dragonite. Yet, it was being given to him. Lin Yu instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. I cannot accept this treasure, he said cautiously. Xiaoxue is, in a sense, also my kin. Yeyong chuckled in disbelief. Then you should accept it even more. With such meager strength, how will you protect Xiaoxue in the future? Through the aura force, Lin Yu quickly realized he had misunderstood Yeyong's intentions. As he accepted the Dragon Stone, Yeyong sternly exclaimed, if you cannot protect Xiaoxue in the future, I will hold you accountable. Thank you, Champion Yeyong. Lin Yu replied with a wry smile, suddenly feeling the weight of the treasure in his hand, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Yeyong laughed heartily, dismounting from Dragonite and playfully draping an arm around Lin Yu's shoulders, shattering Lin Yu's image of a formidable champion. All right, but you must assist me with one more favor. Yeyong suddenly became bashful. What does a steel-hearted man look like when he is bashful? At least Lin Yu was witnessing it now. The towering figure, standing at 6 feet tall, glanced around awkwardly. I heard you mention in the underground palace that Luo Qingfeng is your mentor. Lin Yu snapped back to attention. Does he wish to pursue my mentor? You see, as a champion-level trainer, feeding dark-type Pokémon requires expert-level energy cubes. Isn't that rather pathetic? Lin Yu was astonished. So, you want me to request some energy cubes for you? Yes, Yeyong actually hoped to ask for a contact number as well. All right, I'll ask my mentor. This was a small favor Lin Yu would not refuse. The two exchanged contact information and chatted a bit longer. With Yeyong inquiring about Lin Yu's thoughts following the Provincial League, Lin Yu replied honestly, heading towards the seaside. Good, lad, don't forget what I've instructed you. And don't let Xiaoxue down. Just as Dragonite was about to take flight, a surge of psychic energy rippled through the air. Lin Yu is the possessor of the power of wave guidance, while Yu Rong wields the might of dragon mastery. The sudden ripple in the air was immediately detected by them. Ah, Lin Yu, I have come to find you. A red figure flashed by, belonging to the girl who had once bestowed upon him the scales of Latias. Lin Yu had certainly come to appreciate the elusive nature of superpowered beings. However, what astonished him even more was the formidable strength of this girl's abilities. It is worth noting that Lin Yu's wave guidance was always active, allowing him to sense anomalies within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. Yet, within this vicinity, he could not detect her presence at all. The extent to which she could harness her powers was truly remarkable. Here, Dyla, this is the energy cube you requested. Lin Yu retrieved a box from his backpack, filled with the energy cubes he had recently crafted. She carefully accepted it, opened the box, and took out a cube. After consuming one, the bright orange eyes of Latias sparkled even more vibrantly. Joyfully clutching the box, she approached Lin Yu directly, just as they were pondering her intentions. Latias lightly pecked Lin Yu on the cheek with her lips before returning the box to him. HM? For Latias. Her affection for Lin Yu stemmed not only from his scent, but also from the fact that he was a savior to her and her brother. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, bewildered. What's wrong? Is the energy cube not to your liking? Latias replied, It's delicious. What the? Yu Rong, hovering in midair, had not yet departed. Upon witnessing the red-haired girl approach Lin Yu, he pondered whether a kiss might ensue. Is this kid really so charming with women? But the next moment, the power of dragon mastery instinctively activated within him, as Latias belonged to the dragon type. Such a transformation could not elude the instincts prompted by his power. This revelation led him to uncover Latias' true identity, the legendary Pokémon previously encountered in the underground palace. It was astonishing that she favored him so greatly. Even as a champion, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Well, let them handle it themselves. He patted his Dragonite, which then soared into the sky. You wish to accompany me on adventures? Lin Yu looked at the adorable girl before him, feeling a bit of a headache. Do you possess any Pokémon? The places I venture into are often treacherous. I am a Pokémon. Latias squinted her eyes, activating her psychic powers, causing a gentle breeze to stir around them. All right then, you are a humanoid Pokémon, I suppose. Acknowledging the formidable psychic force akin to that of Shinado, Lin Yu reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 77, The Fiery Sheep, Yi Tianwang, Blue Entry, Historically Sensitive. 4 days later, in a small town on the outskirts of Xiang Province. Since Dyla had joined him, Lin Yu felt somewhat restrained, particularly as she was a superpowered individual. Simultaneously, Lin Yu recounted the details regarding Yi Tianwang to his teacher, Luo Qingfeng, over the phone. To his surprise, a nostalgic smile graced Luo's lips. Ah, that kid. Very well, provide me with his contact information and let him speak to me directly. That coward. Lin Yu couldn't help but think there was something amiss between the two. Upon inquiring about their relationship, Luo remarked, that fellow used to bring me breakfast every day. Lin Yu couldn't suppress a chuckle. It turned out that the legendary Yi Tianwang was also a bit of a softie. However, as one was his teacher and the other a fluffy sheep, he dared not laugh too heartily and complied instead. In a hotel, Lin Yu was engaged in future planning with Latias. Our next destination is the south, where we will pass by the sea. Eventually, we may reach Wind City and participate in the highly anticipated collegiate tournament in the capital, explore the ruins in the secret realm, and visit the legendary Tree of the World's Genesis. Are these locations acceptable to you? Certainly, as Lin Yu pointed out these places on his phone's map. Latias' eyes sparkled with excitement. It sounds like such fun. Do you really not wish to capture any Pokémon? Lin Yu inquired again, feeling it rather peculiar. What kind of adventurer doesn't he capture Pokémon? Dyla lingered at his side, resembling a Pokémon more than a person, consuming energy cubes and exhibiting superpowers. The Pokémon-like essence was overwhelming. Moreover, through their days of interaction, she had even learned to speak. Latias shook her head. I am already a Pokémon. Why would I need to capture others? All right then, Charmeleon, come forth. Responding to his command, Lin Yu summoned Charmeleon and simultaneously produced a diamond-shaped dragon secret stone. Charmeleon immediately sensed the treasure in Lin Yu's hand, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Its dragon-type moves were indeed rather weak. Here, this is for you. Observing Charmeleon's eager expression, Lin Yu presented the treasure to it and directed it to enter the training room. Each day, Lin Yu limited Charmeleon's exposure to the treasure, primarily due to the high energy intensity it radiated. Over the course of these days, Charmeleon had made significant progress in absorbing the energy, even learning new dragon-type skills such as Dragon Dance and Dragon Ascent. Typically, Dragon Ascent is a skill that requires one to be a Dragonite to learn. Additionally, Charmeleon's level had risen to 35, making it the second highest in level beneath Shinado, just one step away from evolution. It appeared that balancing dragon and fire energies within it greatly benefited Charmeleon. Now, Charmeleon's status was as follows. Pokémon, Charmeleon, Ability, Solar Power, Life Essence, Gender, Male, Talent, Champion, Strength, Level 35, Skills, Scratch, Fire Punch, Dragon Claw, Thunder Punch, Flame Burst, Flamethrower, Scary Face, Ember, Karate Chop, Handblade, Dragon Dance, Dragon Ascent. Equipped entries, Purification, Fixed, Hard Work Brings Rewards, Fixed, Food Supply Station, Flame Splash, Quick Recovery. With some leisure time, Lin Yu decided to release Riolu, observing its growth and recording its progress. Upon reaching level 18, Lin Yu purchased a growth fruit, elevating it to level 21. During the Provincial League, Lin Yu had nearly grasped the extent of the enhancement provided by the King's Fist for Riolu. It was roughly equivalent to a whole level. This meant that a level 21 Riolu, when activating the King's Fist, could exert the combat power of a level 31 Pokémon. Such an enhancement was indeed terrifying. Now, Riolu had also grown significantly taller, nearing 1 meter in height. Anticipating the forthcoming evolution, Lin Yu believed that his strength would soon experience a substantial enhancement. As April approached, he noted the dwindling days of March. He first accessed the weekly entries for the week, and with a flash of blue light, he observed that there was approximately a 50% chance for the weekly entries to begin in blue, while daily entries had an equal likelihood of appearing in green. This was not merely an augmentation of the strength of his Pokémon, such as Charizard. It was the manifestation of the entry wish fulfillment, conveying desires. The first glance revealed an abstract entry, and upon a second look, it appeared exceedingly abstract. However, Lin Yu was resolute in not dismantling this abstract entry. The previous abstract entry, Adventure, had bestowed considerable advantages upon him. He refreshed the entry shop once more and was pleasantly surprised to discover valuable items. Special Attack Energy Cube Recipe, a high-tier energy cube recipe that, when consumed during the Gym Leader phase, Gradually increases the special attack base value by a maximum of 10 for 100 entry coins. Talent Energy Cube Recipe, a high-tier energy cube recipe that, when consumed by Pokémon below champion rank over time, can gradually elevate their aptitude for 300 entry coins. The wish fulfillment entry had activated once again. The moment he laid eyes on these two items, Lin Yu's first thought was to fulfill his numerous wishes, such as acquiring an item to enhance Shinedo's talents. The arrival of the Talent Energy Cube recipe was fortuitous, as it was likely to elevate Shinedo to champion-level talent shortly. He wished for daily entries to feature more green, and for weekly entries to include more blue or purple. Without hesitation, Lin Yu purchased both recipes. Glancing briefly at the materials required for the Talent Energy Cube recipe, which appeared to be within his possession. Eagerly, Lin Yu retrieved the apparatus for crafting energy cubes, rummaging through his system space to gather the necessary materials. 30 minutes later, wiping the sweat from his brow, he marveled at how, after acquiring the power of aura, his technique for crafting energy cubes had become increasingly refined, allowing for a more intricate fusion of energies within the treasures. This even led him to feel that he could advance further in the art of energy cube creation. Initially, it was Riolu that was drawn to the new energy cube. And without hesitation, Lin Yu offered it a piece. Observing the blissful expression on its face, he knew the effects were promising. Then there was Daira. Lin Yu was somewhat puzzled by her affinity for Pokémon food. Calling forth all his Pokémon, he threw his arms wide, inviting them to partake in the splendid offerings, as good things should be shared. Chapter 78, Fishing Competition Upgrade. The historical legacy makes its mark? After departing from the Water City, Lin Yu ventured southward towards Huagua, passing through a quaint town. The fishing competition in Xinyan Town had commenced, with winners granted the opportunity to select stones from the mayor's secret stone vault. Although it was labeled a small town, it was surprisingly large. Lin Yu intended to explore the local treasure bureau to see if there were any treasures available. He was merely missing one material to enhance the special attack energy cube, particularly in the fire and psychic types. However, the bustling atmosphere of Xinyan Town piqued his curiosity. A fishing competition? Stones as rewards? What was so remarkable about these stones? Accompanied by Riolu and Daira, he mingled with the crowd to join in the excitement. Upon a makeshift wooden platform stood a scruffy older man, flanked by a Chidori. These stones were all obtained from the Xinyan secret realm, and they were detected using energy instruments. Within them, treasures are bound to be found. A young man once participated in my fishing competition and discovered a rock of exceptional hardness within my stones. The crowd erupted in derision. Mayor, please refrain from resurrecting tales from 3 years past. It's been ages. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't recall how long the mayor regretted that decision? A treasure of that caliber could fetch millions on the open market. Although the fees are steep, the quality of these stones is undeniably exceptional. Lin Yu examined the competition rules. The small lake behind the platform served as the fishing venue, with participants bringing their own bait and earning points based on the rarity of the Pokémon caught. The final rankings would be determined by this point system. However, registration required a hefty sum of 10,000 Huab coins, a significant amount. Such an event didn't particularly entice Lin Yu. But just as he prepared to depart with Latias and Riolu, the ever-active aura began to resonate. Moreover, the historical sensitivity ability he had equipped now signaled him. Within the rocks displayed by the mayor lay remnants of history. This piqued Lin Yu's interest. The simultaneous reactions of the entries and aura suggested these were indeed remarkable items. Given this revelation, participating in the fishing competition became imperative. When it came to attracting Pokémon, an ancient potion was bound to make an appearance. Rosemary. What could possibly rival its allure for attracting Pokémon? He also aimed to upgrade the fishing expert entry. Strolling to the registration area, he pondered whether Riolu could utilize its aura to probe the fish schools, a splendid choice. The registration was overseen by the previously mentioned mayor. Despite Lin Yu's youthful appearance, the sight of Riolu at his feet earned him a commendatory remark. The existence of aura is no longer a secret. However, currently, only Pokémon like Riolu possess it. Young lad, give it your all and aim for a top position. Lin Yu replied confidently, I will secure first place. The mayor was taken aback but then chuckled heartily. If you claim first, I shall double your selection of my precious stones. The tedious registration process swiftly concluded, leading into the main event. Competitors flexed their prowess, equipped with exceptionally refined gear. Fishing enthusiasts were prepared, and even if they failed to catch any fish, their equipment was top-notch. Only Lin Yu, having fashioned a sturdy wooden stick and purchased a resilient fishing line from the system, stood apart. The resilient fishing line ensures that, when submerged in water, no matter how powerful the fish, it cannot escape its grasp. 10 entry coins. This sight left those around him in astonishment. Did he really just pay a registration fee of 10,000 but resort to a mere stick and fishing line? Can one truly catch Pokémon? It is essential to recognize that Pokémon are not mere fish. At times, they may exhibit aggressive behavior towards the angler when hooked. Consequently, nearly every participant possesses a water-type Pokémon, such as Lotad or Froakie. What chance does a simple wooden rod have against the strength of a Pokémon? Nearby, a kind-hearted spectator, unable to compete, intended to lend his fishing gear to Linyu, but was thwarted by the event organizers. The youthful and inexperienced are often undeterred by challenges, believing that having a Riolu grants them an advantage. However, Pokémon are not fish, they possess intelligence. Every year, numerous contestants fail to catch even a single Pokémon. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Linyu expressed his gratitude to the spectator offering fishing equipment. The lake was vast, and after utilizing his aura to identify a bountiful fishing spot, Linyu felt the presence of numerous Magikarp below before even casting his line. This small fishing competition was largely populated by Magikarp and Goldane. Even with a fishing master present, it would be futile to attract a Gyarados, a gaggle of gluttonous creatures. Perhaps they had never tasted anything exquisite. Linyu settled down, chuckling to himself. The instant his line touched the water, it seemed to stir waves, sending ripples across the surface. "So many fish!" exclaimed Latias, perched beside Linyu. The Magikarp in the water appeared to compete not for energy cubes, but for some rare delicacy. What in the world? A nearby contestant gasped, bewildered. Is that truly a Magikarp? If one were to rank the stupidity of all Pokémon, Magikarp would surely be a leading contender. What is happening? A catch. In less than 3 seconds after casting, Linyu joyfully began to reel in a plump, albeit vacant-eyed Magikarp. The repetitive motion of casting and reeling became second nature. Within just a quarter of an hour, Linyu's catch bag was brimming. The commotion left the other participants astonished. When they glanced at their own lines, there was not a hint of movement. They began to suspect that perhaps all the Magikarp in the lake had been lured away. It's full, it's full. An hour later, the mayor of New Rock Town gazed at Linyu with a complex expression before reluctantly announcing the outcome of the competition. There were only 2 placings, first and second. Aside from Linyu, only one other individual managed to catch a Magikarp. Linyu even caught a Shelmet, a Pokémon with stats rivaling that of the starter Pokémon. The onlooking contestants were left dumbfounded. Chapter 79, The Echoing Remnant of the Blade. Charizard Evolves. Look, is that the young man who won the Provincial Championship as mentioned by Lady Athena? Just as Linyu accepted the mayor's reward of stones, 2 faint voices echoed below. A few days prior, Athena had issued a bounty within Team Rocket for information regarding the whereabouts of the provincial champion Linyu, promising a gym-level Pokémon as a reward for any leads. Lisanne and Jiangxi, external members of Team Rocket in this small town, were a plump man and a slender one. With a Riolu, he must be the one. The plump Jiangxi inquired, should we capture him? Capture him? The slender one, frustrated, tapped Jiangxi's head. How could you be so foolish? He is the champion. Do you not realize our own limitations? We would merely be a nuisance to him. We should report our findings instead. The 2 quietly slipped away. Linyu, who had been utilizing his aura and the ability to sense malicious intent, quickly identified 2 individuals harboring ill intentions towards him. He immediately instructed Riolu to follow them. So, the Provincial League champion is indeed a promising young talent and a skilled breeder. On the podium, the mayor beamed with joy. Although he had promised Linyu a double portion of stones, he would not actually incur a loss. The rewards for this fishing competition required only 2 recipients. The first place could originally select 3 stones, but due to a prior agreement with the champion, he would now receive 6 stones. He would be able to choose from his collection of stones. A variety of stones lay before Linyu. Activating his aura, he could sense the energy contained within them. Soon, his gaze fell upon a particular stone that captivated his attention. Unlike the larger, seemingly pristine stones, this one was small yet dense, covered in moss. As he extended his aura into it, a sharp energy pierced through, almost overwhelming his aura. A fine treasure. Linyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After casually selecting a few stones imbued with rock-type secrets, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude and departed. He then utilized his aura to track the direction of Riolu, following the 2 individuals plotting against him. Employing an illusionary technique, he sought to uncover their true intentions. Initially, he thought they were merely petty thieves aiming to snatch his stones due to his victory. However, it appeared to be more serious than that. He overheard the mention of Team Rocket and Athena. Linyu's heart sank. Team Rocket's reputation was far from obscure compared to that of Magma or Crystal teams. On the contrary, Team Rocket was quite well known in Huagua. The presence of external members in even a small provincial town indicated the organization's extensive reach and audacity. The boss wants us to follow him. But will that Riolu not notice us? The plump one expressed concern. Don't be foolish. He's the champion and will undoubtedly notice us. We only need to determine which city he heads to and relay that information, the slender one chastised. Striking the plump one's head. Let us go quickly. We must catch up before the boy leaves. Excuse me, are you looking for me? Lin Yu confronted the Team Rocket members lurking in the shadows, using powerful telekinesis to pin them against the wall, effectively eliminating any thoughts of summoning their Pokémon. I must admit, having Dialga by my side is quite convenient in situations like this. How did you discover us? The plump one stammered in fear. Lin Yu smiled. Do not ask what you should not. For now, I will ask, and you shall answer. Impossible. We are key members of Team Rocket, absolutely loyal to Frogadier. Use Thunderbolt. Lin Yu interjected, summoning Frogadier. After a few electric shocks, both men quickly divulged all they knew. Has Team Rocket issued a bounty for my whereabouts? As I gazed upon the two individuals rendered into a state of stupor, I inquired, Dyla, is it possible for you to hypnotize them? Certainly, replied Lin Yu. What manner of hypnosis do you propose? Latias nodded in agreement, suggesting, let them believe we have ventured to the northern city rather than the southern one. Very well. Observing the two under Latias's hypnotic influence, their expressions grew increasingly vacant. Lin Yu could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of Dyla's abilities, murmuring to himself, he has gone north, he has gone north, Lin Yu has gone north. He subsequently slumped down, collapsing completely. A few hours later, the two slowly awakened. Wake up. You fool, exclaimed the lanky Li San, shaking Zhang Si beside him. Huh, how do we end up here? The plump Zhang Si stirred. Forget that for now. We must report to Lady Athena that the one named Lin Yu has gone north. The hypnosis had led them to automatically concoct a narrative regarding Lin Yu's whereabouts. Oh, indeed. With that, they hastily contacted Athena. North, you say? Immediately, Athena summoned the members of the rocket team to conduct a thorough search in the northern region. However, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. No trace could be found. It wasn't until the end of April that another rocket team member reported having spotted Lin Yu near the seaside in the city of Qingshui. On April 4th, after extracting rocks from the vicinity of Xin Yin Town, Lin Yu unveiled an extraordinary item, Decayed Sword, Fragment, a sword imbued with mysterious powers. After much effort, realizing it was of little use, he relegated it to the confines of the system space to gather dust. Nevertheless, Lin Yu and Latias found themselves at the seaside, growing ever closer to the precious Pokémon's guidance. Notably, Charizard had proven its worth, not evolving amidst the fervor of battle, but rather in a rather mundane manner. Evolving naturally while consuming a special attack energy cube. A flash of white light signified the transformation into Pokémon. Charizard, ability, solar power, life energy, gender, male, talent, champion, level, 37, skills, grab, fire punch. Dragon Claw. Equipped traits, purification, fixed, hard work yields rewards, fixed, flame burst, fixed. There was a significant increase in strength. Coincidentally, they encountered Shui Ro, the water-type gym leader of Qingshui City. Chapter 80, Charizard's initial battle in the coastal city of Qingshui. As a city that regularly hosts Provincial League tournaments in Guangdong, it boasts picturesque landscapes. Naturally, the duels between trainers are indispensable. The water-type champion, a national-level gym leader, Shui Ro, reigns over the small secret realm known as the Ocean Temple, situated within the territorial waters of Huagua. Though the Ocean Temple exists only in legend, its name may evoke gentleness, but its strength is anything but gentle. She is a bona fide champion-level trainer. Today, it appeared that a challenger sought to confront her. As a national-level gym leader, there are two forms of challenges. One is a no-holds-barred battle, a true test of strength between champion trainers. Such challenges aim to select candidates for the National Pokémon Championship. As they are meant to represent their country with honor, national-level gym leaders typically unleash their full power. Such opportunities are rare, often occurring only a few times a year, usually around the new year. The other format is the Youth League Grand Tournament within the country, which can be regarded as the largest youth competition in Huagua, limited to those under the age of 24. This represents the true elite of the youth in Huagua. Of course, obtaining qualification for such competitions requires one of two things: recognition from 3 national-level gym leaders or acquiring badges from 8 provincial-level gym leaders. The difficulty of both paths is comparable to securing a top 10 finish in a provincial collegiate league. The significance of national-level gym leaders in relation to participants in the Youth League Grand Tournament is immense. At this moment, Pokémon, Dusknoir, ability, shell armor, gender, female, talent, master, level, 43, skills, phantom force, tackle, tail whip, water gun, charge beam, shadow sneak, Shell Blade, Water Pulse, Swords Dance. Aerial Ace stood on the golden sandy beach, with a virtual protective barrier maintaining the battle arena. Outside the arena, a crowd surged. Pokémon, Venusaur, Ability, Overgrow, Gender, Male, Talent, Master, Level, 40 Skills, Vine Whip, Tackle, Growl, Seed Bomb, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Leaf Blade, Sweet Scent. Substitute belonged to gym leader Shui Roro, a striking girl clad in a blue swimsuit, possessing an alluring figure. Despite her youthful appearance, she was actually in her 30s. The challenger, a prominent figure from a Pokémon university, was named Tangsan. The battle was about to commence. As a rather rotund Venusaur, its bulkiness became a limitation against Dusknoir's agility. Thus, it initiated the encounter with Sweet Scent to suppress its opponent. Traveling is a form of training. Throughout Lin Yu's journey of self-improvement, he felt he was constantly learning. Thus, how could he miss such a battle? Clever, charge up, endure it. Dusknoir inhaled deeply and withstood the attack. Venusaur unleashed its toxic powder, ensnaring Dusknoir with Vine Whip, followed by a solar beam. The challenger frowned. An overwhelming wave of toxic powder erupted from the flower on Venusaur's back, accompanied by two thick vines. Dusknoir utilized Swords Dance to disperse the poison and then braced itself for the solar beam. This maneuver left everyone present in awe. Choosing to disperse the toxic powder instead of dodging the formidable solar beam, Tangsan was equally perplexed. The charge time for solar beam is not short. His initial intent was to afflict Dusknoir with poison first. Dusknoir began performing an erratic dance, subsequently becoming ensnared by the vines. How peculiar. Why would the water gym leader choose such a method of evasion? A young lady seated beside Lin Yu, observing the match, furrowed her brows. Logically, avoiding the solar beam would be more advantageous. Was it a strategy for retaliation? Watching this confrontation, Lin Yu understood the underlying tactics. He confidently articulated, this Venusaur. Its energy is unstable, having just recently ascended to the Lord level. Grass types hold a natural advantage over water types. Initially, Dusknoir was hindered by Sweet Scent. If it were to charge in recklessly, it would not only fail to eliminate Venusaur but also risk being afflicted by Seed Bomb. Moreover, with Substitute in play, the chances of victory are nearly zero. Thus, the water gym leader prepared to endure the blow, aiming for a counter-strike, augmented by Swords Dance, to swiftly incapacitate Venusaur. Does that sound profound? The young lady's brow furrowed deeper. In the arena, the next moment, Shui Ruru indeed called out for revenge. As the smoke cleared, the Venusaur appeared with narrowed eyes, its stamina depleted. The Great Sword Demon also gasped for breath. Wow, what a remarkable act of vengeance. Impressive. Young man, you guessed correctly. Wait. Where did he go? When she turned around, she realized Lin Yu had vanished. Latias, observing Lin Yu's entrance, was about to focus intently when, in the next instant, as if drawn by an unseen force, its gaze shifted towards the city. Was there energy, akin to that of a mythical beast, stirring? After a moment's contemplation, it began to walk towards the beach. As a trainer, witnessing a thrilling battle was an opportunity Lin Yu could not let pass. Thus, once the battle concluded, he eagerly issued a challenge, keen to validate the prowess of his newly evolved Charizard. Everyone in the city of Qing Shui knew of Shui Ruru, a benevolent and esteemed trainer who loved mentoring novice trainers. Consequently, many aspiring Pokémon trainers aiming to participate in the National Youth League sought to challenge her first. However, the national gym leader, being a champion-level trainer, was not easily bested, even under relaxed conditions. The success rate was less than a fraction. Such a youthful, handsome lad. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Shui Ruru, awaiting her next challenger, spotted Lin Yu. Very well, come forth, Charizard. Roaring, the newly evolved Charizard, having never partaken in a serious battle, found this moment fortuitous. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Charizard's presence left the audience in awe. Typically, Charizards measure around 2 meters. Yet this one was extraordinarily large. Its skin glistened, and its teeth and claws gleamed under the sun. The Charizard's white tail flame signified Lin Yu, the champion of the Provincial League. Soon, someone recognized Lin Yu's identity. It's him. I've watched his matches before. Back then, he was still a Charmeleon, and even then, it could fly. Now, it has fully evolved into a Charizard. Listening to the discussions around her, Shui Ruru became intrigued. Then let the battle commence. Meanwhile, within the National Water-type Gym, in a certain room, something peculiar was unfolding. After Latias sensed the source of the same energy, it teleported there instantly. Discovering 2 sneaky individuals attempting to infiltrate the gym, it defeated their alakazam and curiously observed an egg floating in the air. The egg resembled an embryo, azure in color, surrounded by a transparent, water-like protective layer. The 2 intruders lay unconscious nearby, and a defeated Alakazam lay beside them, incapacitated. What would Lin Yu do in this situation? Contemplating the unconscious figures, Latias instinctively thought in Lin Yu's manner, but found no suitable solution. It decided it would be best to let Lin Yu devise a plan. Subsequently, it cradled the Pokémon egg and vanished from the scene. On the beach, Charizard clashed energetically with the Great Sword Demon. Here it comes, Heat Wave. A new skill learned post-evolution. As the water cannon surged forth, Lin Yu stood undeterred. The power of the aura allowed him to synchronize with Charizard in battle. The surging flames, radiating with white light, collided with the water cannon, creating a violent vapor that enveloped the entire energy barrier. Even those outside could feel the overwhelming intensity. The white mist extended for hundreds of meters, a vast expanse. The fusion of water and fire generated a wave of heat that rushed forward. Impressive. Witnessing even a fire-type move withstand the Great Sword Demon's water-type prowess, Shueiruru's eyes sparkled with admiration. Water counters fire, such as the natural order. Moreover, this Great Sword Demon was significantly stronger than Charizard. Yet, now, the energy clash was evenly matched. Dragon Claw. Before the mist dissipated, Lin Yu sensed the Great Sword Demon was beginning to pant. Charizard thrived in prolonged battles. In this encounter, Lin Yu simply urged Charizard to unleash its full energy output. Great Sword Demon, Shell Blade. As a champion-level trainer, Shueiruru could also discern the unfolding situation. That pure white flame seemed to sap the Great Sword Demon's vitality. Immediately, she switched commands, hoping to gain an advantage in close combat. Bang! The mist erupted as their collision sent ripples through the air, quickly dispersing to reveal the scene within. Charizard remained spirited, while the Great Sword Demon, though fierce in gaze, had begun to show signs of fatigue. After several exchanges of Dragon Claw and Shell Blade, neither side exhibited a clear disadvantage. However, the Great Sword Demon, slower by nature, soon stumbled, and Charizard seized the opportunity, bringing it crashing to the ground, rendering it powerless. Victory goes to Lin Yu. At this juncture, Shueiruru realized that the Great Sword Demon could not win. Continuing would be futile. Charizard's Dragon-type moves had reached a level of mastery. How absurd that a Fire-type Pokémon could contend with a Water-type Pokémon's ultimate moves. What more was there to prove? Although the Great Sword Demon had already battled once, leading to its exhaustion, Shueiruru withdrew it, approaching Lin Yu. Gazing at this champion from Xiang Province, she could not help but exclaim, "The new generation surpasses the old." Truly, Xiang Province boasts remarkable talent this year. I wonder what brilliance will be displayed in the National University League. The Great Sword Demon had already fought once. My Charizard merely took advantage of the situation. Lin Yu humbly returned Charizard to its Pokeball. This is the Water Master Gym badge, Shueiruru said, handing Lin Yu a water blue droplet badge. Yet her expression shifted abruptly. Summoning her Swellow, she mounted it and declared, "Apologies, but this week's challenge tournament must conclude here. I have matters to attend to." Instantly, some voiced their displeasure. I was preparing for my next challenge." "What challenge?" "This young man has already defeated the Water Gym's weakest Pokémon. Are you thinking of challenging the main force?" "Forget it." The individual shrank back, feeling somewhat resigned. "But this Xiang Province champion's Charizard seems far superior to our provincial champion's Lizard King." Amidst the adoring gazes of the crowd, Lin Yu began to search for Dilra's figure among the throng. There, beneath a coconut tree, he discovered her waving at him. "Come with me, Lin Yu," she beckoned. As he approached, Latias grasped his hand and dashed towards a secluded corner. "What's the matter, Dilra?" Lin Yu inquired, noticing her anxious demeanor. Without hesitation, she took his hand and activated her psychic powers. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Teleportation. Lin Yu found himself bewildered upon suddenly arriving at the hotel. At times, he truly believed that the extraordinary powers of this adventurous red-haired girl were rather absurd. The beach they had just left was at least 10 kilometers away. What an astonishing concept. This was a distance that even Shinado could barely manage to teleport. Yet, she had merely shifted slightly, and was able to teleport with another person over such a vast distance. Carrying someone while teleporting requires an entirely different magnitude of energy. Her abilities were undoubtedly of a master-level Pokémon. This energy block was certainly no trifling matter. This hotel was a temporary lodging for their journey. "Look, here," Latias said, slightly turning, revealing the figures behind her. "What is this?" Lin Yu asked curiously. On the ground lay two individuals, one a fainted goody, and hovering in the air was an egg. Lin Yu instinctively activated his aura sight to inspect. Species, Manafi. Qualification, Level 1 Deity. A look of confusion spread across Lin Yu's face. What are these two? As he removed the black cloaks from them, he uncovered the iconic bandanas of pirates. Two pirates. Since the advent of Pokémon, the the vast seas had naturally given rise to the profession of piracy. It was rumored that the early Crystal Team was, in fact, a pirate organization. Lin Yu felt utterly perplexed. What was going on? Did Dilra venture out and procure a divine egg? A Manaphy, no less? According to legend, Manaphy is said to govern all Pokémon of the sea. How did this come about? Was it from the water-type gym? Latias cradled the egg and recounted the entire situation. As a mythical Pokémon, she could sense the kindred energy emanating from it. After hearing her tale, Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless. No wonder the battle had just concluded. The water champion had hastily departed. It seemed their home had been stolen. But what should they do with this egg? Return it to the water champion? Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered. Manaphy, was it hatching? Chapter 82. Oceanic Shrine. Child of Water. The moment Manaphy emerged, Lin Yu sensed impending chaos. Manaphy possesses a peculiar trait. It considers the first individual it encounters as a close companion. Now Manaphy? Indeed, the newly hatched Manaphy immediately leaped into Latias' embrace. This Pokémon resembled a small droplet of water, with two elongated tendrils atop its head and a chest adorned with a gem-like red hue. Latias, despite being merely a child herself, understood the implications of Manaphy's utterances, which unmistakably conveyed the notion of motherhood. Latias gazed at Lin Yu, flustered and at a loss. We must explain the situation to the water gym leader, Lin Yu stated, not anticipating the situation would unfold in such a manner. Coincidentally, Manaphy chose this moment to hatch. But this Manaphy was species, Manaphy, ability, hydration, gender, talent, level 1 deity, level 34, skills, surf, ice beam, blizzard, psychic, light screen, flash, substitute, sleep, protect, grudge, mysterious guard, truly a divine beast. It was already at level 34 upon hatching. At the water-type gym, Lin Yu was explaining to Shuei-Ro-Ro. It's alright, this Pokémon egg has been with me for over a decade without hatching, indicating it does not belong to me. Observing the close bond between Latias and Manaphy, Shuei-Ro-Ro shook her head. This Pokémon is no ordinary being, in the end. It might not even choose to accompany you. Lin Yu understood well that Manaphy is the prince of the ocean, and its ultimate allegiance would certainly lie with the sea. Follow me, I am sure you are curious about the origins of this Pokémon. Manaphy was not recorded in the Pokémon encyclopedia released by the League. The two followed the water champion, ultimately arriving at the place where Manaphy had been kept. The water champion produced a stone tablet, flat and inscribed with various symbols. You're aware of the Oceanic Shrine hidden within the depths of the sea, aren't you? Lin Yu nodded. He had indeed heard of this shrine. With nostalgia, she recounted. When I was of a similar age to you, I too was the champion of the Guangdong Provincial League. However, in my youthful arrogance, I believed I could venture anywhere. So I set out to explore the ocean. But the ocean is not a realm that a mere novice trainer can traverse. On the first day, Lin Yu, Latias, and even the newly hatched Manaphy listened intently. Shuei-Ro-Ro spoke of her journey into the sea. Initially, the waters were calm, and she captured several fine water-type Pokémon. Yet, before nature, how could she, merely a rookie trainer, withstand its fury? During a fierce storm, she was caught in its wrath and unexpectedly swept into the Oceanic Shrine, where she survived. Accompanying her was another individual. There, they each obtained an egg and a crystal. She took the egg, while her companion claimed the crystal, eventually becoming the greatest pirate leader in the ocean, likely having gained considerable power from that crystal, now seeking to steal the egg. Later, after I ascended to the position of champion, I returned to that place, but the Oceanic Shrine had vanished. Shuei-Ro-Ro shook her head. I consulted many experts regarding the inscriptions on this tablet, but they could only decipher references to the sea. May I take a look? Lin Yu asked softly. Certainly, she replied, handing over the tablet. Inside were indeed obscure writings, but soon, their meanings flowed into Lin Yu's mind. We created the Oceanic Shrine for the Prince of the Sea, Manaphy, to reside within. It is said to possess mysterious powers, capable of commanding all Pokémon of the sea. However, only we, the denizens of the water, may enter the Oceanic Shrine. Human eyes cannot perceive it. Do you recognize these characters? Shuei-Ro-Ro exclaimed in astonishment. It is well known that all Pokémon emerge from secret realms. The so-called denizens of the water were likely remnants of lost humanity. Yet now, this lad effortlessly deciphered the inscriptions. I am the bearer of the Aura Force, capable of sensing the emotions infused into these carvings during their creation. Lin Yu told a lie. The ancient script has been studied by numerous experts, yet its meaning remains elusive. The previous ruse used to deceive Yi Rong is no longer applicable. The power of the wave, indeed, is quite extraordinary, but unfortunately, the last bearer of this power, along with his Pokémon Lucario, has already made the ultimate sacrifice. Shui Ro, with a mix of surprise and sentiment, remarked on the situation. Manaphy, on the other hand, was engaging closely with Latias. Suddenly, Manaphy dashed onto Lin Yu's chest, nuzzling against him. It seems it has taken quite a liking to you, the Water Gym leader chuckled. Lin Yu's expression stiffened. If the Water Gym leader understood the true meaning behind Manaphy's words, his perception would surely change. It was calling him father. After departing from the water-type gym, Shui Ro gazed at the stone tablet inside. Sister, you must have understood the significance of the inscriptions on this stone tablet long ago. So, are you here to contend for Manaphy? No one knew. Now, the most notorious pirate queen of the oceans is, in fact, the younger sister of the national-level water gym leader. The purple entry replication, allows one to replicate an already possessed entry once. If the entry's quality is below purple, it will automatically upgrade to purple. This was an entry released in April. After some contemplation, Lin Yu chose to replicate the Child of Water entry. This entry is binding. At the time, Lin Yu had bestowed it upon a senior. To his surprise, after replication, Child of Water transformed into People of Water, allowing one to breathe underwater. Additionally, it increases affinity with water-type Pokémon and accelerates their growth. Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. Could this be the People of Water he had envisioned? Did it grant him the qualifications to enter the temple? These questions remained unanswered. However, Manaphy undeniably possessed an innate fondness for the sea. Once at the shoreline, it frolicked joyfully, especially as its bond with Latias continued to deepen. Furthermore, the guidance of precious Pokémon was surprisingly found at sea. Lin Yu felt that it was worth his while to venture forth. Thus, after assessing high-level professional trainers in Lightwater City, Lin Yu set sail with Manaphy and Latias. Chapter 83, The Pirate's Treasure. Vangelis, April 15th. On the personal speedboat Lin Yu had rented, the origins of life in the sea were pondered. Legends suggest that the first appearance of the secret realm was not over 2 centuries ago, but rather in the distant past within the vast ocean. However, the ocean is shrouded in mystery, making verification impossible. Blue Entry, Guardian of the Ocean, grants protection from the ocean within its range, providing random benefits during battles. This was the refreshed entry of the week. The effects of this entry while at sea are self-evident. Manaphy flitted about the ocean, occasionally surfacing. It adored singing, often attracting a multitude of water-type Pokémon at night, which startled the boat's captain at first. However, upon realizing the Pokémon posed no threat, he soon relaxed. This marked the 8th day of their voyage, and the feeling of guidance grew ever closer. A small island gradually emerged on the horizon, brightening Lin Yu's eyes. Captain, look ahead, he called out eagerly. Young man, the island ahead bears the pirate's flag. We cannot approach it. The captain, a middle-aged man, was not an impressive trainer. Glancing out, he confirmed the sight of several small boats flying the pirate flag about a kilometer away. All right, thank you, Captain. With no other option, Lin Yu summoned Charizard. Charizard, could you please take me to that island? As for Dialga, being a psychic-type Pokémon, it could easily traverse the distance on its own and was currently interacting with Manaphy, communicating through telepathy. Thus, Lin Yu was unaware of their conversation. Likes. Latias cherished Lin Yu and Manaphy. Likes. Manaphy reciprocated the affection towards Latias and Lin Yu. Charizard, appearing joyful, nuzzled Lin Yu's face. Shauna, sure. Charizard lifted Lin Yu and soared toward the island, with Dialga cradling Manaphy closely in pursuit. Hey, young man. The boat captain behind them wore a worried expression. After a long pause, he sighed and prepared to report this incident to the higher-ups. A young child was heading towards the pirate's domain. Thank you for your assistance, Charizard. Although this is a pirate territory, Lin Yu, equipped with various entries, is capable of surviving in the ocean. Therefore, he felt no undue fear. Most importantly, Manaphy provided him with confidence. In just 8 days, it had risen from level 34 to level 39, a remarkable achievement of 1 level per day. Shauna, all right. Lin Yu. The elegant Charizard expressed her unwavering commitment. The island was quite sizable. Using the power of the wave, Lin Yu sensed no pirates aboard the ship, but rather some captives. He stealthily made his way inside. Ignoring the captives, he followed the guidance of the wave's power to the ship's hold. It appeared to be the pirate's treasure trove. Inside the ship lay an array of secret treasures. These must have been recently acquired from the island or seized from others. Fire-type 10-year-old dragon fire fruit, water-type sea flower, grass-type wood fruit, an abundance of treasures. Alas, there was a scarcity of psychic-type items. These splendid treasures are now mine. Lin Yu chuckled, naturally accepting the pirate's spoils. A considerable fortune indeed. Upon careful calculation, the value of these treasures must exceed tens of millions. Yet, turning around, he caught sight of the innocent Dialga, curiously observing him. Previously, at the water-type gym, he had taught her not to take things that didn't belong to her. Now, however, he was conducting a thorough sweep of the pirates' belongings, an apparent contradiction. How could he explain that pirates are different from gym leaders? Shauna, Linyu, there's more over here. Shinado conveyed telepathically from another ship. Each ship contained a significant amount of treasures. Linyu, over here. Latias remained silent, merely using its psychic abilities to grasp a pile of treasures. Regardless, Latias, being a Pokémon, held Linyu in high regard. Ultimately, whatever Linyu did or took was deemed correct, though Linyu felt touched by Dialga's unyielding trust. He believed it essential to instill a proper worldview in this innocent and naive young girl. After spending half an hour imparting information about pirates to her, he instantaneously transported himself to the front of the bound humans. You see, these individuals were kidnapped by the pirates, he explained. Latias nodded, indicating her understanding. With an innocent expression, Latias inquired, "Are we going to rescue them?" Linyu sensed the situation and replied, "Let's wait. This group of pirates will be returning shortly." The captives reacted with disbelief, one of them exclaiming, "You hold yourself in high regard, treating us as mere teaching materials." "Hey, young man. I am the CEO of the Lightwater City Pharmaceutical Group. If you save me, I will repay you later." A middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly spoke up. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as several of the 7 or 8 captives began to reveal their identities. Among them were not only business magnates but also Pokémon trainers who had their Pokémon stolen, as well as women. Linyu found this somewhat exasperating but maintained his composure and asked, "Is there anyone among you who can operate a ship?" They were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before shaking their heads in unison. Given that they were at least 5 or 6 days' journey from the shore, without experienced sailors and a helmsman, it seemed futile. Consequently, Linyu chose to disregard them. Through diligent training of his aura abilities, Linyu had developed a range of at least 2 kilometers when fully unleashed. A group of about 10 individuals clad in blue and white pirate attire was approaching. "Let us go take a look," he said. Shinado, this time, willingly lifted Linyu and, alongside Latias, teleported to hover above the pirates. To his surprise, there was a high-level secret realm on this small island, and the Banjiras there were exceedingly aggressive. However, the abundance of sand gems in this new secret realm was quite remarkable. They were bound to strike it rich. The pirates, dragging their bountiful spoils, emerged from the island, accompanied by various Pokémon like Zubat, Parasect, and Beedrill, predominantly at the gym stage, including 2 Parasects and a Noibat at the Lord stage. They originally intended to transport the secret treasures to their base, but stumbled upon the secret realm while resting on the island. Seizing the opportunity, they pilfered all the sand gems stored by the sleeping Banjiras. Linyu, observing the level 49 Parasect, couldn't help but sigh. A brilliant idea sparking in his mind. He would seize the treasures from these pirates as well. Chapter 84. Teasing the Pirates, the Greninja, and the Enraged Banjiras. That night, on the tranquil island, a sudden roar echoed, startling a flurry of flying Pokémon. "Who dares to steal all my treasures?" The returning pirates and their leader were in a foul mood, their words laced with anger. This was not merely the loot they had stolen, but treasures they had collected themselves. The furious pirate leader turned his gaze towards the bound captives. "Did anyone come by while we were gone?" Exchanging glances, the captives remained silent. The pirate leader, perceiving their reticence, knew they must have some knowledge. Whoever speaks will be set free. Still, no one uttered a word. Before leaving, Linyu had reminded them that this was a small island. Thus, the pirate leader's threats were, in essence, empty words. After all, the pirates dared not kill them. If any blood were spilled, they would face the wrath of the League. In a fit of rage, the pirate leader shouted at his minions, "You all go out in pairs and search this island." Yes. The pirates hurriedly dropped their treasures and set off in pairs. Meanwhile, Linyu utilized water manipulation to conceal himself beneath the surface of the ship. Who could have anticipated this? All set. Dyla. He signaled to Dyla, who was using telekinesis to keep the water surface steady. Then, he teleported outside, pretending to create a commotion on the ship's deck. Sure enough, the pirate leader's eyes lit up. He realized the thief had not escaped after all. "Thief, where do you think you're running to?" The pirate leader immediately sprang into action, pursuing the shadow with his Noibat. At that moment, Linyu released Shinado, allowing it to teleport him into the ship. He swiftly gathered all the sand gems strewn on the ground and stored them in his system space. Subsequently, he urged Shinado to teleport him one by one to deal with the scattered pirate minions. Although most of the pirates' Pokémon were at the gym stage, they appeared no more formidable than common fowl in Linyu's eyes. The disparity was vast. He didn't even need Charizard. With the combined efforts of Froakie and Shinado, they dispatched foes in just a few moves. To Linyu's delight, Froakie evolved into Greninja at that moment. Pokémon, Greninja ability, Protean. Torrent gender, male level, 37 skills. Bubble, Water Pulse, Shadow Clone, Aerial Ace, Dark Pulse, Grass Knot, Night Slash, Water Shuriken, Hydro Vortex, Swords Dance equipped traits, Shiny Skin, fixed. Lifesteal, Water Breathing, Spiral Shuriken fixed, Water Healing, Guardian of the Sea. Following the evolution of Charmeleon, Froakie had finally evolved as well. Lindu felt a surge of joy. Indeed, combat was the catalyst for Pokémon evolution. With its sleek black form and deep blue eyes, Greninja had truly become a formidable ninja. As the pirate leader finally regained his composure, he found that most of his minions had vanished. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over him. It was crucial to note that many of his pirate soldiers possessed Noibat, a Pokémon capable of using sound waves to detect terrain. Typically, it was challenging for any Pokémon to evade their probing. Yet now, they had all quietly disappeared. This indicated the presence of a psychic-type Pokémon. Damn it. Upon returning to the ship, the pirate leader discovered that the sand gems they had hoarded were now missing. The captives had also vanished. Truly, they had lost a watermelon and a sesame seed in the process. The furious pirate leader howled in impotent rage before slinking away in disgrace. In the island's forest, Linyu had gathered all the rescued individuals. I have driven away the pirates and contacted the League for help. Also, here are your Pokémon. Thank you, big brother, exclaimed a girl, roughly Linyu's age, who had just regained her Pokémon, her joy spilling forth in tears and snot as she wiped her face on him. As for food, I've left some for you. From here on out, it's up to you to fend for yourselves. With that, Linyu chose not to linger any longer and summoned Charizard to lift him into the air. He intends to explore the hidden realms on this small island. After all, he still recalls the conversations of the pirates from before. Is there a Tyranitar within? Guided by the power of Aura, Linyu swiftly followed the traces left by the pirates and soon discovered the hidden realm. Beside a few towering trees lay a shimmering water surface, akin to ripples. Having explored the hidden realm many times, Linyu naturally recognized this as the entrance. He cast a glance at the quality of the sand gems left by the pirates. Excellent. They are highly suitable for ground-type and rock-type Pokémon. If crafted into energy cubes, they could potentially reach an energy intensity of level 8 or even level 9. They could also be used to create special attack energy cubes for ground types. Regardless, they are valuable items, and the guidance of that precious Pokémon lies within. It must be the Tyranitar. To be cautious, Linyu summoned all his Pokémon. Charizard, have you evolved too? The newly emerged Charizard expressed congratulations to the evolved Greninja, while also displaying a fighting spirit. The two are indeed good rivals for sparring. Let's not think about battling just yet. We need to explore. As a seasoned advanced Pokémon trainer, Linyu now had the capacity to capture 6 Pokémon. Upon entering, the environment changed abruptly. Just moments ago, it was a forested area. Now, it transformed into mountainous terrain. Before him lay a stretch of undulating mountains, now covered in yellow sand. A colossal sandstorm raged fiercely. Charizard promptly utilized Protect. Thank you, Charizard. What is going on? Why are we met with a sandstorm upon entry? A thunderous roar erupted from the center of the sandstorm. Linyu focused his gaze. In the eye of the storm stood a massive Tyranitar, bellowing in fury. Pokémon, Tyranitar, ability, Sandstream, gender, female, talent, champion, level, 58, moves, tackle, Fire Fang, Scary Face, Rock Slide, Thunder Fang, Dark Pulse, Bite, Crunch, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Hyper Beam, a master-level Tyranitar. Before Linyu could gather his thoughts, the Tyranitar seemed to have detected him and charged in anger. Although Linyu was still unaware of the situation, the aura power sensed that the current Tyranitar was extremely irritable. Roar! Charizard let out a fierce cry and soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of flames to prevent it from advancing so easily. Greninja also flipped its hand, its figure shifting as dozens of shadows emerged and charged forward. Linyu's eyes narrowed as he reached for the evolution stone on his wrist. Chapter 85, Charizard Mega Evolves. Shiny Larvitar. Tyranitar was enraged, for the sand gems it had left for its offspring had been stolen. These were meant to provide nourishment for its young Larvitar's growth. It is well known that Tyranitar is a glutton. If it does not obtain sufficient energy during its growth period, it may become lethargic. In severe cases, its potential could diminish. Tyranitar, let us talk this out. Linyu stroked the evolution stone in his hand, feeling somewhat anxious. At this moment, the level 58 Tyranitar appeared overwhelmingly powerful. A single rock slide was akin to a meteor striking down. Fortunately, the 3 Pokémon were swift. They coordinated seamlessly, using their speed to continuously harass Tyranitar. However, defeating it seemed nearly impossible. I want to join too, Linyu. Latias chimed eagerly. For some reason, Lin Yu had yet to let her participate in a battle. Then I will join as well. Manaphy simply wished to play. Having just hatched, it was curious about everything new. No, the three of them can handle it. If necessary, we can evolve, which will conveniently allow us to test Charizard's evolution against this Tyranitar. Oh, Latias pouted, holding Manaphy and becoming an audience member. Lin Yu frowned. Can't we communicate? Under the influence of the aura, Tyranitar's fury surged even more. Riolu. The flames flickered in Riolu's eyes. It felt disheartened watching its companions battle without being able to assist. A flash of white light illuminated as the aura power, like a growing vine, surged forth. In that moment, Riolu evolved into Lucario. Even without using the inspection eye, Lin Yu could sense the increase in Lucario's strength. It glanced at the sky and then back at Lin Yu, its gaze resolute. Go, but be careful. Since they could not persuade Tyranitar with words, they would have to subdue it through battle. A flash of red light enveloped Lucario. Lin Yu touched the evolution stone in his hand, which belonged to Charizard. The situation did not improve with Lucario's addition. The formidable nature of a master-level Pokémon was such that even in a frenzied state, they were beyond their reach. Even after evolving, Lucario's aura sphere form did not alter the battle's outcome. Roar. Charizard seemed to sense Lin Yu's intent and glanced back, its white flames swirling to temporarily entrap Tyranitar. Then let us go, Charizard. The bond between Lin Yu and Charizard was undeniably profound. As his fingers gently polished the evolution stone, the image of that abandoned little Charmander flashed through Lin Yu's mind. They had met amidst the storm, sheltered in an abandoned building, and shared the joy of victory after their first battle. Then came the high-stakes league in Waterwood City. At the moment of becoming champions, Lin Yu could faintly feel the desire of Charmeleon to cry. It had proven itself, demonstrating it was not just a little Charmander that couldn't even learn a spark. It too could shine brightly on the battlefield. Undoubtedly, Charmander's journey had not been tranquil. It faced foes it could not defeat: Gyarados, Pidgeot, Articuno, Torterra. Yet none of these adversities had crushed its spirit. Come on, Charizard, let us showcase our bond. Lin Yu felt a surge of passion. This sensation was akin to experiencing their first Pokémon battle. Flames surged forth, light radiating from Charizard. At this moment, Tyranitar finally realized that this method of battling was futile. It would only be restrained. Its massive body, towering over 4 meters, reached out, forming a boulder before it, which it hurled violently toward Lin Yu. To catch the thief, one must first capture the leader. It seems it has figured it out. Roar. The brilliance faded. Flames spread across the sky like a celestial canopy. Charizard Dragon Claw. In a critical moment, the successfully evolved Charizard stood protectively before him. The light flashed by, and the stone was cleaved as easily as tofu. The dark body, engulfed in blue and white flames, seemed ready to overflow. Mega Charizard. The Eye of Exploration revealed a remarkable sight. Level 46. An extraordinary evolution that elevated Charizard's combat power by 8 levels. The Guardian of the Sea increases damage dealt to fire and rock-type Pokémon by 30. Food Supply Station boosts special attack by 20. Wind's Rhythm enhances speed in the wind by 30. With 3 of these effects stacked upon Charizard, it finally stood a chance to inflict damage on this master-level Tyranitar. The ensuing battle was clear-cut. The Super Charizard served as the primary source of damage, while the other Pokémon provided support through distractions, leaving the already slow Tyranitar struggling to keep up. Yet even so, this battle stretched on for 3 to 4 hours. Ultimately, it was the enduring Charizard that brought Tyranitar down with a mighty inferno. This battle cannot truly be called a victory. Rather, Tyranitar was worn down to the point of exhaustion. Alas, even with Charizard's evolution, a significant gap remained between the two. As the sandstorm subsided, the landscape was revealed in its original form. Lin Yu attempted to approach Tyranitar using the power of aura, expressing his goodwill. Tyranitar responded with urgency, demanding its food back. Having been knocked down, Tyranitar was finally willing to communicate. Food. As Lin Yu approached, he was struck by the sheer size of Tyranitar, resembling a small mountain sprawled across the ground. Confused, he observed the scene until, suddenly, a small figure emerged from beneath the earth. Upon closer inspection, it was a juvenile Larvitar, adorned with sharp horns and short limbs, yet its skin was predominantly black. An alternate-colored Larvitar. The little Larvitar gazed at the group with pleading eyes, seemingly fearful that they might harm Tyranitar. Upon seeing the young one emerge, Tyranitar grew frantic, urging it to flee. Their bond was unmistakable as mother and child. Is this what it is? Lin Yu produced a sand gem and presented it to Tyranitar. Tyranitar became even more agitated, denying any involvement in its theft. Left with no choice, Lin Yu explained the situation, revealing that pirates had stolen the sand gem while Tyranitar and Larvitar were asleep, leading to a conflict between them. Without the sand gem, Larvitar would have to subsist on ordinary stones. No wonder Tyranitar was so enraged. Hold on, little one. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Seeing this scene, Linyu smiled, for this young Larvitar was indeed the guidance provided by the treasure of precious Pokémon. Fear not, I will not harm your mother. Chapter 86, Capturing Larvitar. At the entrance of the secret realm, the pirate leader, having left the island, began to feel increasingly uneasy, his thoughts clarifying. It was evident that the adversary still lingered on this island and was, in fact, weaker than him. The presence of a psychic-type Pokémon was the only reason his pirates had been defeated in waves. Why was he fleeing? This was a new secret realm, home to a quasi-divine Pokémon like Tyranitar. If this boy reported back to his superiors, the Alliance would arrive and claim this secret realm for themselves. He had to return. He must return. It must be said that when he put his mind to it, he was quite clever, leading the remaining pirates. He scoured the island for Lin Yu's whereabouts. Soon, he recaptured those whom Lin Yu had previously rescued. Although the young girl with the Pokémon fought valiantly, her fists were no match for their numbers, and her Pokémon was taken from her. After searching fruitlessly for Lin Yu, the pirate leader took his post at the entrance of the secret realm. As for why he dared not enter, they had just stolen Tyranitar as food. Entering now would be tantamount to seeking death. Within the secret realm, Lin Yu took some time to prepare energy cubes infused with ground-type special attack energy. He placed one before Tyranitar and another before Larvitar. Tyranitar? Larvitar? Especially for Tyranitar, the once dormant energy within it began to stir at the scent of the energy cube. As for the little Larvitar, its eyes sparkled with excitement. Go ahead, this energy cube is crafted from the sand gem. It's far more effective than eating directly. As he spoke, Lin Yu discreetly utilized the Eye of Exploration to glean information about the young Larvitar. Pokémon, Larvitar, ability, guts, gender, female, talent, champion, level, 17, moves, tackle, bite, glare, rock slide, sand attack, rock wrecker, crunch, stone edge, endure, iron head, a champion talent, and already at an advanced stage. Moreover, it was an alternate color. How wonderful. Is it tasty? Larvitar responded enthusiastically, delicious. Tyranitar regarded Lin Yu with a complex expression. All right. Would you like to eat these from now on? Lin Yu encouraged Larvitar. I want to. With the child secured, it was time to address the mother. Tyranitar. I wish to make your child my partner. Tyranitar rose, its colossal form exuding immense pressure. It nodded slightly, indicating its consent. Tyranitar sensed that these energy cubes would be of great benefit to them. Turning to Larvitar, Lin Yu welcomed it as a new partner. He produced a Pokeball and gently tapped it against Larvitar. With that, Larvitar was successfully captured, leaving the observing Latias momentarily stunned. It seemed she had never been inside a Pokeball before. Did this mean Larvitar had truly been captured? Was it that she had not entered this small sphere herself? Latias pondered, thinking she should propose this idea next time. Lin Yu then turned to Tyranitar. Tyranitar, would you like to see the outside world? Tyranitar responded affirmatively. Thus, Lin Yu retrieved a temporary Pokeball and captured Tyranitar as well. After the fierce battle, the once rugged landscape lay in disarray. Lin Yu glanced around, losing interest in searching for treasures, and set up a tent to rest for the night. The following morning, he led his Pokémon outside. Oh, were you all waiting for me? He asked, meeting the weary pirates who had kept watch throughout the night. He also noticed the individuals tied to the trees and, with the help of Shinado, mentally communicated that he would rescue them at the first opportunity. You too. How dare you, a couple of brash youngsters, stealing from us. How audacious. The pirate leader, upon seeing Lin Yu emerge, felt both furious and incredulous. So, a mere boy and a girl had instilled such fear in him? At that moment, a pirate beside him reminded, Captain, look at the Pokémon on the girl next to him. The pirate captain's gaze sharpened, and upon seeing Manaphy, his breath became labored. Wasn't that the very Pokémon depicted in the portrait that their queen had proclaimed? He recalled the queen's words. If any information regarding this Pokémon surfaced, a reward of a baby Charizard would be granted, one born from her very own Charizard. It was known to be a progeny approaching champion level. With that thought, his eyes ignited with fervor. It seemed that the hidden treasure paled in comparison. You lot. Let's capture that Pokémon. Immediately, several Paras surrounded Lin Yu. Action. Lin Yu commanded, producing a temporary Pokeball containing Tyranitar. To maintain control over Pokémon, the League could track each Pokeball. However, due to size constraints, sometimes a temporary Pokeball was necessary. In an instant, Lin Yu was surrounded by Pokémon of considerable strength, all approximately at the gym leader level, with one nearing master rank. Given this formidable power, Lin Yu dared not underestimate them. Although his Charizard could prevail in its mega evolution, he had to consider the hostage at hand. As Lin Yu's command echoed, Gardevoir sprang into action, casting a protective shield over him while teleporting to the hostage, using Psychic to untie the ropes. "Come forth, Tyranitar," Lin Yu summoned without hesitation. Upon Tyranitar's arrival, the pirates were momentarily paralyzed in astonishment. "What? This kid has captured a Tyranitar?" They gasped, realizing they stood no chance against such a formidable creature. Aware of Tyranitar's prowess, the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Lin Yu understood the shared history between the pirates and Tyranitar, and thus, upon emerging, Tyranitar was engulfed in fury. A tempest of yellow sand began to swirl around the area, its ability, Sandstream, transforming the weather into a sandstorm. A fierce beam of light gathered in its mouth. Is that Hyper Beam? The immediate display of power showcased Tyranitar's wrath. Charizard, Greninja, form a line, and ensure Tyranitar remains unharmed. After equipping himself with the Fairy Wing, Lin Yu instructed Gardevoir to teleport them into the air. Observing the chaos below seemed somewhat inappropriate. Rather, it was a one-sided annihilation. Any pirate attempting to flee was intercepted by Charizard and Greninja, forced to endure Tyranitar's wrath. Chapter 87, The Champion's Gift, Gardevoir. Prince of the Ocean. Across the boundless ocean, a Golbat carried a human, both bearing injuries. It was the pirate captain who had escaped from the small island. He had resorted to using his Lord-level Ampharos for a self-destruct to make his escape. That wretched brat. Once I report to Her Majesty the Queen about that Pokémon, you will surely face consequences. The pirate captain cursed, but gazing at the vast sea, he felt helpless. Suddenly, Golbat ran out of stamina. Just hold on a little longer, Golbat. But the next moment, both the captain and his Pokémon plunged into the sea. 3 days later, on the small island, the League's rescue team arrived as scheduled. Led by the water-type elite, Shui Ro. The remaining pirates were captured and taken into custody, while the humans were rescued. The secrets of the hidden realm were no longer concealed, as Lin Yu relayed everything to the League. However, what astonished Lin Yu was the revelation that within this secret realm, there existed not only one Tyranitar, but also a level 68 Tyranitar, a Pokémon of elite rank. It was the father of the baby Tyranitar. When it beheld Lin Yu absconding with its child, the look it gave was one of deep sorrow, as if a daughter were leaving for marriage. Fortunately, it had been engaged in digging for precious stones for its offspring. Or even 3 Pokémon in Mega Evolution would have found it challenging to contend with such a formidable adversary. Once the water-type elite arrived, Lin Yu felt emboldened. He boldly addressed the elite Tyranitar. "I've taken your child." It was akin to a brash individual parking a motorcycle beneath an apartment and shouting, "Hey, I'm taking your daughter." Of course, this was merely jest. Lin Yu was not a brash character. Tyranitar understood that following Lin Yu would expedite the growth of its child. The League also inquired about the desires of the Tyranitar couple regarding forming a bond with a human trainer. However, they ultimately declined. The 2 Tyranitars were indeed mates, and following different trainers would mean separation. Thus, they chose to remain in their hidden realm. The League respected their choice and designated the island as their territory. Moreover, Lucario had evolved. An island journey had surprisingly led both Froakie and Riolu to evolve. Pokémon, Lucario, ability, justified, gender, male, talent, champion, level, 26, skills, Meteor Mash, quick attack, Swords Dance, Bone Rush, High Jump Kick, Ice Punch, Aura Sphere, Vacuum Wave, Brick Break, Mach Punch, equipped traits, Fighting Master, fixed, Combat Boost, Kaioken fixed, stacking Dark Pulse. Its level had surged from 21 to 26, and upon activating Kaioken, its strength was nearly at level 36. It had also acquired numerous new skills. A Pokémon with champion talent, combined with the Fighting Master trait, could master many fighting-type moves with ease. On the very first day back from the island, Lin Yu discovered a remarkable item in the trade shop and promptly purchased it. Pokémon Summoning Card. For Pokémon that have had prior contact and harbor affection for the host can use this summoning card to establish a link, summoning them for 30 minutes. 100 trait coins. Upon acquiring this card, Lin Yu's thoughts did not dwell on Tyranitar, but rather on Latias and Latios. Who could resist the aid of 2 legendary Pokémon? Alas, the card arrived too late. Otherwise, even the Tyranitar couple would have been formidable allies. Nevertheless, Lin Yu swiftly purchased one. If he ever found himself at a disadvantage, he could simply call for help. No, summon Pokémon instead. 3 days later, in Qingshui City, following his return from the island, the city officials expressed their gratitude for his valor in rescuing citizens and discovering a new hidden realm, offering him a substantial reward, starting with a monetary sum. Though Lin Yu often claims he has no interest in this matter, when it comes to hand, one cannot help but desire more. Among those rescued, there happens to be the head of the group. With a grand gesture, 5 million flows into Lin Yu's hands. Although this sum pales in comparison to the resources required for nurturing a young Gyarados, Linyu has made a discovery. Young Gyarados truly has an insatiable appetite. The quantity it consumes in a day rivals the total intake of all Linyu's Pokémon combined. No wonder the Tyranitar couple was furious after losing those sand gems. Fortunately, the remaining sand gems are plentiful, and an additional reward arrives in the form of a universal water stone. The Greninja still has a water stone it hasn't fully absorbed, and now another one comes along. Greninja exclaims, "I can't absorb this much, it's simply too much." Lastly, there is a talent energy cube. Under the nurturing over these days, Shinado has elevated its talent to that of a champion. Henceforth, all of Linyu's Pokémon possess the potential of champions. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, the pirate leader has swum for 3 whole days before reaching their base, a small island hidden in the mist. Within the resplendent palace at the center of the island, the pirate leader is reporting to the queen seated at the highest point. "Are you certain the Pokémon you saw is identical to the one depicted in this image?" The dragon queen, Shuei-Rohua, whose name is derived from her primary Pokémon, Dragonite, sits elegantly with a goblet of red wine in hand. Gazing at a portrait of Manaphy, her expression filled with excitement. "Absolutely, Your Majesty, this is an image I risked my life to capture with my phone." The pirate leader attempts to retrieve his phone, only to discover it has been submerged in water and is now damaged. With a sharp crack, the goblet in Shuei-Rohua's hand shatters. What a useless subordinate. Someone, extract the contents from his phone. As a renowned pirate crew, they naturally have their own research team. The pirate leader is momentarily taken aback. "What is it?" Shuei-Rohua furrows her brow. The pirate leader, looking somewhat uneasy, stammers, "Once it's repaired." "May I delete my browser history first?" Shuei-Rohua, exasperated, retorts, "Get lost." Half an hour later, Shuei-Rohua stares intently at Manaphy on the phone, holding a stone tablet in her hand. During their time at the Sea God Temple, she and Shuei-Rohua had each taken a piece of this tablet. She had deciphered the information contained within it beforehand. Laughing maniacally, she declares, "Manaphy, Prince of the Ocean." The tablet states that when Manaphy appears, the red moon shall hang high, and the ocean temple will re-emerge. Whoever possesses it will become the sovereign of the seas. "Just wait, Manaphy, I shall claim you." Her laughter echoes as she once again casts her gaze upon Linyu in the photograph. Chapter 88. Come forth, Latias. April 30th, Qingshui City. In a hotel, the television broadcasts the news. The news from Qingshui City reports that in 3 days, a once-in-a-century red moon phenomenon will appear in this sea region. Turning off the television, Linyu calls forth all his Pokémon, Charizard, Greninja, Shinado, Lucario, along with the young Gyarados, and even the neighboring Diancie seems to have inadvertently joined. Linyu instinctively considers Diancie as one of his Pokémon, for she often gazes at him longingly during feeding time. Well then, let us open this week's entries. Blue entry, Culinary Master. The energy cubes produced are more delectable and have a chance to create energy cubes that enhance Pokémon attributes. Very well. True Chef Linyu. Precious Pokémon Guidance. After shattering, it brings Linyu approximately 2,000 entry coins. This is Linyu's first realization of the high value of red entries. Shinado gracefully dances, and as usual, after producing energy cubes, Linyu's gaze turns towards the young Gyarados. For this newly joined pseudo-deity, Linyu bestows the entries of Thorny Armor and King of Slackers. Blue entry, King of Slackers. While slacking off, it will gradually grow stronger, with the degree of growth depending on the extent of its slacking off. Blue entry, Thorny Armor. When hit, it will inflict 30 rebound damage, with the damage depending on the attacker's strength. Currently, it does not possess its own entries. However, some general entries can temporarily be affixed to it. Linyu fervently wishes for a few entries beneficial to young Gyarados and Tyranitar. As for the content of his wishes, does he not find the post-evolution black Tyranitar, covered in armor, incredibly imposing? If only it could don an additional layer of armor. At that point, a fusion of armored warriors would be within reach. Linyu, look. A painting has seemingly appeared in Latias' hand. The image depicts the formidable Tyranitar, while the pirates and their Pokémon are swept away by the wind and sand above. The significance of the journey lies in recording it. Latias has not forgotten its artistic skills and often exchanges insights with Shinado. Young Gyarados. The young Gyarados, just awakening, gazes dreamily to it. Its parents are the most admirable figures. Eat well, and after a good meal, sleep. One day, you too shall grow strong. Linyu has no doubts regarding the potential of the young Gyarados with its champion talent. During its growth phase, the young Gyarados does not require excessive training. It merely needs to eat. After eating, it sleeps. This is because once the young Gyarados evolves into Gyarados, it will transform into a cocoon-like state, thus eliminating its need for food. Therefore, the more it eats now, the better. Young Gyarados. It begins to devour energy cubes at an astonishing rate, consuming nearly the total amount of all other Pokémon combined. A single meal can cost Linyu a staggering 200,000. No wonder it is said that allowing a young Gyarados to eat can deplete mountains, truly deserving of its reputation. However, in Linyu's eyes, the ability to consume is a blessing. There's no harm in enjoying more food. After all, one more bite does not make a difference. While several Pokémon are indulging in their meals, Linyu opens the entry store. Red and White Ball, Super Premium Pokémon Cube, Lucario Evolution Keystone Set. Under sufficient bonds, Lucario can Mega Evolve. 1,000 entry coins. As per usual. The Evolution Keystone. It seems that yet another wish has been granted. He now possesses 3 Evolution Keystones, for Charizard, Shinado, and Lucario. Tyranitar can also Mega Evolve. Alright, Linyu makes a new wish. A Tyranitar Evolution Keystone, please. Though the path to the evolution of young Gyarados is still long, it is always wise to prepare for the future. He continues to scroll down. Divine Beast Summoning Card. Linyu glances at his entry coins, which total 1568. It seems that the accumulation of entry coins has been unusually swift lately, just as the remaining entry coins are dwindling, along with the Summon Beast card. Linyu also exchanged for one. If a life-threatening situation were to arise, he could summon a mythical creature at random. A black card, marked with a question mark, was handed to Linyu. Was this truly the summoning card for mythical beasts? It appeared rather unremarkable. Thus far, Linyu had been unable to purchase certain items from the entry shop. Among these was the Life Essence of Xerneas, an exorbitantly priced item at 10,000 entry coins. The Master Ball cost 5,000 entry coins. Linyu, may I take a look at that red and white ball? Daira suddenly interjected after finishing the energy cube for the day. Daira, do you wish to become a trainer? You must first register with the league. This is Shinado's red and white ball. Take a look. Linyu expressed his interest, holding a fondness for the psychic girl. She was adorably obedient and possessed formidable powers. Such an exceptional companion was rare to find. No, I want a new one. Latias was eager to enter the ball. Reluctantly, Linyu purchased another red and white ball from the system and handed it to Latias. However, at the moment Latias's hand touched the ball, Linyu was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. A flash of red, she was drawn inside. Watching the red and white ball pulse a few times before settling into stillness, Linyu stood in a daze. So, I have captured a psychic being? This absurd thought flickered momentarily in Linyu's mind before vanishing. Memories of Suido surged forth, and a sense of clarity enveloped him. If he was not mistaken, there was but one truth. She was not human, but Latias. His companions nearby were astonished. Charizard, who had been holding an energy cube in its claws, dropped it in surprise. Mana? The little Manaphy also seemed curious, wondering how such a large being could vanish so suddenly. With a quiver in his voice, Linyu called out, "Come forth, Latias." The vibrant red hue remained, but this time the form that emerged was indeed Latias. So you are the Latias I encountered in Suido? Linyu inquired tentatively. Yes, Linyu, I told you before. Latias embraced Linyu and lifted him onto her back, soaring through the hotel room. I absolutely adore you. Shauna? Shinado pouted, feeling a pang of jealousy. After a considerable flight, Linyu finally persuaded Latias to let him down, as he felt he might burst into flames from excitement. Chapter 89. I am Latias. It turned out that the object of my long pursuit lay right beside me. After dismounting from Latias, Linyu pondered deeply. The mythical creature he had longed for had now become his Pokémon. As he observed Latias, who remained close by, he activated his appraisal eye for the first time. Pokémon, Latias, ability, levitate, gender, female, talent, level 3 deity, strength, level 40 weakened, skills, psychic wave, wish, assist, mysterious guard, dragon breath, water play, renew, mind transfer, dragon pulse, dream projection, source of healing, description, guardian species of Suido. Weakened. It seemed that she had yet to recover from the energy replenishment for the heart gem. No wonder she relished consuming psychic energy cubes. Perhaps it would be wise to create some dragon-type energy cubes as well, considering Latias possessed a dragon attribute. All right, you two, stop clinging. At last, Linyu could no longer endure the closeness of Shinado and Latias. The nearby Charizard, Greninja, and Lucario observed with curiosity. Although they cherished Linyu, they did not cling to him as closely. As for the young Gible, it merely ate and slept, embodying the essence of a little glutton. It had yet to develop any capacity for thought. Nevertheless, Gible had made progress, leveling up to 19 after a few days of indulgence. And Linyu further enhanced its growth with a fruit, elevating it to level 22. Shauna. Oh, Mana. snuggling. Since Latias had become his Pokémon, Lin Yu felt as though he were in a dream. Advanced trainers could possess 6 Pokémon, Masters 10, and the champions had no limit. This system was designed to prevent individuals from capturing an excessive number of Pokémon at once, which could lead to carelessness and abandonment of previous companions upon encountering new ones. Did he need to ponder the decision to capture Latias? Lin Yu thought not. It appeared his wish had grown by one. A Latias evolution stone was now in order. That night, beneath the moonlight like flowing water, the tranquil night sky twinkled with faint red lights. Mana, still not resting? Recently, Manaphy seemed to enjoy gazing towards the ocean at night. Lin Yu understood that this was likely a sign that the ocean temple would soon reopen. Manaphy flew to Latias' side and quietly fell asleep. Before long, she drifted into peaceful slumber. It seems I must find the ocean temple for Manaphy, who commands all Pokémon of the sea. I wonder if it is truly so. Lin Yu murmured before sinking into sleep himself. The next morning arrived, marking the first day of May. Lin Yu summoned all his Pokémon, except for the still sleeping young Gible. Let us convene a brief meeting. We will pause our daily training for now. Charizard questioned, skeptical. Please, allow me to finish. Lin Yu interjected. Manaphy is the prince of the seas, so we must help it find its home. Mana, have you been yearning for the ocean lately? Lin Yu addressed Manaphy. Mana? Manaphy touched its head, displaying a troubled expression. It could feel the ocean's call. But returning to the sea meant parting from Lin Yu and Latias. This dilemma weighed heavily on the young Manaphy, especially after experiencing the ocean once. The sensation of longing intensified. Do not worry, we shall seek out the ocean temple, Lin Yu said, offering an encouraging pat on its head. The essence of travel lies not in perpetual companionship, but in the precious moments of connection shared. In the future, when reflecting on these memories, they would become treasured recollections. After all, there was still the Pokémon summoning card. If longing struck, they could reunite. Lin Yu had already prepared himself for the eventual parting. However, Latias, glancing at Lin Yu and then at Manaphy, revealed a hint of sorrow in her eyes. In recent days, the bond between Latias and Manaphy has flourished remarkably. They are nearly inseparable, and if separation were to occur, it would be Latias who feels the deepest reluctance. Do you all agree? Indeed. The others express no objections. Manaphy remains innocent and soon becomes enchanted by the collective enthusiasm of its companions who are eager to find its homeland. Waving its hand, it eagerly exclaims its desire to seek the Oceanic Temple. However, before embarking on that adventure, let us first unveil today's entry, a verdant entry. Perhaps it is best left unmentioned. I contributed 35 entry coins. With the increasing number of Pokémon, I now earn approximately 100 to 130 entry coins daily. Next, we turn to the entry shop. What a delightful find. Upon purchasing the basic power of eternity, I automatically gain the power to communicate with Pokémon and heal them for 500 entry coins. What a splendid item. The power of eternity not only facilitates a profound understanding of Pokémon emotions, but also serves to soothe them. This healing transcends mere physical restoration, it calms their spirits. I made the purchase. The combination of aura and the power of eternity can truly yield a synergistic effect. One perceives emotions while the other heals them. Surely, this represents the ideal pairing for a deity of eloquence. If only I could acquire a psychic power, it would be even more perfect. No matter. Wishing is all that is needed. Currently, the mastery level of the Wishes Come True entry has reached 28,100. There is also the entry for Froagier's Spiral Shuriken, which has significantly progressed. It is now halfway complete. This entry has already transformed to a purple hue, and advancing further will turn it red. Such anticipation fills me with excitement. How great will the power of the fairy Spiral Shuriken be? 3 days later. Upon the vast ocean, I chose not to travel by boat this time, but to soar directly above the water on the back of Charizard. This search lasted 3 days. Thankfully, Charizard possesses remarkable stamina and endurance. Should it become necessary, I also have the fairy wings at my disposal. Is this the spot? Manaphy, yes, indeed. This is the place, though it will take a little more time. Manaphy gazes joyfully at the depths of the sea. Will it take more time? During this waiting period, a colossal commercial cruise ship roars past. I summon Latias and recall Charizard, allowing her to assume human form and teleport us aboard the vessel. The discussions happening on the ship capture my attention. I overhear that the Oceanic Temple is rumored to manifest nearby. Could this be true? I do not know. Many are spreading such tales.